Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 1, Saint Child has the capital of Immortal Emperor. Central Continent's 5 sacred lands, Extreme Emptiness takes the lead. Extreme Emptiness Deo Palace, under its door, countless geniuses with celestial opportunities, rare treasures and exotic beasts protecting the path, and exquisite and divine immortal medicines. The head of Extreme Emptiness, perfected being Sheng Su, once said, "The mountains are clear and the bells are melodious, and the path to immortality is clear for those with pure hearts." Upon hearing this, people couldn't help but sigh and say, "Truly worthy of being the head of Extreme Emptiness." These 2 sentences encompass the true essence of cultivating immortality. They serve as a reminder to oneself to always maintain a clear and enlightened mind. Only the disciples of Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land know that the head's words were simply meant to ask the disciples to be quiet and peaceful. Everyone knows that the head enjoys tranquility. Especially when he is focused on studying the art of painting and calligraphy, he dislikes being disturbed by others. The last person who had a stroke of bad luck went from being a true disciple to a menial laborer, spending 3 years cleaning the toilets on various mountains. After this severe punishment, Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land became a bit quieter and lonelier. Whether they are true disciples or ordinary disciples, they primarily focus on cultivation in their daily lives. Even when direct communication is necessary among fellow disciples, they are extra cautious and prefer to use sound transmission. Today, Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land, which should have been as quiet as usual, was unusually noisy. "Senior brother, how much longer do we have to walk?" A group of young boys and girls dressed in various clothes followed a young man wearing the attire of an Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land disciple as they climbed the mountain path. They were the newest disciples and also geniuses from various regions of the central continent. "We're almost there. Once we reach the top of this mountain and receive our identity tokens, we can disperse," said the Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land disciple. "Senior brother, can we slow down a bit? It's too fast, I can't keep up." The one speaking was a cute girl with round cheeks and beautiful eyes. After a long and fast climb, sweat dripped from her forehead, making her look delicate and weak. As the most favored princess of the Great Xia Empire, she had never experienced such hardship since childhood. She confidently used her coquettish skills honed in the imperial palace, believing that no man could resist her, including her father, the emperor. In fact, this trick did work. The Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land disciple turned his head and glanced at her, unable to help but slow down a bit. Then, whoosh whoosh whoosh! Several flying swords flew through the air, creating a gust of wind. The brows of the Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land disciple furrowed slightly, feeling annoyed. "Damn it, why is it my turn to guide the new disciples to receive their identity tokens at this critical moment? Today is the day the Saint Child emerges from seclusion. No matter what, I can't give up this opportunity for celestial fortune." In a cold tone, he said, "Speed up. If you can't keep up, go back down the mountain and sever your ties with our section." The people behind him were shocked and quickened their pace once again. After going through layers of rigorous selection and trials, who would be willing to easily give up the opportunity to become an Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land disciple just because they couldn't keep up with the speed of climbing the mountain? The little princess pouted and suppressed her anger. If she were to return like this, even her doting father would be furious. In the sky, flying swords flew like shooting stars in various directions, heading towards the center of Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land. Naturally, this aroused the curiosity of the new disciples. "Senior brother, may I ask if something has happened in the sect? Why are there so many people flying on swords?" Someone mustered up the courage to ask. The disciple of Saint Ruins pondered for a moment and decided to satisfy their curiosity. "Today is the day the Saint Child emerges from seclusion. Disciples from various peaks are going to the observation hall to seek celestial fortune." "Saint Child?" A young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes asked in confusion, "Senior brother, when did our sect have a Saint Child? Extreme Emptiness Deo Palace has never appointed a Saint Child. Only the peak masters of each peak hold the highest position, which is known to everyone. You've just joined, so there are some things you don't know." Although our sect has no officially appointed saint child, the position of saint child has long been uncontested. Could it be that there is a disciple in the sect who is invincible among the younger generation of extreme emptiness? Not at all. The saint child has never made a move. Then why do you say that the position of saint child is uncontested? Someone couldn't accept it and questioned. His name is Wei Yunzheng, the number 1 genius of the Dragon Gate Imperial Dynasty. A red moon appeared when he was born, and he reached the gold core stage in just 3 years. This talent has attracted the attention of various great saint realms. The reason why he chose Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land is because it is the strongest and because Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land has no saint child. Give him 10 more years, and he will become the saint child of Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land, defeating all opponents. The disciples of Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land looked back at the proud young man, understanding his thoughts, and calmly said, "You being able to enter the gates of extreme emptiness is enough to prove that you are all exceptionally talented individuals. Looking around, geniuses are always arrogant. Back then, I was the same. When I first joined, I also thought that I would become the number 1 in extreme emptiness. But there are always people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. Some people, even if they don't make a move, are enough to make it difficult for others to have the intention to be their enemy. The path of immortality is so cruel. It may be difficult to achieve great success in one's lifetime." The disciples who just joined were all shocked by these words. Who exactly is this person that can make the senior brother say such things? Without making a move, they can already make it difficult for the disciples of extreme emptiness to match them? How can this be? What kind of talent is needed to reach this level? At this moment, boom! In the center of extreme emptiness sacred land, a true dragon roared out, its golden scales dazzling, and its domineering aura soared into the sky. Clang clang! A phoenix bathed in flames also appeared, and when it cried out, flames spread across 30,000 miles, covering the peaks with a colorful glow. As the dragon and phoenix intertwined and circled, they emitted waves of Dao sounds, and auspicious lights bloomed, enveloping the entire extreme emptiness. This is the auspicious phenomenon of the phoenix and dragon. Wei Yunzheng exclaimed. Because he had a companion red moon phenomenon, he had studied various phenomena extensively and recognized it at a glance. How is this possible? The auspicious phenomenon of the phoenix and dragon can only be brought about by an extraordinary genius with the qualifications of an immortal emperor, when they make a major breakthrough in their cultivation or have unique insights into the path of immortality. Compared to that, his red moon is worthless. His fists clenched involuntarily. Seeing this scene, the disciples of Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land were instantly filled with excitement. The descent of such an auspicious phenomenon often accompanies the aura of the heavenly Dao, which is a rare opportunity for immortality. The closer they are, the deeper their perception of the heavenly Dao. In the sky, tens of thousands of people flew on their swords, heading straight for the center of the sacred land. Boom boom! A giant immortal ship broke through the air and sailed through the sea of clouds. That is the law treasure of the elders. Junior brothers, the saint child has come out of seclusion. Senior brother is going to seek immortality. Just continue along the mountain road. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else and didn't have time to bring the junior disciples up the mountain. There's only one chance for immortality, and even if the elders in the sect blame him, he can accept the punishment. Raising his hand, a sword appeared. Riding the sword, he flew away. Senior brother! The group of junior disciples remained silent, and in the blink of an eye, the figure of their guide disappeared. A voice came from the sky. After you all go up the mountain, please wait for a while. The elders who distribute identity tokens on the mountain have also gone to watch the ceremony. In the center of the extreme emptiness sacred land. Vast righteousness peak. As the first peak of extreme emptiness, it was the residence of the sect leader, a perfected being. From top to bottom, this peak exuded a transcendent and mystical aura. Immortal cranes surrounded it, spiritual energy flowed, and waterfalls formed rainbows. Today, dragons and phoenixes circled and hovered above the peak, and the auspicious light shook, slowly condensing into a purple cloud. Then it transformed into a surge of spiritual energy that swept across thousands of miles, causing the heavens and earth to change color. What has the saint child done to trigger such a terrifying phenomenon? Has he gained insights on the path to immortality or made a breakthrough in his cultivation realm? It has attracted such a horrifying omen. After 3 years of seclusion, he emerges with dragons and phoenixes accompanying him. He truly deserves to be called the Extreme Emptiness Saint Child. Since childhood, I have heard of ancient sages who frequently caused celestial phenomena. I thought it was just a rumor, something that couldn't be true. But after seeing the Saint Child, I realized that the rumors were not unfounded. Yes, the Saint Child can be compared to the ancient sages. Countless flying swords surrounded vast righteousness peak, and figures stood on the swords, unable to resist discussing. With such a terrifying phenomenon, if it is indeed caused by a breakthrough in cultivation realm, what realm has the Saint Child reached now? It's hard to say, at least the nascent soul stage. Nascent soul? That's unlikely. With such phenomena, I guess it's either the soul formation stage or the void refining stage. Void refining would be too exaggerated. The Saint Child is said to be only 18 years old and has only been cultivating for 5 years. Void refining in 5 years, can that be considered human? No, fellow deist, can we even use the term human to describe the Saint Child? Indeed, indeed. The Saint Child is beyond human. Roar! Clang! In the sky, the circling dragons and phoenixes burst into dazzling brilliance. After a moment of buzzing, they turned into a stream of light and floated under the enlightenment tree on the peak. There, a cluster of light shimmered. Outsiders couldn't see anything inside. Crack! The cluster of light shattered, and someone stepped out of the light. He's out. The Saint Child has finished his seclusion. The area around the mountain peak erupted in excitement for an instant, then quickly quieted down. Everyone held their breath, eager to witness the brilliance of the Saint Child. Just at that moment, a white figure appeared before everyone's eyes. 8 feet tall, wearing a white azure cloud robe, the young man was like a figure from a painting, as if a celestial being had descended from the heavens. He appeared before everyone's eyes. He was extraordinary, and his temperament was indescribable. At this moment, all the auspicious scenes couldn't divert people's gaze from the young man. The scenery was enchanting, but it couldn't compare to the enchantment of the young man. Everyone was mesmerized, and the female disciples were even more infatuated, gazing at the person under the enlightenment tree. Wei Yunzheng stood silently in place, feeling the gaze of everyone around him. With a pair of eyes that contained a vast starry sky, he scanned the surroundings. Looking at everyone's stunned expressions, he could only smile helplessly. He knew it would be this scene. Wei Yunzheng said that being too handsome also had its troubles. Although he was used to standing under the gaze of others, he still felt a bit uneasy. He had originally planned to stay in the crowd until the attention died down, and then quietly leave when no one was paying attention. But unexpectedly, he sneezed for no reason and dispersed the crowd. Speaking of sneezing, Wei Yunzheng seriously suspected that someone was cursing him behind his back. The joy of entering the foundation building after 3 years also faded away under the gaze of the crowd. At this moment, someone arrived on a crane. Ha ha ha, today my disciple emerges from seclusion, fully displaying the qualities of an immortal emperor. Perfected being Sheng Su stood on the back of the crane, feeling gratified and emotional. Welcome, sect master! The disciples who came back to their senses shouted one after another. A clever disciple spoke up, the qualities of a saint child immortal emperor, towering extreme emptiness, invincible in the central continent. Upon hearing these words, perfected being Sheng Su smiled slightly, moved his sleeve, and bestowed a law treasure upon that disciple. He liked this kind of intelligent child. In an instant, all the disciples became passionate and shouted, the qualities of a saint child immortal emperor, towering extreme emptiness, invincible in the central continent. The sound shook the heavens. After a while, perfected being Sheng Su shook his head and laughed, all right, everyone should focus on cultivating here, calmly comprehend the heavenly Dao, and seek immortal opportunities. Yunzhen, come with me to Extreme Emptiness Palace, there's something to discuss. Wei Yunzhen nodded and walked towards Extreme Emptiness Palace. Perfected being Sheng Su floated away. A female disciple who was skilled in swordsmanship watched Wei Yunzhen's figure disappear and couldn't help muttering to herself. Today, the sect master silently allowed everyone to call him Saint Child. I'm afraid he really intends to pass on the position of Saint Child. Beside her, a man who was walking with her said, "That's only a matter of time." In such a vast extreme emptiness, who can compete with Wei Yunzhen for the position of Saint Child? It's not that simple. Mu Yao, the head of our Holy Maiden Peak, is also an exceptional talent. She has caused extraordinary phenomena of the sun and moon to appear. It's not impossible for her to contend for the position of Saint Child. In extreme emptiness, the Saint Child can be male or female, but there can only be one. The man didn't argue with her and instead said, "Since junior sister and senior sister Mu Yao are from the same peak, they must have a close relationship. Naturally. So, junior sister, who do you hope will become the extreme emptiness Saint Child between the two?" Of course it's Yunzhen, the Saint Child. Why? He's too handsome. I can't bear to see my darling without the position of Saint Child. Actually, I hope senior sister Mu Yao can get the position of Saint Child. Oh? How come, senior brother? She's too beautiful. I can't bear to see my sister without the position of Saint Child. After the two finished speaking, they smiled at each other, their hearts connected as kindred spirits. "Ah, I really want to ship senior sister Mu Yao and Yunzhen, my darling." "Shut up, please don't have these meaningless thoughts. I won't allow anyone to get close to my goddess." The tacit understanding between kindred spirits disappeared. From then on, the two no longer paid attention to each other. Extreme Emptiness Palace. In the magnificent palace, Wei Yunzhen sat bored, flipping through the scrolls on the desk. Expressionless. Internally panicking. Today is too ostentatious. Even the Saint Child has been called, the pressure is immense. If those who claim to have the qualifications of a Saint Child Immortal Emperor were to find out about his achievement of foundation building after 3 years of seclusion, he wondered how they would feel. Sigh. He sighed deeply. Wei Yunzhen knew that he was not really a genius, just someone who looked like one. 5 years ago, he accidentally transmigrated to this world of immortals and martial arts. As a genuine member of the transmigrated army, he called out to the system several times, but there was no response. After a few seconds of shock, Wei Yunzhen accepted the reality of not having a system and looked at his hand. No ring. Only the appearance of a protagonist. In his previous life, he was a handsome young man, surpassing Pan in appearance, elegant and refined. Now, he looked exactly like a protagonist. His charm value was already maxed out, but his comprehension and aptitude had not awakened. On the first day of his transmigration, Wei Yunzhen encountered the perfected being Sheng Su who was traveling outside. Perfected being Sheng Su was amazed on the spot, exclaiming that this child had the same aura as me when I was young, and wanted to take Wei Yunzhen as his disciple. In this way, the bewildered Wei Yunzhen joined the Extreme Emptiness Dao Palace. After entering the Dao Palace, he immediately immersed himself in the cultivation world. He thought that with his appearance and transmigrated identity, he might not be an unparalleled genius, but at least a super genius. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Even though perfected being Sheng Su selflessly imparted the most profound techniques of the Extreme Emptiness Dao Palace to him and shared all his insights on cultivation, Wei Yunzhen just couldn't grasp the essence of cultivation. What made it even harder for him to accept was that even though he clearly didn't know anything, perfected being Sheng Su insisted that he had learned everything. Intentionally hiding secrets. He always liked to boast. "My disciple has the qualifications of an immortal emperor. Come on, do you know how miserable the children who were said to be like this ended up?" Wei Yunzhen really wanted to shut perfected being Sheng Su's mouth. In this world of immortals and martial arts, the cultivation realms among cultivators are divided into Qi refining, foundation building, gold core, nascent soul, soul formation, void refining, body integration, Mahayana, transcending tribulation, true immortal, and immortal emperor. Each realm is further divided into 4 stages, initial, middle, late, and consummation. Wei Yunzheng spent 2 years in bitter cultivation, relying on his identity as a sect disciple, consuming countless treasures of heaven and earth, as well as elixirs that nurtured his foundation, before barely stepping into the qi refining realm. In this world, this breakthrough speed would be considered above average at best, but in extreme emptiness. Sorry, extreme emptiness doesn't accept this kind of waste. You see, even a disciple of extreme emptiness sacred land would be ridiculed by their peers if they only reached the qi refining realm in a month. They would have to be cautious in their actions. Some geniuses are even born with the cultivation of qi refining. The day Wei Yunzheng broke through qi refining, his mood was complicated. The bad news was that his talent was very poor, but the good news was that he awakened Goldfinger. It brought about a terrifying omen. That day, the shadow of the enlightenment tree covered the entire extreme emptiness sacred land, and the sound of the great Dao's Sanskrit could be heard as the leaves rustled. The yin and yang energies intertwined and merged above the tree crown, and the manifestation of the 8 trigrams diagram shocked everyone's mind. It was on that day that Wei Yunzheng became a legend in the extreme emptiness sacred land. Everyone believed that the sect disciple Wei Yunzheng was a rare genius in the world and the only candidate for the position of extreme emptiness saint child. Having seen the appearance of Wei Yunzheng, the disciples eagerly confirmed the rumors that he had the qualifications of a heavenly emperor. Knowing what everyone was saying, Wei Yunzheng felt immense pressure and lamented in his heart that he was still just a child. He turned around and went to study his gold finger. Subconsciously, he had already seen himself in the future, relying on Goldfinger azure cloud to rise straight up, sweeping across the world, and acting arrogantly. Unfortunately, disappointment came once again. This Goldfinger was useless. The enlightenment tree and the 8 trigrams diagram were imprinted in his divine consciousness, and they could appear anytime, anywhere. The only purpose of their appearance was to show off in front of others. In the eyes of others, he was surrounded by immortal aura and the flourishing enlightenment tree, with the profound and mysterious 8 trigrams diagram above his head. An unparalleled genius. In reality, he was just a small qi refining who could only pretend. After realizing this, Wei Yunzheng became completely angry. He was at odds with cultivation, and he didn't believe that as a member of the transmigrate army, he would be a waste. From then on, he hoarded a batch of genius spiritual treasures. After 3 years of seclusion, he emerged as a foundation-building cultivator. Now, he believed that he was a waste. Sigh. He sighed heavily once again. At this moment, perfected being Sheng Su floated over and walked straight to Wei Yunzheng, calmly taking a seat. Yunzheng, what troubles you so much? Perfected being Sheng Su entered the main hall and saw his beloved disciple sighing twice in a short period of time. He quickly asked with concern. Wei Yunzheng glanced at perfected being Sheng Su and shook his head, saying, "It's nothing." He didn't plan to tell his current predicament to this immortal-like and kind-hearted master. He had learned from past experiences. Even if he said it, he wouldn't be believed. He. Perfected being Sheng Su chuckled lightly. It was normal for young people to have their own troubles, and he didn't intend to inquire further. He observed Wei Yunzheng for a few moments. Just sitting there quietly, he exuded an elegant and affable, gentle as jade feeling. His temperament was indescribable, and the more he looked, the more he liked it. A smile appeared on his face. Yunzheng, I assume you have made significant breakthroughs in your cultivation during this seclusion. Perfected being Sheng Su asked. Wei Yunzheng wondered, should the breakthrough from qi refining to foundation building be considered a significant one? After struggling for a moment, he shook his head and replied, I have made some progress, but there have been no major breakthroughs. Oh, Yunzheng, don't be so modest. It's good for young people to be modest, but there's no need to be too reserved. It's a loss of youthful vigor, said perfected being Sheng Su. Perfected being Sheng Su didn't believe Wei Yunzheng's some progress at all. He truly felt in his heart. His disciple, everything about him is good, everything is exceptionally satisfying, except for his character, which is a bit too cautious. The phenomenon of the fire phoenix and auspicious dragon has appeared, and you're telling me there's only some progress? I can't believe it at all. Wei Yunzheng was not surprised at all by what perfected being Sheng Su said. He had experienced this too many times before, and he had heard the same words too many times. Yunzhen, I plan to hold a grand meeting of the sect in 5 days and appoint you as the Extreme Emptiness Saint Child. Perfected being Sheng Su said the real purpose. Upon hearing this, Wei Yunzhen's mind was instantly filled with thunder and lightning. Master, please be cautious. I have only just reached the foundation building stage in my cultivation. How can I become the Extreme Emptiness Saint Child? Wei Yunzheng repeatedly waved his hands, hurriedly revealing his true cultivation level. He really couldn't dare to be called a saint child, without talent or virtue. How can he be worthy? Just a small foundation building stage, how can he convince others? Isn't this putting him on the fire? Perfected being Sheng Su seemed to anticipate Wei Yunzhen's reaction and smiled, saying, I understand, I understand. You are at the foundation building stage, and even at the foundation building stage, you can still become a saint child. This old guy obviously didn't believe it himself, he thought he was joking. Master, can't you see through my cultivation level? Wei Yunzheng, who had been in this world for a few years, knew that high-level cultivators often could see through the cultivation level of low-level cultivators. He had never asked before, but today he had to prove that he was at the foundation building stage. Perfected being Sheng Su shrugged, I can't see through it. Yunzhen, actually, Master is really curious. Why can't I see through your cultivation level? What realm have you reached? Master and disciple, let's be honest. Have you already reached the void refining stage? No, Master, I really just entered the foundation building stage. I don't believe it. Perfected being Sheng Su shook his head. What do I have to do for you to believe that I'm just at the foundation building stage? Wei Yunzhen became anxious and stood up to ask. Seeing his beloved disciple so eager to prove himself, perfected being Sheng Su felt a trace of uneasiness for no reason. What's going on? Yunzhen's acting is too convincing. We've come this far, there's no need to insist that he's just at the foundation building stage. Looking at Yunzhen's appearance, if he's not joking, then it's bad. I've already arranged to notify everyone to appoint Yunzhen as the saint child. With a more serious expression, perfected being Sheng Su stood up, pondered for a moment, and said his thoughts. All right, Yunzhen, just give me a punch, and I will naturally be able to discern your cultivation level. Upon hearing this, Wei Yunzhen's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. It was his own request. He inexplicably became excited. I won't hold back, Master. Wei Yunzhen immediately agreed. Then, out of courtesy and concern, he asked a question. Please prepare for protection, Master. No need to worry. Perfected being Sheng Su said, while opening his chest, indicating to strike there. As a transcending tribulation realm cultivator, he had long shed his mortal body and cultivated the primordial origin immortal body. Even if he stood there defenseless, it would be difficult for most soul formation and void refining cultivators to harm him in the slightest. If he activated his true chi protection, no one under transcending tribulation could break through. Since his disciple insisted that he was only at the foundation building stage and struck him without any defense, what difference did it make? Seeing that perfected being Sheng Su was prepared, Wei Yunzhen didn't say much. After giving a signal with his eyes, he immediately mobilized his true chi and threw a punch. Bang! The fist struck perfected being Sheng Su's body, as if hitting steel. The recoil made Wei Yunzhen's hand ache. How about it, Master, do you believe me now? I really am just at the foundation building stage. That punch just now was my full strength. I can't do this saint child thing. Rubbing his hand in pain, Wei Yunzhen quickly spoke up after proving himself, attempting to make perfected being Sheng Su retract the decision to appoint him as the saint child. Perfected being Sheng Su remained expressionless and said nothing. Then he furrowed his brow and stared at Wei Yunzhen. After a while, he spoke, Yunzhen, I believe you now. You really are at the foundation building stage. Then, he turned around and walked towards the hall door with his hands behind his back, saying as he walked. Prepare yourself for the next 5 days. I have already made all the arrangements. You will be appointed as the Saint Child at the sect's grand meeting. After becoming the Saint Child, there is an important matter concerning the prosperity of the sect that will be assigned to you. Clang! The hall door closed. Inside the hall, Wei Yunzheng had an incredulous expression. He felt like crying. This old man clearly knew that he was at the foundation building stage, so why did he still want to appoint him as the Saint Child? Is he crazy? What abilities could I, a foundation building cultivator, have? Why assign me something that concerns the prosperity of the sect? Is he overestimating me? Outside the hall, once the door closed, perfected being Sheng Su's previously calm demeanor instantly disappeared. He rubbed his chest and his face turned unpleasant. He had been careless, underestimating the strength of his precious disciple. He should have activated his true chi protection. Sigh, it really hurts. Then he slapped himself in the face. I'm really despicable. How could I doubt my disciple's potential to become an immortal emperor? He felt deep regret in his heart. His thoughts shifted once again. Wei Yunzheng kept insisting that he was at the foundation building stage, but he used strength comparable to void refining to strike me. What does this mean? He openly claimed to be at the foundation building stage, but secretly told me that he had already reached void refining? Is there some deeper meaning behind this? Perfected being Sheng Su came quickly and left quickly. Inside the palace, Wei Yunzheng furrowed his brow, pondering over important matters. Saint Child. These two weighty words represent a position of immense power. Especially being able to become the Saint Child of Extreme Emptiness. After inheriting this position, Wei Yunzheng could be considered a top-tier rich second generation and official second generation with body integration. Whenever he went down the mountain to flirt with married women, there would always be lackeys shouting, "It's your fortune to be noticed by our Saint Child." But while enjoying the power that comes with being the Saint Child, one cannot avoid the responsibilities that come with it. As the leader of the younger generation of Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land, it's not enough to rely solely on being handsome. He needs to have his own strengths, something that sets him apart from others. Wei Yunzheng took a deep breath. Since cultivation in the immortal path is a state of unawakened consciousness, he would have to find another way. Various schools of cultivation in the cultivation world rotated in Wei Yunzheng's mind. The literary path? No, as the Saint Child of the Daoist sect, it wouldn't be fitting for me to gain fame through literature. It completely goes against the image of the sect. The art of ink and wash? Although my master, as the head of the sect, enjoys ink and wash, it can only be a hobby. My master's cultivation is the label he presents to the outside world. Besides, my own ink and wash skills are not serious. It doesn't match my external transcendent and righteous image. It's embarrassing. Even when looking through my master's ink treasures, I have to close the door and secretly take a peek. After pondering for a moment, Wei Yunzheng decided to try his hand at alchemy and artifact refining. These two are great choices. Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land has 10 halls, each corresponding to different responsibilities. For example, Pill Hall is responsible for alchemy. Artifact Hall is responsible for artifact refining. Sword Hall teaches swordsmanship. And there's Punishment Hall, in charge of administering punishment to disciples who have made mistakes. And so on. Among all the hall masters, the most formidable one in front of perfected being Sheng Su is Pill Hall's hall master, Master Uncle Yun Dan. The next is Artifact Hall's hall master, Master Uncle Zhou Mo. There's no other reason. He can refine pills and fill his pockets. He can refine artifacts and fill his pockets. Wei Yunzheng understood one thing in his previous life: with money, you can travel the world; without money, you can't even take a step. What is most lacking in cultivation is cultivation techniques, medicinal pills, and handy weapons. Cultivation techniques naturally require a way to obtain them, and medicinal pills either need to be purchased at a high price or begged from alchemists. And that's where the problem lies. To obtain medicinal pills, either you have to pay or you have to rely on personal connections. The latter depends on whether the alchemist is willing. If their cultivation is at the same level as Wei Yunzheng's foundation building stage, they are not worthy of relying on personal connections. In summary, alchemy has a promising future. Artifact refining is essentially the same as alchemy, with an even more promising future. Wei Yunzheng instantly made a decision and put alchemy as his top priority. If alchemy fails, he will turn to artifact refining and make preparations in both areas. So, the first step in alchemy requires three things: alchemy furnace, medicinal herbs, and pill formulas. The first two are the necessary materials for alchemy, and the latter is the most important. Extreme Emptiness sacred land naturally has no shortage of these three things. As long as the alchemy furnace and medicinal herbs are arranged, someone will naturally deliver them. As for the pill formulas, they can't be compromised. Good pill formulas can naturally produce good medicinal pills and allow the alchemist to gain profound insights. He needs to go ask Master Uncle Yundan for some pill formulas. Thinking of Master Uncle Yundan, Wei Yunzhen's head started to ache. As a top-tier alchemy grandmaster, countless people seek his help. Most of these people are elders from various regions or those in power in the imperial court. It's simply wishful thinking for ordinary cultivators to meet him and ask for pills. I heard that the waiting list for appointments is already booked for 360 years. Even though Wei Yunzheng has a special status and is about to become the saint child of extreme emptiness, he doesn't want to trouble Master Uncle Yundan. After much thought, Wei Yunzheng thought of a key person. Vast Righteousness Peak, as the peak where perfected being resides, holds a superior position and has specific rules. No disciple is allowed to enter at will, and if there is a need for a meeting, they are not allowed to fly on their swords. They can only ascend the mountain path. And they need to register their information upon entering the peak. In charge of this task is one of the three disciples of Vast Righteousness Peak, Zhou Chaochu. Zhou Chaochu's appearance matches his name, somewhat sloppy. With a monkey-like face, a pointed nose, deep-set eye sockets, mischievous eyebrows that fly diagonally, he is quite mischievous. The few disciples in charge of miscellaneous tasks, move faster and clean up the steps before it gets dark. Yes, you, come here and massage my leg. At the foot of Vast Righteousness Peak, Zhou Chaochu, with a majestic air, directed the numerous disciples in charge of miscellaneous tasks to clean the mountain peak. Master Zhou, here's your tea. Beside him, a young disciple handed him a cup of tea with a smile. Taking a sip of tea, Zhou Chaochu felt the comforting sensation of the leg massage. The evening weather was perfect, with clouds filling the sky. At this moment, a heavy token, 7 inches long and 5 inches wide, fell with a thud onto the table in front of Zhou Chaochu. Registration. The voice was as melodious as a golden oriole's song. The person who arrived was a slender and ethereal young woman. With fair skin, a delicate nose, red lips, calm eyes devoid of worldly desires, and dressed in a snow-white robe adorned with tassels, she exuded an aura of aloofness that kept others at a distance. She seemed like a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. As soon as she appeared, all the disciples stopped their cleaning and stared at her in awe. Registration. She repeated the 2 words. Zhou Chaochu was the first to snap out of his daze. He quickly examined the token and picked up a pen from the table to write down the information on paper. A slightly more handsome disciple, captivated by her beauty, disregarded the fact that he was just a cleaning disciple and spoke up. Miss, you look familiar. I must have had the fortune of crossing paths with you in the vast sea of people. May I ask for your name? I also want to know your mother's name. Before Zhou Chaochu could finish registering, he burst out and kicked the disciple away. The disciple stumbled and nearly fell into a small stream by the foot of the mountain, but quickly adjusted his clothes and hurried back. Thinking that he had managed to strike up a conversation with the young woman before his boss, he had angered Zhou Chaochu. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Boss, please go ahead. Go ahead, my foot." Another kick. With a splash, the disciple fell into the stream. Please forgive these disciples for their lack of exposure to the world and their lack of discipline, Zhou Chaochu said to Mu Yao. No worries, Mu Yao replied. Mu Yao glanced at Zhou Chaochu, and in her indifferent eyes, there seemed to be a flicker of a sword's shadow. Sharp and cold. It seemed that she was just asserting her dominance over Zhou Chaochu, as she didn't say anything else. She picked up the token and walked towards the mountain. Watching her cold back, Zhou Chaochu let out a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to him, he was sweating profusely. This person is not someone to be trifled with. Just one glare from her was enough to scare him. Deng deng deng! The disciple crawled back and ran to Zhou Chaochu again. Boss, I didn't know you were interested in that fairy. I'm sorry, hee. Zhou Chaochu's pupils trembled. I'm interested in your mother. The disciple felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Did his boss have such a peculiar taste? My mother has been gone for many years. I hope you don't dig her up for me. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chaochu wanted to kill the filial disciple on the spot. At this moment, another disciple spoke up, Boss, is that young woman someone important? Zhou Chaochu nodded. She's the head of Jade Maiden Peak, of course she's important. The surrounding disciples were instantly in an uproar. The head of Jade Maiden Peak was not only known for her exceptional talent, but also for her graceful demeanor. Her reputation preceded her, and only when you saw her in person would you know that her fame was well deserved. Boss, even if she is the head of a peak, you don't have to be so afraid of her. Zhou Chaochu wiped away his cold sweat and said, It's not fear, just giving her some face. Of course, of course. As a disciple of Vast Righteousness Peak, no one should be afraid of you. As one of the 3 disciples of Vast Righteousness Peak, Zhou Chaochu was highly regarded by the disciple. Zhou Chaochu nodded in agreement. He then reprimanded, the disciples who come to register at Vast Righteousness Peak are not ordinary people. From now on, no more idle gossip. Everyone promised to comply. After some thought, Zhou Chaochu continued, as one of the 3 disciples of Vast Righteousness Peak, I rely on my own efforts and outstanding talent. It has nothing to do with my father being the hall master of Pill Hall. Although you are my subordinates, you should not do anything out of line while outside. Do you all understand? Yes. Zhou Chaochu nodded in satisfaction and took another sip of tea. He thought to himself. Mu Yao must be here to visit senior brother Yunzheng. Senior brother Yunzheng just came out of seclusion today, and I should find a time to meet him as well. On the tip of the peach leaf, so sharp. The willow leaves cover the sky. Wei Yunzheng sat upright, not looking away, trying to look at Mu Yao with a gentle yet calm gaze, his anger uncontrollable. Damn it, you're using this as a test for cotters? Which cotter can withstand such a test? In front of him, the long white robe Mu Yao wore when she went up the mountain was replaced by a violet skirt. The hem of the skirt was neither long nor short, just enough to reveal her slender and fair legs. The clothes were neither tight nor loose, at least they could be seen as peaks and ridges from a horizontal view. It was her first time wearing such clothes, she was too shy to raise her head, her face was flushed, her hands pressed on the skirt, looking helpless. Summery, youthful and enticing. Wei Yunzhen's heart was excited, and he vaguely saw himself from his previous life, holding a phone every day to search for treasures. This girl who knew how to control the flow of information was his favorite. Saving fabric combined with a beautiful face, plus a sexy dance, perfectly attracted his lascivious self in front of the screen. Mu Yao, with you like this, I want to do something before it gets dark. Wei Yunzheng cleared his throat, suppressing the restlessness in his heart, and said seriously, Junior sister, it has been 3 years since we last met, and you have grown into a graceful young lady. Why did you come here? Senior brother has been in seclusion for 3 years. Today, I heard that senior brother came out of seclusion, so I came to see you. Mu Yao answered generously, subconsciously looking directly into Wei Yunzhen's eyes, then quickly lowered her head to avoid his gaze. She deliberately changed into this dress before meeting Wei Yunzheng. The books said that men fall for this trick. But, when standing, the skirt only revealed a bit of her lower leg, but when sitting down, the hem of the skirt moved up a bit. She didn't know if senior brother would like it. Mu Yao, who was usually cold and aloof, now showed a girlish attitude in front of Wei Yunzheng. If the other disciples of Extreme Emptiness saw this scene, they would probably be shocked. After all, in the eyes of everyone, Mu Yao was the unparalleled talent and the first seat of Jade Maiden Peak, and she was also an unapproachable ice mountain. There were rumors that a true disciple had fallen in love with Mu Yao and publicly declared that he would only become her Dao companion in this life, otherwise he wouldn't be considered a real man. The consequence was that Mu Yao taught that true disciple the sunflower scripture with a sword. Since then, the cold and aloof ice mountain became Mu Yao's label, and behind her back, she was also called a seductive beauty. But in front of Wei Yunzheng, she showed a different side. So, when you complain about your younger sister being cold, it's better to pick up a mirror and find the reason. Wei Yunzheng knew in his heart, after seeing Mu Yao 3 years ago, that Mu Yao liked him. At that time, Mu Yao, although her face was beautiful, she looked like a budding beauty. But because she was still young, her undeveloped body seemed like a withered bean sprout in Wei Yunzheng's eyes, leaving him with the impression of a vulgar little girl. Now things are different. Now I have become a vulgar girl. I am already capable of bearing the consequences of vulgarity. Wei Yunzheng regained his senses, got up to make tea for Mu Yao, and sat back down before bringing up the topic. Sister, at the upcoming sect meeting in a few days, I will inherit the position of Extreme Emptiness Saint Child. Yes, I know, Mu Yao nodded. Well, actually, senior brother had no intention of becoming the Saint Child, nor does he have the cultivation to deserve the position of Saint Child. I think only sister is capable within Extreme Emptiness. So, sister can go to the sect master to fight for the position of Saint Child, and senior brother will also speak up and request that sister be appointed as the Saint Child. Wei Yunzheng picked up the teacup, sniffed the tea fragrance slightly, and expressed his thoughts. If he could pass on the position of Saint Child, it would be a good thing for him, and Mu Yao in front of him was the only suitable candidate for the position. Mu Yao shook her head and rejected Wei Yunzheng's proposal, saying, Extreme Emptiness Saint Child, Mu Yao cannot do it, no one can do it except senior brother. Wei Yunzheng wanted to speak up and try to change Mu Yao's mind, but Mu Yao interrupted him. Actually, today Mu Yao came not just to see senior brother, but also to warn senior brother about something related to the position of Saint Child. What do you mean by that? The word warn instantly raised Wei Yunzheng's alertness. Mu Yao explained, to be honest, sister has heard some news. Sword Hall's Hall Master's direct disciple, Xiang Wencheng, wants to challenge senior brother on the day of the sect meeting. What? Someone wants to challenge me. Please tell him that I can give him the position of Saint Child, and he doesn't need to decline the challenge. Wei Yunzheng asked, Sister, how come I haven't heard of this Xiang Wencheng? Before seclusion, the direct disciples or chief disciples of each peak's hall masters had heard of or met each other to some extent, but the name Xiang Wencheng left no impression. Xiang Wencheng joined Extreme Emptiness 10 years ago and then went into seclusion for cultivation. It's normal that senior brother hasn't heard of him. If it were an ordinary person, with senior brother's strength, there would be no need for a reminder. But sister heard that Xiang Wencheng awakened the unparalleled sword body during his seclusion. The Sword Hall's Hall Master himself said that among the younger generation of Extreme Emptiness, no one can rival Xiang Wencheng in swordsmanship. Oh! Wei Yunzheng was shocked. Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land had many talented disciples. To receive such praise from the Sword Hall's Hall Master, who claimed that there was no one among the younger generation who could match Xiang Wencheng in swordsmanship, indicated that Xiang Wencheng's talent in swordsmanship was extremely terrifying. Is Xiang Wencheng aiming for the position of Saint Child? No, he just wants to challenge senior brother. Wei Yunzheng was astonished. He had no grudges or conflicts with Xiang Wencheng, nor had he ever pursued someone else's girl. How did he become the target? Mu Yao saw what Wei Yunzheng was thinking and spoke up. Not long ago, after the reputation of Xiang Wencheng's invincible sword spread, someone openly said that Xiang Wencheng's swordsmanship was no match for senior brother. After learning about this evaluation, Xiang Wencheng wanted to compete with senior brother. Someone is plotting against me. Wei Yunzheng understood the cause and effect and blurted out, who said that Xiang Wencheng's swordsmanship is no match for me? Zhou Chaochu. Ah, it's just Zhou Chaochu. Wei Yunzheng sighed. This junior disciple of his had the same character as their master, perfected being Sheng Su. Perfected being Sheng Su liked to proclaim, my disciple has the potential to become an immortal emperor. While this junior disciple of his liked to boast, in the younger generation of Extreme Emptiness, no one is a match for me, senior brother. Wei Yunzhen's reputation resounded throughout Extreme Emptiness. Strictly speaking, his appearance accounted for 3 points, his extraordinary aura accounted for 3 points, and his eloquence accounted for the remaining 40%. If senior brother is unwilling to accept Xiang Wenqing's challenge, junior sister can take care of him tonight. Upon hearing this, Wei Yunzhen took a cold breath and looked at the bright face of the girl in front of him. He couldn't believe that someone who could say such cold words deserved such an appearance. His heart warmed. It was nice to have a woman to rely on. After thinking for a moment, he refused. Anyway, he would just accept the challenge. At that time, he would say a few polite words and then admit defeat. This way, he wouldn't have to inherit the position of saint child. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Although it would be embarrassing. Junior sister, there's no need to worry. Senior brother has his own plan. Mu Yao looked at the handsome young man in front of her. Although he appeared carefree, his words implied that he was not afraid of any challenge. She wondered if she was overthinking. Although she had never seen senior brother make a move, with his talent, his cultivation must have reached a terrifying level. That Xiang Wenqing probably wouldn't even be worth senior brother's attention. This is how a man should be. Strong and charming. Just like the protagonist in a book. Oh, senior brother Yunzhen, not long ago, when junior sister was exploring an ancient dangerous place, she accidentally obtained a divine treasure called the Divine Source Gift. It's a book, and the words written on it are unfamiliar to me. I couldn't find any relevant records in ancient books, so I've been unable to comprehend it. Senior brother is knowledgeable, so I wanted to ask for your guidance. The Divine Source Gift from the ancient dangerous place. Wei Yunzhen instantly grasped the most crucial information in Mu Yao's words. This was no ordinary treasure. The Divine Source Gift was rare and could not be sought after. Only cultivators with deep immortal fate and a perfect connection to the divine mechanism could obtain it. Such cultivators were extremely rare. Moreover, this kind of treasure had only appeared in a few places, all of which were dangerous places. To obtain it, one had to go through a brutal conquest and gain the recognition of the treasure. Considering all the harsh conditions, the Divine Source Gift had almost never appeared in the entire Immortal Cultivation World. Even in the Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land, no one had ever obtained the Divine Source Gift. Mu Yao, the junior sister in front of him, was truly extraordinary. Junior sister, the Divine Source Gift is not to be taken lightly. Are you sure you want to show it to me? Wei Yunzhen couldn't help but ask. It was too precious. How could it be shown to others casually? It's all right. Although this item is precious, it is not worth mentioning compared to the bond between you and me, senior brother. Besides, if it can help senior brother gain some insights, it will be worth it. Wei Yunzhen fell silent. He was thinking, what could a high level of attractiveness really bring to a man? Could it turn an icy mountain into a furnace? Could it make a rare treasure worthless compared to a bond? This was torturous. All right, junior sister, show it to me quickly. Wei Yunzhen immediately said. Wait, senior brother. Mu Yao flipped her jade-like hand and quickly revealed a booklet. On the cover, it was written. Help, Saint Child is flirting and strong again. Wei Yunzhen's face was full of black lines. Mu Yao paused for a moment, and her face visibly reddened. So embarrassing. She quickly spread her hands again. Antagonist, starting by overthrowing senior brother Saint Child. Cough, junior sister, you can take your time to find it. I'll go make some tea. Wei Yunzhen tactfully stood up, picked up the teapot, and went to make tea, leaving Mu Yao in private. When he returned, there was already an ancient book on the table, covered with intricate patterns of Dao runes. With a glance, Wei Yunzhen stood frozen in place. On the cover, 3 characters were written in a lively manner. Aura Examination Technique. The writing used was a set of Chinese characters that should not have appeared in this world of immortals and cultivation. After Wei Yunzhen transmigrated into this world, he spent a long time frantically reading ancient books to increase his understanding of this world. After conducting extensive research, his evaluation of this world is as follows. With the core of cultivating immortality, there are multiple ways of cultivation coexisting, perfectly avoiding the development of technology while emphasizing spiritual and cultural construction. In terms of living environment, it is indeed highly similar to ancient China, but it has also created its own writing system. The appearance of this book, aura examination technique, has left Wei Yunzheng with strong doubts in his mind. Could it be that there is more than one transmigrator in this world? Or is there a connection between the cultivation world and the previous world? Suppressing his curiosity, Wei Yunzheng opened this book. The beginning of the book reads: "The cultivator, following the will of heaven, goes against the natural order. However, people are born with varying degrees of luck, some are born with abundant luck, while others have shallow blessings." After roughly browsing through it, Wei Yunzheng has a clear impression of the content inside. This is a type of auxiliary immortal technique. Its function is to discern who is a child of luck, and besides that, it has no other effects, and it can't even detect the luck of ordinary people. So, it is unnecessary. It cannot improve cultivation, nor can it be used as an attack method. It can't even be used to pretend to be a blind fortune teller on the street. On second thought, a child of luck, isn't that the protagonist in novels? If I can identify the protagonist in advance and establish a good relationship with them, won't I have a big backing in the future? When the time comes, with a wave of my arm, the protagonist will come to assist me. Then, won't I be able to walk sideways in this cultivation world? Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Wei Yunzhen's face. "Senior brother, did you gain something?" Mu Yao looked at her senior brother's changing expressions and asked softly. After obtaining this book, she had no clue at all. She didn't expect her senior brother to be able to see through the essence of it at first glance. Is this the difference between me and my senior brother? Naturally, I did. Junior sister, please wait a moment. Let me organize the path of cultivation in the later part and then explain it to you. Okay. Wei Yunzhen briefly summarized the content in front and turned to the main text at the back. Just as he glanced at it, a buzzing sound immediately rang in his mind. Boom! Wei Yunzhen felt as if the world was spinning, and his soul seemed to be projecting like an astral projection. At the same time, there was a slight tingling sensation, as if something was drilling into his mind. The outside world. Mu Yao's figure floated and moved a few steps in an instant, looking at Wei Yunzhen in astonishment. The virtual image of the enlightenment tree slowly unfolded, with dragons and phoenixes circling among the branches. Radiant light spread out from Wei Yunzhen's body, instantly transforming into patterns and rhythms of divine runes, swirling in a regulated manner. In an instant, the yin and yang energy formed. Is senior brother having another enlightenment? Mu Yao's delicate almond eyes widened, feeling a strong shock. As a top genius, she had some understanding of enlightenment and had experienced this mysterious state once before. Enlightenment cannot be sought, only those with extraordinary comprehension or great wisdom can have the fortune to enter. Wei Yunzhen, who was in front of her, caused a phenomenon in the world as soon as he came out of seclusion. In less than a day, he entered the state of enlightenment again. This talent astonished Mu Yao, who was accustomed to seeing young talents. At this moment, the palace doors opened. Someone floated in. It was perfected being Sheng Su, followed by Zhou Chaochu with half of his face red. As the head of the sacred land and also the strongest in the sect, perfected being Sheng Su was particularly sensitive to the aura of the great Dao. In the moment when Wei Yunzhen's phenomenon unfolded, he sensed something. Zhou Chaochu was brought over by perfected being Sheng Su. From mid-air, he caught a glimpse of Zhou Chaochu's domineering behavior towards the disciples. He gave him a slap from a distance and brought him up. Ha ha ha, good, my disciple indeed has the potential of an immortal emperor. Perfected being Sheng Su laughed heartily. His disciple was truly outstanding. He just came out of seclusion and immediately had another enlightenment. It really made him proud. Deng deng deng. More people came in. They were the 3 hall masters, the formation hall master, the Pill Hall Master, and the Artifact Hall Master. The protective formation of the sect was created by the Formation Hall Master. He was well aware of any movement within the Extreme Emptiness sacred land and rushed over immediately. As for the other two Hall Masters, they were previously checking the revenue of the sacred land for this year, plus a fair distribution of profits. Perfected being Sheng Su took the lead, and the two of them immediately followed. Very good. Senior brother Sheng Su, you really have taken in a good disciple. He is stronger than my true disciples in the hall by more than a little bit. The Pill Hall Master looked at Wei Yunzheng with fiery eyes, wishing he could recruit him under his own sect. That's right, compared to your son who acts arrogantly in front of the disciples, he is also stronger by more than a little bit. With one sentence, perfected being Sheng Su made Zhou Chaochu feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The sharp gaze of the Pill Hall Master shot towards Zhou Chaochu, and he slapped him on the other half of his face, completing the symmetry. Now it looks more balanced. Mu Yao, greetings, Sect Master. Greetings, Senior Uncle Qing Chen, greetings, Master Uncle Yun Dan, greetings, Master Uncle Zhou Mo. They bowed in order, their etiquette impeccable. Perfected being Sheng Su glanced at Mu Yao fiercely, thinking that he had never seen her in this outfit before. Could it be that she wants to seduce my disciple? Turning his head to ponder for a moment, he furrowed his brow with a vigilant expression, sensing a crisis as if his own cabbage had caught the attention of a pig. Zhou Chaochu, covering his face, was dumbfounded. Huh? Senior sister Mu Yao didn't dress like this when she went up the mountain. Didn't Extreme Emptiness say that senior sister Mu Yao is known for her elegance and always dresses in white? What's going on? After scrutinizing her from head to toe, she looks really good. Before he could retract his gaze, the bowing ended, and Mu Yao, looking up, caught him in the act. Zhou Chaochu felt a sharper gaze attacking him than his own father's, and thinking of the previous deeds of this fairy, he felt a chill between his legs. Buzzing! Wei Yunzheng opened his eyes, and in his deep and ocean-like eyes, a little starlight disappeared in an instant, followed by the gradual dissipation of the anomaly behind him. The aura examination technique, he had inadvertently mastered it. Previously, he only felt that there was more information in his mind, and when he opened his eyes, he had already mastered this immortal technique. Strange. He had previously studied some immortal techniques, but he couldn't learn anything. Today was the first time he encountered this situation. Could it be that I have awakened? After making up his mind, Wei Yunzheng decided to go to the scripture pavilion later and choose a few techniques to see if he could achieve the same success as today. Ha ha ha, Yunzheng, you have once again surprised Master. Wei Yunzheng only then noticed that there were many more people in the hall. Senior brother often mentioned to me that Yunzheng has the potential to become an Immortal Emperor. I used to think that this evaluation was exaggerated, but now it seems that Yunzheng is worthy of this evaluation. The Hall Master of the Formation Hall spoke up. With Yunzhen's talent, after becoming a saint child, he will definitely lead the younger generation of Extreme Emptiness to a higher peak. The Hall Master of the Artifact Hall also commented. You useless thing, learn more from your senior brother in the future, even if you can absorb some immortal energy. The Hall Master of the Pill Hall pulled Zhou Chaochu over and said unkindly. Zhou Chaochu, afraid of being beaten again, immediately nodded timidly, I will. At this moment, Wei Yunzheng suddenly remembered his desire to refine pills and began, Master Uncle Yun Dan, in the near future, I want to study the art of pill refining. Can Master Uncle please provide me with some pill formulas? The Hall Master of the Pill Hall waved his hand, of course, you can leave this matter to Jojo. If you need anything, let him go directly to my pill refining room to get it. Thank you, Master Uncle, Wei Yunzheng bowed. He had originally planned to let Zhou Chaochu find some pill formulas, and now that he saw Master Uncle Yun Dan, he mentioned it casually. All right. Perfected being Sheng Su spoke up, Yunzheng has just finished his enlightenment, and he must have gained something. Let's not disturb him, let him seize the opportunity and comprehend further. Jojo. Here. Tomorrow, bring the Saint Child's attire to Yunzheng and inform him of the relevant procedures for his appointment as Saint Child. Yes. Then everyone was about to leave. Wei Yunzhen had a sudden realization and remembered to return Mu Yao's divine source gift, but found that the case was empty and the book was nowhere to be found. Sister, where is your book? Mu Yao, who was about to leave the hall, stopped and turned around, saying, when senior brother had his enlightenment, the book suddenly disappeared into thin air. If senior brother wants to teach me, we can find another time. She also wanted to stay a little longer, but the sect master, perfected being, had already spoken, so she could only leave now. I will come to find you in the future. Okay. Mu Yao smiled lightly, her face resembling the warm sun in early spring, and then she left. That night, news of Wei Yunzhen's enlightenment spread throughout Extreme Emptiness. The news of his appointment as Saint Child at the sect's General Assembly was also confirmed. Big news! Vast Righteousness Peak disciple Zhou Chaochu has publicly admitted that Wei Yunzhen will be appointed as Saint Child at the sect's General Assembly. Wei Yunzhen just triggered an anomaly and entered enlightenment again. His talent is truly despair-inducing. What you guys know is nothing. I have even more explosive insider information. Tell us quickly. I heard that senior sister Mu Yao has secretly given her heart to senior brother Yunzhen. Not only did she visit him immediately after he came out of seclusion, but she also dressed provocatively. What? I don't believe that an ice-cold beauty like her could do such a thing. Many male disciples wailed. That night, the news of Wei Yunzhen's appointment as Saint Child spread throughout the entire Central State. People from all over Central State were discussing and trying to find out who Wei Yunzhen really was. At the same time, in the secluded area of Vast Righteousness Peak's back mountain, where few people ventured, Zhou Chaochu was tied up with ropes all over his body and thrown on the ground. In front of him was Mu Yao in white clothes. She had arrived a little later and had just heard Zhou Chaochu boasting about what he had seen and heard today to his subordinates. He was ecstatic. He even revealed the fact that she had specially changed her clothes, which made Mu Yao, who was already thin-skinned, unable to bear it. She immediately tied up Zhou Chaochu and was about to teach him a lesson. The disciples scattered like birds and beasts, completely ignoring their boss's plea for help. That night, Zhou Chaochu's screams echoed throughout Extreme Emptiness. Strangely, the sect master, who usually disliked noise, turned a blind eye to it. It seemed that he tacitly approved of this action. The main hall of Extreme Emptiness Palace is the conference hall, and among the many side halls, there is one that serves as Wei Yunzhen's residence. In the early morning, Wei Yunzhen walked out of Extreme Emptiness Palace, greeted by the morning light. He stretched lazily and saw Zhou Chaochu curled up at the door. Zhou Chaochu's clothes were wrinkled and covered in dirt. His face was bruised and swollen, and his ugly face, which could neither cry nor laugh, looked like a monkey rolling in the mud all night. Junior brother, junior brother. Wei Yunzhen approached and pushed Zhou Chaochu, who seemed to still be sleeping in a curled-up position. Zhou Chaochu opened his eyes in a daze. The first thing that caught his eye was a stunning face. The morning light fell on Wei Yunzhen, creating a warm tone that contrasted sharply with his cold and handsome face, giving off an indescribable ethereal feeling. In the backlight, Zhou Chaochu suspected that he had encountered a merciful god. Thud. Wei Yunzhen gave Zhou Chaochu a tap on the head. Junior brother, junior brother. He thought Zhou Chaochu had been hit and was still staring blankly with his eyes open, not saying a word or even moving his eyes. A tap on the head to stimulate the brain. Oh! Zhou Chaochu snapped back to reality and stood up with Wei Yunzhen's support. Senior brother, I was beaten badly. You have to help me. Who beat you? Wei Yunzhen asked. It was senior sister Mu Yao. Zhou Chaochu said angrily, Senior brother, I observed that senior sister Mu Yao has deep feelings for you. She found out that I had noticed her feelings for you, so she beat me up last night. Are you sure it's not because you said something inappropriate? Wei Yunzhen knew his junior brother well. He had often gotten into trouble before because of his loose tongue. Zhou Chaochu immediately denied, how could I say something inappropriate? Others may not know, but don't you know, senior brother, that I, Zhou Chaochu, am known for keeping my mouth shut and never speaking out of turn. Wei Yunzhen fell silent and carefully examined Zhou Chaochu from head to toe, but couldn't see any signs of shame. His gaze didn't even flinch. "Junior brother, what about the clothes that master instructed you to bring me?" "Oh, Zhou Chaochu scratched his head. He hadn't gone to get the clothes yet. Last night, he hid near the entrance of the main hall to avoid being chased by Mu Yao. Mu Yao must have been afraid of disturbing Wei Yunzheng, so she turned a blind eye and returned to Jade Maiden Peak. "Senior brother, I'll go get them now and come back to find you later." "Okay." Wei Yunzheng nodded and thought of his alchemy plan. "Junior brother, there's one more thing. Please go to Master Uncle Yun Dan's place and get some pill formulas for me." "Okay, senior brother, rest assured. My father's pill room has many precious pill formulas. I will definitely get them for you." "With your words, senior brother can rest assured," Wei Yunzhen said with satisfaction, patting Zhou Chaochu's shoulder to encourage him. "Senior brother, there's one more thing I need your help with." "Oh? You can tell me." "Junior brother is in pain all over now. I need to go to the medicine hall to get a number and ask the brothers there to use their healing techniques to restore my mobility." Zhou Chaochu was currently unable to move properly, limping as he walked, and his true qi had been scattered by the beating, let alone flying on a sword. He wanted Wei Yunzhen to fly him to the medicine hall on his sword. "I see." Wei Yunzhen squinted his eyes and, realizing that he couldn't fly on a sword yet, said, "Junior brother, rest assured. Although we are senior and junior brothers, our relationship is like that of father and son. Even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs, so how could I ignore you?" Zhou Chaochu scratched his head, feeling that something was off about this statement. "Junior brother, there are unused scrolls under the table in the hall. You can use them as crutches. Also, here are 2 spirit stones. You can use them to pay for the number at the medicine hall. I'll cover the cost. As for the fee for the healing technique, I believe junior brother can afford it." Zhou Chaochu was dumbfounded. He didn't want to hobble down the mountain with crutches. Moreover, the 2 spirit stones for the number were not a problem for him. The real expense was the cost of the healing technique. Just as he was about to speak up and ask senior brother to fly him down the mountain, Wei Yunzhen covered his mouth. "Junior brother, don't say anything. Rest assured, if master finds out that you used the scrolls as crutches without permission. If master blames you, I will take the blame for you." After saying that, Wei Yunzhen left without looking back, leaving Zhou Chaochu alone in a state of confusion. The Hidden Dao Pavilion is located in the northwest corner of Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land and is a magnificent loft. It has 6 floors and is surrounded by carved dragons. In front of the door are white jade divine beasts holding scrolls in their mouths. As soon as Wei Yunzhen arrived, he attracted the attention of many disciples. Everyone had heard of the title of Saint Child, but they had never had a close encounter with him, only catching glimpses from afar, and some had never seen him at all. They all bowed to Wei Yunzhen. "We greet the Saint Child. We greet the Saint Child." If everyone calls Wei Yunzhen senior brother, it is naturally understandable. After all, it is common for disciples within the sect to address each other as senior brothers. But when they all shouted Saint Child in unison, it made Wei Yunzhen, who had not yet succeeded to the position, blush slightly. A large group of female disciples quickly gathered around him, and the number of people continued to rise. Even without any special signs, Wei Yunzhen stood there, appearing like a solitary figure, a white moon that stood out among the stars. He always caught people's attention at first glance. After exchanging a few polite words with everyone, Wei Yunzhen quickly entered the Hidden Dao Pavilion. This effectively prevented the scene from escalating into a fan airport-like situation from his previous life. Although many female disciples followed him into the Hidden Dao Pavilion, they did not dare to act recklessly inside, only wanting to steal a few glances at Wei Yunzhen. The Hidden Dao Pavilion had a total of 6 floors, each floor containing different Dao techniques and teachings. The floors were divided according to cultivation level. For example, the first floor only contained the most basic qi refining and foundation building techniques, and as one went higher, the level would gradually increase. However, only the heads of each hall and the sect leader, perfected beings, were allowed to enter the 6th floor. Even the chief disciples of each peak were not allowed to step in without permission. As soon as Wei Yunzheng entered, he went to the floor where the foundation building techniques were placed and began to look around aimlessly. As he flipped through the books, he was preparing to find a suitable technique to try and see if he had achieved enlightenment. This made the female disciples who were following Wei Yunzheng behind him full of doubt. Why is the saint child looking at foundation building techniques? Yeah, the content of foundation building techniques is shallow and has no meaningful reference. What's there to see? Don't talk nonsense. The saint child is a true genius. Geniuses are always different from ordinary people. He must have his own plans. That makes sense. I also think there is a deeper meaning inside. It's impossible for the saint child to only have the foundation building realm and come to browse the foundation building techniques. What if he does? A jealous male disciple whispered. If the saint child is only at the foundation building realm, this lady will immediately do a headstand and wash her hair. Although these discussions were whispered, they still reached Wei Yunzhen's ears in the quiet Dao Comprehension Pavilion. Unable to help the twitch at the corner of his eye, he glanced at the woman who had such confidence in him and suddenly wanted to go over and say, "I'm sorry for your trust, but I really only have the foundation building realm." Then he would smile and watch her do a headstand. At this moment, an elder spoke, his voice solemn and dignified, "Everyone in the hidden Dao Pavilion, please maintain silence and not disturb others' comprehension." Immediately, silence fell around. Wei Yunzheng followed the sound and saw an elder in a dark robe walking towards him, speaking. "Yunzheng, why are you still on the first floor of enlightenment? Why don't you go to the sixth floor this time?" There seemed to be a hint of anger in the words, but it was actually full of concern. This elder and Wei Yunzheng were considered old acquaintances. Before he went into seclusion, the elder had often come to the Daoist repository and had been the one to lead the way. Recalling the first time he came to the Daoist repository, he had ambitiously headed straight to the sixth floor, only to find that the Dao techniques stored there required at least the void refining realm, or even the body integration realm. After exploring each floor, he found that the first floor was still the most suitable for his own Dao techniques. "No, elderly, the Dao techniques on the first floor are actually the most suitable for me." Wei Yunzheng refused the invitation. He believed that this statement was already clear enough. It could make elderly guess his true cultivation level and dispel any thoughts of taking him to other floors. Wei Yunzheng was not afraid of his foundation building cultivation level being exposed. After all, when there was one lie, more lies were needed to cover it up. Besides, lies would eventually be exposed, so it was better to be open and not hide anything. After hearing Wei Yunzhen's answer, elderly remained silent for a long time, seemingly lost in thought. His eyes flickered several times, and he stepped forward, placing his hand on Wei Yunzhen's shoulder, staring at him with eyes that seemed to be looking at a rare treasure. Sighing with emotion, he said, "I heard from my senior brother that you have the potential to become an immortal emperor. Before, I thought my senior brother meant that you had excellent talent in the path of immortality. But now I realize I was wrong." After looking around, he continued eagerly. "Every era has its geniuses. I have been cultivating for thousands of years and have seen countless prodigies. They are all full of confidence, with exceptional talent that surpasses their peers. But none of them are like you." "Huh?" Wei Yunzheng didn't know what this old man was suddenly feeling emotional about, saying that none of the prodigies he had seen were as good as him. "Am I really that impressive with just a foundation building cultivation level?" Elderly continued, "You are different from those geniuses. They may have talent not inferior to yours, but they don't have your purity in cultivation and insight into the essence of cultivation. I have never seen anyone at your age who can dive into the rudimentary Dao techniques regardless of others' opinions. Nor have I seen anyone at your age who understands the simplicity of the great Dao, and comprehends the true meaning of cultivation from the most basic Dao techniques." Finally, elderly sighed deeply, his gaze seeming to penetrate through the attic and reach the sky, seeing the distant future. "Yunzhen, with you, extreme emptiness is fortunate." In a daze, it seemed as if he saw the future prosperity of extreme emptiness. Wei Yunzhen was stunned. "Ah, well. If you want to flatter me, I can only accept it calmly. After Wei Yunzhen swept through all the scriptures on the first floor of the Hidden Dao Pavilion, he returned to the Extreme Emptiness Hall with a lack of interest. He had originally planned to study and comprehend the Dao techniques in the Hidden Dao Pavilion, but Elder Li's sycophantic gaze and constant praise of extreme emptiness made it unbearable for him. He randomly picked 2 volumes of Dao techniques, made copies, and then escaped back. Flying Dragon Cloud Piercing Hand. I have a diamond finger. He glanced roughly at the contents and gained a preliminary understanding of these 2 Dao techniques. After practicing the former, one would possess unpredictable hand techniques and could take anything from an enemy within 10 steps as a means of coercion. Wait, what does coercion mean? In Wei Yunzhen's imagination, the Flying Dragon Cloud Piercing Hand should be a grappling technique suitable for close combat between low-level cultivators. He carefully flipped through the book, but there was nothing related to grappling. Instead, it emphasized the clarity and invisibility of the hand techniques, as well as the need for a calm mindset and a trained poker face. What the hell is this? Wei Yunzhen flipped through it several times until he caught sight of the name of the author on the last page, Mysterious Thief Perfected Being. Suddenly, he seemed to understand the purpose of the Flying Dragon Cloud Piercing Hand. Then he moved on to the next book. Compared to that, the content of I Have a Diamond Finger was much more serious. This Dao technique gave Wei Yunzhen the feeling of the 6 Meridians Divine Sword in the Cultivation World, where true Qi could be released with a snap of the fingers, transforming into finger shapes for long-range attacks. This is getting interesting, pointing and striking. Wei Yunzhen's heart grew hot, and he continued to flip through the book, carefully pondering and studying it before starting to try it out. According to the recorded method, he had to mobilize the true Qi in his body from the Danshan and then gather it at the fingertips along the veins of his arm. Then silently recite the required incantation. Success! Wei Yunzhen looked at his right hand with joy, his index finger and middle finger shining brightly with a golden light. After injecting more true Qi, the golden light gradually converged and solidified. When he looked again, both fingers seemed to have been cast from gold. So this is the diamond finger. His heart instantly grew hot, and then Wei Yunzhen made every effort to maintain the diamond finger, quickly running out of the Extreme Emptiness Hall and heading towards the back mountain. He planned to test the power of the diamond finger there, where there were no people around. But unexpectedly, he met several people coming out from the back mountain. Wei Yunzhen took a closer look and saw that the leader was Zhou Mo Perfected Being, the head of the artifact hall. Junior Yunzhen, are you here to test your technique in the back mountain? Zhou Mo Perfected Being asked first. He immediately noticed Wei Yunzhen's shining fingers and guessed the other party's purpose. Behind him, several disciples were using magic to carry a huge furnace mold, which was about 3 people tall and had burning flames inside. Tongues of fire spewed out from the furnace mouth, and the scorching high temperature raised the temperature of the surrounding air, causing visible distortion in space. Because of his fingers, Wei Yunzhen abandoned the idea of bowing and saluting, and said, "Senior, you have a keen eye. I was just about to test my technique in the back mountain." Then he asked, "May I know who you are?" "Haha, I always like to come to this quiet place in the back mountain to refine artifacts," Zhou Mo Perfected Being replied, pointing to the furnace behind him. "Today, I'm just testing a new furnace and taking the opportunity to instruct these unruly disciples of mine." "I see." Wei Yunzhen thought to himself and decided to test the power of the diamond finger technique. At the same time, he maintained the diamond finger stance, which required some mental effort. He repeatedly said, "Master Uncle, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." He turned around and was about to leave. "Junior Yunzhen, please stay. There's no need to go through the trouble of testing the technique in the mountains. You can do it here," said Master Uncle Zhou Mo. "Oh!" Wei Yunzhen stopped in his tracks and looked at Master Uncle Zhou Mo with suspicion. He saw Master Uncle Zhou Mo roll up his sleeve, and a majestic true Qi surged out like a violent wind. Immediately after, the disciple behind him, who was carrying a furnace, relaxed and took a few steps back. Clang! The furnace fell heavily to the ground, causing a small tremor in the surrounding area. "Nephew, This furnace is the latest law weapon I acquired. The furnace wall is about a foot thick and made entirely of 100-year-old mysterious iron. It can be said to be indestructible. Master Uncle Zhou Mo laughed and said, "It's perfect for you to test your technique." After pondering for a moment, Wei Yunzheng declined, saying, "Thank you, Master Uncle, for your kind offer. This furnace is so precious. If it were to be damaged during my test, it would not be worth it." Zhou Mo perfected being waved his hand with a smile and said, "It's all right. If I'm not mistaken, the technique you're testing is the foundation building Dao technique. You can tell." Wei Yunzheng was surprised. He. Master Uncle Zhou Mo understood his confusion and explained, "The true qi fluctuations of each realm are slightly different, and the foundation building true qi fluctuation is particularly gentle and smooth. The technique you're using with foundation building true qi is naturally a foundation building Dao technique." Not allowing Wei Yunzheng to refuse any longer, Master Uncle Zhou Mo gave him a reassuring statement, "Nephew, rest assured in your test. The foundation building Dao technique can't possibly cause any damage to this furnace." Since that was the case, and unable to refuse such a generous offer, Wei Yunzheng decided to use the furnace for his test. He stepped back several yards and locked his target on the blazing furnace mouth, preparing to shoot the diamond finger directly into the furnace later. The curious disciples around him gathered. "Is this the senior brother Wei who is about to become the saint child?" "Definitely. He has a dignified appearance and extraordinary bearing. Besides the saint child, who else could have such a noble appearance? But why would the saint child practice foundation building Dao techniques? That's not something we can speculate about. I'm sure the saint child has his reasons." The crowd discussed. "Master, does the technique the saint child is testing have any unique aspects?" Master Uncle Zhou Mo carefully observed Wei Yunzheng and seemed to have noticed something out of the ordinary. He raised an eyebrow, attracting the attention of the disciples. He said, "If nothing unexpected happens, the technique senior brother Yunzheng is studying is called the diamond finger." "Diamond finger?" A disciple spoke up, "I also studied this technique during the foundation building stage. Its power is average and can only be considered a lower-level foundation building Dao technique. Moreover, I remember that after learning it, only the fingertips would have a faint golden glow. Why do senior brother's fingers look like they're made of gold? That's what I find strange too." Master Uncle Zhou Mo furrowed his brow slightly, expressing his confusion, "I don't know why, but I can sense energy fluctuations from Yunzhen's fingertips that don't belong to the foundation building level, even though he is indeed using foundation building true qi. That's impossible. The same technique can have different levels of power when performed. Could it be that Dao techniques can vary from person to person?" The onlooking disciples were shocked as they delved deeper into their understanding, realizing that it contradicted their own perception of cultivation. Under normal circumstances, the display of Dao techniques is related to the strength of true qi within the body and the level of qi cultivation. For example, if two cultivators were to use the same technique, the power generated by using true qi at the foundation building level would undoubtedly be far inferior to using true qi at the gold core level. But if both were using the same level of foundation building cultivation and yet producing different levels of power with the same technique, it would be difficult to comprehend. "Wei senior brother, you cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Don't think too much, just observe carefully." Zhou Mo perfected being frowned and interrupted the discussions of the disciples around him. Not far away, Wei Yunzheng took a deep breath, already prepared. Releasing a Dao technique for the first time inevitably brought a small sense of excitement and anticipation. There was no time to waste, so he immediately directed the diamond finger towards the furnace mouth. Swoosh! A rapid flash of golden light shot out, leaving a distinct golden trail in the air. Straight into the furnace mouth. The speed was so fast that it even stirred up a whistling sound. The next second. Boom! Boom! A tremendous sound erupted within the heavy and majestic furnace, and inside the furnace, the raging flames completely boiled. At the same time, abnormal golden light appeared from within the surface of the furnace, as if it was about to explode. Not good. Zhou Mo perfected being acted quickly, seeing that the situation was not right. He raised a law treasure that turned into an energy shield, enveloping the entire furnace. Crack! Boom! 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 The furnace, which had endured Wei Yunzhen's diamond finger, exploded from the inside out, and the chaotic flames carried the true chi power of the diamond finger, rushing towards the surroundings. Golden light filled the sky. The earth shook. Fortunately, Zhou Mo perfected being used the law treasure to envelop the furnace, preventing the people around from being affected by the energy shock. Everyone stared in astonishment at everything that was happening. After the dust settled, the land where the furnace had been placed had disappeared, replaced by a bottomless pit. Gurgle. Wei Yunzhen swallowed his saliva, dumbfounded as he watched everything. He suddenly realized something. This world was too terrifying. Previously, he thought that his cultivation at the foundation building level was nothing special, not powerful at all. Now it seemed that he had been narrow-minded. Foundation building was not simple at all. The bombardment of a foundation building cultivator could easily rival that of an artillery battalion. If one were to reach a higher realm. Sigh. I dare not imagine. Behind me, including Zhou Mo perfected being, everyone was dumbfounded. Damn it! You're telling me this power is from foundation building Dao technique? And it's released using foundation building cultivation? Is this person even human? Their worldview was strongly shaken. At this moment, a shooting star streaked across the sky and fell in front of everyone. It was the furious perfected being Sheng Su. He was just about to draw different Dao companions with a brush when he was abruptly interrupted by the sound of an explosion. I was still considering whether to give the drawing clothes. Perfected being Sheng Su's face turned extremely ugly, his old face stretched out, and with just one glance, he noticed Zhou Mo perfected being who was in a state of shock. He cursed loudly, "You, Zhou Mo, take a look at your crappy refining skills. You're so old, and you still blow up the furnace. I'm embarrassed for you. You caused such a big commotion, disturbing how many disciples' enlightenment. Your behavior is despicable and unforgivable." Suddenly, Zhou Mo perfected being, who was being scolded, became instantly angry and retorted without showing weakness, "All right, you, Sheng Su, dare to say that to me. I am the Hall Master of the Artifact Hall, and I have made great contributions to the Dao Palace. Now you're criticizing me without any consideration for our past relationship. Today, I finally see your true face of being ungrateful." Perfected being Sheng Su sneered, "Hey! Just because you can earn some stinky spirit stones for extreme emptiness, you start acting high and mighty. As the sect master, I can't even say anything to you anymore. Here are your stinky spirit stones, I'll give them back to you now, and from now on, we're even." After speaking, he threw a spirit stone to Zhou Mo perfected being from a distance. Zhou Mo perfected being looked at the spirit stone in his hand, feeling speechless for a moment, unable to say anything in the face of the other party's shamelessness. Wei Yunzhen quickly came out to mediate. "Master, you misunderstood. It was the disciple who was testing a method in Master Uncle Zhou Mo's furnace, which caused the furnace to explode. The explosion has nothing to do with Master Uncle Zhou Mo." "Oh." Perfected being Sheng Su understood the cause and effect after a few seconds of silence, then glanced deeply at Zhou Mo perfected being. He thought to himself, "You really have a wooden head, not knowing to come out and explain earlier. It's your fault for this matter, you deserve to be misunderstood." He completely pushed all the blame onto Zhou Mo perfected being without distinguishing right from wrong. He spoke, "Ha ha ha, so it was Yunzhen testing a method. It seems like the method was very successful, and the power is quite good. I am deeply gratified and specially came to congratulate you. I have to say, my disciple indeed has the potential of an immortal emperor." Zhou Mo perfected being shouted in his heart. "Hypocrite! Zine! The mountain peak where the medicine hall is located can be considered the busiest place in the Extreme Emptiness sacred land in terms of daily foot traffic. It is inevitable for disciples from different halls and peaks to get injured during their sparring sessions. For general external injuries or difficult and miscellaneous illnesses, they often come to the medicine hall for treatment. If a situation similar to demonic possession or true qi disorder occurs, or even if one's life is in danger, they have to go to the pill hall to seek immortal pills to preserve their lives. Each hall and peak has its own strengths and focuses. They also have their own specialties. For example, the medicine hall has the immortal healing technique, while the pill hall has the life-preserving pill. The immortal healing technique is a unique Taoist technique exclusive to the disciples of the medicine hall. It is not passed down to outsiders and has remarkable effects on injuries that are not visibly severe. Often, the injured only need to undergo the immortal healing technique once to recover significantly, becoming lively and energetic within 3 days. For Zhou Chaochu, the good news is that the immortal healing technique perfectly meets his current needs, but the bad news is that it costs 500 spirit stones to perform it. It's painful. Zhou Chaochu reluctantly glanced at the spirit stones he was about to lose. Finally, he gritted his teeth and pushed them forward. Take a number, I want to make an appointment for the immortal healing technique. All right, senior brother, please wait a moment. I will notify you shortly. Zhou Chaochu nodded and limped towards the main hall, finding a place to settle down. Quietly waiting to be called. The surrounding voices were noisy, filled with groans of pain from those who endured the pain after being injured. Suddenly, the main hall became even more chaotic as a few people rushed into the medicine hall. Looking in the direction of the sound. These people were all dressed in sword hall attire, carrying swords on their backs, and each had an unconscious injured person with them, their expressions anxious. Counting them, there were about 6 people who had passed out, losing their ability to move. Their injuries seemed serious, but they were probably not in a life-threatening condition yet. Otherwise, the disciples of the Sword Hall would have rushed to the Pill Hall at this moment, seeking the life-preserving pill to give the injured a glimmer of hope. After a while, the injured were all guided into the medicine hall, with those with more severe injuries having priority for treatment. This aspect is quite humane. The most humane thing is that there is no need to pay the required spirit stones in advance, prioritizing the lives of the injured. If Wei Yunzheng were here, he would probably praise the person who established this rule as more humane than the hospitals he had seen in his previous life, where they only cared about money and not about life and death. After sending the injured inside, the remaining disciples of the Sword Hall breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the hall to wait. Fellow Daoist, what happened to you guys? Someone curiously asked. It's nothing, we just accidentally injured each other during our sparring sessions, a Sword Hall disciple replied. Did you guys see that among the unconscious disciples, there was actually senior brother Wang Li? Some disciples exclaimed in surprise. When Zhou Chaochu heard the name Wang Li, he immediately perked up. Wang Li is quite famous among the younger generation of Extreme Emptiness. He is exceptionally skilled in swordsmanship and many disciples believe that he will be the future leader of Sword Hall. It's hard to imagine that he would be injured to the point of unconsciousness during a sparring session. Not only Wang Li, but those 6 unconscious individuals are also not ordinary. They can be considered as the young elites of Sword Hall. The one speaking is a fat man with a kind and friendly face and a wide, round head. His own brother has joined Sword Hall, so he is quite familiar with the prodigies of Sword Hall. Yes, those 6 individuals were all prominent figures in our hall. A disciple of Sword Hall nodded, confirming the fat man's statement. How could they all be injured during a sparring session? It's truly unbelievable. The crowd discussed among themselves, unable to come up with a reason. In the end, they turned to the disciples of Sword Hall to inquire about the cause. The leading disciple of Sword Hall said, those injured seniors were all accidentally injured by our senior brother Xiang Wencheng during the sparring session. Xiang Wencheng? Why haven't we heard of him? Many people felt unfamiliar with this name. Xiang Wencheng is the personal disciple of the Hall Master of Sword Hall. He recently awakened the unparalleled sword body and emerged from seclusion, the fat man explained. The unparalleled sword body. The crowd was shocked. You mean the unparalleled sword body that is said to guarantee the path to becoming a sword immortal after awakening? That's right. A proud expression appeared on the face of the Sword Hall disciple. Then, he revealed some heavy news. Those injured and unconscious seniors were actually injured by Senior Xiang during their sparring sessions. Zhou Chaochu couldn't help but say, so you mean none of those 6 individuals are a match for Xiang Wencheng? The Sword Hall disciple shook his head. This once again aroused the curiosity of the crowd. What do you mean by that? What I mean is, even if those 6 senior brothers joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for Senior Xiang. Ah! Those who heard this were shocked. Those unconscious individuals were not the kind of people who could be easily defeated. How could they all be beaten like this when they joined forces? It was simply inconceivable. Xiang Wencheng is actually this strong. The crowd couldn't help but sigh. The Sword Hall disciple said with admiration on his face, Senior Xiang Wencheng's swordsmanship has far surpassed his peers. It's not something ordinary people can comprehend. Combined with the power of the unparalleled sword body, Senior Xiang Wencheng will undoubtedly become a sword immortal and overshadow the entire Extreme Emptiness. As he spoke, a fanatical obsession even appeared in his eyes. No one around refuted, but instead exchanged whispers of astonishment. As they indulged in gossip, the pain from their injuries seemed less intense. Only Zhou Chaochu, upon hearing the disciple of Sword Hall speak, sneered and slammed the table. Mockingly, he said, covering the entire Extreme Emptiness? Are you not afraid of being laughed at? His words silenced the room. Everyone's gaze converged on Zhou Chaochu, especially the disciples of Sword Hall, whose eyes suddenly became sharp. What do you mean by that? What do I mean? Zhou Chaochu looked around calmly, fearlessly meeting the gaze of the Sword Hall disciples. He spoke, I've heard you boast about your Hall Master's personal teachings for a long time. I didn't want to bother, but you dare to say that he can overshadow the entire Extreme Emptiness. This statement is too absurd. Where does that leave my senior brother? Zhou Chaochu had heard people talk about how powerful Xiang Wencheng was, claiming to be invincible in swordsmanship. He spat, feeling 1,000 grievances in his heart. Since the first time he saw his senior brother, he knew that his senior brother was truly invincible. He had also proclaimed to the outside world many times, among the younger generation of Extreme Emptiness, no one is a match for my senior brother. No one had ever refuted his statement before, nor had anyone been able to list anyone in the younger generation of Extreme Emptiness who could surpass Wei Yunzheng. But this situation changed not long ago, after Xiang Wencheng emerged from seclusion. Since that day, some people gradually began to question Xiang Wencheng's unparalleled sword body, believing that he was stronger than Wei Yunzheng. Even though there were few people who held this view, it was still unbearable for Zhou Chaochu, as if his long-held beliefs were being questioned by others. Not long ago, Zhou Chaochu had openly declared that Xiang Wencheng's swordsmanship was no match for Wei Yunzheng. Unexpectedly, today he found himself needing to stand up and defend the dignity of his senior brother once again. Ha! I will raise the banner for my senior brother and see who dares to oppose him. Enemies surround us from all sides, but my senior brother is invincible. At this moment, Zhou Chaochu's inner drama was rich and colorful, and he felt like he was about to ignite. But let's get back to the point. The disciples of Sword Hall carefully examined Zhou Chaochu and asked, I see that you have a mischievous look. You must be Zhou Chaochu from Vast Righteousness Peak. Zhou Chaochu was infuriated by these words, and his eyebrows flew up in anger. The senior brother you mentioned, is it Wei Yunzheng, the Saint Child? Yes. I admit that Wei Saint Child is the most divine-looking person I have ever seen, and the most talented and extraordinary. But my senior brother, Xiang Wencheng, is not necessarily inferior to Wei Saint Child. Zhou Chaochu, you are not a swordsman, so you cannot comprehend the greatness of my senior brother in swordsmanship, nor can you possibly know how far he has reached. Otherwise, you wouldn't dare to boast here. Nor would you have such confidence in defeating Wei Saint Child. He. Zhou Chaochu responded with these 2 words. He wanted to argue a few words. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by the call of a disciple from the distant medicine hall, summoning him to receive treatment with the immortal healing technique. Before leaving, he angrily threw a sentence at the disciples of Sword Hall. I'll say it once, Xiang Wencheng, who you are so proud of, is nothing in the eyes of my senior brother. To fight against my senior brother would only bring humiliation upon yourself. After saying that, he turned his head and left in a huff. Soon, the debate between Zhou Chaochu and the disciples of Sword Hall and the Medicine Hall spread throughout Extreme Emptiness. Everyone knew that Sword Hall had Xiang Wencheng, who possessed an unparalleled sword body, and had defeated 6 top experts of Sword Hall. He wanted to challenge Wei Yunzheng and prove his strength. Immediately after, Sword Hall's Xiang Wencheng, upon hearing Zhou Chaochu's words, stood at the peak of Sword Peak and transmitted his voice throughout Extreme Emptiness. He announced that he would challenge Wei Yunzheng at the sect's grand meeting. His voice was like thunder. Extreme Emptiness was completely shaken. The consequence was that it disturbed perfected being Sheng Su, who punished him with 3 days of facing the wall. At this moment, Wei Yunzheng, who had returned to the Extreme Emptiness Hall, was flipping through the book Flying Dragon Cloud Piercing Hand. After fully mastering the diamond finger, he decided to try studying another Dao technique. After all, having multiple skills would not burden him, especially in this world of immortals and chivalry, where one couldn't rely solely on appearance to dominate. Suddenly, upon hearing Xiang Wencheng's transmission, he was shocked and didn't know what to do. What the hell? Why is someone suddenly cueing me? And announcing in front of everyone that they will challenge me? Wei Yunzheng seriously suspected that something unknown had happened behind the scenes. Perhaps there were conspirators using his name to sow discord and provoke Xiang Wencheng. At the same time, Zhou Chaochu, the instigator, arrived at his father's pill room. The most important pill formulas and books related to alchemy in Extreme Emptiness were all stored here. The pill room was strictly guarded, and even Yun Dan perfected being didn't allow his son to step in, so Zhou Chaochu had no idea where to find the pill formulas. He vaguely remembered that his father had mentioned 2 bookcases before. After searching for a while, Zhou Chaochu finally found his target. Looking at the bookcases filled with pill formulas and books on both sides, Zhou Chaochu pondered for a moment and thought it would be enough to randomly pick a few. If he needed more later, he could come back again. So he selected a few books from the bookcase on the left and set off to help Wei Yunzheng get the attire he needed for the sect's grand meeting. He completely missed the label on the side of the bookcase on the left. Twisted and evil pill formulas, prohibited from reading, were the 8 characters written on it. Senior brother, these are the things you wanted. After a busy day, Zhou Chaochu returned to the Extreme Emptiness Hall in the evening. He held various objects in his arms. Wei Yunzheng glanced at them and saw a set of lightly patterned clothes, a scroll of jade, and the rest were books. Senior brother, I have already obtained the prescription from my father's alchemy room. Considering that senior brother is probably encountering alchemy for the first time, I also took the liberty of fetching several books about alchemy knowledge for you. Also, I have made arrangements. Disciples will soon deliver the alchemy furnace. As for the required medicinal materials, senior brother can arrange for them when the time comes. Zhou Chaochu truthfully explained his preparations, including his intention to gain recognition. Wei Yunzheng nodded in satisfaction, suddenly feeling that his junior brother's thoughts were quite delicate and considerate. Recalling that he had only given his junior brother 2 spirit stones in the morning, he felt a slight sense of guilt. I treated him harshly, but he responded with kindness. I really am not a good person. I should have given him 3 spirit stones. Well, good, put these things down. Wei Yunzheng smiled kindly, preparing to offer Zhou Chaochu a cup of tea before seeing him off. He casually asked, by the way, junior brother, do you know Xiang Wencheng? He suddenly remembered that Xiang Wencheng had transmitted his voice throughout the entire Extreme Emptiness today and wanted to find out the inside story, but ended up being openly mentioned by the other party. Of course I know Xiang Wencheng. Zhou Chaochu became excited as soon as he heard the name. He immediately said, Senior brother, recently those disciples from Sword Hall have been too arrogant because of Xiang Wencheng, who possesses the awakened heavenly sword body. He dares to openly challenge Senior brother's authority. With a pained expression, he said, Senior brother, I believe you can no longer remain low-key. You must establish your authority at the sect assembly by defeating Xiang Wencheng. Wei Yunzheng looked at Zhou Chaochu, who was even more excited than him, and fell into silence for a moment. Carefully, he asked, what realm has Xiang Wencheng reached? Zhou Chaochu paused, raised his chin, and carefully pondered for a moment before answering. He should have reached the soul formation realm. Just a soul formation, I think senior brother only needs to use 3 moves. 1 move to shatter his confidence, 1 move to trample on his self-esteem, and the final move to conquer the hearts of all the female disciples present. Yes, yes, yes. You're absolutely right. Wei Yunzheng couldn't help but think that this junior's ideas were quite unique. He silently calculated. Foundation building versus soul formation. Our side has no chance of survival, the opponent has 100% chance of winning. Damn it, we can only rely on strategy, not brute force. 2 options. Either seek help from junior sister and ask her to take action. The advantage is that we can watch the show from the sidelines and just cheer for junior sister. The disadvantage is that I may have to sacrifice my innocence for 18 years. As a beautiful and handsome man, if I casually give myself away like this, how can I face others in the future? Pass. The second option is to cling to senior master's thigh and have him punish Xiang Wencheng by making him face the wall for 3 years, thus avoiding the fate of my own demise. This is a good move. Without having to pay any unacceptable price, at most, I just need to flatter perfected being Sheng Su a little and come up with a suitable punishment for Xiang Wencheng. The more Wei Yunzhen thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. On the other side, Zhou Chaochu saw Wei Yunzhen remain silent for a while, his eyes turning a few times. It seemed that he was contemplating something. Could it be that senior brother is reconsidering whether Xiang Wencheng is worth his intervention? Senior brother is so low-key that he probably can't be bothered with Xiang Wencheng. This won't do. Senior brother must take action to suppress all strong enemies and establish his authority. This way, I, Zhou Chaochu, can also benefit from his reputation. He repeatedly advised, Senior brother, the sect assembly is crucial for you. Please don't remain low-key. We all have great expectations for you. We. Wei Yunzhen seized onto these 2 keywords. Yes. Zhou Chaochu nodded and said, not just me, our senior master also hopes that senior brother will make a move at the sect assembly and gain great fame. Wei Yunzhen suddenly felt that things were becoming complicated and hurriedly asked, how do you know what master meant? It's not just me who knows what master meant, all the disciples of Extreme Emptiness know, replied Zhou Chaochu. Before master punished Xiang Wencheng to face the wall, he said this. Zhou Chaochu stood up abruptly, with his hands behind his back, trying to recreate the scene he imagined in his mind. As an Immortal Emperor disciple, with just your unparalleled sword body, do you dare to compete with my disciple for supremacy? On the day of the sect's grand meeting, you will see the difference between you and my disciple. After saying this, Zhou Chaochu sat down dejectedly, returning from his position as the enigmatic sect leader to that of a disciple. He added, Master's words were spread by the Sword Hall disciples who were present at the time. I'm afraid the whole Extreme Emptiness knows about this and is waiting to see the display of senior brother's power. Wei Yunzhen was stunned. Like master, like disciple. Where does your confidence in me come from? Is it because of this face? Haven't you heard that a silver spear with a wax head is useless? That's exactly the kind of person I am. Suddenly, I feel like swearing. Afterwards, Zhou Chaochu said a lot, mostly about how to defeat Xiang Wencheng with a few moves and the general flow of the sect's grand meeting. In short, Wei Yunzhen didn't hear a single word. In a daze, he saw himself being chopped into minced meat by a sword. This is too terrifying. The panic only subsided after Zhou Chaochu left the hall for half an hour. Wei Yunzhen began to contemplate a strategy again. Where there's a will, there's a way. When the boat reaches the bridgehead, it will go straight. What's wrong with sacrificing my body? This era is so accommodating, can't I make reasonable use of my looks? Go. Find Mu Yao, my little sister. First, admit that I was too young to reject her kindness. After experiencing the hardships of society, I realized that having a woman to rely on is good. Then, should I bow down to Mu Yao? Or tear off my clothes and say, come on, beast? There's no need for that. I can be a bit reserved. If Mu Yao wants to take the initiative, I can reluctantly give in. He sighed deeply. In fact, when Wei Yunzhen rejected Mu Yao's proposal to deal with Xiang Wencheng before, his thoughts were simple. At worst, he would just say a few polite words, like not wanting to harm fellow disciples, and that he didn't want to be the saint child. Or he could say that the fellow Daoist's swordsmanship is unparalleled, and he admits defeat, and then directly give up the position of saint child. At that time, he didn't feel a particular sense of crisis about Xiang Wencheng challenging him. He even thought it might be an opportunity for him to give up the position of saint child. But now he couldn't afford to be careless. The situation has escalated, and Xiang Wencheng has clearly been provoked, openly challenging him with a determination to not stop until a winner is decided. It's probably not enough to just say polite words. He needs to show his strength. Moreover, this challenge is known throughout Extreme Emptiness. Even if he unilaterally admits defeat, Xiang Wencheng won't agree, and it's unlikely that anyone in Extreme Emptiness would agree either. But if they really have to fight, with Xiang Wencheng's soul formation cultivation, he wouldn't even have a chance to say he surrenders before being pierced through like a sieve. Junior sister! Save me! Wei Yunzhen screamed in his heart, quickly tidying himself up, striving to present his best state. To offer Mu Yao, his junior sister, the most beautiful knight. For survival. To save face. Wei Yunzhen comforted himself one last time and quickly headed towards Jade Maiden Peak. On the mountain road of Jade Maiden Peak, several female disciples, after finishing their day of cultivation, descended the mountain together. Some were preparing to rest, while others wanted to play and have fun. They joked and frolicked, their voices sounding like the clear chirping of birds in the forest. But soon, all the voices disappeared, their legs frozen in place, unable to move, staring straight ahead. Wei Yunzhen, covered in sweat, walked forward and asked, "Excuse me, where does Mu Yao, junior sister Mu, live?" No one responded, they just stared at him intently. After a while, someone finally reacted. She spoke, "I'm called Kui Kui, from the Spring Water Dynasty, 28 years old, without a partner." What the heck? Seeing that the other person didn't answer the question, Wei Yunzhen asked again. "I can fulfill all those positions for you. What kind of vulgar words are these?" Wei Yunzhen was speechless. Then, Kui Kui blushed and smiled shyly, her eyes seemingly hiding a pool of spring water. "Child, the child's name will be decided by the husband." At this moment, someone next to them couldn't bear it anymore and pulled Kui Kui behind them. Then they pointed Wei Yunzhen in the direction of Mu Yao. Wei Yunzhen thanked them repeatedly and quickly left. It took a while for the female disciples to come back to their senses. Ah! That man just now was so handsome, too handsome to be a perfected being. I've never seen such a good-looking man before, I feel like he's my true destined one. Nonsense, I observed the stars last night and calculated that the red phoenix star moved today, indicating that I will meet my future partner, it must be him." Kui Kui shouted, "How dare you all snatch my husband!" At this point, the woman who had informed Wei Yunzhen of the direction spoke up. All right, stop making a fuss, calm down. He's looking for senior sister Mu Yao. And, can't you guess who he is?" "Who is it, senior sister?" "Shh, if I say it like this, I think I know who it is. Why would the saint child come to find senior sister Mu Yao late at night? Could the rumors from outside be true?" "His. Don't think too much, let alone whether the rumors are true or not, at this time, it's easy to make mistakes." Hey, why isn't Kui Kui saying anything?" Kui Kui indicated that she wanted to be left alone. The women discussed for a long time, their hearts pounding, their gossiping hearts burning like fire. But Kui Kui's eyes were filled with tears, her own husband was gone just like that. She looked around at the women beside her, their eyebrows dancing with excitement over the gossip. Her heart could only sigh. "You're laughing, but it's me who's going crazy. How about we secretly go and take a look, maybe something explosive will happen." Okay. Then all the women turned around and ran back to Jade Maiden Peak. After a stick of incense, Wei Yunzhen finally found Mu Yao's residence, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and resolved to learn how to fly on a sword in the future. After a brief tidying up of his appearance, a smile formed on his face. When he saw Miss Mu Yao, Wei Yunzhen's heart skipped a beat. Mu Yao was wearing a bright red short skirt, as if she had just finished bathing, with a few sparkling droplets still clinging to the tips of her hair, falling onto her slender and sharp shoulders. Her long and straight thighs were exposed in the air, blooming in Wei Yunzhen's line of sight. The snow-white color, set off by the bright red clothes, had an extremely strong visual impact. Her exquisite face was tinged with a blush, as if it had been soaked in the evening glow all night. Jade Maiden Peak was usually devoid of men, let alone anyone daring to enter her boudoir to find her. Mu Yao thought it was her junior sister from the same sect and opened the door without any precautions. Little did she know, it was Wei Yunzhen. She visibly panicked, her charming expression turning into shyness. She lowered her head and fidgeted for a moment, feeling her cheeks heat up. Why would senior brother Yunzhen come in the middle of the night? What should she do? He saw me in disarray. Should I hold him responsible? The book says that men are all bad. If senior brother has evil intentions, would it make me seem too casual if I don't resist? Oh my! So conflicted. Covering her face, she fled for a moment like a bird, and when she returned, she was wearing a snow-white robe, still unable to hide her graceful figure. Wei Yunzhen considered himself a righteous gentleman who vowed never to associate with gambling and drugs, but he was currently attracted to the stunning Mu Yao. Actually, he didn't dislike Mu Yao. It was just that he couldn't control himself because his appearance had been mythologized by the outside world. If Mu Yao realized that he was just a small foundation-building cultivator and not the peerless genius she imagined, he didn't know if she could accept such a huge gap. If it weren't a matter of life and death, he wouldn't want to have much involvement with Mu Yao. At this moment, the true nature of a man showed itself, and Wei Yunzhen couldn't help but size up Mu Yao. Suddenly, Wei Yunzhen entered a mysterious state, with golden runes flowing in his eyes, and Mu Yao's appearance also changed at this moment. A purple invisible aura emerged from her body. It symbolized having great luck. This is. Wei Yunzhen quickly figured out the reason for this change in a short period of time. This is the manifestation of the aura examination technique, which can determine who possesses great luck. Unexpectedly, Mu Yao is the one with great luck, which means she is likely the legendary chosen one. This is truly a stroke of luck. Wei Yunzhen was overjoyed. With the luck of the chosen one by his side, Xiang Wenqing was nothing to worry about. His gaze towards Mu Yao also changed. The more he looked, the more he liked her. How come I didn't notice how charming she was before I realized she was the chosen one? Men, well, youth only lasts for a few years. What's wrong with being a little realistic? Mu Yao, who was observant, also noticed the change in Wei Yunzhen's gaze, and her heart trembled a few times. Senior brother's gaze is so charming. According to what the book says, the next step is probably going to be a wall slam. What should I do? Waiting online, quite anxious. After a romantic moment, Mu Yao decided to break the deadlock by speaking first. After a brief thought, she found a reason and said, "Senior brother, did you come here late at night to teach me immortal techniques?" Wei Yunzhen then remembered this and repeatedly affirmed it. In his mind, he calculated that it wasn't urgent to deal with Xiang Wenqing's matter. It would be better to teach the immortal techniques first and further gain his junior sister's favor. After that, everything could be discussed. He casually mentioned how he had been troubled by Xiang Wenqing's challenge. By then, Mu Yao would probably take the initiative to volunteer, and after he declined a bit, everything would fall into place. Taking advantage of the situation is the way to go. This is the best strategy, striving to become the tiger of the Immortal Cultivation World's major case team. As for the worst strategy, that would be to bow down and beg, kneeling and asking Mu Yao to accept him into her harem. Actually, he had some reservations before. After all, as a man, he couldn't stay under a woman's skirt for too long while living in the world. But now, Mu Yao is not only the chosen one with great luck, but also astonishingly beautiful, so his reservations melted away like ice and snow. Without much small talk, the two sat down and got to the point. Wei Yunzhen began teaching the aura examination technique. But soon, he was dumbfounded. Wei Yunzhen found that no matter how he tried to recall, he couldn't describe the content of the aura examination technique. His mind was empty, as if he had some clues but couldn't grasp them. This was embarrassing. After a while of silence, Mu Yao gently opened her mouth and asked, "Senior brother, do you think there is something inappropriate about transmitting the technique here?" Wei Yunzhen shook his head and explained with a bitter smile, "Junior sister, for some reason, I can't remember that technique at all." Mu Yao silently looked at him without saying a word. "Junior sister, please believe me, I have no intention of hiding anything. This technique was obtained by junior sister, and my ability to learn it is also related to junior sister. Senior brother is not the kind of person who takes advantage of others. It's just that, for some reason, my mind is empty and I can't remember the content." Wei Yunzhen kept explaining. He wanted to gain the other person's trust. Seeing his anxious expression, Mu Yao burst into laughter, like a blooming snow lotus. With a smile, she said, "Senior brother, don't overthink it. Junior sister doesn't suspect you of hiding anything. Junior sister has heard of some mysterious techniques that can only be learned by one person and cannot be passed on to others. I suppose this is the case with the technique senior brother learned. Senior brother, rest assured, junior sister won't mind." Wei Yunzhen stared at her beautiful face and breathed a sigh of relief. It wouldn't be right to talk about this matter. He learned the aura examination technique from someone else's divine source blessing treasure, but he couldn't teach it back. Fortunately, junior sister was obsessed with her own appearance and couldn't extricate herself from it. If it were someone else, they would probably be hostile. He had obtained a great opportunity at the risk of his life, and giving it all to someone else would make anyone uncomfortable. The technique cannot be taught, and I feel guilty in my heart. Junior sister, you can make another request, and I will fulfill it, Wei Yunzhen said earnestly. He had to compensate in some way. Upon hearing this, Mu Yao's smile grew even brighter. She glanced up and down at Wei Yunzhen, and the meaning in her eyes was self-evident. Wei Yunzhen was instantly startled. Was it coming so soon? At least there should be some emotional preparation. The next moment, Mu Yao said, "Senior brother, since you obtained the technique from me, why don't you teach me a Daoist technique? That would be fair." Wei Yunzhen felt relieved, thinking that he had misunderstood Mu Yao before. But then he realized that he had only learned 2 Daoist techniques, both from the foundation building level, and Mu Yao probably wouldn't be interested. "Junior sister, the Daoist techniques I know are not remarkable, so you probably don't need to learn them," Wei Yunzhen said. Upon hearing this, Mu Yao's expression immediately became aggrieved, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, and she felt disappointed inside. Senior brother's strength was extraordinary, and he had an exceptional charm. Saying that the Daoist techniques were not remarkable was clearly an excuse. It was obvious that he didn't want to teach me. Is there something wrong with me? She calmly expressed her thoughts. If senior brother doesn't want to teach, then junior sister won't learn. Why use the excuse that the techniques are not remarkable to deceive me? Wei Yunzhen spoke up, "Junior sister, please don't misunderstand. Senior brother's words are all true." Mu Yao pretended to be sad and turned her head to look into the corner. This made Wei Yunzhen anxious. He hadn't even revealed his purpose for coming here, and he had already upset the girl. What should he do? "Junior sister, how can I make you believe me? Senior brother, why don't you demonstrate the Daoist technique that you claim is not remarkable? If it's true, junior sister won't make things difficult for you. But please don't hide anything," Mu Yao suggested without making things difficult for Wei Yunzhen. Without hesitation, Wei Yunzhen nodded in agreement. After thinking for a moment, the diamond finger was not suitable for display indoors, so he could only demonstrate the flying dragon cloud-piercing hand. Besides, this Daoist technique was probably used for theft and had no real power. Mu Yao probably wouldn't be interested after taking a glance. "Junior sister, please witness senior brother's incompetence." After saying that, Wei Yunzhen mobilized his true qi in his right hand, silently recited the incantation, and began to exert all his strength. His right hand instantly became extremely fast, making it difficult for the naked eye to catch any details. Only intermittent after-images could be seen, appearing and disappearing like ghosts. His right hand moved in front of Mu Yao, with fingers and palms changing into different forms, creating a slight gust of wind. Wei Yunzheng fully displayed everything he had learned according to the content. Perhaps out of curiosity, he suddenly wanted to test whether this Daoist technique was really effective. He unconsciously reached out his hand to try it. When he withdrew his hand, there was already something slippery and warm in his hand, seemingly a silk fabric. He lowered his head to take a look. It was a pink belly band embroidered with a large character, very festive. Ah! Looking at the item in his hand, Wei Yunzheng fell into contemplation, inwardly thinking that I am not a casual person, this matter was not intentional. On the other side, Mu Yao also noticed some changes and felt a sudden lightness in her upper body for no reason. It seemed like something had broken through moral constraints. Upon closer inspection, she noticed her intimate clothing in Wei Yunzheng's hand. Her face immediately turned red. In a flustered manner, she snatched the belly band back from Wei Yunzheng's hand, her heart filled with mixed emotions, both shy and unsure. She never expected her senior brother to do such a thing to her. For a moment, she couldn't think of what to say. In the end, she weakly uttered a word, hooligan. Holding the belly band, she turned and ran outside, escaping from this space. Wei Yunzheng shouted from behind, "Junior sister, don't misunderstand, I am not that kind of person." The door slammed shut with a bang. Mu Yao escaped outside, pressed against the door, one hand tightly gripping the belly band, the other patting her chest to calm herself. She never expected her senior brother to be the type of person described in books. He appeared refined on the surface, but in reality, he was not a good person. He was so bad, and she liked it. She blushed and smiled shyly. In the distance, several pairs of eyes were fixed on their senior disciple, mouths big enough to swallow several eggs. What happened inside? Why did senior sister Mu Yao run out clutching a belly band? And senior sister Mu Yao looks shy, it seems like something extraordinary happened. Could it be that Saint Child made a move on Mu Yao? No way, it must be true. Kui gritted her teeth and clenched her small fists. I never expected the rumors to be true, senior sister and Saint Child really have a relationship. Don't talk nonsense, it's called mutual affection, and it's probably already a done deal. This melon is ripe. We've tasted the real melon. The women exchanged glances, their hearts filled with shock, some elated and some disappointed. At this moment, the curtain of night was torn apart by a figure in white. Whoosh! A figure appeared in front of Mu Yao in an instant. Mu Yao looked up and immediately hid the belly band behind her. Timidly, she said, "Master." The person who came was the Peak Master of Jade Maiden Peak, also Mu Yao's master, Yunqing perfected being. As the Peak Master of Jade Maiden Peak, everything that happened on the mountain couldn't escape her watchful eyes. Wei Yunzheng had caught her attention as soon as he arrived on Jade Maiden Peak. Originally, she didn't want to interfere, but who would have thought that in just a moment, she would see her disciple running out clutching a belly band. Her precious disciple must have been bullied by Wei Yunzheng. Yunqing perfected being held Mu Yao, who was bowing her head as if a little girl had made a mistake, and went to confront Wei Yunzheng. Wei Yunzheng, you, as the saint child, have such audacity to force yourself on my disciple. As soon as she saw Yunqing perfected being, Wei Yunzheng was done for, as if he had just climbed off a girl and was immediately confronted by her father. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. The disciples trained by the Holy Void sect are indeed not good people. Why harm anyone else when you specifically targeted Mu Yao? I will go find your good master to demand an explanation. From now on, you are not allowed to step foot on Jade Maiden Peak. After saying that, with a push and a pull, Wei Yunzheng felt the world spinning and fell heavily to the ground, in pain all over his body. When he opened his eyes, he was already at the foot of Jade Maiden Peak, thrown down the mountain. Mu Yao, you have acted with worldly desires, and now you have engaged in such shameless behavior with Wei Yunzheng. You are sentenced to 30 days of reflection facing the wall. After saying that, Yunqing perfected being flew out in anger. Transforming into a streak of light, she headed straight for vast righteousness peak. The next day, the morning light scattered in every corner, pulling extreme emptiness out of the quiet river. In a short period of time, a piece of news spread widely in extreme emptiness, and all the cultivators were boiling. Extra! Extra! Yesterday, Saint Child Wei Yunzheng had a private meeting with Jade Maiden Peak's Mu Yao, and when perfected being Yunqing found out, he expelled Wei Yunzheng from Saint Maiden Peak and punished Mu Yao with 30 days of wall facing. Is it true? It's absolutely true. There have been rumors about their improper relationship before, and now it's finally confirmed. Voices echoed one after another in extreme emptiness. Did you hear? Last night, Saint Child and Mu Yao actually turned a blind eye to the consequences and provoked the anger of Elder Yunqing. This is definitely true. I heard it from someone close to Jade Maiden Peak, who saw it with her own eyes. Saint Child not only has reached the peak of cultivation, but also handles things without any hesitation. He is truly a role model. Big news, do you know why Mu Yao was punished with 30 days of wall facing? It's because she had a secret relationship with Saint Child and is carrying his child. What? I heard this news from an elder of Jade Maiden Peak. It must not be spread recklessly. This matter is of great importance and involves the reputation of both peaks. I think this is just a rumor. How could Saint Child and Mu Yao have a 3-year-old child without being discovered by so many eyes in extreme emptiness? But if there are higher UPS helping to cover it up, it's not impossible for it to remain undiscovered. Oh my god, there are rumors that the sect assembly will not only appoint Saint Child, but also marry Saint Child and Mu Yao. Brother, your information is outdated. My peak's leader said that the Saint Child appointed at the sect assembly is not Wei Yunzheng, but their child with Mu Yao. Rumors spread rapidly throughout the entire realm of extreme emptiness. The cultivators of each peak were in an uproar, especially the male cultivators, many of whom were grinding their teeth in anger. Meanwhile, Extreme Emptiness Palace. Wei Yunzheng sat there with a worried expression, sighing from time to time. What should he do now? Mu Yao, his junior sister, was being punished with wall facing and could no longer be his strong support. Now he could only face Xiang Wenqing alone. Rumors about him and Mu Yao were spreading like wildfire outside, and it seemed to generate more heat than Xiang Wenqing challenging him at the sect assembly. Compared to fighting and killing, the audience for gossip was much broader. Yunzheng! Yunzheng! Perfected being Sheng Su hurriedly walked into Extreme Emptiness Palace, completely different from his usual dignified and elegant demeanor, looking visibly exhausted. Master, I am innocent. Wei Yunzheng quickly went up to greet him. Without much thought, he could guess that perfected being Yunqing had definitely come to settle the score with his master last night. That's why his master looked so disheveled now. Perfected being Sheng Su grabbed Wei Yunzheng's hand and said with great seriousness, Yunzheng, as your master, I know your character. You are a child who acts with integrity and never crosses the line. Last night, perfected being Yunqing kept accusing you of tarnishing her disciple's innocence. It's clearly defamation and slander. I can sue her for defamation. Now there are rumors spreading in extreme emptiness, which damage your reputation. But Yunzheng, you can rest assured that your master will help you seek justice. After speaking, perfected being Sheng Su pushed Wei Yunzheng away and hurriedly walked towards the back, searching through the desk. Master! What are you doing? Wei Yunzheng was surprised and asked. Perfected being Sheng Su's behavior was somewhat unusual, as if there was a fire in the backyard. Found it. After searching through the desk, perfected being Sheng Su took out a book and hid it in his arms. Then he turned to Wei Yunzheng and said, Yunzheng, I have recently had a feeling that I am getting closer to the Great Dao. I'm going to travel for a few days. On the day of the sect's grand meeting, the master will return. After saying this, he hurriedly walked out of the Extreme Emptiness Hall. Boom! Suddenly, a broadsword aura exploded in the sky, smashing towards perfected being Sheng Su like thunder. Perfected being Sheng Su was greatly shocked and dodged the attack of the sword aura. transforming into a streak of light and fleeing far away. In the distance, perfected being Yunzheng approached with a sword, glanced at Wei Yunzheng, and looked towards the direction perfected being Sheng Su was escaping, disdainfully saying, "Sheng Su, if you are still a man, don't run away today. When you pulled up your pants and ran away back then, I didn't make a big deal out of it. Now the disciples you've taught are just as shameless as you, doing the same despicable things. If I were to teach Wei Yunzheng a lesson, it would seem like I'm bullying the weak. Teaching you, on the other hand, is just right. Today, we settle both new and old debts together." After saying this, perfected being Yunzheng waved several sword auras that were as graceful as startled swans, then performed a secret technique, his figure ethereal, and chased after perfected being Sheng Su's escape route. Wei Yunzheng stared dumbfounded at this scene. So it turns out that perfected being Yunzheng was so angry last night because he had been taken advantage of by his master when he was young. His master must have been extraordinary when he was young. He looked sadly at the sky. There was one more thing that puzzled him. Why did his master take the book Jin Pingmei when he ran away? In the following days, extreme emptiness rarely calmed down. Wei Yunzheng did not step out of the extreme emptiness palace again. He deliberately put Yang Wencheng's matter behind him and stopped thinking about it. Instead, he immersed himself in the study of the alchemy scriptures and formulas sent by Zhou Chaochu. How good pills are cultivated. I learned alchemy in a mental hospital. The Celestial Master's dragon-seeking alchemy technique. Starting by selling blood to learn alchemy. These books recorded some basic knowledge about alchemy. For example, the preparations needed before alchemy, the taboos during alchemy, and even how to cultivate the professional ethics of an alchemist. At first, these books seemed obscure and difficult to understand, but once he became immersed in them, Wei Yunzheng found himself becoming more and more interested in alchemy. Alchemy was not simply about lighting a fire and throwing in medicinal ingredients. It was more about the fusion of the characteristics between different medicinal ingredients. A good alchemical formula was one that perfectly brought out the unique properties of various medicinal pills while also having compatibility, resulting in the emergence of new characteristics. There was a wonderful feeling of turning decay into magic. Moreover, the knowledge of alchemy was vast and diverse. Not to mention the tens of thousands of different medicinal pills that needed to be familiarized with. Even to become a good alchemist, one had to deeply remember some practical theoretical knowledge. Like this, Wei Yunzheng completely immersed himself in it. He wasn't in a hurry to practice alchemy. After all, there was no rush. He had to first grasp the theoretical knowledge in order to know what to do in practice. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the sect's grand meeting. Early in the morning, Zhou Chaochu arrived at the Extreme Emptiness Palace. "Senior brother, today is an important day for you. You are the pride of Extreme Emptiness. Hurry up and change into the clothes that the saint child should wear. I will explain the process to you again." Wei Yunzheng lifted his head from the pile of books. His expression was absent-minded, and it took him a while to remember what day it was today. When he came back to his senses, Zhou Chaochu had already placed the clothes he had previously sent on the table. Bathing, changing clothes, burning incense, praying. These are the preparations that Wei Yunzheng must do before the sect's grand meeting begins, to show the importance attached to this appointment. Led by Zhou Chaochu, Wei Yunzheng arrived at a grotto heaven-blessed land. The bathing place is right here. In sight, the cave is filled with countless stalactites and strange rocks, all emitting a dazzling and mesmerizing luster, confusing one's vision. In the center, there is a small pool about the height of a person, with a misty water vapor floating on the surface, reflecting colorful lights, as if stepping into a fairyland in an instant. "Senior brother, this is a natural fairy pool formed by the gathering of marrow-cleansing fluid from the center of the earth. It has the marvelous effect of cleansing the body, increasing the true qi within, and transcending the mortal realm. Please bathe here, senior brother." Zhou Chaochu's eyes were full of envy. This grotto heaven-blessed land is not a place that ordinary people can enter. Only those who have made significant contributions to extreme emptiness have the possibility of being allowed to enter once. Bathing here can not only enhance cultivation, but also strengthen the physical body and purify impurities within. And there are no side effects. Wei Yunzheng recalled the benefits described by the other party in his mind, took off his clothes, and walked in. Zhou Chaochu reminded him by the poolside, "Senior brother, our master once asked me to warn you. The marrow cleansing fluid from the center of the earth contains a complex true qi energy. It is best to absorb it within your capacity. If you absorb too much, it will actually harm your body." There have been disciples in the past who were greedy and obsessed with this method of rapidly increasing their cultivation. After entering the fairy pool, they forcibly absorbed true qi even when their gold core was already full, which eventually led to disaster. Do you know, junior brother, how much marrow cleansing fluid a foundation building cultivator can absorb in this pool? Zhou Chaochu shook his head. "I don't know about foundation building, but I remember that a nascent soul stage cultivator can probably absorb and consume one portion of marrow cleansing fluid." Looking around, there are at least 50 portions of marrow cleansing fluid in the pool, enough to withstand the consumption of more than 50 nascent soul cultivators at the same time. Entering the pool, Wei Yunzhen instantly felt true qi drilling into his sea of qi from all over his body, and there was a slight warmth on his skin, as if something was cultivating on the surface of his skin. The warmth quickly disappeared. Wei Yunzhen greedily absorbed the true qi in the marrow cleansing fluid. Compared to accumulating through arduous cultivation, this was indeed the best shortcut to increase cultivation. The thick white marrow cleansing fluid around his body gradually became transparent. Soon, Wei Yunzhen felt his sea of qi gradually condensing, and the unruly true qi rampaged through his meridians and flesh, washing and cleansing them. But it was not enough. With such an opportunity, he wanted to take this chance to step into the gold core stage. The important sign of the gold core stage is to make one's sea of qi abundant and compress it into a pill. Currently, Wei Yunzhen had already sensed the trend of his sea of qi condensing, but it was still a bit lacking. Thinking that it took him 3 years of arduous cultivation just to barely enter the foundation building stage, he didn't know when he would be able to reach the gold core stage through his own cultivation alone. He gritted his teeth. Absorb, absorb again. Wei Yunzhen's body also quietly underwent changes, his skin gradually becoming transparent, with black impurities being excreted, like sticky mud, sticking to the surface. Compared to Wei Yunzhen, who was currently diligently absorbing energy, Zhou Chaochu was much more at ease, his heart burning with anticipation as he watched the situation in the fairy pool. Just in case. Soon, the changes in the pool caught Zhou Chaochu's attention. He saw that the thick marrow cleansing fluid around Wei Yunzhen was becoming transparent at a visible speed, spreading outwards. The pool water also began to flow slowly, carrying the unabsorbed marrow cleansing fluid to the center. Gradually, a vortex centered around Wei Yunzhen formed. Senior brother is truly unfathomable, actually consuming the marrow cleansing fluid so quickly. Zhou Chaochu thought to himself, but couldn't help but worry, afraid that Wei Yunzhen would be led astray by his desire for rapid cultivation and ultimately harm his own foundation. When he looked again, nearly 10 portions of marrow cleansing fluid had completely turned transparent. "Senior brother, you must know your limits," Zhou Chaochu shouted. The situation seemed to be beyond his imagination. Wei Yunzhen had only been inside for a short time, but the consumption rate was too fast. The changes in the pool alarmed Zhou Chaochu. He watched as the marrow cleansing fluid in the pool became lighter and lighter. This is nearly 50 portions of marrow cleansing fluid. Has senior brother's cultivation reached a level where it can bear such a great amount of energy? It's simply astonishing. The changes in the pool seem to have triggered a chain reaction, causing the grotto heaven to tremble and show signs of collapse. This is bad. Zhou Chaochu was shocked and panicked. The abnormality in the grotto heaven is not only caused by Wei Yunzhen. What's even more terrifying is that this place, as an important source of blessings for extreme emptiness, has set up prohibitions to prevent unauthorized entry by those with malicious intent. It is said that the prohibitions were personally set up by the Hall Master of the Array Hall and can kill all cultivators below the Void Refining Realm. At this moment, with such a commotion in the grotto heaven, it is likely that the prohibitions have been triggered. "Senior brother, don't absorb any more, there's a change in the grotto heaven," we need to leave here as soon as possible. Zhou Chaochu's face was full of fear, his pupils dilated, wishing to immediately jump into the pool and pull Wei Yunzhen up. Buzz! Accompanied by the shaking of the earth, countless transparent figures appeared around the immortal pool. A murderous intent instantly emerged, and the temperature in the grotto heaven suddenly dropped. These figures slowly transformed into humanoid forms holding swords. Then, red veins appeared in their bodies, resembling the meridians of a human, looking ferocious and terrifying. Finally, their bodies completely solidified, with blood-red lights emanating from their skin, eerie and crimson. It's over, the array spirit has appeared. And it's the main killing array spirit. Zhou Chaochu lamented in his heart, hurriedly jumped into the pool, wanting to awaken Wei Yunzhen and find a way to escape. Just as he jumped into the pool, Zhou Chaochu once again sensed that something was wrong. The turbulent pool water had already become calm. Most importantly, he didn't sense any energy fluctuations of the earth core essence, as if he was in an ordinary pool of water. The next second, a hand grabbed his neck and pulled him out of the water. It was Wei Yunzhen, who had sensed the appearance of the killing formation in an instant. After fully absorbing the last bit of energy, he quickly cleaned the dirt off his body and rushed out of the immortal pool. Unfortunately, all the earth core essence had been absorbed, and he still hadn't reached the gold core stage, but he was just one step away. I feel like my foundation building is somewhat different from other foundation buildings. Wei Yunzhen thought to himself. Senior brother, this killing formation was personally set up by the Hall Master of the Array Hall, we can't match its power. Now that the array spirit has appeared, the formation must be fully activated, and there's no possibility of escaping. Zhou Chaochu's face was full of sorrow, but he hadn't reached the point of despair yet. Wei Yunzhen was his only source of security. With such a commotion here, the elders will definitely come to save us. But you have to hold off the attacks of the array spirit, senior brother. Wei Yunzhen's expression also became serious as he looked at the figures around them that seemed like reincarnations of demons, and asked, why do you say there's no possibility of escaping? The formation is complete, and the surrounding space has been sealed. That's the strongest part of the formation, personally arranged by the Hall Master of the Array Hall. There's simply no possibility of breaking it with violence. Before Zhou Chaochu could finish speaking, he saw Wei Yunzhen's finger emit a golden light, seemingly aiming at the exit. His eye twitched involuntarily. Senior brother, don't you understand what I'm saying? Don't think about breaking the formation with violence, we just need to withstand a few waves of attacks from the array spirit. The elders will come to save us. You're just wasting true chi like this. Zhou Chaochu wanted to cry but had no tears. He tried to advise, Senior brother, listen to me, please don't. Before he could finish his sentence, a dazzling golden light flashed by. Boom! Where Wei Yunzhen's diamond finger struck, the space violently fluctuated, followed by a chaotic explosion sound, and cracks quickly spread. Like shattering glass. Crack! Suddenly, all the solidified array spirits let out intense roars, as if their lives were being taken away, and slowly dissipated on the spot. What did you just say? Wei Yunzhen turned around and asked Zhou Chaochu. He remembered that Zhou Chaochu had only said half a sentence when he released the diamond finger. Zhou Chaochu stared blankly at everything in front of him, swallowed hard, and shook his head. Consider it as if I didn't say anything. Hello. I am Wei Yunzhen. I am a foundation building cultivator, and at this moment, I suspect that I am not ordinary. An hour ago, I consumed nearly 50 portions of earth core marrow. The energy contained within it could support 50 nascent soul cultivators to absorb it simultaneously. But even so, I have not successfully condensed my gold core. Furthermore, the power of my diamond finger is remarkable. I was able to violently break through the killing formation set by the Hall Master, which left my junior brother in a state of shock and dumbfoundedness. However, it cannot be ruled out that my junior brother himself is a bit foolish. Returning to the main point, these two things have made me doubt my own strength. Based on my previous life's study of literature and reading of world classics, I have come to a conclusion. I know. Boys who wear rings are not ordinary, those who have been rejected in marriage often rise up, comrades with willow trees at home are likely to be formidable characters. Not everyone in a mental hospital can only receive treatment, bald vendors at the night market might give you a few powerful items. So, I am thinking, is there a possibility? Am I the strongest foundation building cultivator in history? Just like in the previous life's book, where some transmigrated characters were the strongest chi refining cultivators in history. This matter needs further investigation, and I must pay more attention to verify it. What was the content of the prayer again? I can't quite remember. Oh well, let's just go through the motions. Please forgive me, Master Ancestor. Amitabha Buddha, may the Buddha bless, may the Buddha be compassionate, and may the great dragon have great power, true martial great emperor, supreme old lord, act swiftly and decisively, Lord Jesus, Amen. By the way, always follow the party, and strive for the cause of socialism throughout your life. Prayer complete. Wei Yunzheng took a deep breath, got up from the cushion, and bowed deeply to the solemn and dignified statue of the Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land's founding perfected being in front of him. Then he inserted the burning incense candle into the censer. On the side. How is this possible? Could senior brother already be at the body integration stage or the Mahayana stage? This is too unbelievable. Even if he is the reincarnation of an immortal emperor, senior brother has only been cultivating for 5 years at most. This is not logical. Zhou Chaochu muttered to himself, feeling that his worldview and cultivation view were about to collapse completely. Before, he thought that the world's greatest malice towards him was not that heaven made him look mischievous, but that despite his mischievous appearance, he had a senior brother who was embarrassingly superior. It was like he was the manure beneath the flowers, the cow dung below. But now, the world's malice towards him, and the fact that his nascent soul cultivation level had a senior brother with an unimaginable true strength by his side, made him feel like a waste, no, an ugly waste. Junior brother, junior brother. Wei Yunzheng saw Zhou Chaochu muttering incessantly, his eyes unfocused, and spoke to bring his thoughts back to reality. All 4 preparations have been completed, and it is time to proceed to the next step. Zhou Chaochu's pupils contracted, he smacked his lips, and looked at Wei Yunzheng, who had finished dressing and praying. His expression became dazed once again. He lost his focus once more. In front of him, Wei Yunzheng. At this moment, he was wearing the Saint Child set tailored by the Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land. The base color was light blue, embroidered with various auspicious beasts and scenes, with the golden crow standing on the fuzang tree, the true dragon circling in the sea of clouds, and the Kylin galloping in the deep forest. The divine patterns shimmered with brilliance, bringing to life all the embroidered scenes, appearing extraordinary and mystical. This set of clothing was not only based on its surface beauty but also a rare law weapon. It had the characteristics of warmth in spring and coolness in summer, and was impervious to water and fire. At the same time, it could play an astonishing auxiliary role in battle. The flowing cloud boots could greatly enhance the wearer's speed, equivalent to having a speed boost. The various patterns on the robe could automatically activate recovery, displaying an attack comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator. Even the hairpin on the head could turn into an invisible barrier in times of crisis, serving as a defense for the master. It can be said that this set of clothing perfectly balances defense, attack, and escape. In terms of value alone, even some small sects and families may not be able to produce a single piece. This is the essence of extreme emptiness. Majestic. Wei Yunzheng already possessed a striking appearance that could outshine the sun and moon, and now, with the blessing of this outfit, he exuded an extraordinary and heroic aura. His eyes seemed to contain stars and the vast ocean, indifferent yet carrying a hint of compassion for the world. His perfectly exquisite features showed no flaws, and his 8-foot-tall figure was perfectly proportioned. Zhou Chaochu felt as if he was witnessing the arrival of an immortal. In this moment, he suddenly wanted to compose a poem. This person should not exist in the mortal realm, such a heavenly scene is rarely seen. He was stunned, unable to regain his senses for a long time. At this moment, perfected being Sheng Su walked in from outside, with a joyful expression, "Disciple, seeing you dressed in this outfit, it's as if I'm dreaming of my own self from 800 years ago. Greetings, Master! Wei Yunzhen and Zhou Chaochu bowed and saluted. Perfected being Sheng Su had already regained his appearance of an immortal, wearing a robe that indicated his position as the head of the sect, holding a whisk, resembling an old teacher. No need for formalities, Yunzhen. Today is an important day, and I look forward to your performance. I have heard about the situation in the Grotto Heaven Land. As long as you are safe, I will take care of the aftermath. When noon arrives, it will be your time to shine. Disciple understands. Wei Yunzhen nodded in agreement. Outside. Although it was still early for noon. At this moment, the entire Extreme Emptiness was already bustling, with everyone immersed in a lively atmosphere. In the sky above Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land, a magnificent formation appeared, constantly evolving with dazzling radiance, emitting 10 different colors of brilliance. Flocks of cranes soared high in the sky, radiating auspicious light from top to bottom. Today, whether they were true disciples or outer sect disciples, they all gathered together, congregating below the Extreme Emptiness Hall, waiting for the sect's grand assembly to begin. At the forefront of all the disciples stood a young man. He wore a blue and white robe, carried a sword on his back, had a tall and sturdy figure, sharp eyes, and appeared like an unsheathed peerless sword. So that's Xiang Wencheng. He's so terrifying. Even from this distance, I can feel the awe-inspiring sword intent. Indeed, when Xiang Wencheng said he wanted to challenge the Saint Child before, I thought he was just seeking attention. But seeing him today, I realize it's not that simple. Look, his sword is trembling. Someone exclaimed in shock. He's nurturing his sword. Xiang Wencheng has already achieved a profound sword heart. It is said that he has comprehended sword intent and is nurturing his sword to release all of his sword intent in the moment of battle. A disciple from the sword hall explained immediately. Sword intent? How is it possible for someone to comprehend sword intent at such a young age? I don't believe it. Xiang Wencheng possesses an unparalleled sword body and has an extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. Moreover, he has received the inheritance of the Pure Yang Sword Immortal and comprehended the Pure Yang Sword intent. Pure Yang Sword Immortal. The one who was known as the Invincible Swordsman, defeating all the heroes in the world. The disciple from the sword hall nodded, exactly. With fiery gazes, they said, with Xiang Wencheng's exceptional strength and the addition of sword intent, I believe the Saint Child may not be his match. People around them began to discuss. Some female disciples who were loyal fans of Wei Yunzhen became worried upon hearing that Xiang Wencheng had comprehended the Pure Yang Sword intent. What should we do? Although the Saint Child is an exceptional talent, Xiang Wencheng has already comprehended sword intent. He might not be easy to deal with. Sisters, let's have faith. I believe the Saint Child will not disappoint us. Let's hope so. Quietly, more and more people started to support Xiang Wencheng. After all, everyone knew how terrifying it was for a sword cultivator to comprehend sword intent, and they were basically invincible at the same cultivation level. Moreover, Xiang Wencheng was such a genius who had comprehended sword intent. Dong dong dong! The sound of the Extreme Emptiness bell echoed through the sky. The sect's grand assembly had officially begun. Boom! With the resounding sound of the bell, the sky instantly filled with 1,000 feet of red glow, as if the setting sun had entered Extreme Emptiness. In an instant, Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land was filled with radiance. All the disciples fell silent, their expressions solemn, and no one dared to whisper to each other. Only the Extreme Emptiness perfected being stood on the back of the immortal crane, proudly standing at the pinnacle of the sky, looking down at all living beings. I, Sheng Su, the head of Extreme Emptiness Dao Palace, perfected being Sheng Su, hereby announce that the sect assembly is officially beginning. His voice resounded like a bell, under the blessing of the formation, clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The duster in perfected being Sheng Su's hand was waved, scattering specks of brilliance that fell down. This was the divine radiance sand of the Dao. From a distance it looked like scattered starlight, a rare treasure that could cleanse and clarify one's Dao heart upon contact. All the disciples looked towards the sky, enjoying this rare cleansing of their Dao hearts. The Extreme Emptiness perfected being nodded in satisfaction. Today, I announce an important matter here. He deliberately paused, attracting everyone's attention to himself. He's here, he's here. He's going to announce the appointment of the Saint Child. Everyone knew what he was going to say next, and everyone was looking forward to it. Many disciples cast their gaze on Xiang Wencheng, who was standing in front. Xiang Wencheng's sword trembled even more. My disciple Wei Yunzheng, with exemplary conduct and outstanding talent. Since entering Extreme Emptiness, he has adhered to the rules of Extreme Emptiness, focusing on the path of immortality, and can serve as an example for Extreme Emptiness. Therefore, today, appoint Wei Yunzheng as the Saint Child, bestow him with an Extreme Emptiness token, seeing the token is like seeing the head of the sect, and appoint him as the Peak Master of Vast Righteousness Peak, in charge of Vast Righteousness Peak affairs. As soon as perfected being Sheng Su's voice fell, everyone present gasped. Everyone knew that Wei Yunzheng would be appointed as the Saint Child, but no one expected such a heavy reward. Not to mention the Extreme Emptiness token, which could mobilize all the resources of Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land. What was even more shocking was that Wei Yunzheng would be appointed as the Peak Master of Vast Righteousness Peak. In Extreme Emptiness, there was an unwritten rule that the Peak Master of Vast Righteousness Peak would be the successor to the head of Extreme Emptiness. Previously, when appointing the Saint Child, there had never been a precedent for appointing the Peak Master of Vast Righteousness Peak. All the disciples were in an uproar. No one could have imagined that the head of the sect would value Wei Yunzheng so much. At this moment, dong, 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 the sound of the Extreme Emptiness bell rang again. It was noon. Perfected being Sheng Su raised his head and looked into the distance. Everyone seemed to sense something and followed perfected being Sheng Su's gaze. There were rainbows piercing through the sun, and immortal cranes forming bridges. All the circling immortal cranes gathered together, flapping their wings and forming a long bridge. A figure slowly emerged from the crane bridge. He was handsome and extraordinary, with an ethereal temperament, like an immortal descending to the mortal world, without a trace of impurity. Behind him, the lush enlightenment tree unfolded slowly, and as the leaves rustled, they emitted the sound of the great Dao. True dragons and phoenixes accompanied him on both sides, as if guarding the true immortal ancestor, displaying their dominance. Everyone's gaze was filled with shock and incredulity, converging on Wei Yunzheng. No one had ever seen Wei Yunzheng before, and at this moment, the disciples were petrified, marveling at someone who could possess such elegance. Even the disciples who had seen him before couldn't help but be stunned again, truly shocked every time they saw him. Xiang Wencheng's gaze burned, as if filled with a fighting spirit. The sword he carried resonated with his heart, emitting a brief sword hum. Wei Yunzheng. The talent of an immortal emperor is truly not exaggerated. I can finally have a worthy opponent. He murmured, his heart burning with passion. Since comprehending sword intent, Xiang Wencheng had never encountered a disciple of Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land who could make him go all out. Even when the 6 disciples of Sword Hall joined forces to besiege him that day, they could only force out 30% of his true strength. Today, he saw Wei Yunzheng. It is only when faced with someone who can match his full sword power that one truly realizes their worth. On the horizon, Wei Yunzheng stepped onto the bridge and arrived in front of perfected being Sheng Su. The bridge was arranged by the master, but the spectacle was his own initiative. The atmosphere had been set, and it would be difficult to end without putting on a show. Disciple pays respects to the sect leader. Yunzheng, this is the Extreme Emptiness Order. Perfected being Sheng Su flipped his palm, and an ancient token appeared. Receive it. At this moment, everyone present held their breath, knowing what they were anticipating. Their gazes all fell back onto the man carrying the negative sword. That trembling sword seemed to mirror their trembling hearts. Everyone knew that once Wei Yunzheng accepted the order, the outcome would be determined. If one wanted to challenge the Saint Child, it could only be done before he received the order. Above, Wei Yunzheng looked at the easily obtainable Extreme Emptiness Order, and perfected being Sheng Su smiled with his eyes. Wei Yunzheng nodded and reached out to take it. Clang! Clang, clang, clang! A clear and resounding sword sound echoed, striking at the hearts and minds of everyone present. Sword Hall's leader, Xiang Wencheng, wishes to seek enlightenment from Wei Yunzheng. Please grant permission, Sect Master. Crash! A strong wind billowed, making a sound as Xiang Wencheng rose into the air, looking up at Wei Yunzheng. Behind him was the sword about to be born. It's coming! It's coming! It's coming! The crowd erupted in excitement. This was the real highlight, the moment they had been eagerly anticipating. Xiang Wencheng lived up to everyone's expectations and finally spoke at the critical moment. Not only did the disciples become impassioned, even the observing elders seemed to regain their youth. At the most solemn sect assembly, the unrivaled and peerless genius with sword intent openly challenged the potential saint child who could rival an immortal emperor. Regardless of who wins or loses. It was a rare event to witness. Perfected being Sheng Su calmly watched from below. He knew that Xiang Wencheng would launch a challenge and didn't mind it. Under the watchful eyes of everyone. What could be more satisfying than defeating an unrivaled genius and solidifying his disciple's position as the saint child? Yunzhen, today, don't hold anything back. Let the entire Extreme Emptiness know the true value of a saint child. A voice transmitted to Wei Yunzhen's ears. Then, perfected being Sheng Su waved his hand and said, "Ready." With a single word, everyone's emotions reached a climax. The sky was filled with red clouds, as if everyone's emotions were on display. The crane bridge collapsed with a loud noise, returning to various parts of Extreme Emptiness. Perfected being Sheng Su moved away from the crane beneath his feet and returned to the Extreme Emptiness hall to observe the battle. Behind him were the leaders of various halls. The stage for this battle was the entire Extreme Emptiness, and the audience was also the entire Extreme Emptiness. Wei Yunzhen stood on the crane bridge, the only remaining crane, looking down at Xiang Wencheng. Some things were inevitable. It couldn't be called fate, but it had already reached this point. There was no reason to retreat, he had his own countermeasures. Xiang Wencheng below also calmed down, his gaze meeting Wei Yunzhen's, and the sword behind him no longer cried out. But everyone knew. All of this was the calm before the storm. The previously bustling Extreme Emptiness fell silent. No one dared to breathe, their eyes fixed on the two figures, afraid to miss any details. Wei Yunzhen spoke, "I have long heard of Xiang Wencheng's reputation. Today, he seeks enlightenment from me, and I am truly humbled. I dare not. Wei Junior brother, with the potential of an immortal emperor, in the vast Extreme Emptiness, among the younger generation, only you have the qualifications to enlighten me. Wei Junior brother, are you willing to witness my sword?" Boom! Sword light approached like a shadow, flickering around Xiang Wencheng, as if it could tear through space and leave behind eerie black lines. A strong true qi fluctuation surged out from Xiang Wencheng's body, forming an invisible gust of wind that whirled and howled, causing everyone to sense the aura of killing. Soul formation stage. All the disciples present had a change in expression, inwardly exclaiming at the abnormality. There were rumors that Xiang Wencheng had already reached the soul formation stage, and although everyone wanted to spread the news, they didn't fully believe it in their hearts. Among the younger generation, most of the peak leaders were at the nascent soul late stage or even the great perfection stage, which was already shocking enough. There was a huge gap between the soul formation stage and the nascent soul stage. Although Xiang Wencheng had been cultivating for a relatively long time, no one had seen anyone of the same generation reach the soul formation stage. "Junior brother, this sword of mine is the pure yang everyday sword." Xiang Wencheng raised his arm, and a sword was unsheathed, emitting a clear and resounding sword cry that was deafening. Swish! The sword was unsheathed. The heavens and earth stirred. An unparalleled sharp aura surged out, like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, a true dragon emerging from the sea. Sword shadows shuttled back and forth, completely shattering the space, turning it into a strange black hole. Before making a move, the momentum of the sword had already overwhelmed everyone. So terrifying, I don't even have the courage to face Xiang Wencheng head-on. This sword intent is shocking. It can even erase space. Even if it's the soul formation stage, it's impossible to achieve this. Since ancient times, swordsmen excel at attacking and killing. It's hard to imagine how terrifying Xiang Wencheng, who excels in swordsmanship, can be. Everyone was waiting for Wei Yunzhen's response. The opponent had already launched his attack, so how should they respond? Junior brother, please make your move. Xiang Wencheng pointed his sword at the sky, looking at the man in the sky who resembled an immortal emperor. His fighting spirit reached its peak. He felt that he was not challenging his so-called junior brother, but an elusive and unpredictable immortal. He had a premonition that if he won this battle, it would be like slaying immortals. At that time, his sword heart would be unobstructed, and his sword path would be completely unhindered. Wei Yunzhen looked down at the fully prepared Xiang Wencheng. Even though he hadn't made a move yet, his skin already felt a slight tingling sensation. Shaking his head, he spoke loudly, "Senior brother Xiang, if you only want to fight me, then you have disappointed me." One sentence silenced everyone, leaving them puzzled. What did the saint child mean by this statement? Isn't Xiang Wencheng here to fight with you? Why talk about disappointment? Where does disappointment come from? Even Xiang Wencheng was momentarily stunned, furrowing his brows as he asked, "Junior brother, why do you say this? Senior brother is an extraordinary sword cultivator. Our battle is merely a contest of cultivation level. Regardless of victory or defeat, it is just an ordinary fight for both of us, meaningless." Xiang Wencheng furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment. He didn't fully agree with Wei Yunzhen's words. For him, this battle was necessary. But he still asked, "Junior brother, how do you intend to resolve this?" The stage was set, the sword was unsheathed, the gaze was focused, and the atmosphere was all here. At least give a solution. Wei Yunzhen looked around, looking at everyone's puzzled gazes, and smiled like the spring sun in March. "Today, let's have a sword contest, senior brother." A sword contest? Xiang Wencheng doubted if he had misheard. When these two words were spoken, everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect Wei Yunzhen to voluntarily propose a sword contest with Xiang Wencheng. Who would dare to believe this? The representative of the sword hall is at the pinnacle of the younger generation's Extreme Emptiness sword Dao. You're telling me you want to have a sword contest with him? Isn't this just seeking trouble for yourself? Using one's own shortcomings to attack the enemy's strengths? Has Wei Yunzhen gone mad? He actually said such words. Doesn't he know that he's underestimating the heroes of the world? Does he really think he has mastered all paths? Is it possible that Saint Child is also a sword cultivator? Hiss, what you said seems to make sense. Could it be that Saint Child wants to defeat Xiang Wencheng in his strongest swordsmanship? What audacity! For a moment, there was a polarization of opinions regarding Wei Yunzhen. Some thought that he was overestimating himself and going too far. But some people were looking forward to Wei Yunzhen turning the tide and displaying his astonishing talent in swordsmanship. Xiang Wencheng became interested when the words sword contest were mentioned. Since comprehending sword intent, besides his master, no one else could have a sword contest with him. "May I ask at what level is junior brother's swordsmanship?" Xiang Wencheng asked. He wanted to figure out first whether Wei Yunzhen had the qualifications to have a sword contest with him, and at the same time, he wanted to know what confidence the other party had. Could it be that he had also comprehended sword intent? Xiang Wencheng speculated in his heart. In the midst of everyone's expectant gaze, Wei Yunzhen shook his head and said, "To be honest, I have never practiced swordsmanship, nor have I ever held a sword." One sentence shocked the heavens. The entire Extreme Emptiness fell silent, and in an instant, chaos erupted. "What? You've never even held a sword, yet you want to challenge the head of the sword hall? Wei Yunzhen must be crazy. If his brain doesn't work, he shouldn't be the saint child. Ha ha ha, I knew this person was just putting on airs. He only has a good face, but his brain is sick." One of the disciples who had been dissatisfied with Wei Yunzhen's attention jumped out and said, "I think he was scared by Xiang Wencheng's sword intent, which is why he said such crazy things." Tisk tisk, never even held a sword, truly amazing. Many female disciples remained silent. If they had heard someone mocking them like this on a normal day, they would immediately get angry and argue back. But at this moment, they didn't know what to say. Inside the Extreme Emptiness Hall, Perfected being Sheng Su's expression became serious as he carefully observed his beloved disciple. He couldn't understand why he wanted to challenge someone. Originally, he had full confidence in Wei Yunzheng. Even if Xiang Wencheng had comprehended sword intent, he didn't think the other party was qualified to be his disciple's opponent. But now, Wei Yunzheng had said these things. It was like a tiger had removed its claws and wanted to clash head-on with the opponent's spear. This was clearly a self-imposed restriction. What was Yunzheng thinking? At this moment, an elder behind him laughed and said, "Senior brother, it seems that my disciple will become the saint child today." The one who spoke was the head of the sword hall. He had a slender figure, like an old man, but there was an indescribable aura about him, as if a primordial beast was hidden within him. Humph! Perfected being Sheng Su coldly snorted and didn't immediately retort. On the scene, public opinion completely shifted towards Xiang Wencheng. No one dared to say that Wei Yunzheng could win any more. They all favored Xiang Wencheng. "I want to defeat you in your field of expertise. But I have never delved into your field. Please ignore my crazy words." This was how everyone viewed Wei Yunzheng. The only one who still supported Wei Yunzheng was his most blindly loyal junior disciple. "My senior brother wants to challenge him because he thinks Xiang Wencheng's swordsmanship is not good enough and wants to show him how shallow his understanding of swordsmanship is." The people around laughed, and Zhou Chaochu's face turned red with anger. In midair, Xiang Wencheng didn't make any sarcastic remarks towards Wei Yunzheng. He earnestly advised, "Junior brother, you can't win against me in a sword duel. Let's just have a regular fight. There's no need to restrict yourself." Wei Yunzheng didn't say anything. He looked down at the crowd and said calmly, "Gentlemen, does anyone want to borrow a sword from me?" No one responded, only the mocking laughter grew louder. Especially noisy. "He looks serious, like a clown. Ha ha ha, he's making me laugh. He won't back down unless he's slapped in the face. He's really brainless, all looks and no brains." At this moment, Zhou Chaochu, who couldn't suppress his frustration any longer, jumped up and shouted, "Saint child, take the sword." Today, in front of everyone's eyes, he didn't call him senior brother, only saint child. This was his confidence and support for Wei Yunzheng. Wei Yunzheng accepted the sword, holding the hilt with both hands, and closed his eyes without saying a word. His heart was as calm as water, impervious to external disturbances. After a moment, "This is the first time I've held a sword." His voice was deep, as if talking to himself. In an instant, he opened his eyes. "I knew it, I will be the foremost in swordsmanship, the number one in the world." Then, the sword was unsheathed. Rustling. Rustling. A strong wind blew. A gentle breeze brushes against extreme emptiness, stirring the robes of the immortals. In front of vast righteousness peak, Wei Yunzheng holds his sword on the back of a crane, his robes fluttering. The immortal crane beneath his feet seems to sense something unusual and flaps its wings, letting out a long cry. Accompanied by his soft exhale, the world instantly becomes silent, and all living beings fall silent, afraid to speak. They can feel that something extraordinary is about to happen. Wei Yunzheng's sword in his hand. Unconsciously, it seems to be filled with extreme wisdom. It breaks free like a butterfly from its cocoon, radiating a brilliant light and suddenly letting out a long cry. At this moment, the wind becomes even more apparent. Everyone focuses their attention, feeling the slow emergence of a breath in this corner of the world. Buzzing. The sword trembles lightly, forming an unparalleled sword momentum. All the winds gather around Wei Yunzheng, swirling around his sword. This is. Xiang Wencheng's pupils widen instantly, feeling something unbelievable. He shouts, "This is the formation of a sword momentum." Everyone is shocked by this revelation. The path of the sword is as difficult as reaching the heavens. Many people have practiced the sword for years but have struggled to grasp the glory of the sword path. Only those who can condense their own sword momentum can truly call themselves sword cultivators. But even the simplest sword momentum is understood by only a few. Not to mention that after the sword momentum, one needs to condense the sword heart, comprehend the sword intent, forge the sword path, and achieve the Dao fruit of the sword. Among the disciples of Sword Hall, there are those who have comprehended the sword momentum, and those few are already ranked high in Sword Hall. Apart from them, no one has condensed the sword heart, except for Xiang Wencheng, who has comprehended the sword intent. Xiang Wencheng has never seen anyone who, on their first grip of the sword, forms their own sword momentum. He himself possesses the unparalleled sword body and has been stuck on the sword momentum for nearly a year. No one could have imagined that Wei Yunzheng, just by holding the sword and closing his eyes, would step into the long road of the sword path. This is too incredible. Roar! Accompanied by a terrifying roar. Suddenly, the world changes. The extreme emptiness, which should have been covered in red clouds, seems to have been transported to another world in an instant. The red clouds in the sky instantly fade away, replaced by a green curtain hanging in the sky of extreme emptiness. The green light spreads for tens of thousands of miles, and all living beings feel as if they have fallen into a blue lake. At this moment, not only the people of extreme emptiness are bewildered and suspicious, but the entire central continent is also filled with doubts. They sense that something extremely extraordinary is happening in the extreme emptiness sacred land. Wei Yunzhen's black hair floats in the wind, and behind him, all the anomalies unfold. He is like the sun appearing in the night. Dazzling to the point where people dare not look directly at him. Buzzing! In an instant, the entire central continent falls into darkness. The green light dissipates, and sunlight is obscured. The world seems to return to eternal night. Extreme emptiness becomes silent, and people can even hear their own restless heartbeat, like the beating of a drum. They lock their gaze onto Wei Yunzheng. Another change occurs. A green seed phantom, carrying a surging aura of the Great Dao, quietly appears behind Wei Yunzheng. As soon as it appears, the enlightenment tree seems to retreat, shrinking back into Wei Yunzhen's body. The green seed grows and sprouts at a visible speed. Soon, an azure lotus breaks through the seed. The azure lotus has 3 leaves, representing the principles of all living beings. Its surface evolves countless sentient beings, revealing the brilliance of the Great Dao. The lotus heart exudes a chaotic and misty aura. It blooms with a captivating brilliance, and the darkness recedes at this moment, with green once again occupying the entire central continent. At this moment, someone shouted, This is the legendary azure lotus phenomenon of hearing the Dao. Yewushen, do you know what this phenomenon represents? People who recognized him asked one after another. Yewushen stood at the back of the crowd, but now he attracted the attention of most people. He said, according to rumors, when an unparalleled genius or ancient sage first steps onto the path that suits them best, which is the path of hearing the Dao, it will trigger this kind of phenomenon. In other words, being able to trigger this phenomenon means that this person will not have any bottlenecks on this path and will definitely achieve enlightenment and become an immortal. Everyone was stunned. They looked up at the azure lotus that covered the sky. Their thoughts were complicated. If the saint child can trigger this phenomenon, it means that the saint child is the most rare genius in the way of the sword. The first time grasping the sword, forming the sword intent, and summoning the azure lotus, how terrifying! It seems that the path of the sword will soon have no rivals. The female disciples started discussing like they had been holding it in for a long time, deliberately speaking loudly so that everyone around could hear. Zhou Chaochu even directly grabbed the sleeve of a stranger next to her and said, See, the one above is my senior brother, my own senior brother. I'm Zhou Chaochu. Inside the extreme emptiness hall, perfected being Sheng Su stroked his beard and laughed, Ha ha ha, my disciple, with the qualifications of an immortal emperor, will have no rivals in the path of the sword. The master of the sword hall was momentarily speechless but quickly retorted, he has only condensed the sword intent at the moment. Although he has triggered the phenomenon, he is far from being able to compete with my disciple in swordsmanship. There were many people who shared the same thoughts as the master of the sword hall. Especially those who had mocked Wei Yunzheng earlier, they now stubbornly held their heads high. Even if he is a genius in the way of the sword, he is still not worthy to compete with Xiang Wencheng. Just boasting about his sword intent like this, if you don't know, you would think he has already comprehended sword intent. He is definitely no match for Xiang Wencheng. I admit that Wei Yunzheng has despair-inducing talent in the way of the sword, but he is destined to fail today. In the sky, Xiang Wencheng's eyes sparkled, and he couldn't control the sword in his hand anymore. Countless sword shadows formed, but he didn't attack. He just sympathized with Wei Yunzheng, unable to hide his excitement. Witnessing a new star shining in the path of the sword with his own eyes. Ha ha ha! He laughed heartily towards the sky. My path is not lonely. Wei Junior brother, Extreme Emptiness needs you to be the saint child. No matter what happens today, I will not compete with you for the position of the saint child. Xiang Wencheng spoke with a powerful voice. He was convinced by Wei Yunzhen's talent, and he didn't have any attachment to the position of the saint child. He just wanted to have a battle. Junior brother, with you in the way of the sword, I am fortunate. Although you have formed the sword intent at the first hearing of the Dao, you are still not qualified to compete with me. Let's have a good fight today, and in the future, we will explore the pinnacle of the way of the sword together. In their burning gazes, there was an indomitable fighting spirit. Wei Yunzheng heard this and shook his head indifferently. Junior brother, you. Xiang Wencheng was momentarily speechless. He didn't understand what the other party was thinking. Soon, he would know. Everyone would know. Wei Yunzheng looked up and asked, "What is sword heart?" No one could answer him, and no one dared to answer him at this moment. He looked at the sword in his hand and his eyes were full of affection. Forget it, I'll tell you all. To hear the sword in the morning, one can die in the evening. Boom! All the winds around Wei Yunzheng turned into colorful streams of light, rushing into his body one after another. The sword in his hand instantly came alive, cutting through the sky and making a joyful sound. At this moment, his sword heart was already clear. He actually condensed the sword heart. Is he still human? Countless disciples were shocked to the point of being unable to recover, their expressions almost petrified. There was even a sense of confusion in their minds, unable to believe what their eyes were seeing. Inside the Extreme Emptiness Hall, Wei Yunzhen's performance greatly boosted the confidence of perfected being Sheng Su, who couldn't help but pull the sword hall's master over, teasing him with a smirk. Junior brother, take a look for me. Has my disciple really condensed the sword heart? I don't understand sword cultivation. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten the expression management that a sect leader should have. The dignified and elegant appearance he had at the beginning of the assembly was completely gone, replaced by the demeanor of a successful and cunning person. The sword hall's master, who was pulled over, looked shocked and muttered under his breath, "How is this possible? He couldn't be the reincarnation of a sword immortal, could he?" In his long years of sword cultivation, he had never seen such an astonishing thing happen, which completely subverted his understanding of cultivation. As the #1 expert in the Extreme Emptiness Sword Dao, he was once a famous sword prodigy in the Central State. 800 years ago, with the speed of condensing the sword heart in 3 years, he was hailed as the #1 prodigy in the Central State Sword Dao. During that time, his fame even overshadowed the current sect leader of the Azure Cloud Sword sect, who was now the #1 in the Central State Sword Dao. But today, the 3 years of condensing the sword heart that was worth boasting about seemed like a joke. The female disciples below were completely driven into madness. They screamed incessantly, completely losing their composure. Some of the male comrades who had been talking tough before were mostly silent, and some even said with a stiff face, "He only condensed the sword heart, but he hasn't forged the sword intent." At this moment, boom! In the sky, the azure lotus phenomenon of the Wending sect suddenly emitted even more Dao aura, with Dao sounds reciting, and the dazzling brilliance quietly changed, filling the sky with purple radiance. Wei Yunzhen's gaze remained on the flying sword that was joyfully singing, staring at it as if he had reunited with a long-lost friend. A strange feeling surged in his heart. This sword seemed to be a part of his body. There was an indescribable sense of comfort. Today, he took the initiative to mention the sword competition as a response to Xiang Wencheng's challenge. Although he didn't understand swords, based on his accumulation from his previous life, he was confident that he could bluff his way through. Who would have thought that his casual words would have such a profound effect? Wei Yunzheng was in a great mood. He continued speaking, his voice like a great bell, what is a sword? Unrestricted by form, unaffected by matter, even grass and trees can cut through the stars. As his words fell, the space around the sword gradually solidified. It wasn't just Wei Yunzhen's sword, but all the swords in the Extreme Emptiness Hall seemed to be inexplicably affected. They trembled lightly, showing a tendency to break free from the control of their wielders. This aroused the vigilance of all the sword-bearers present. At this moment, boom! Boom! Xiang Wencheng's pure yang sword, like a startled swan, flew straight towards the sword beside Wei Yunzhen. Accompanied by a piercing clang, the tips of the two swords met. In mid-air, they struggled against each other, creating a fierce turmoil in the space. The tremendous energy fluctuations exploded, like throwing a boulder into a calm lake. This was a confrontation between swords, as well as a battle between sword intent and sword intent. Xiang Wencheng's pupils widened, and he exclaimed in shock, "Sword intent? You actually comprehended sword intent in an instant? Tell me this isn't true." Ah! 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 He, who was usually confident and calm, completely lost his composure at this moment. Even if Wei Yunzhen had formed a sword stance and condensed the sword heart, which was already shocking enough, Xiang Wencheng could still maintain his composure and feel a sense of sympathy. But now, Wei Yunzhen comprehended sword intent, which meant that he was on the same level as him as a sword cultivator. He has been diligently practicing swordsmanship since childhood, possessing unparalleled swordsmanship and inheriting the way of the sword. He considers himself a prodigy in the way of the sword. After years of hard training, he was unexpectedly matched by someone who held a sword for the first time in a very short period of time. How can he accept this? Buzzing! Countless swords trembled in their scabbards, as if there was an invisible magnetic field attracting them. Wei Yunzhen looked up at the sky, his gaze seemed to penetrate the horizon, falling on the elusive origin of the Great Way. The strong wind blew his 3,000 strands of hair, adding a wild and unrestrained temperament to him. He raised his hand and pointed straight up. A thunderous voice resounded, echoing throughout the 80,000 miles of extreme emptiness. "Heaven did not give birth to me, Wei Yunzhen." He paused, surveying the heavens and the earth, standing proudly. The atmosphere became tense, and everyone held their breath, waiting for what would happen next. Then, Wei Yunzhen took a deep breath, and his voice resonated like a profound and yellow bell. "The way of the sword lasts for eternity. Swords, come forth!" Buzzing! Clang clang clang! In an instant after the voice fell, countless swords moved. Not only in extreme emptiness, but also in the entire central province, the spiritual swords all shot out like a pilgrimage, heading straight for extreme emptiness. Within central province, countless powerful individuals were shocked and looked towards the sky, observing the swords flying like rain, their figures slightly moving as they sought to investigate the cause of this change. Inside extreme emptiness, an immeasurable amount of sword light covered the sky, the sword light resembling white shadows, shuttling through space, crazily surging towards Wei Yunzhen. Crack! The evenly matched sword intent confrontation lost balance in an instant. The body of pure yang sword, which had been evenly matched, was instantly covered in cracks, its imposing aura vanished, shattered into tiny fragments that fell weakly. With a pu sound, Xiang Wencheng's mouth overflowed with blood. It seemed as if all the energy in his body had been drained, and he fell weakly to the ground, trembling violently. His sword intent was shattered. It was completely destroyed. Along with that, he suffered a severe backlash. The sword energy within his body ran rampant like a startled deer, damaging his meridians. Intense pain washed over his nerves. Even though he was now like a useless person, on the verge of passing out, he still raised his head and stared fixedly at Wei Yunzhen, who was surrounded by countless swords. The Hall Master of Sword Hall appeared out of thin air beside Xiang Wencheng, reaching out and grabbing his neck, lifting him up like a little chicken. Gentle true qi flowed into Xiang Wencheng's body, calming the sword energy. The Hall Master of Sword Hall sternly reprimanded, "You can lose in swordsmanship, but your spirit must not die." Xiang Wencheng seemed to not hear, appearing insane. His face twisted, tears and mucus flowing as he murmured, "Why does such a person exist, Master? Am I really suitable for practicing the sword? I have worked so hard, but I am not even comparable to his first time holding a sword. The Hall Master of Sword Hall fell silent, bowing his head in contemplation, unable to offer any words of comfort. What could he say to resolve this situation? At this moment, another change occurred. The Azure Lotus phenomenon in the Wudao Azure Lotus suddenly surged, its surface constantly changing. It not only contained the aura of the Great Way and the primordial chaos, but more importantly, rays of light fell and landed on Wei Yunzheng. Boom! Suddenly, thunderous sounds echoed between heaven and earth. The thunder dragon hidden in the sea of clouds stirred, as if it was brewing before the world's destruction. Wen Cheng, the heavenly tribulation is appearing, the way is emerging. It's not your fault that you lost. The Hall Master of Sword Hall looked up at the sky, his figure seeming somewhat hunched, as if he had aged 100 years in an instant, with white hair appearing. His disciple's Dao heart was shattered, but wasn't his own as well? At this moment, how could he not see that the way of the sword had been proven, located in extreme emptiness? That was the way of the sword, a path he had never stepped into. It was a scenery he had never experienced. He had wasted so much time, stuck in the stage before proving the way of the sword for hundreds of years, desperately seeking but unable to enter. The genius of the same period who competed with him, the sect master of Azure Cloud Sword Sect, had long proven the way of the sword, far surpassing him. And now, he was surpassed by a junior. His Dao heart was faintly unstable. Under the thunder tribulation, Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land's disciples felt a trembling deep within their souls that was difficult to suppress. They were all dumbfounded. The timid ones had already started trembling all over. But no one left, and there was no chaos. Their minds were in a state of intense numbness and shock. What does it mean for the heavens not to give birth to me, Wei Yunzheng, and for the way of the sword to be like an eternal night? How dare you have such courage? How dare you say such words? Why is it that we are all human, yet you can have such elegance, able to summon the sword as if in worship? What nonsense about being an immortal emperor, you are clearly an immortal emperor. And also an immortal emperor who has achieved the Dao of the sword. Headmaster, you should give him the extreme emptiness command, we will all acknowledge him as the saint child, we submit, we submit. Don't let us see him again, it really strikes a blow to the heart. At this moment, Wei Yunzheng was also in a state of panic, but he tried to maintain a calm expression, his heart in a state of panic. Did I overdo it? I've wanted to say these two sentences for a long time, although it feels good, but the situation seems very wrong. Hey, hey! What's with the thunder? Why do I feel like it's targeting me? I haven't done anything wrong, this isn't fair. I can't possibly go all out in front and then get struck by lightning in the back. As if sensing his thoughts, several thunderous dragons instantly emerged from the sea of clouds, carrying the power to destroy the world, and poured down towards Wei Yunzheng's location. The heavens and earth trembled. Just as Wei Yunzheng was about to shout help, perfected being Sheng Su had already taken the lead. He flicked his dusting cloth in his hand, his long beard swelled up, spreading out with a rustling sound, in an instant it was several kilometers long, directly confronting the thunderous dragons, the powerful true qi making people suffocate. The thunderous dragons seemed insignificant before this dusting cloth. They quietly dissipated and disappeared. Perfected being Sheng Su took the thunder tribulation for Wei Yunzheng. Wei Yunzheng let out a long breath, that's it. At the moment when the thunder tribulation dissipated, all the oppression in the heavens and earth disappeared. Immediately after, countless sword lights surged, thousands of swords resounded together. The Azure Lotus, which had sensed the Dao, suddenly contracted and restrained itself, and then flowers bloomed from within, dazzling and extraordinary. The flower of the great Dao bloomed. The way of the sword has been proven. This unprecedented scene was imprinted in the minds of everyone present. Heaven did not give birth to me, Wei Yunzheng. The way of the sword is like an eternal night. Wei Yunzheng's declaration merged with the voice of the great Dao, emanating from extreme emptiness, resounding throughout Zhongzhou. Celestial music resounded, celebrating the extraordinary. The cultivators who were rushing to extreme emptiness were shocked to the point of being unable to attach themselves, listening to the declaration that came to their ears, unable to believe it. Someone has forged the way of the sword in extreme emptiness. How many years has it been, how many years since someone has been able to prove the Dao of the sword? This declaration is so domineering. Who on earth is it? I want to go and admire their elegance. At this moment, there was another sound in Zhongzhou, clearly heard by everyone. I am perfected being, the head of extreme emptiness. Today, at the Sect's grand meeting, my disciple Wei Yunzheng has forged the way of the sword and proven the Dao of the sword. He is a rare talent bestowed by the heavens, with the qualifications of an immortal emperor, and stands out as the saint child of extreme emptiness. Perfected being Sheng Su used true qi as support, transmitting his voice throughout Zhongzhou. Everyone knew. This commotion was caused by the extreme emptiness saint child Wei Yunzheng. Countless people exclaimed in astonishment, who is this extreme emptiness saint child Wei Yunzheng, who at such a young age can prove the Dao? I can't believe it, but I have to believe it. Gazing into the distance, extreme emptiness. Countless flying swords condensed there, stirring up the wind and clouds above the sky. The aura of the great Dao swept through the central continent, and the long river of sword qi was awe-inspiring. The head of extreme emptiness personally announced that it must be true. This is astonishing. Such talent, so terrifying. At this moment, another voice exploded. I am the head of Azure Cloud Sword Sect. I congratulate Wei Yunzheng, the saint child of extreme emptiness, on achieving the status of a sword immortal. I invite him to come and discuss swordsmanship and enlightenment with me in the future. The voice came from Azure Cloud. Countless people were once again shocked. The head of Azure Cloud Sacred Land has acknowledged Wei Yunzheng's achievement and invited him to discuss swordsmanship and enlightenment. That's right, Wei Yunzheng, the sword immortal, is qualified to discuss swordsmanship and enlightenment with the head of Azure Cloud. It's truly unbelievable. This matter is actually true. Even if the head of extreme emptiness becomes a sword immortal, I wouldn't be so surprised, but it turns out to be a junior cultivator. No wonder the head of extreme emptiness used the title of Immortal Emperor to describe his disciple. He is truly worthy of his reputation. Soon, more voices sounded. I am the head of Sanking Xian Palace. I congratulate Wei Yunzheng, the saint child of extreme emptiness, on achieving the status of a sword immortal. I am the head of Yin Yang Holy Sect. Congratulations to Wei Yunzheng, the saint child of extreme emptiness, for his extraordinary talent in achieving the status of a sword immortal. I am the head of Good Fortune Sacred Land. Congratulations to Wei Yunzheng, the saint child of extreme emptiness, for his achievement as a sword immortal. His name will be renowned in the central continent. The 5 great saint lands successively voiced their support, their messages resounding throughout the central continent, piercing through the sea of clouds. Then, more voices followed. I am the emperor of the great Xia dynasty. Congratulations to Wei Yunzheng, the saint child of extreme emptiness. The saint child will soon achieve ascension. I am the emperor of the Water Moon dynasty. Wei Yunzheng, the saint child of extreme emptiness, is an unparalleled sword immortal, worthy of admiration. The true rulers of various dynasties successively voiced their support. As the head of extreme emptiness, such a major event had occurred, how could they not voice their support? On this day, voices praised Wei Yunzheng's name. A sword appeared, forging the path of the sword. Who in the central continent does not recognize you, sir? Extreme emptiness. Perfected being Sheng Su smiled and, under the watchful eyes of everyone, handed the extreme emptiness token to Wei Yunzheng, symbolizing the formal inheritance of the position of saint child. Wei Yunzheng's heart was filled with joy. Today's phenomenon was extraordinary. He didn't expect these few words to have such an explosive effect. Now that he had received the extreme emptiness token, the ceremony could end. It was time to leave. Yunzheng, withdraw these flying swords and go rest. The sect meeting can be concluded. Perfected being Sheng Su said. Wei Yunzheng looked around. Countless swords were shuttling through the air, but it would be inconvenient for him to leave without resolving this. These swords were all summoned by his command. How could he let them go back so easily? It was indeed a dilemma. After thinking for a moment, Wei Yunzheng tentatively said, Swords, go back! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the swords received the command and turned into streaks of light, cutting through the sky and returning. Hehe, they are quite obedient. Wei Yunzheng thought happily. The sect meeting is hereby concluded. Perfected being Sheng Su stood in front of the Extreme Emptiness Hall, facing the wind, and announced. The saint child with the qualifications of an immortal emperor, the mighty Extreme Emptiness, invincible in the central continent. It was Zhou Chaochu, shouting loudly beneath the vast righteousness peak. His face was even redder. Before, others mocked his senior brother, causing his face to turn red with frustration. Now, he was exhilarated and excited, causing his face to turn red. That's my senior brother. Humph, this is my senior brother. Do you understand the value of having the qualifications of an immortal emperor? There was still a hint of pride on his face. The saint child with the qualifications of an immortal emperor, the mighty Extreme Emptiness, invincible in the central continent. Soon, everyone shouted in unison. Wei Yunzheng beckoned and retrieved the sword that belonged to Zhou Chaochu. He turned around and was about to leave. At this moment, another voice sounded. Hold on! Turning back, it was the Hall Master of Sword Hall. The Hall Master of Sword Hall, Xiang Wencheng, carried a shattered dioxin and stood in place, his body slightly hunched, like an old man in his twilight years. He wore a bitter and complex expression as he stared at Wei Yunzheng, his mouth twitching several times without uttering a word. What advice does Senior Dao Yuan have? Wei Yunzheng asked, naturally referring to the title of the Hall Master of Sword Hall. Dao Yuan, the perfected being, avoided eye contact, furrowing his brows slightly. After a moment of silence, as if he had made an important decision in his heart, he sighed heavily and looked up to meet Wei Yunzheng's inquiring gaze. A fervent light rekindled in his eyes. Nephew Yunzheng's attainment of the sword immortal today is a great fortune of extreme emptiness. To be honest, since I first held a sword at the age of 7, I have wasted 816 years, still struggling to find a smooth path in the Dao of the sword. Today, witnessing nephew's attainment, I catch a glimpse of the supreme brilliance of the sword Dao. I implore nephew to generously teach and resolve the confusion in my heart. Dao Yuan, the perfected being, spoke earnestly, setting aside all his dignity in front of everyone from extreme emptiness. He did not hold on to his status, humbly requesting the younger generation to enlighten him. Before speaking, his heart had experienced several internal struggles, weighing heavily on him. But as soon as he spoke, all the heaviness in his heart dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease. It was as if he had returned to the time of his youth, devotedly seeking the Dao. Wei Yunzheng looked solemnly at Dao Yuan, the perfected being, his mind somewhat muddled. To be honest, he had no idea how he had achieved the attainment of the sword immortal. How could he possibly enlighten Dao Yuan, who had been practicing the sword for over 800 years? Wasn't this nonsense? At this moment, seeing Wei Yunzheng's troubled expression, Dao Yuan, the perfected being, wondered if the other party still felt that he had not shown a humble attitude in seeking advice. He immediately bowed deeply and said, "Please enlighten me, nephew." The disciples of Extreme Emptiness were all shocked. They never expected the Hall Master of Sword Hall to humble himself to such an extent just to seek guidance from Wei Yunzheng. Xiang Wencheng seemed to have regained some clarity of mind at this time, struggling to stand up without relying on the assistance of his master. He raised his head with difficulty, trembling as he bowed along with his master. Everyone's gaze once again focused on Wei Yunzheng. "I wonder what troubles senior uncle?" Wei Yunzheng asked. Since senior uncle comprehended the sword intent, he has often pondered where the sword Dao lies. In the past 100 years, not only has he diligently practiced the swords of various sects and schools, but he has also studied the sword techniques of several Ascension sword immortals. But even so, he still doesn't know where, or why, the predecessors used these sword techniques to attain the Dao, while senior uncle struggles to do so. Dao Yuan, the perfected being, asked sincerely. He wanted to know where the Dao was. He was confident that he had mastered almost 90% of the swords in the world, and he had not missed any famous sword techniques. Why was it that he couldn't comprehend the sword techniques that the predecessors used to attain the Dao? Dao Yuan, the perfected being, asked. His question resonated with everyone, and they all began to contemplate, finding it increasingly profound and unfathomable. The Dao is in the heart, the Dao is beneath your feet. Wei Yunzheng said offhandedly. How could he know where the Dao was? He could only casually bluff, pretending to be profound and unfathomable. Everyone was stunned by his words. They carefully pondered this statement. Dao Yuan, the perfected being, furrowed his brow and fell into deep thought, trying to fathom its profound meaning. What is in the heart? He asked again. In the heart lies the self, and within the heart lies the Dao. Wei Yunzhen impatiently replied. Nonsensical words, meant to sound mysterious and unfathomable. Even if the other party didn't understand what you said, they couldn't say that you were wrong. Wei Yunzhen was well versed in this art. Dao Yuan, the perfected being, murmured the words spoken by Wei Yunzhen, his eyes gradually filled with a bewildered expression, then seemed to enter a state of sudden realization. He sat cross-legged in place, as if entering a state of unity between heaven and man. Completely disregarding the surrounding environment. Wei Yunzhen, riding on the immortal crane, exchanged glances with perfected being Sheng Su, then left first. Xiang Wencheng was taken away by the Hall Master of Pill Hall to prepare for the reconstruction of his meridians and the elimination of the sword qi within his body. Many disciples also began to leave one after another, their mouths occasionally uttering praises. After a while, suddenly, the sky became overcast, shrouding extreme emptiness. Perfected being Dao Yuan opened his eyes, looked up at the sky, and saw thunderous dragons rolling out, brewing a terrifying thunder tribulation. I have realized it. Joy appeared in his eyes, a sword emerged from his body, radiating brilliant sword light and releasing a terrifying majesty. The sword energy soared into the sky. Ha ha ha! Perfected being Dao Yuan laughed madly. The Dao is within the heart, the Dao lies in oneself. I was wrong before, I was attached to the external aspects of the Dao, even studying the ways of others, but I didn't know that my own Dao is the true Dao. What a Dao within the heart, the Dao lies in oneself. Yunzheng, my nephew, truly is the master of my sword Dao. Boom! Roar! The thunderous dragons descended, charging straight towards perfected being Dao Yuan. Perfected being Dao Yuan raised his hand, pointed towards the sky, and a sword resounded like thunder, emitting a faint cold light, carrying an overwhelming power, colliding with the thunderous dragons. The two terrifying energies fiercely collided in the void, and an energy storm swept through the entire world like a tide. In an instant, the world returned to calm. The disciples of Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land looked at the flourishing perfected being Dao Yuan in astonishment, their faces pale with shock. Thunder tribulation. The Hall Master of Sword Hall has also become a sword immortal. 2 sword immortals have emerged in extreme emptiness within a day. This can be recorded in the history of Extreme Emptiness. It's incredible. The casual teachings of the Saint Child actually led the Hall Master of Sword Hall to become a sword immortal. Unbelievable. Not only were the disciples amazed, but all the Hall Masters were also incredulous. Dao Yuan, this stubborn old man, has actually realized it. He has been wandering all this time, but now he has finally realized the Dao. It is a happy event for Extreme Emptiness. Perfected being Sheng Su stroked his beard, a smile hanging on his lips, and pretended to say, "My disciple, the talent of the Immortal Emperor, it's nothing special to produce a sword immortal. What do you think, should Dao Yuan call me senior brother or ancestor in the future?" The Hall Masters were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Soon after, several voices rang out in Zhongzhou. Everyone congratulated perfected being Dao Yuan of Extreme Emptiness for becoming a sword immortal and gaining recognition from heaven and earth. The head of Azure Cloud sent out another invitation, inviting perfected being Dao Yuan to Azure Cloud to discuss the Dao with him. Perfected being Dao Yuan responded from afar, "I will wait for you at Extreme Emptiness." The two of them were full of hostility. After all, they were peers who had been fighting since childhood, and they didn't give each other any face. On this day, everyone in Zhongzhou was in a state of numb shock. The name Wei Yunzheng would dominate the discussions of the people of Zhongzhou for the next few days. Not only in Zhongzhou, but news about Wei Yunzheng also gradually spread to other regions. His first sword grip not only triggered the appearance of the Azure Lotus, but also became a sword immortal in a very short period of time, which seemed like a dream to others. Wei Yunzhen's famous sayings about the sword Dao were also circulating in Zhongzhou. Many children, holding tree branches, shouted at the sky at the village entrance, "From the first time I held a sword, I knew that I would be the leader of the sword Dao, the number one in the world." Every street and alley echoed with the cry of "The eternal sword Dao is like a long night." In addition, Wei Yunzhen's clarification of perfected being Dao Yuan's confusion also sparked heated discussions among the people. These two things were too incredible. To the point where people firmly believed that Wei Yunzheng was not just a talented immortal emperor, but the reincarnation of an immortal emperor. Although Wei Yunzheng had just become the saint child, in just one day, his limelight completely overshadowed the other four great saint children. People even subconsciously didn't want to compare him with the other four great saint children. Because there was no comparison at all. The next day, the morning glow scattered across the entire extreme emptiness. Wei Yunzheng stretched lazily, loosening his muscles and bones, and walked out of the extreme emptiness hall in a lazy and tired state. In the eyes of others, he appeared carefree and natural, like a gentle and warm-hearted young man. Outside the hall, Zhou Chaochu had been waiting for a long time and eagerly approached, saying, "Senior brother." Wei Yunzheng nodded and handed the several volumes of pill formulas he was holding to Zhou Chaochu. The two of them set off towards the pill peak. Today, he was planning to study pill formulas and try alchemy. He already had a general understanding of the basic knowledge of alchemy, but lacked practical experience. Previously, Zhou Chaochu suggested moving the pill furnace and other equipment to the extreme emptiness hall, but Wei Yunzheng felt that it was not quite right. Aside from the fact that this would burden the fellow disciples, if there were any slight mistakes in the operation and no means of rescue, it could easily lead to a disaster. If he accidentally burned down the vast righteousness peak, it would be a big trouble. Even if perfected being Sheng Su doted on him, he would still face punishment. Of course, if the culprit were Zhou Chaochu, he would probably have to meet his grandmother. To be on the safe side, it was better to go to the pill peak. On the way, many disciples encountered Wei Yunzheng and their eyes were filled with eagerness. They instantly became die-hard fans, and the female disciples even clamored to give birth to monkeys for the saint child. Wei Yunzheng mostly smiled and ignored them. On the contrary, Zhou Chaochu became jealous and thought to himself, "Are you even worthy?" Arriving at the pill hall, there were disciples specifically assigned to guide at the entrance. They bowed respectfully, saying, "Saint child, the hall master instructed me to arrange the quietest pill refining room for you. Please follow me." The one who spoke was named Su Cai, a direct disciple of the pill hall's hall master. He carefully examined Wei Yunzheng and felt as if the indifferent eyes contained the entire universe, capable of seeing through people. Zhou Chaochu spoke up from the side, "Su Cai, not only does the pill room need to be quiet, but my senior brother also needs the best pill furnace." He naturally recognized Su Cai, after all, the pill hall's hall master was his father, although he seriously doubted that he was his biological father. That goes without saying. Under Su Cai's guidance, they arrived at a room closer to the center. In the middle of the room was a huge pill furnace, towering over two people. For the saint child's first attempt at alchemy, it is not suitable to use a law weapon pill furnace. We need to proceed gradually. When there is some progress in the future, junior brother will arrange a law weapon pill furnace for senior brother. Although this furnace in front of us is not a law weapon, it is not an ordinary iron forge either. It is probably the most suitable one for the saint child's alchemy. Su Cai explained and casually closed the door. "Junior brother Su, you've gone through a lot of trouble." "Not at all." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Cai and Zhou Chaochu stepped aside, leaving Wei Yunzheng alone to contemplate and comprehend. Su Cai had made great achievements in the path of alchemy, and he stayed behind to clarify Wei Yunzhen's doubts and take care of related matters. These were things that Zhou Chaochu couldn't do. After all, he had joined the vast righteousness peak and hadn't learned alchemy from his father. He was completely ignorant of this path. Wei Yunzheng focused his attention. He carefully examined the pill formulas he had brought. These pill formulas only recorded the names, as well as the precious medicines and methods needed for refining, with most of them not recording their effects. And Wei Yunzheng discovered that many of them were incomplete, basically useless. This made Wei Yunzheng's heart burn with excitement. After all, in the world of immortals and heroes, the more broken something was, the longer it had been passed down, and the longer it had been passed down, the more precious it was. How many fragments could transform a person from a loser to a great emperor overnight, making all the goddesses around him secretly admire him and all the men around him trampled under his feet? Wei Yunzheng selected a few pill formulas and prepared to start refining. First, he chose to try refining the yin-yang fusion pill. Just by looking at the name, Wei Yunzheng felt confident. The fusion of yin and yang, embracing the yin and embracing the yang, seemed to symbolize the alternation between new and old. Not simple. He informed Su Cai of all the medicinal materials needed for the refining, and the latter quickly sent someone to deliver them. Extreme Emptiness is a place with vast land and abundant resources. Not only are there specialized medicinal plantations within its borders, but the sect's treasure trove is also filled to the brim. There is no need to worry about gathering enough alchemical ingredients. Following the proportions and sequence stated in the alchemical formula, Wei Yunzheng began his attempt at alchemy. The control of the fire and its difficulty. It requires the control of true qi to achieve a state where the fire can be manipulated at will. After a brief attempt, sweat began to bead on Wei Yunzheng's forehead. Su Cai stepped forward and said, "Saint Child, the first attempt at alchemy consumes a lot of mental energy, and the mastery of the fire's intensity is an extra test of the alchemist's skill. If Saint Child needs help, I can assist in controlling the fire and help Saint Child succeed in pill refinement." Generally speaking, almost everyone fails their first attempt at alchemy. Su Cai's words were meant to help Wei Yunzheng succeed in his first attempt and avoid being discouraged. Wei Yunzheng shook his head and rejected the proposal. He wanted to try the complete process first and considered any failure as an accumulation of experience. Seeing this, Su Cai remained silent and observed the situation. Zhou Chaochu muttered to himself on the side, "Don't worry, my senior brother doesn't need your help." Su Cai raised an eyebrow and said impatiently, "Don't be too confident. Who can succeed in alchemy on their first try? I'm just looking out for Saint Child, not wanting him to be discouraged. My senior brother is not an ordinary person." Zhou Chaochu glanced at him and lowered his voice, "What he does is not something a normal person would do." Su Cai took a deep breath and scratched his head. Although the statement sounded strange, it seemed to make sense upon careful consideration. Curiously, he asked, "Are you currently cultivating with Saint Child?" Although Zhou Chaochu was under the vast righteousness peak, he hadn't heard anything about the sect leader teaching him anything. He was only responsible for registration under the vast righteousness peak every day. But since Saint Child came out of seclusion, he had been following him all day. Zhou Chaochu looked proud and put his arm around Su Cai's shoulder, saying, "It's not exactly cultivating with Saint Child. It's more like mutual encouragement and motivation between me and Saint Child." Upon hearing this, Su Cai scrutinized Zhou Chaochu and disdainfully said, "Don't speak too highly of yourself. What can you do to mutually encourage Saint Child?" This made Zhou Chaochu unhappy. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and said, "You're mistaken. I also have my own shining points. Such as, for example, I can highlight my senior brother's extraordinary valor and his sincere heart that is willing to be as humble as cow dung." For a moment, Su Cai was speechless. At this moment, Wei Yunzheng withdrew his control of the furnace fire. After waiting for a moment, he opened the furnace lid with anticipation. Inside, there was no pill as he had imagined. There was only a blackish-grey pill-like object that had just taken shape. It seemed like a failure. Wei Yunzheng wasn't angry either and calmly accepted the fact of failure. Zhou Chaochu and Su Cai approached. "How did it go, senior brother? Did you succeed?" Zhou Chaochu seemed more concerned about the result than Wei Yunzheng. Wei Yunzheng shook his head. It must be because the quality of the pill furnace is not good. Otherwise, senior brother would have succeeded with one attempt. Or maybe today's condition is not suitable for alchemy. Zhou Chaochu desperately tried to find excuses. Su Cai chuckled and encouraged, "Saint child, don't be discouraged. It's normal to fail the first time in alchemy. Many people only succeed after years of practice and attempts. Like me, it took me several months of attempts before I succeeded for the first time. Please don't compare yourself to my senior brother." Zhou Chaochu immediately retorted, "It's just that my senior brother is not in a good state. Once he adjusts his condition, he will succeed on the second try." Su Cai smiled and didn't deny it. There was no need to argue. Being accepted as a personal disciple by the Pill Hall's Hall Master was already enough to prove his talent in alchemy. To successfully refine a pill within a month of the first attempt was already remarkable. "Su Junior brother, can you help me analyze what went wrong?" Wei Yunzheng asked, deciding to seek advice from a professional. Su Cai stepped forward and carefully examined the blackish-grey pill-like object. Soon, he noticed something abnormal. He couldn't help but exclaim softly, "Junior brother Su Cai, did you find something wrong?" Seeing the other party's expression slightly surprised, Wei Yunzheng asked. Su Cai didn't answer in a hurry, stretched out his hand to pinch the pill, put it between his nose and sniffed it, thought for a moment, and frowned tightly. "Saint child, Yu Dan, you are a little strange. Generally speaking, the waste pills that fail to refine will not retain any medicinal properties at all, and will not retain the shape of a pill, and will mostly turn into residue ashes. However, Saint Child's refinement not only retains the pill shape, but more importantly, I can detect that it contains medicinal properties. The strange thing is that this medicine has a tendency to spill out. Has medicinal properties." Zhou Chaochu took the pill from Su Cai's hand, and pretended to examine it. Could it be that the senior brother has actually successfully refined it? "Won't." Su Cai spoke decisively and fell into deep thought. Wei Yunzheng waited patiently, keeping quiet so as not to interrupt the other party's thoughts. A long time. Su Cai slapped his forehead and suddenly said, "I know. Say something quickly." Zhou Chaochu waited impatiently, and his tone was slightly unfriendly. Wei Yunzheng glanced at him, warning him to pay attention to his words and deeds. Then he said in a gentle tone, "Please enlighten me, Junior brother Su." Although Su Cai didn't argue with Zhou Chaochu, he secretly slandered Zhou Chaochu a little bit in his heart. No wonder he is a saint child. Putting aside his talent and appearance, in terms of quality, words, and deeds, he is not even the slightest bit better than master. He opened his mouth and explained, "Saint child, I understand, in fact, your pill has been refined." "Ah?" Wei Yunzheng glanced at the little black and grey mud pill. "Don't lie to me if you mean I don't read much. Can this thing be called Dan? At most, it's a pill to stretch your legs and stare at your eyes. I knew that even though my brother is doing alchemy for the first time, he will definitely succeed, so he won't have to try for a month like you." Zhou Chaochu immediately asserted what he had said before. Su Cai did not refute, and confessed frankly. "I thought that Saint Child was unprecedented in the way of swordsmanship, but I didn't expect that Saint Child was also extremely talented in the way of alchemy." "That's not right." Zhou Chaochu echoed. "This is amazing. Stop it, stop it." Wei Yunzheng immediately stopped the two from singing, saying that I would be ashamed to continue to praise. "Junior brother Su, you said that I succeeded in refining, but the appearance of this pill is also." Su Cai slightly restrained his shock, and said seriously, "Saint child, in fact, your pill is not completely refined." "How do I say this? It's like this. This pill has form but doesn't condense. Although it has medicinal properties, it leaks out. I think the fire of alchemy has not met the requirements." Su Cai explained to himself, some good elixirs need to be assisted by high-quality elixir fire to ensure that they are fully condensed. Ordinary elixir fire cannot meet this requirement. If Saint Child can use the strange pill fire as an aid, he will surely succeed in one fell swoop. After listening to Su Cai's explanation, Wei Yunzheng was a little embarrassed. High-quality pill fires are actually all kinds of miraculous flames, which can only be conceived under special circumstances, and each has a wonderful effect. It can be regarded as a kind of treasure of heaven and earth, which is hard to find at all. In the entire pill hall, it was only heard that the hall master of pill hall mastered a kind of divine strange fire called Erding Luo. It seems that without strange fire, this yin-yang fusion pill would not be possible. His expression was slightly depressed. Su Cai seemed to have guessed what he was thinking, and said, "Is Saint Child making trouble for strange fire?" "Exactly," Wei Yunzheng said frankly. "As far as I know, there is a strange fire in Extreme Emptiness." One sentence aroused Wei Yunzheng's interest. Junior brother once heard master mention it by coincidence. It is said that senior sister Mu Yao, the leader of Jade Maiden Peak, once brought back a kind of strange fire when she was exploring the secret realm, but she was unable to conquer it and wanted to let my master exchange it for treasures. It's a pity that master also failed to subdue him in the end, so let it go. His. Wei Yunzhen's first reaction. As expected of the daughter of destiny, the treasure of heaven and earth like strange fire can be seen by junior sister Mu Yao. I had received a gift from God before. This opportunity, God is really chasing after the baby. It doesn't make sense at all. Zhou Chaochu rolled his eyes again and again. Dad still has this matter. I do not even know. His disciples know. I feel more and more that I am not necessarily my own. Saint Child might as well go to Jade Maiden Peak to see if he can subdue the strange fire. Su Cai suggested. Wei Yunzheng shook his head. Junior brother, you think highly of me. Even Master Uncle Yundan is hard to subdue, so what can I do? Zhou Chaochu put his hand on Wei Yunzhen's shoulder. Brother, what you said is wrong, my father can't do it, you can do it. I know I can do it, but your father can't. Don't talk nonsense about these 4 words, you have to ask your mother's opinion first. Wei Yunzheng pinched his brows, thinking that this junior brother is really a treasure. Su Cai also said, although Jojo looks a bit mischievous and rude, sometimes his words still make sense. I also think Saint Child can try to subdue it. Crooked. Can you talk nicely? Is it necessary to be so yin and yang? Zhou Chaochu rolled his eyes. Wei Yunzheng took a serious look at Su Cai. You also went crazy after losing your mind. Su Cai said righteously, as a Saint Child Immortal Emperor, you must believe in yourself. The words are conclusive, and the eyes are burning. Jade Maiden Peak. Quickui pouted, sitting on the stone steps in front of the main hall, looking at the sea of clouds in the distance, her thoughts had already flown to nowhere. In short, she felt that the clouds in the distance seemed to have turned into a handsome saint child. Where is my husband? Oh! At this time. Someone asked, hello, can you help me pass it on, I want to ask to see Yunking perfect being. Kui was startled by the sudden words, her thoughts turned, and she saw a shockingly ugly face. It looks like God is joking. Instantly flew into a rage. No time. Zhou Chaochu's eyes widened, why did this woman get angry for no reason after she said a word? You. Before she finished speaking, Kui interrupted immediately, what's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? My girl is not free right now. Find someone else to report it yourself. This girl doesn't want to talk to you. Don't talk about this girl. Yes, I just have no quality. If you know that I have no quality, go away and save my sister from crying when she scolds you. A string of words hit Zhou Chaochu in the face. You. Zhou Chaochu pointed at Kui, opened his mouth for a long time and then spit out a word. What are you? What's the matter? The brain is underdeveloped, the cerebellum is underdeveloped, and you can't even speak fluently, stuttering. I advise you not to see our hall master. If you have this time, go to Pill Hall and ask for a elixir for stuttering. It's embarrassing enough to be so tall, so don't be ashamed of your words. Another series of continuous attacks. Zhou Chaochu was furious, and immediately rolled up his sleeves. Kui showed sarcasm. What little Karami, how dare you make a mistake when Jade Maiden Peak comes? Get up and call the sisters in the hall behind you to come up and challenge Zhou Chushhu. At this time, Wei Yunzheng came from behind. Jojo, don't mess around. Zhou Chaochu said aggrievedly, brother, I didn't mess around, it was her who was unreasonable. When Kui saw Wei Yunzheng, her heart trembled a few times, her eyes flashed with caution, and she immediately took the lead. It was my sister who was wrong earlier, this brother, don't worry about it. The voice was instantly soft and waxy. The line of sight automatically ignores Zhou Chaochu, and stares straight at Wei Yunzheng, senior brother saint child, just now your junior sister Kui was rude, please don't take offense, I'm sorry, he didn't do it on purpose. Your sorry seems to be the wrong person. Can you pinch a little more? Zhou Chaochu has black lines all over his head. Senior brother saint child, do you want to see our hall master? Wei Yunzheng nodded. Junior sister will help senior brother pass on the transmission, senior brother will follow me to rest for a while. As he spoke, he was about to stretch out his hand to hold Wei Yunzheng. Wei Yunzheng avoided without any trace. Junior sister will just lead the way. Good. Kui's eyes were full of pity, and her mouth shrunk down. Wei Yunzheng looked at Zhou Chaochu suspiciously. On the mountain road earlier, he asked Chaochu to report first, so he didn't know what happened. As soon as he came up, he saw Zhou Chaochu rolled up his sleeves, and said that this junior sister was unreasonable. Isn't that very polite and warm? Where is it unreasonable? Wei Yunzheng asked dumbfounded. Brother, listen to me, these are all illusions. This woman is pretending. She treats differently. Zhou Chaochu was about to speak, when he suddenly sensed a hint of danger. Kui gave him a look that would speak well or silence him. Startled, Zhou Chaochu swallowed, yes. When Wei Yunzheng saw perfected being Yunqing again, he felt a little nervous and slightly restrained in his heart. He could only try to appear calm and sincere. The sins created by the master have nothing to do with me. I am innocent with Mu Yao. Everything before was just a misunderstanding. Perfected being Yunqing did not mention the previous matter, and her attitude also changed slightly. There was a light and carefree expression on her face. It must be said that although perfected being Yunqing is no longer young, she still has a beautiful appearance and fair skin, with only a few wrinkles. She must have been an extremely beautiful fairy when she was young. She waved her hand and dismissed Kui, who came to report. She looked at Wei Yunzheng with a scrutinizing gaze. Dressed in a green robe and white clothes, gentle and jade-like, extraordinary appearance, and an otherworldly temperament. Putting aside appearances, he is not only a saint child but also possesses exceptional talent. He has achieved the status of a sword immortal at such a young age. How should I put it? This young man is a perfect match for my Mu Yao. At this moment, she looked like a mother-in-law examining her future beloved son-in-law, finding that he had only virtues and no faults, becoming more satisfied the more she looked. A rare smile appeared on her face. All these changes were due to Wei Yunzhen's astonishing performance at the sex grand meeting. Wei Yunzheng felt uneasy, feeling that the atmosphere was strange. Zhou Chaochu behind him also dared not speak, keeping his head down and staying quiet. He had heard about Wei Yunzheng being thrown down the mountain by perfected being Yunqing before. Maintaining silence was to protect oneself. Zhou Chaochu understood one thing well: one cannot reason with women, especially not with women who are stronger than oneself. Otherwise, there will inevitably be a bad outcome. He realized this from the countless rejections and ridicule he had experienced from women. After a while, perfected being Yunqing's eyes contained a smile as she calmly spoke, "Nephew Yunzhen, you wouldn't come to Jade Maiden Peak today without any reason. I suppose you have come to propose to Mu Yao, right?" Ahem. Wei Yunzhen was immediately startled by her words and coughed, never expecting that perfected being Yunqing would associate his visit with this matter. He quickly explained, "Senior Yunqing, you have misunderstood. There is nothing improper between me and Junior Mu Yao. We have a pure relationship." Oh! The smile on perfected being Yunqing's face was replaced by coldness, and she said in an extremely cold tone, "So in your eyes, taking off a woman's chest wrap is not considered improper?" This! Wei Yunzhen knew he was in the wrong and was speechless. Zhou Chaochu, who had been keeping his head down, heard this and instantly raised his head, his eyes bursting with excitement. Oh my god! There's gossip! And it's so exciting! Senior brother, you're really something! He wanted to continue listening, but he was noticed by perfected being Yunqing due to his sudden movement. With a wave of her sleeve, a gust of wind threw Zhou Chaochu out of the hall. He rolled several times before coming to a stop. A voice floated into his ears, dare to spread rumors outside, be careful of losing your head. Wei Yunzhen also received the message that perfected being Yunqing sent to Zhou Chaochu. He suspected that she did it on purpose, using him as a warning to others. It must be said that it was quite effective, as he broke out in a cold sweat. This is bad. I shouldn't have thought about obtaining the strange fire. Suddenly, he regretted it deeply. With a stiff expression, he said, Senior, it was actually a misunderstanding last time. I was demonstrating a Dao technique for Junior Mu Yao and accidentally did that. I see. Should I believe you? Her tone was very cold. Wei Yunzhen deeply bowed, Please, Senior, believe me. Humph. Perfected being Yunqing looked at Wei Yunzhen deeply. She thought to herself. Look at this boy, he looks honest and handsome, but he's actually full of mischief. He can come up with any excuse. This child should have been a piece of jade. Judging from his appearance, his nature should be pure and good, but now there are signs of being tainted, presumably influenced by his master. Sheng Su, the perfected being of extreme emptiness, inexplicably sneezed, which little girl is missing me? Wei Yunzhen, seeing that perfected being Yunqing didn't believe him, kept speaking, Senior, if you don't believe me, you can find Junior Mu Yao to confront me. Perfected being Yunqing waved her hand, there's no need. You demonstrate this so-called Dao technique, and I'll see what kind of strange and crooked method it is. At this point, Wei Yunzhen was also helpless and could only do as instructed. After all, the reason he gave did sound like a lie, so he might as well prove it himself. The flying dragon cloud-piercing hand was already at his fingertips, and his palms changed in the air, leaving behind a series of after-images. The demonstration was quickly completed. Master Uncle, this technique is called the flying dragon cloud-piercing hand. It is actually a thieving technique. It was my nephew who demonstrated this technique earlier, which caused the misunderstanding. Wei Yunzhen had a sincere expression, almost begging for understanding and belief from Yunqing. Yunqing, the perfected being, blinked her eyes. This technique did indeed seem strange, and she didn't sense any aggressiveness. On the contrary, it seemed quite concealed between the movements of the palms. But the name doesn't sound like a thieving technique, does it? All right then. Yunqing, the perfected being, produced a small token out of thin air and then put it back into her sleeve. Nephew Yunzhen, why don't you demonstrate how this technique steals? If you can take the token, I will reluctantly believe you. Wei Yunzhen scratched his head and agreed. Master Uncle, please forgive me. After informing Yunqing, Wei Yunzhen once again performed the flying dragon cloud-piercing hand. This time, he was fully focused. As the palm wind surged, he reached into Yunqing's sleeve. Yunqing, the perfected being, only felt something enter her sleeve and then disappear in an instant, accompanied by a cool sensation brought about by the palm wind. When she looked again, Wei Yunzhen had already gained a piece of pink silk fabric in his hand. Master Uncle, please listen to my explanation. This is a misunderstanding, Wei Yunzhen weakly spoke up. What the hell? Where's the token? How did he steal this again? This technique is poisonous. Yunqing turned her back, her tone calm, but Wei Yunzhen could hear the suppressed anger and see her shoulders trembling slightly. Nephew, you still haven't said why you came to find me. Oh. Wei Yunzhen quickly explained his intentions again. The strange fire was found by Mu Yao, so naturally, she is the one in charge of it. She is currently in seclusion at the Cliff of Reflection. You can go find her. By the way, since it was all a misunderstanding, I can lift her punishment. Please convey my message to her. Okay, got it. Thank you, Master Uncle. It's all right. Is there anything else? No. Then put down the thing in your hand. Thing? Wei Yunzheng thought for a moment before realizing that the other party was referring to the silk fabric in his hand. He quickly put it down. Master Uncle, I've put it down. Okay, good. Then I'll send you off. Wei Yunzheng waved his hands repeatedly. No need to trouble you, Master Uncle. I'll go down by myself. Yunqing, the perfected being, didn't give him a chance to say anything else. Terrifying true qi surged around her, shooting straight into the sky. Wei Yunzheng suddenly felt his breath stagnate, and he lost his balance, floating in mid-air. He was greatly shocked in his heart. Master Uncle, I really didn't mean it. Bang! The next second, Wei Yunzheng felt a sharp pain in his buttocks. The scene in front of him became illusory, changing in an instant, with the wind whistling in his ears. Outside the hall, Zhou Chaochu saw the door suddenly open, and a figure flew out. After taking a closer look, she shouted repeatedly. Senior brother, wait for me. She quickly turned around and ran down the mountain. She felt a slight sense of relief in her heart. Fortunately, she was thrown out early, otherwise, she would have ended up like senior brother. Scary. Senior brother, why did you have to provoke the wrong person and specifically a woman? And it had to be the most terrifying woman, Extreme Emptiness. The Siguia cliff is a very high mountain peak, its summit piercing the clouds, and its body resembling a sheathed sword, straight and narrow. There are rumors that the Siguia cliff is actually a transformed divine sword, with the terrifying demon emperor suppressed beneath it, and many guardian elders protecting it. The truth of these rumors is unknown, but there is indeed a prohibition on entering the back mountain of the Siguia cliff. Below the peak of the Siguia cliff. It is noon. The disciple in the green robe, who should have been guarding the entrance to the cliff, is sneaking back from outside. He looks around and, after making sure no one is paying attention, tightens the thing hidden in his arms, breathes a sigh of relief, and returns to a desk. Sister, sister. A hand covers his mouth as he whispers. No response. The disciple in the green robe calls out several times in a row, but there is still no movement. The man sighs and shouts again, it's time for lunch. Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter. There is a rustling sound on the nearby grass. A figure pops out and sits on the ground. She yawns heavily, rubs her sleepy eyes, and spits out the dogtail grass in her mouth with a pu sound. I'm here. Immediately, she cheerfully says and dispels her drowsiness, running towards the man in the green robe. Brother Bai, what are we having for lunch today? The little girl runs fast, wearing a light blue dress, with a round and chubby face, but delicate features, like a cute little cat. The man in the green robe smiles and says, Today, I saw roasted chicken in the kitchen, so I borrowed one for you. Roasted chicken. Brother is so nice. The little girl exclaims happily, reaching out to take the roasted chicken from the man's arms and starts gnawing on it. Eat slowly, eat slowly. The man in the green robe watches the little girl devouring the food and smiles like a kind father. This little girl was originally punished to face the wall at the Siguia cliff. And he was the disciple in charge of guarding her. Who would have known that on her first day here, she ran down from the peak, crying and demanding delicious food. Come on! People who face the wall here are supposed to fast, and they can't even leave the peak. According to reason, he should immediately report to the higher UPS that someone is not following the disciplinary rules set by the Siguia cliff, and then this little girl would receive a heavier punishment. But his values follow his facial features. This cute girl just slightly annoyed him, and he was instantly conquered. Since that day, he has been secretly helping the little girl find delicious food every day. Fortunately, there are usually no people coming to the Siguia cliff, so the matter of him neglecting his duties and stealing food has not been exposed. Brother Bai, do you want to eat some? The little girl wipes the grease off the corner of her mouth, with meat still not completely swallowed, blinking her big round eyes, and asks with a muffled voice. Brother Bai waves his hand, indicating that he doesn't want to eat. That's good. The little girl thinks happily in her heart, tearing off a plump chicken leg and takes a big bite. What do you want to eat tomorrow? Brother Bai asks indulgently. The little girl smacks her lips, tilts her head, and thinks for a moment, "Brother, I want to eat fish." Then you have to find Lao Mo. At this moment, someone is approaching from a distance. Brother Bai is the first to notice and quickly stands in front, hiding the little girl who is focused on eating behind him. He feels something is not right. Why would someone come to the Siguia cliff in the middle of the day? This is bad. His act of neglecting his duties and stealing food is about to be discovered. His brain is working frantically, thinking about how to respond and various excuses. When he looks at the approaching person, he is stunned for a moment. How can there be such a handsome man in the world, without a trace of dust, as if a celestial being has descended? Two words instantly pop into his mind: Saint Child. He had heard that the Saint Child is extraordinarily handsome and can be recognized at a glance, and it seems to be true. Looking at the Saint Child's side, there is also a person who is extremely ugly, with a sloppy appearance and a hint of humor. He chooses to ignore him automatically. Far away, he bowed and said, "Greetings, Saint Child." Wei Yunzheng nodded, then noticed that there seemed to be a sound coming from behind the disciple in front of him, and a special fragrance lingered in his nose, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Seeing this scene, senior brother Bai's heart instantly tensed up. If it were an ordinary disciple, he could communicate and handle the situation to avoid any exposure of dereliction of duty. But if it was the Saint Child, he would have to report it to higher UPS, and he might have to pack up and go to Handyman Peak tomorrow. After thinking for a moment, he decided to confess his mistake and beg for forgiveness. At this moment, a round head poked out from behind him. Excitedly, the person shouted, "Senior brother Yunzheng." Wei Yunzheng took a closer look and realized that it was someone he knew, and not just an ordinary acquaintance. It was one of the three disciples of Vast Righteousness Peak, his junior sister, Zai. Since he came out of seclusion about 10 days ago, he hadn't seen his junior sister during that time. His junior sister used to be very clingy to him, but she hadn't been seen since he came out of seclusion. If he hadn't been busy with various things, he would have really asked about her whereabouts. Who knew that he would see her today under the cliff of reflection? Before he could think too much, Zai had already come out from behind senior brother Bai and ran towards Wei Yunzheng, leaving the roasted chicken aside. She opened her arms, ready to give him a big hug. Wei Yunzheng immediately reached out and stopped Zai's head, saying, "Junior sister, don't get too excited, you have oil on your hands." "Woo, senior brother, I missed you so much," Zai muttered, trying to bury her head in Wei Yunzheng's embrace. Wei Yunzheng didn't want to get oil stains all over himself, so he had a clever idea and glanced at Zhou Chaochu. Zhou Chaochu raised an eyebrow, not understanding. "Extend your sleeve." "Oh, okay." Zhou Chaochu extended his sleeve, and Zai stopped moving. She skillfully wiped the oil stains off her hands with Zhou Chaochu's sleeve. Wei Yunzheng checked and felt that it was already clean, so he let go of his hand that was supporting Zai's head. "Wow!" Zai plunged into her senior brother's embrace, taking a few deep breaths and looking satisfied. In that moment of intimate contact, Wei Yunzheng suddenly felt a buzzing in his mind, and his eyes had flowing runes, entering a mysterious state. In just a short moment, he returned to normal. Looking down, he discovered that his junior sister in his arms had a red aura fluctuating around her. His heart was in turmoil. She's another child of luck. Red? It represents the luck child of the beast race. There was a record in the aura examination technique that the luck child of the human race had a purple aura surrounding them, while the beast race had a red one. Some monsters, if they possessed great luck, would have a black aura. His junior sister turned out to be a demon. Wei Yunzheng felt like he had discovered a shocking secret. Zai, who was in his arms, kept taking deep breaths, looking satisfied, burying her head in Wei Yunzheng's clothes and making a few satisfied snoring sounds. "Woo! This is the smell. So fragrant. I, Zai, love senior brother the most. Junior sister, why are you here at the cliff of reflection?" Wei Yunzheng touched Zai's round head and asked. Zai took a deep breath, mumbled a few unclear words, which Wei Yunzheng didn't hear clearly. Zhou Chaochu, who was beside them, said, junior sister made a mistake not long ago and was punished to face the wall here for 20 days by master. What mischief did you do again? Wei Yunzheng knocked on Zai Zai's head, pretending to be slightly annoyed. Zai Zai pouted and looked up pitifully, saying, I didn't do anything bad, I just stole a few chickens. A few chickens. Wei Yunzheng felt that perfected being Sheng Su was making a big deal out of nothing. Zhou Chaochu interjected, she stole the 8 treasures chicken. Oh, I see. The 8 treasures chicken was a rare spiritual pet and exotic beast. It was not only delicious, but its meat also contained astonishing medicinal properties, making it known as a walking elixir. Extreme Emptiness only had about 30 of them, and although these 8 treasures chickens were not kept in captivity, capturing them was strictly prohibited. Suddenly, Wei Yunzheng felt that perfected being Sheng Su was overreacting. Zai Zai glared at Zhou Chaochu. This second senior brother never helped her with anything. When she was being punished, he never pleaded for her. And now he was adding insult to injury. I'm just a kind little girl, how did I end up with such an ugly and mean second senior brother? But fortunately, there's still a handsome senior brother who will definitely help me plead for leniency and cancel the remaining days of my punishment. The Siguia is prohibited for sword flying, of course, not excluding that some people may not abide by it. Wei Yunzheng held Zai Zai's little hand and walked on the steep mountain road leading to the top of the cliff. The mountain road was steep and not winding. Why did junior sister Mu Yao choose the topmost cave to face the wall? I really don't understand. Zai Zai tugged at Wei Yunzheng, sweat beads dotted his forehead, pouted, and his watery eyes were full of pleading, Senior brother, Zai Zai can't walk anymore. Just hold on a little longer. Wei Yunzheng reached out and touched Zai Zai's head, comforting him, we'll be there soon. Ah! How much longer? About 3 hours. Zhou Chaochu gasped for breath, sat down on the stone steps, and answered Zai Zai's question. Help! Ah, I'm dying. Zai Zai also followed Zhou Chaochu and sat down, refusing to go up any further. He hugged his arms around his knees and buried his head in between. Zai Zai, be good, just hold on a little longer. Wei Yunzhen's tone was very gentle as he carefully observed his little junior sister, paying more attention to her than before. I wonder if the master knows that junior sister is a demon, and if he does, what is his attitude towards it? It's intriguing, why did the master take in a demon as a disciple and help conceal it? There must be some hidden story behind this. Zai Zai noticed Wei Yunzhen's gentle gaze, pretended not to care, buried his head even deeper, but his heart was already in turmoil. Senior brother has been in seclusion for so long, and now that we've met again, his attitude seems different from before. Not only does he hug me, but now he's also staring at me like this. Could it be that this girl has grown up a bit and revealed some of the charm that a future peerless cutie should have, and that's why senior brother is captivated? It's not impossible. I remember when I was a child, the elders in the clan used to say that humans have no resistance to our appearance, and they are even willing to shovel shit and be slaves. But I don't want senior brother to fall so quickly. For the sake of the beast race's grand plan, I cannot fall in love. As for me, Zai Zai, I can refuse to date senior brother. Thinking of this, Zai Zai couldn't help but sigh, lost interest in exploring the outside world, and then noticed that Zhou Chaochu was also looking at him. His gaze instantly became guarded, and he waved his small pink fist threateningly, what are you looking at? Ahem. Zhou Chaochu awkwardly touched his nose. I just wanted to see why senior brother was staring at you. After resting for a while, Wei Yunzheng stood up first. They couldn't afford to waste any more time. If they didn't hurry, they might not be able to climb up even if it got dark. Let's go, let's continue. Zhou Chaochu obediently stood up, but Zai Zai clung to Wei Yunzhen's thigh, pitifully saying, Senior brother, can you carry me? Zai Zai really can't climb anymore. Wei Yunzheng was speechless. He really couldn't do anything about this little girl. He turned around to signal. Zai Zai quickly climbed up, with a smile on his face as he climbed onto Wei Yunzhen's back, Senior brother is the best. When they climbed to the top and found the cave where Mu Yao was facing the wall, the sky was already slightly dark, and the sunset covered the extreme emptiness. Standing on the top of the cliff, overlooking the extreme emptiness. The scenery was like a fairyland in a painting. Layers of mountains, endless, with cranes circling, and a wonderful curtain of sunset spread out, making one lose oneself in its beauty. It's so beautiful, just like Zizai. Wei Yunzheng casually praised his lucky little junior sister. Zizai's face blushed instantly, secretly delighted. Zizai, think senior brother is right. Hee. The three of them found the cave where Mu Yao was facing the wall, walked in, and saw a graceful figure facing the wall, back to everyone, engrossed in reading. There was a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, showing her fascination. Junior sister Mu Yao. Wei Yunzheng called out, and upon hearing the familiar voice, Mu Yao was momentarily stunned, then quickly put away the books. Senior brother, why are you here? The voice is sweet, the smile is beautiful. It's been a while, I've missed you. Senior brother specially came to see you today. Wei Yunzheng casually said, although he came to ask for a favor, he first wanted to establish a connection. Upon hearing this, Mu Yao blushed slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness. She didn't expect senior brother to be so direct, especially with others watching. Why is Fatty 4 here? Senior brother just praised himself and then turned to talk about missing someone else. Zizai sensed something unusual and her smiling face instantly fell. Her delicate and pretty nose twitched, her small mouth pouted, and her round face swelled up. Mu Yao blushed and said shyly, "Thank you for thinking of me, senior brother." As she spoke, she was about to approach Wei Yunzheng a little closer. But someone interrupted. At a critical moment, a small figure inserted itself between Mu Yao and Wei Yunzheng, forming a human barrier. My baby doesn't allow other women to get close to senior brother. Ahem. Wei Yunzheng cleared his throat twice, feeling that it was time to get to the point. He first briefly explained to Mu Yao that the Yunqing perfected being had decided to cancel her punishment of facing the wall, and also made it clear that he played a crucial role in this matter. Mu Yao was truly moved and repeatedly thanked him, completely forgetting that she was punished because of someone else. Zizai was not happy after hearing this. She shook her head, expressing her desire to cancel the remaining punishment of facing the wall. Wei Yunzheng said that children should not interrupt when adults are talking. After a few twists and turns in the conversation, he finally mentioned his intention to obtain the strange fire and try to subdue the fire used for alchemy. The rest of the matter followed naturally. Mu Yao, of course, had no hesitation and was ready to take Wei Yunzheng to obtain the strange fire. Zizai insisted on following to prevent any other woman from getting close to senior brother. Zhou Chaochu, who was on the side, was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this icy beauty to have such a gentle side. He couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. Due to its unique nature, the strange fire possessed terrifying destructive power. After being sealed by the Yunqing perfected being, it had to be placed in the law weapon given by the Yundan perfected being. Since it was not needed, Mu Yao didn't bother carrying it and simply hid it in her own room. On the way, Mu Yao introduced Wei Yunzheng to some information about the strange fire, and he listened attentively. The strange fire that Mu Yao possessed was called Lixiao Dao Yan, which she accidentally discovered in the ruins of an ancient secret realm. Lixiao Dao Yan originated from the ancient Lixiao dynasty secret realm and was discovered and subdued by the ruler of the dynasty, Great Emperor Guqin. The name Great Emperor Guqin was quite famous in the Immortal Cultivation World. He was an extraordinary powerhouse in ancient times and almost unified all the cultivation sects in the central region, establishing an immortal dynasty. Unfortunately, his great ambition was thwarted for some unknown reason just as he was about to achieve it. After his fall, the Lixiao dynasty was fiercely attacked by the cultivation sects, leading to its complete collapse. Lixiao Dao Yan never appeared again. After many years, it unexpectedly fell into Mu Yao's hands. Wei Yunzheng listened with great interest. Mu Yao had already thoroughly researched the people and events related to the strange fire. Then she revealed the most crucial information. Senior brother, generally speaking, strange fires can be directly refined and subdued, but it's not the case for Lixiao Dao Yan. Wei Yunzheng asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" Mu Yao explained, Great Emperor Guqin's cultivation was astonishing. After nourishing it for many years, Lixiao Daoyan has reached a terrifying level and even gained sentience. It can't be refined by ordinary people. Moreover, Great Emperor Guqin left a remnant soul imprint in Lixiao Daoyan. Even my master and master uncle Yundan cannot forcefully refine it. But senior brother, don't be discouraged. As long as you gain the recognition of the fire spirit of Lixiao Daoyan, it's still possible to subdue it. Mu Yao comforted Wei Yunzhen as his eyebrows furrowed slightly. Wei Yunzhen shrugged, the problem is how to gain the recognition of the fire spirit. Mu Yao shook her head. If she knew, she wouldn't have anything to do with Wei Yunzhen now. Senior brother, the only hint I can give you is that the fire spirit of Lixiao Daoyan is deeply influenced by Great Emperor Guqin. If you want its recognition, I guess you need to have a broad mind. Oh! Wei Yunzhen blinked. Junior sister, since you have this guess, why didn't you try it before? Mu Yao's face was bitter, and she said helplessly, I can only forcefully refine Lixiao Daoyan. It's impossible for me to gain the recognition of the fire spirit. Ah! That fire spirit, as soon as it saw that I was a girl, it shouted that it wouldn't accept me, saying that throughout history, only men can become emperors. It's truly hateful. Upon hearing this, Zizai immediately stood up, her heart filled with anger. Who said girls can't become emperors? In our clan, it's always been the empress who rules the roost. Humph, this Lixiao Daoyan clearly has no knowledge. As for me, I hate gender discrimination the most. The sky grew darker, and night gradually fell. Wei Yunzhen once again arrived at Jade Maiden Peak. Mu Yao returned to her own chamber and took out a white jade box from under the bed. The box was carved with mysterious and exquisite runes, emitting a faint and divine light. Her expression became solemn. She left the room and found an open space, placing the jade box, which contained a law weapon, on the ground. Senior brother, I want to lift the restriction and release the strange fire. Upon hearing this, several people moved far away. Should we inform senior uncle Yunqing? Wei Yunzhen felt that although the strange fire was a divine object of heaven and earth, it was still uncontrollable. If there were any mishaps, it could lead to a disaster. It's fine. Senior Master's divine eyes can see any movement on the mountain. I believe she is also paying attention to what's happening here. Mu Yao said calmly, without stopping her actions. She formed a hand seal and recited a few incantations. The jade box automatically flipped open. A ball of fiery red light floated out from inside. Wei Yunzhen's pupils slightly dilated as he focused his gaze on the ball of light. It appeared ordinary, and he couldn't see anything particularly unusual about it. Mu Yao's fingertips moved slightly as she performed a profound and unfathomable technique. With a soft shout, she simultaneously lifted the restriction on the strange fire. At the same time, she quickly retreated, creating some distance. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. A sudden change occurred. The originally unremarkable ball of light suddenly emitted a dazzling brilliance. Accompanied by the sound of burning and scorching, the ball of light gradually expanded. Terrifying energy vented from within, causing even the void to constantly tremble. Boom boom boom. Soon, the flames condensed and formed a dark red beast-like creature. It had horns, a long tail, a ferocious face, and was covered in spiky scales. Its limbs were muscular, containing explosive power. This is a fire Kylin. Zizai was the first to recognize it. As a knowledgeable little monster, she could distinguish the appearance of all monsters from a young age. Under the gaze of everyone, the fire Kylin leaped into the sky. At this moment, it was like a wild horse regaining its freedom, possessing rebelliousness and wildness. Roar roar roar! The Kylin's head suddenly swung wildly a few times, then it raised its head and opened its big mouth, spewing out billowing flames in all directions. In an instant, the already dim sky turned into a sea of fire. Mu Yao was greatly shocked. She didn't expect that as soon as the restriction was lifted, the Lixiao Daoyan would unleash its ferocity. It wasn't this violent before. Zizai, frightened, covered her eyes and quickly hid behind Wei Yunzhen. Zhou Chaochu furrowed her eyebrows slightly, calmly protecting everyone in front of her. In the face of the crisis, the four of them quickly formed a formation in the shape of a snake, with Mu Yao at the forefront. Mu Yao restrained her facial expression, and the surging true qi within her body instantly mobilized, transforming into billowing water vapor. Water Dragon Technique. With a loud bang, a huge water dragon emerged from Mu Yao's back, surging forward, solidifying in an instant, and shuttling through the sea of fire. Wherever it passed, the flames dispersed. However, the water dragon did not last long. The fire Kylin, carrying an unmatched momentum, spread its hooves and galloped, catching the water dragon and biting its neck in one gulp. The water dragon struggled for a few moments before bursting apart, instantly turning into scattered water mist. Mu Yao snorted coldly, took a few steps back, showing signs of slight injury. Seeing his beautiful junior sister suffer a setback, Wei Yunzheng couldn't help but become agitated. He stepped forward a few steps, his blood boiling. It's my turn to perform. After looking up at the terrifying fire Kylin for a few moments, he thought for a moment and silently retreated. At this moment, a loud noise came from the sky, and Yunqing Perfected Being appeared in a dazzling manner. Yunqing Perfected Being floated over, without much nonsense, and immediately unleashed a powerful enhanced version of the Water Dragon technique. The Water Dragon that emerged against the wind was like a magnified version of Mu Yao's Water Dragon, with more condensed water vapor and a more realistic form. This Water Dragon clearly had the strong personal touch of the three clear perfected being. Without any unnecessary movements, it charged forward and kicked the fire Kylin's butt. Just a second ago, the fire Kylin was still majestic and displaying its power, but in the next second, it howled like a dog in distress and retreated step by step. It encountered an opponent that was clearly several levels higher than itself. Yunqing Perfected Being's expression was cold and indifferent as he spoke. Lixiao Dao Yan, this seat acknowledges that it is not easy for you to gain sentience. If you stop your unruly behavior now, I will spare your life. Otherwise, I will erase your sentience and return you to chaos. Yunqing Perfected Being's threat was undeniably ruthless, causing the fire Kylin to tremble in fear. Considering its own face, the fire Kylin shouted with a stiff neck, "Yunqing, don't go too far. You rely on your high cultivation to fail in refining me, so you restrict my freedom and take away my freedom. To insult me like this, I finally came out once, what's wrong with venting my anger?" The more the fire Kylin spoke, the more agitated it became. It completely disregarded the pain in its butt and was about to breathe fire again. Yunqing Perfected Being narrowed his eyes, beckoned, and summoned another water dragon. The two dragons merged together and were about to attack the Kylin. The fire Kylin became furious and said with righteous indignation, "Restricting my freedom is not a big deal. I was just momentarily emotionally excited earlier, and I apologize for my recklessness." Under Jade Maiden Peak, the flames that filled the sky had already attracted the attention of most disciples. Disciples from various peaks gathered one after another, marveling at the fire Kylin transformed by Lixiao Dao Yan, while also pointing and discussing it. Lixiao Dao Yan? This name sounds familiar. This is the strange fire of Guchen Great Emperor? I didn't expect it to reappear in Extreme Emptiness. Hiss, the sentience born from this strange fire is unexpectedly so intelligent, and it even knows how to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Indeed, it just looks spineless. The fire Kylin twitched its ears and heard the low whispers of the crowd. It gnashed its teeth in hatred. If it weren't for the fact that it couldn't defeat the female Taoist, it would have rushed down and incinerated those who were gossiping. Seeing the situation calm down, Zai, who covered her eyes, opened a gap between her fingers and peeked out from behind Wei Yunzheng. "Senior brother, do you really want to subdue that ugly guy in the sky?" In her eyes, the fire Kylin's mightiness and ugliness were equivalent. Wei Yunzheng looked up and observed the fire Kylin. It didn't seem easy to deal with. Its combat power was good, and it seemed capable of walking horizontally in extreme emptiness, as long as it didn't encounter the elders. But its brain might not be functioning well, as it was quick to back down. In the sky, the fire Kylin clearly heard Zai's question and glared fiercely at her, scaring Zai to shrink back again. Then, its gaze fell on Wei Yunzheng. "Another person who wants to subdue me. Humph, no wonder they let me out. It turns out they had this idea in mind. It snorted heavily, and fiery breath burst out. At this moment, Yunqing perfected being pointed at Wei Yunzhen and said to the fire Kylin, Lixiao Dao Yan, this person is our Dao Palace Saint Child. He possesses unparalleled luck and extraordinary talent. Given time, he will definitely achieve enlightenment and ascend to immortality. Are you willing to follow him? The fire Kylin remained silent and turned its head, pretending not to hear. When Yun Dan perfected being wanted to subdue Lixiao Dao Yan before, it was also in this situation. If it could win, it would act arrogantly, if it couldn't, it would play dumb. After all, no one could refine it. With the words spoken, the onlookers also understood what was going on. So, the Saint Child wants to subdue the Lixiao Dao fire. It seems destined to fail. Lixiao Dao Yan clearly doesn't care about the Saint Child. It's rare for the Saint Child to not get something he wants. The boiling flames illuminated the sky, casting a bright light that fell upon everyone's eyes. Wei Yunzhen calmly looked up, and the attitude of the fire Kylin was within his expectations. If it were so easy to subdue it, he wouldn't have had the chance. As a natural treasure with spiritual intelligence, how could it easily become someone's subordinate and lose its freedom? Moreover, its previous master was the great Emperor Gu Chen, who possessed extraordinary treasures. How could it easily acknowledge another master? Perfected being Yunqing also showed his benevolence and righteousness. Speaking again, Wei Yunzhen is an immortal emperor with the qualifications, and he has already achieved the status of a sword immortal. If we talk about talent, he is considered second, and no one dares to claim to be the first. Luo Xiao Dao Yan, if you acknowledge him as your master, it would be a good thing and you will definitely not be disgraced. Wei Yunzhen took a step forward, feeling that it was time to make a statement. I am the Extreme Emptiness Saint Child Wei Yunzhen. If you acknowledge me as your master, I will definitely not mistreat you. The fire Kylin glanced at Wei Yunzhen and felt that this person only had an extraordinary appearance, but there was nothing outstanding about him. Originally, it didn't want to speak, but considering that so many people were watching, it didn't want to attract too much attention, so it decided to refuse decisively. I won't acknowledge anyone as my master, especially not you. After saying that, it fell silent. Silence fell upon the world. Zizai jumped out angrily. With so many people present, the fear of being outnumbered had long been forgotten. Ugly Kylin, it's your good fortune that my senior brother is willing to accept you. You're ugly and yet you still act so arrogant. You deserve to be sealed. Someone started, and the young ladies from Jade Maiden Peak also spoke up. That's right, our Saint Child is extraordinary. It's an honor for you to be acknowledged by him. This Luo Xiao Dao Yan really doesn't know what's good for him. TCH, there are so many strange fires in the world. Other strange fires have eyes and would beg to be acknowledged by our Saint Child. I've heard of Luo Xiao Dao Yan's name in ancient books before, but seeing him today, although he has gained spiritual intelligence, he clearly lacks discernment and is just living off his reputation. Wei Yunzhen looked at the increasingly angry young ladies and fell into deep thought. He realized that even though he had been secluded for the past few years, he still had a deep connection with the people. Hearing these words, the fire Kylin trembled with anger. In an instant, everyone was mocking it. How could it bear this? Shut up! He is not worthy of acknowledging me as his master. The fire Kylin roared in anger, its body swelling up, and hot magma burst out, symbolizing its turbulent emotions. Wei Yunzhen calmly raised his head, waved his hand to interrupt the others, and stared into the eyes of the fire Kylin. He asked calmly, "You just said, I am not worthy." Buzz. Accompanied by Wei Yunzhen's question, behind him, the enlightenment tree began to grow vigorously, emitting profound sounds of the great Dao. Under his feet, the azure lotus slowly rotated, releasing the aura of the Hongmeng, adding a mysterious and unfathomable atmosphere. The fiery phoenix let out a long cry, and a mighty dragon roared, hovering around Wei Yunzhen. The 8 trigrams diagram slowly rotated, demonstrating the alternation of yin and yang and the transition between the old and the new. Wei Yunzhen stepped on the azure lotus. He regretted not being able to control a flying sword. If he could ascend into the air at this moment, he could display his saintly presence to the fullest. Standing still on the ground felt a bit awkward. As if understanding his thoughts, the azure lotus beneath his feet floated up, carrying Wei Yunzheng straight up. Wei Yunzheng felt ecstatic in his heart, but his face remained calm, maintaining an ethereal and transcendent demeanor as he faced the fire Kylin in midair. What he wanted to do was to fully display his saintly presence in front of everyone, giving the fire Kylin a strong visual impact and making it feel his extraordinary nature. In fact, he succeeded. The fire Kylin was filled with disbelief. How could this person be surrounded by such extraordinary phenomena with just a few words? Are extraordinary phenomena so easily summoned these days? At this moment, the fire Kylin felt a sense of dependence from the depths of its soul towards Wei Yunzheng. The aura of the Great Dao and the aura of the Hongmeng had a fatal attraction to it. As a treasure nurtured by heaven and earth, these two things could directly nourish its essence. All the onlookers below were shocked. Every time the saint child unleashed his full power, it left people numb. In the distance, Kui Kui couldn't help but shout in madness, "Ah! Husband!" Soon, she received a warning look from her senior sister. Zizai propped her face up with both hands, looking at the sky with excitement. Pink hearts appeared in her eyes as she exclaimed, "It's my first time seeing such a handsome senior brother. Although the beast race's plan is important, I am confident that I can handle my relationship with senior brother well and it won't be affected," Zizai said. After warning her junior sister with her eyes, Mu Yao secretly took out a pen and started writing frantically in her notebook. The title on the first page read, "The Story That Must Be Told About Me and the Saint Child from Those Years." As a bookworm who had read countless books, this was her bold attempt to write the story she wanted to read. "Now, am I worthy?" Wei Yunzhen's voice rolled like thunder, full of momentum, as he sternly questioned the towering fire Kylin in front of him. The fire Kylin was momentarily speechless, carefully examining the monster in front of it. Usually, a phenomenon caused by a heavenly pride was enough to drive people crazy. Who could achieve the level of control over phenomena like Wei Yunzheng? The qualifications of an immortal emperor? Suddenly, these four words popped into its mind. Its thoughts raced madly, and it couldn't say that it was unworthy anymore. Moreover, deep in its heart, it was tempted by the two types of aura, wanting to acknowledge Wei Yunzheng as its master. The aura of the Great Dao and the aura of the Hongmeng. Previously, following the ancient Dust Emperor, relying on the great luck of carrying a nation and nourished by the imperial aura on its body for 1,000 years, it was able to develop intelligence. The levels of these two auras were even higher than the imperial aura. If it could obtain their nourishment, it might be able to catch a glimpse of the glory of evolution from the source. A crazy impulse surged within it. It glanced at the crowd below, and everyone saw that it remained silent, their faces filled with mockery, as if they were laughing at how it had just said it was unworthy but was now being slapped in the face. "Am I not the heavenly fire of the world? Don't I have any dignity? Damn it, I can't lose my integrity. If this master doesn't acknowledge me, so be it." Its anger surged. With a cold snort, it said, "Wei Yunzheng, don't think that a little talent can make me acknowledge you as my master. The geniuses I have seen are as numerous as crucian carp crossing the river. The only one who can make me willingly submit is the great emperor Ancient Dust. I only acknowledge the great emperor as my master. Are you an emperor?" It played its trump card. Since Wei Yunzhen's talent was undeniable, it brought up cultivation and identity as conditions for acknowledging him as its master. It wasn't that it didn't want to acknowledge him, but rather that he couldn't meet its requirements. In the end, he was unworthy. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect the Lixiao Daoyan to deviate from the usual script. Instead of discussing whether he was worthy or not, he said he only acknowledged the Great Emperor. Great Emperor, in the current Immortal Cultivation World, they had never heard of anyone daring to call themselves a Great Emperor. To claim the title of Great Emperor, one needed to have extraordinary strength and their own ruling kingdom. Combining these two conditions, it was simply impossible. Not to mention Wei Yunzhen's exceptional talent, even if he could achieve exceptional cultivation in the future, he still wouldn't be able to have his own ruling kingdom. If he had said Immortal Emperor, everyone would have thought it was somewhat possible. Everyone felt that Wei Yunzhen's attempt to subdue Lixiao Daoyan would end in failure. Even Mu Yao, at this moment, felt that this matter was hopeless. Her senior brother was about to taste the bitterness of failure. Perfected being Yunqing's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. She didn't expect Lixiao Daoyan to be so unyielding. Perhaps she should find more elders to figure out a way to refine him together. The Fire Kailan sensed the inexplicable chill. Wei Yunzhen didn't think so much. He pondered the words Great Emperor that Lixiao Daoyan had said and felt that it was time to make a move. Extreme Emptiness Hall. Perfected being Sheng Su stood with his hands behind his back, silently gazing ahead. Behind him were several hall masters, including Dao Yuan, Yun Dan, Zhou Mo, and others. His face was calm, exuding a sense of rectitude and harmony. With a casual wave of his hand, a faint light appeared, instantly projecting a mirror image that depicted the events happening at Jade Maiden Peak. No changes within Extreme Emptiness could escape his gaze. If it weren't for his past connection with Yunqing perfected being when he was young, and the inconvenience of revealing himself, he would have already arrived at Jade Maiden Peak. Perfected being Sheng Su looked at the arrogant and domineering Fire Kailan in the mirror image, who claimed to only recognize the Great Emperor as its master, and turned to ask, Yun Dan, what is special about this Lixiao Daoyan? Why can't it be refined? Yun Dan perfected being took a step forward and sighed. The ancient dust Great Emperor nourished it with his imperial aura for 1,000 years, and he left behind a residual soul imprint within it. Naturally, it cannot be refined. A residual soul imprint? Perfected being Sheng Su exclaimed, to think that Lixiao Daoyan would have such an opportunity. The residual soul imprint of the Great Emperor, I'm afraid there are few people in this world who can decipher it. The function of a residual soul imprint is to manifest a residual soul with about 70 to 80% of the original imprinter's strength when the host encounters a life-threatening crisis. In other words, if one wants to refine Lixiao Daoyan, they must at least confront the ancient dust Great Emperor. Clang! A faint sword aura emanated, and Dao Yuan perfected being raised an eyebrow and said, the ancient dust Great Emperor can be considered a supreme figure who dominated an era. If I could fight him, it would be a great honor. Within his slender body seemed to be hidden an ambition to soar to the sky. Perfected being Sheng Su glanced at him and said, look at my disciple, so ignorant and arrogant, reminiscent of my own demeanor in the past. Suddenly, Dao Yuan perfected being had the urge to draw his sword and have a confrontation with Sheng Su. But speaking of which, I am indeed curious to see what the ancient Great Emperor is made of. This sentence shocked everyone. Everyone turned their gaze towards Sheng Su. This old man never engaged in conflicts on ordinary days. Even when he was young and had a period of brilliance, he preferred not to take action unless necessary, claiming to maintain his identity. Today, it seemed like he had taken the wrong medicine, uttering such crazy words. Perfected being Sheng Su paid no attention to the gazes of others and continued to speak to himself. I have devoted hundreds of years to the study of painting and have copied countless fairies. Even if the true ancient Great Emperor were to descend, he would have to be polite and beg me for a masterpiece. The only uncertainty is whether this masterpiece has any attraction to the residual soul. If it does, then my chances of winning are 100%. Everyone inwardly despised the Grand Master. At this moment, Dao Yuan perfected being solemnly said, it seems that the saint child is likely to return empty-handed in front of Lixiao Daoyan. Instead of that, I will go and fight, and if I succeed in refining this strange fire, I will give it to the saint child as a thank you gift for enlightening him. Perfected being Sheng Su laughed and said, if you want to fight, then fight. What's the use of saying it? Dao Yuan's expression turned serious as he said, even if the residual soul imprint is only 70 to 80% of the ancient dust Great Emperors, Dao Yuan still cannot deny the possibility of being his opponent. Naturally, I want to invite senior brother to fight the residual soul of the ancient dust Great Emperor together. Sheng Su raised an eyebrow, as a junior, I deeply understand the 4 words respect the old and love the young. Moreover, I maintain my identity and cannot casually take action against the ancient great emperor. No, no. Dao Yuan stopped speaking and looked at Sheng Su with disdainful eyes. But if this guy doesn't take action, even if he goes, it's just delivering food. Don't be fooled by his appearance as a grand master, who usually looks lewd and never engages in conflicts. No one would be foolish enough to ignore his combat power. When he was young, Sheng Su was also a figure who suppressed his peers. Of course, except for a few anomalies, such as the extremely enchanting Yaokai Immortal Realms Goddess, the current Yaokai Immortal Realms God. Perfected being Sheng Su chuckled, "My disciple, there's no need to be anxious. Your master has never let me down before. I believe he has a way to subdue Lixiao Dao Yan." Crack! Dao Yuan drew his sword. Perfected being Sheng Su was greatly shocked and exclaimed in distress, "You wicked child! How dare you assassinate the Grand Master in front of everyone? Besides, I am your grandfather." Clang, clang, clang. Ah, ah, ah. This matter was settled as perfected being Sheng Su privately promised to show Dao Yuan his latest painting in exchange for him giving up the assassination attempt. Wei Yunzheng stood between heaven and earth, with all kinds of visions unfolding. At this moment, he seemed to be the center of the world, capturing the attention of everyone. Brilliant light radiated, and the majestic enlightenment tree stretched out. Wei Yunzheng sneered, his eyes filled with a different kind of brilliance, captivating the minds of everyone around him. "Lixiao Dao Yan, as the treasure born from heaven and earth, you only acknowledge Great Emperor as your master. It truly makes one feel ashamed for you." The fire Kylan stared with its copper bell-like eyes. "What's wrong with only acknowledging Great Emperor as my master? Why should I feel ashamed?" Completely puzzled, Wei Yunzheng continued to mock, "I thought that after following Great Emperor for 1,000 years, you would have a higher level of thinking and insight than ordinary people, seeing what others cannot see. But now it seems that these were all my wishful thinking. You are nothing more than a blindfolded mortal, unworthy of acknowledging me as your master." The fire Kylan was confused. "Wait, how did it become that I am unworthy of acknowledging you as my master? What happened to me?" More and more disciples gathered to watch, crowding Jade Maiden Peak, and the mountain path was filled with the figures of disciples. With tens of thousands of fervent disciples witnessing this situation, they all started to join in the jeering. "Saint Child is right, he is unworthy. Lixiao Dao Yan is blindfolded and not worthy of being subdued by the Saint Child. He's just giving him a good fortune for nothing. The Saint Child has sharp eyes. Although the fire is nominally the divine fire of heaven and earth, after following the ancient dust Great Emperor for so long, he still exudes a vulgar aura." The fire Kylan felt like it was about to explode. "If I'm not in the dominant position, why is there suddenly a trend of mocking me? Wei Yunzheng. Since my birth, I have never been described as a mere mortal. Today, I will not let you go." Baring its teeth and claws, it was about to spew flames, scaring Wei Yunzheng's expression to change. "Humph!" Perfected being Yunqing coldly snorted. Two divine water dragons appeared behind Wei Yunzheng, giving him the greatest sense of security. The fire Kylan instantly calmed down, stopped its actions, but continued to intimidate with an undiminished momentum. "I will spare your life for now, but I will not let you go in the future." With the support of perfected being Yunqing, Wei Yunzheng straightened his back a bit, raised his head, and continued, "The threat of mere mortals is not worth mentioning. I, Wei Yunzheng, openly look down on you. I, Zizai, also openly look down on you." Zizai raised her small hand, her petite figure inconspicuous among the crowd, jumping a few times to make her raised hand noticeable. "I, Zhou Chaochu, also openly look down on you." Zhou Chaochu waved his big hand, discreetly glancing at Zizai with a sidelong glance, thinking that ever since this little junior sister appeared, his appearance rate has plummeted. "In the past, I was always the first to deliver lines. Damn it! Kneeling and licking, is there someone else doing this these days?" More and more people started to follow suit. "I, Gao Keqiang, openly look down on you. I, Tang San, openly look down on you. I, Lian Zishan, openly look down on you." The fire Kylin was completely enraged, losing its composure, and roared, "Wei Yunzheng, who do you think you are to look down on me? I am the treasure of heaven and earth, I have followed great emperor. You ordinary mortals, who do you think you are to look down on me?" Wei Yunzhen saw that things were going well and changed his tone, "Lixiao Dao Yan, I look down on you because although you are a divine object, you only have a mortal heart. Although you have followed great emperor, you don't understand what great emperor truly is. What is a great emperor? What is a great emperor?" The fire Kylin unusually quieted down, murmuring Wei Yunzhen's words in its mouth, a hint of confusion flashing in its round eyes. All the disciples fell silent, starting to ponder. Although the saint child questioned and criticized the Lixiao Dao Yan, it also triggered their thoughts. Everyone remained silent, their gazes fixed on Wei Yunzhen and the fire Kylin in the air, anticipating further developments. The world fell silent. After a while, the fire Kylin suddenly realized something, raised its head, and seemed to exude an endless domineering aura. Its voice thundered, "What is a great emperor? Let me tell you." In its mind, the towering figure it referred to as its master from thousands of years ago flickered, standing tall and majestic, seemingly with boundless spirit. The one who can cover the sky with one hand is a great emperor, the one who can control the clouds and rain is a great emperor. The one who can swallow mountains and rivers is a great emperor, the one who can make others tremble is a great emperor. The one whose cultivation reaches the pinnacle is a great emperor, the one who stands above all others is a great emperor. Wei Yunzhen, the ancient great emperor, is my master. Who dares to say that I don't know what an emperor is?" There was absolute confidence in its words. This answer momentarily shocked everyone, as they carefully pondered the words of Lixiao Dao Yan, their brows slightly furrowed. Covering the sky with one hand, controlling the clouds and rain. Swallowing mountains and rivers, making others tremble. Cultivation reaching the pinnacle, surpassing all others. These 6 words, 24 characters, were enough to establish the image of a great emperor in everyone's minds. It could be said to be a perfect and accurate description. However, Wei Yunzhen shook his head, a tinge of regret appearing on his perfect face as he looked at Lixiao Dao Yan. "You're wrong." With 3 words, he captured the attention of everyone present. Countless disciples were bewildered, not understanding, and waited silently for the continuation. The fire Kylin narrowed its eyes, a hint of dominance appearing on its fierce surface, but it quickly restrained itself. "What do you mean by wrong?" These words were spoken spontaneously when it recalled its former master, they couldn't possibly be wrong. It wanted to see on what basis Wei Yunzhen could deny it. "I said that although you are a divine being, you only have mortal thoughts, and the answer you gave is the externalization of your mortal thoughts." Wei Yunzhen spoke, his voice like a great bell, resonating in the fire Kylin's mind. Accompanied by the resounding voice behind him, it seemed to have a unique enlightening effect. The fire Kylin pondered for a moment, its face twisted, revealing its fangs. "Why do you say that?" Being called immortal repeatedly made it feel that its pride as a treasure of heaven and earth was being trampled upon, and it became angry. "You are mistaken." "Mistaken?" The fire Kylin took 2 steps back in the air, confused and unable to comprehend these 2 words. Seeing this scene, Wei Yunzhen secretly rejoiced. "It's working." In his eyes, these 2 words were the ultimate weapon in an argument. Regardless of whether it was watching dramas or reading novels in his past life, there were always some experts or bald donkeys who would casually say these 2 words, leaving the other party half dead with anger, and yet unable to refute. "Yes, you are mistaken." Wei Yunzhen continued to add fuel to the fire, speaking with absolute certainty. Seeing his serious expression, the fire Kylin couldn't help but start thinking. "Mistaken? Have I made a mistake? Where did I make a mistake? Wait, what does mistaken mean?" All the onlooking disciples seemed to be drawn into the role of Lixiao Dao Yan, and they all began to ponder what mistaken meant. The atmosphere suddenly became eerie. Everyone furrowed their brows in deep thought. The atmosphere was quiet and eerie. Whether they were genuinely contemplating or pretending to contemplate, not furrowing their brows would seem out of place in this situation. For example, Zai. Being called out and criticized. The Fire Kylan didn't act recklessly. It couldn't figure out the answer and could only pretend to contemplate, truly not understanding what mistaken meant. At this moment, clap. In the crowd, a disciple slapped his forehead and said, I understand. Senior brother is right, Li Xiaodao Yan indeed made a breakthrough. Ah! The people around quickly asked, what breakthrough? The Fire Kylan's heart raced, yes, quickly tell me how I made a breakthrough. The disciple looked around and suddenly had the thought that his comprehension surpassed everyone present. Suppressing his pride, he said, I cannot deny that what Li Xiaodao Yan said is indeed the Great Emperor. But the Great Emperor he mentioned is the superficial Great Emperor, the external Great Emperor. He didn't mention the internal Great Emperor. That's why senior brother said he made a breakthrough. Upon hearing this, the Fire Kylan immediately felt it was right and gratefully looked at the disciple who spoke earlier, thinking that now he had something to say. Wei Yunzheng relaxed his eyebrows and naturally noticed the disciple's remarks. He thought, yes, that's what I meant by a breakthrough. The Fire Kylan tilted his head 45 degrees, looked up at the void, and a look of remorse and enlightenment flowed in his eyes. Then he sighed heavily. Wei Yunzheng, you're right, I made a breakthrough. You understood it in a timely manner. Wei Yunzheng was overjoyed in his heart. He didn't even need to smooth things over himself, the other party believed it, and it was such a good thing. Pretending to be profound, he said, Li Xiaodao Yan, although the profound heart made you make a breakthrough, as a divine object of heaven and earth, your ability to reflect and comprehend is far beyond ordinary people, it's amazing. Hit with a stick, then given a date, just right. Upon hearing this, the Fire Kylan raised his head and even wagged his tail inadvertently. Of course. The ability to reflect and comprehend of a divine object of heaven and earth has always been exceptional. After a pause, he made a statement, thank you for your guidance. One sentence made everyone present cheer. Saint Child was indeed right, Li Xiaodao Yan has admitted his mistake, he did make a breakthrough. Truly worthy of being Saint Child, his perspective on things is far beyond what we can compare. Zai blinked her beautiful eyes, looked around. Although she didn't understand what was happening, it didn't stop her from joining in the fun. Mu Yao's beautiful eyes rippled. Is this senior brother? Both master and herself couldn't do anything about Li Xiaodao Yan, but senior brother made the other party convinced with just a few words, truly amazing. Perfected being Yunqing glanced at Wei Yunzheng, a slight smile on his face, a satisfied look in his eyes, and casually commented, sharp-tongued. The matter has obviously not ended at this point. Wei Yunzheng straightened his clothes and prepared to find a way to persuade Li Xiaodao Yan. But the other party spoke first, may I ask Saint Child, what is an emperor? The Fire Kylan blinked his eyes, trying to appear sincere, pretending to be someone who is not ashamed to ask, but in fact, he didn't care about the answer to this question. He just wanted to divert everyone's attention and make everyone focus on Wei Yunzheng's answer, rather than discussing the fact that he admitted to being taught. A way to save face. Wei Yunzheng froze, how would I know if you ask me? Can I say that it covers the sky with one hand, controls the clouds and rain, and dominates the world, those 24 words? Oh no, let's see if I can skip this question. While Wei Yunzheng was thinking about how to make everyone ignore the question with a single sentence, someone jumped out. Please enlighten us, Saint Child, what is a great emperor? His face was stern, his fists clenched, he was deeply concerned about this question. As cultivators, who wouldn't want to become a great emperor? Since someone asked what a great emperor is today, he wanted to hear an answer. Yes. What is a great emperor? Many people also showed interest. Another voice sounded, Yawushan, please enlighten us, Saint Child. Immediately, countless voices followed. Please enlighten us, Saint Child. Wei Yunzheng looked at the scene in front of him and fell into contemplation. Suddenly, he was wildly prompted by a group of disciples. It seemed like he couldn't leave the stage without saying something. After a little thought, he had a strategy in mind. After clearing his throat, all the disciples assumed a serious listening posture. Except for Zai, who complained about too many people and being too short to see clearly, stubbornly wanting to climb onto Zhou Chaochu's shoulders, no one was distracted. In the anticipation of everyone, Wei Yunzhen's voice rang out. Gentlemen, you all ask me, what is a great emperor? Some shallow people say that a great emperor is the pinnacle of immortality, covering the sky with one hand, swallowing mountains and rivers. Li Xiaodao's eyebrows twitched, feeling that someone was mocking him in public. But I want to say, the great emperor is not in form but in heart, not in appearance but in action. Today, I, Wei Yunzhen, as the Extreme Emptiness Saint Child, have a few words to offer to you all, hoping that you can comprehend what a great emperor is. With these words, everyone's minds were stirred, wanting to see what profound words the Saint Child could say. Please enlighten us, Saint Child. In order to increase his own appearance rate, Zhou Chaochu took the initiative to speak before everyone was still dumbfounded. Zai, who was standing on his shoulder, raised his little clenched fist and mumbled two unclear words, enlighten us. Mumbling in his mouth, he found some candied fruits from somewhere. Please enlighten us, Saint Child. Voices rang out one after another, and all the disciples followed suit. Wei Yunzhen nodded, took a step forward in mid-air, and under his feet, the azure lotus bloomed with radiance. He stood with his hands behind his back, and the corners of his clothes rustled. The sky is vigorous, and a gentleman perseveres. A sentence laid the foundation for what Wei Yunzhen was going to talk about next, perseverance. The path to immortality is long and arduous. Since ancient times, countless geniuses have faltered on the path of seeking immortality and failed to enter the immortal section. And what makes an emperor? I believe that an emperor is someone who perseveres, who still has a thought, an unwavering ambition. Wei Yunzhen was impassioned, his voice like a grand bell, and his momentum like a lion in formation. Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon this person, and must first test his determination, exhaust his physical and mental strength, starve his body, disrupt his actions, so as to move his heart and endure his nature, and thus enhance what he cannot do. An old horse in the stable, aspiring to travel 1,000 miles, a martyr in his twilight years, his heroic spirit never wanes. The road is long and winding, and I will seek and explore from top to bottom. Heaven and earth may have their limits, but this ambition is endless. Wei Yunzhen spoke fluently, pouring out all the accumulation from his past life, regardless of whether it fit the theme of perseverance or not. Anything related, he quoted it all, even slightly modifying some words and phrases to use poetic verses. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards him changed completely. An expression of incredulity. Above Wei Yunzhen's head, golden light emerged from the night sky, turning into auspicious clouds and drifting down. These were clouds of merit, which could only be triggered by someone who had accomplished great merits in the mortal world. Clusters of golden auspicious clouds piled up in the sky, illuminating the entire extreme emptiness. The disciples were all dumbfounded, those with shallow knowledge had no idea what was happening. What's going on? What are those golden clouds? How can you not even recognize the clouds of merit? Clouds of merit? Isn't that a phenomenon that can only be triggered by a compassionate and empathetic saint who has accomplished great merits? How did the saint child do it? Perfected being Yunqing also slightly lost composure when he saw this scene. He took a deep breath and murmured, "It's really unexpected." Perfected being Sheng Su looked at the scene in the mirror, stroked his beard and smiled, and the various hall masters behind him were also extremely shocked. Our nephew Wei is truly worthy of being an immortal emperor. He can actually trigger clouds of merit and speak profound words. What kind of extraordinary person is Wei Yunzhen? Unbelievable things happen to him as if they were natural. Wei Yunzhen, who has a silver tongue, also noticed the changes happening in the world. It seems that his golden finger is at work again. I don't believe I can't scare you all. Once again, he starts venting the remaining ink in his stomach. The beginning is self-improvement, and the achievement is wholeheartedness. In the world of officials, there is no master, and a man should strive for self-improvement. The path of immortality can be reached through self-improvement, and the way of the Dao is both self-improvement and harmony. Lack of specialization means lack of sincerity, and lack of specialization means lack of progress. A nobleman respects what he has achieved, rather than longing for what he does not have. That is why he makes progress every day. The more Wei Yunzheng speaks, the more excited he becomes, feeling his blood boiling again, and finally he points to the sky and swears. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west of the river, do not bully the young and poor. Boom! Boom! Golden auspicious clouds fill the sky, colliding and producing thunderous sounds, and the light of auspiciousness sweeps across the land, soaring into the sky. Golden light fills the world. Most of the words spoken by Wei Yunzheng are recognized by heaven and earth, and they are profound sayings that can enlighten the people. Whoosh! A brilliant beam of light falls on Wei Yunzheng. It is the light of immeasurable merit, which can drive away evil and protect against harm, and control the aura of merit. Lixiao Daoyan saw this scene, and his eyes almost popped out. The aura of merit. It is another kind of nourishing breath that can nurture the origin. The aura of the great Dao, the aura of the Hongmeng, and now there is another aura of merit. Suddenly, he felt that recognizing Wei Yunzheng as his disciple seemed like a wise choice, and he had gained a small target. At the same time, Wei Yunzheng paused his eloquent mode, swallowed hard, feeling his mouth dry, and ended his speech. Looking at the crowd again. They all stood there dumbfounded, staring at him in a daze. The originally good atmosphere for the speech had completely changed, and at this moment, no one knew what to say, all in a state of extreme shock. Boom! Boom boom! There were several consecutive loud noises. After the light of merit shone, the golden clouds in the sky began to condense, like compressed golden cotton candy, converging towards a central point. Finally, it became more and more solid, turning into a supreme treasure of merit, with the body of the tripod depicting true dragons, auspicious phoenixes, kylons, and other divine beasts, accompanied by extraordinary auspicious clouds. This is the treasure of merit. Only those who have obtained the recognition of heaven and earth as a person of great merit can obtain it. Throughout history, countless Buddhas and great scholars have struggled for a lifetime and found it difficult to condense such a massive amount of merit. Even in the ascension upper realm, it is difficult to reach the level Wei Yunzheng has reached at this moment. He has spoken too many profound sayings, each of which is a great saying that can enlighten the people, and has obtained immeasurable merit, condensing the treasure of merit. And the function of the treasure of merit is not only to nourish the aura of merit, but also to consolidate the luck of heaven and earth for Wei Yunzheng, making his blessings long-lasting. According to rumors, the treasure of merit is also the nemesis of demons and monsters. With the treasure of merit in hand, one can stand undefeated against evil spirits. Because of this, all the disciples were stunned, staring blankly at the tripod of merit. Not to mention the disciples, even the perfected being Sheng Su couldn't take his eyes off it. After all, it is almost a legendary object, and being able to witness it with one's own eyes is considered a great fortune. Perfected being Sheng Su couldn't help but curse in his heart, calling his disciple truly extraordinary. Boom! Just as everyone was immersed in shock, the sky suddenly changed, and the thunderous sound was deafening. Lei Xiaodaoyan trembled, feeling something drilling out from his origin, instantly becoming much clearer. A terrifying and long-lasting pressure spread out, scattering throughout the entire world. Everyone's bodies involuntarily trembled, feeling suppressed from the depths of their souls. Buzzing! In the void, a majestic figure slowly appeared from between heaven and earth, towering and imposing. With thick black hair and wise eyes that could see through everything, with a wave of his hand, the heavens and earth trembled, moaned, and his aura was overwhelming. The figure emerged from the mortal world, growing endlessly, and in an instant, it became as majestic as a mountain, standing tall and firm, like a deity. Wow! Great Emperor Gu Chen! Perfected being Sheng Su blurted out, looking at the scene in the mirror with deep suspicion. How did the remnant soul imprint of Great Emperor Gu Chen suddenly appear on its own? No one forcibly refined Lei Xiaodao Yan. Behind him, perfected being Dao Yuan's eyes gleamed, countless sword auras surged, as if they could tear through the void. Jade Maiden Peak. The disciples present immediately became restless, their fearful emotions spreading, looking at the sudden appearance of the majestic figure, expressions of fear could be seen everywhere. Most people didn't know what had happened or understand where this figure came from. They drew their swords like facing a formidable enemy or activated their law treasures. Perfected being Yunzheng's beautiful eyes radiated a brilliant light, true qi surged within her. She guessed the origin of this figure and stepped forward to confront him. Now she was the only one present who could fight against the remnant soul imprint of Great Emperor Guchen. Swish! Several figures appeared in the sky, breaking through the golden clouds and appearing high above. They were perfected being Sheng Su and other elders of Extreme Emptiness. Things have come to this point, they must be present. As the hall master of the formation hall, perfected being Qing Chen personally set up the Extreme Emptiness protective formation. At this moment, he formed a seal with his hands and shouted, "Formation, activate!" Countless runes circulated and interwove in the sky, enveloping the entire Extreme Emptiness with awe-inspiring and strange patterns. The remnant soul of Great Emperor Guchen seemed to pay no attention to the Saint Void and others who were waiting for him in the heavily guarded formation. His eyes revealed endless oppression, and his gaze fell entirely on Wei Yunzheng. With a tearing sound, violent lightning descended from the sky, piercing through the clouds, tearing through the void, and colliding with the protective formation, creating intense sparks. At this moment, all the cultivators in Zhongzhou seemed to sense something. Looking towards the direction of Extreme Emptiness, they saw the dazzling runes and the majestic figure standing tall, as well as the stacking golden clouds. What happened to Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land? Why is there such a scene? Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land activated the protective formation. What is that figure? It has such a terrifying power. Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land is in danger. Several divine senses emanated from a distant unknown place, landing in the sky above Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land, observing what was happening here. Wei Yunzheng noticed that the gaze of the remnant soul of Great Emperor Guchen was wandering between himself and the karmic merit cauldron, and his heart was in turmoil. Could it be that the karmic merit cauldron's astonishing power has triggered the remnant soul imprint of Great Emperor Guchen? What should he do now? Is this remnant soul an enemy or a friend? At this moment, seemingly drawn by the karmic merit cauldron, an immeasurable golden light surged out from within the body of Great Emperor Guchen. Golden radiance filled the sky, rendering the entire world. The golden light continuously poured into the karmic merit cauldron, making the cauldron more solid, and the divine patterns on it unfolded in the void. Seeing this scene, Wei Yunzhen's heart instantly turned cold. The karmic merit cauldron was plundering the merits and luck from the remnant soul imprint of Great Emperor Guchen. Plundering face to face. Who can tolerate this? In a daze, Wei Yunzheng seemed to foresee a slap as big as a mountain falling on him. Just as he was preparing to escape as soon as possible, the remnant soul of Great Emperor Guchen spoke, "The cauldron of merit. I never thought that after sleeping for thousands of years, when I open my eyes again, I would see the coveted item. Unfortunately, I have already perished. It is truly a case of good fortune playing tricks on people." He sighed with a sense of loss, his words filled with regret. The world fell silent, and everyone maintained a calm demeanor, quietly observing the development of the situation. Wei Yunzheng, with a brave face, said, "Junior Wei Yunzheng, I have seen Great Emperor Guchen." Great Emperor Guchen looked at Wei Yunzheng and asked, "Is it you who obtained the cauldron of merit?" "That's right." He looked deeply at Wei Yunzheng. The dragon and phoenix protected their master, and the azure lotus circled at his feet, while the enlightenment tree unfolded behind him, evolving different rules of the Dao, and the 8 trigrams formation changed and evolved. It was truly astonishing. At such a young age, with a root bone that might not even be 20, he actually possessed immense merit and triggered the cauldron of merit. What kind of monster is this? Great Emperor Guchen sighed heavily. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older generation. The youth is formidable. When Wei Yunzheng saw that Great Emperor Guchen seemed to have no ill intentions, a huge stone in his heart slightly fell, and he said loudly, "I don't know why Great Emperor has appeared, but Yunzheng is willing to help Great Emperor resolve any worries." He wanted to figure out the reason behind the activation of the remnant soul imprint, so that he could determine whether the other party was an enemy or a friend. "I was awakened by the cauldron of merit. As you can see, the formation of the cauldron of merit requires a vast amount of merit energy, and I have the merit aura necessary to assist its formation within my body. Wei Yunzhen's heart skipped a beat. He felt that this matter was not good. It was indeed related to the cauldron of merit. Great Emperor Gu Chen seemed to see through his thoughts and said, "The meager merit energy is not worth mentioning. I won't trouble you." Wei Yunzhen awkwardly smiled, thinking that it was good then. When perfected being Sheng Su and the other hall masters heard this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the remnant soul of Great Emperor Gu Chen had no ill intentions. "Wei Yunzhen, I am willing to abandon this remnant soul and help the cauldron of merit fully form, but there is one thing that needs your clarification." The voice of Great Emperor Gu Chen resounded in Wei Yunzhen's mind. "I am willing to clarify it for Great Emperor." "Good." Great Emperor Gu Chen explained, "Before my demise, I was determined to unify this realm and create a true cultivation kingdom. However, before I could achieve my goal, I sensed the invasion of darkness in this realm. Although I had transcendent cultivation, I was powerless against the darkness. The only hope was to rely on this cauldron of merit to expel evil and suppress wickedness. But it turned out to be contrary to my wishes. Even though I ordered the sects not to engage in wanton killing and fighting, and to perform good deeds, I still couldn't condense this cauldron of merit. But you can do what I couldn't. Why is that?" After Great Emperor Gu Chen finished speaking, he looked at the cauldron of merit, his eyes filled with confusion and incomprehension. If he had been able to forge this cauldron back then, would the outcome have been different? His words stirred the minds of everyone present, involving ancient secrets. Darkness invasion. What does this mean? Was Great Emperor Gu Chen's demise related to the invasion of darkness? Why have I never heard of these 4 words before? Perfected being Sheng Su's face was stern, and his brows furrowed into the shape of the character Chuan. It was obvious that he knew something about Great Emperor Gu Chen's words. He looked deeply at the figure of the transcendent being. Muttering to himself, he said, "I never expected that darkness would invade so early. Did even Great Emperor Gu Chen perish because of this?" Wei Yunzhen chewed on the 4 words dark invasion, pondering the relevant ancient texts he had consulted before, but found no records. Returning to his senses, he began to contemplate the question of the Great Emperor Gu Chen. Why is it that despite Gu Chen's widespread acts of kindness, he still cannot gather the cauldron of merit, while Wei Yunzhen can? According to reason, as the ruler of the dynasty, with a single command, there should be no difficulty in gathering merit. Even if it is just the command to lighten the burden of taxes and levies, the merit that can be obtained must be immense. Yet Wei Yunzhen merely recited the words of Confucius, Mencius, and some saints in their entirety, but achieved an effect that Gu Chen could not reach. He pondered carefully. His eyes gradually brightened. After a moment, he spoke, considering, "I admit that, if we only consider the contributions to this realm, I am unable to compare to my predecessors. But the reason why I can attract the cauldron of merit must be that I have done 2 more things than my predecessors." "Oh!" Gu Chen smiled and nodded, becoming interested, and looked at Wei Yunzhen with an appreciative gaze. "But please do tell." Wei Yunzhen clasped his fists and said firmly, "What I have done more than my predecessors is to educate and enlighten." He thought of it. The words of the saints are meant to educate the world and be passed down for generations, naturally able to educate people for generations. This is the most important point that can attract the cauldron of merit. Educating one generation can gather merit for one generation, while educating generations can gather merit for generations. Not to mention these well-recognized maxims of truth. They can be passed down for more than 100 generations, even thousands of generations, and still be widely known. Therefore, the merit brought to Wei Yunzhen is naturally earth-shattering. Although Gu Chen ruled over countless people and his territory spanned millions of miles, no matter how he gathered public virtue and performed good deeds, the accumulated merit was only for that era, not even enough for a single era. How could he compare to Wei Yunzhen? Therefore, the 2 words education and enlightenment are the key to triggering the cauldron of merit. This is the one thing that Wei Yunzhen has done more than the great Emperor Gu Chen. Upon hearing Wei Yunzhen's answer, Gu Chen fell into deep thought. The sun, moon, and stars revolved around him, emitting dazzling brilliance, a rare phenomenon. As the stunning great emperor of ancient times, he naturally had accompanying phenomena. Everyone fell into silence, pondering Wei Yunzhen's answer. After a long time, boom! A terrifying power that surpassed all living beings surged from Gu Chen's body, sweeping across the entire central continent, shrouding this corner of the world. In the vast and magnificent celestial phenomenon, a dazzling sun slowly rose, and the golden crow cried out. Gu Chen raised his head, his gaze drifting towards the boundless avenue of emptiness. Wei Yunzhen, I understand now. Education and enlightenment are indeed something I have not done. Unfortunately, I realized it too late. Everything has already settled into dust. A formidable and unparalleled aura emanated from him, as if he could support the entire world. This world has been invaded by darkness for far too long. At this moment, I can feel that the heavenly Dao has been damaged, and darkness seems to be everywhere. Wei Yunzhen was greatly shocked. The information in Gu Chen's words was too significant. He didn't know what exactly the darkness referred to, but judging from Gu Chen's solemn expression, it was definitely not a good thing. And even the heavenly Dao has been damaged? How terrifying! He felt a tremor deep in his soul, as if there was a great terror lurking around him. Gu Chen looked at Wei Yunzhen. With the cauldron of merit in your possession, you have the means to deal with the darkness. You are the future savior. Savior. Wei Yunzhen trembled fiercely, feeling that this statement was even more terrifying than being an immortal emperor. Today, I will help you gather the cauldron of merit, also considered as my final effort for the sake of the world. After speaking, the figure of great Emperor Gu Chen began to tremble violently. The radiant light of his meritorious deeds soared to the sky, and golden light filled the world. At the same time, chaotic energy surged out from great Emperor Gu Chen's body. The air seemed to freeze, making it hard to breathe. I, great Emperor Gu Chen, bestow blessings upon Wei Yunzhen. After great Emperor Gu Chen finished speaking, his massive figure dissipated from bottom to top, transforming into a peculiar light. It shot straight towards Wei Yunzhen. Wei Yunzhen only felt a flash of light before his eyes, and he closed them. When he opened them again, the light had disappeared. Only a strange rune was left imprinted on his forehead, slowly fading away. Perfected being Sheng Su clenched his fists, feeling both excited and numb. The blessings of the ancient great emperor. He knew what this meant. It was equivalent to Wei Yunzhen gaining an extra life. The great emperor could only bestow blessings once in his lifetime. How precious! Great Emperor Gu Chen had never bestowed blessings upon anyone during his lifetime, and this bug-like skill still remained. The great emperor was recognized by heaven and earth, and his blessings were equivalent to the blessings of the heavens. As long as one didn't completely perish and have their soul erased, even if only a drop of essence blood remained, they could be reborn. How terrifying! Everyone who knew the effect of the great emperor's blessings stood still, their envy needing no further explanation. There was nothing on Wei Yunzhen that wouldn't make others envious. Talent, appearance, meritorious deeds, cultivation, comprehension, treasures, and the great emperor's blessings, among others. Which one of these didn't make others yearn for it? Comparison truly brings frustration. Buzz! Suddenly, a strange voice resounded from heaven and earth. In an instant, heavy snowflakes fell, mixed with hail and chaotic raindrops. All the unfavorable weather phenomena appeared. There were wailing sounds echoing throughout the entire world. This is it! This is it! The heavens and earth are weeping. When the ancient great emperor perished, the heavens and earth mourned. Even now, when only the remnants of great Emperor Gu Chen's soul imprint remained in the world, it triggered this phenomenon. If we were to go back in time to when great Emperor Gu Chen's physical body perished, blood rain would pour down from the heavens. But even just this was enough to shock people's hearts and minds. In the central state, countless people inexplicably felt sorrow and pain, bursting into tears. Perfected being Sheng Su waved his hand, and the protective formation shielded them from the rain and snow. We bid farewell to great Emperor Gu Chen. Wei Yunzhen raised his head, his voice thundering and echoing throughout the entire central state under the blessing of the formation. Farewell to great Emperor Gu Chen. In an instant, countless voices resounded. Starting from the disciples of Extreme Emptiness, it covered the entire central state. Everyone knew why they were so sorrowful. The name of great Emperor Gu Chen was imprinted in everyone's hearts. Wei Yunzheng looked at the gradually dimming golden light before him. The majestic figure of great Emperor Gu Chen had long disappeared, leaving only an empty space in the world. The divine and extraordinary ding of meritorious deeds. After absorbing the aura of meritorious deeds from great Emperor Gu Chen, it completely solidified. Various strange scenes evolved in the void, finally becoming vividly depicted on the surface of the ding. Wei Yunzheng keenly felt a soul bond between him and the ding of luck, as if they were one entity. At this moment, I, Li Xiaodao Yan, today, under the guidance of Wei Yunzheng Saint Child, have already been baptized in my heart. I am willing to recognize Saint Child as my master and be driven by him. Suddenly, a voice exploded in the sky, and everyone snapped out of their grief. Li Xiaodao Yan's declaration instantly heightened the atmosphere. This divine object, which claimed to only recognize the great emperor as its master, ultimately bowed its head and acknowledged a new master. Wei Yunzhen's performance was astonishing. Putting aside the immense benefits brought by his possession of the Dao Qi, the Hongmeng Qi, and the Merit Qi. At this moment, the imprint of the ancient dust great emperor in his body had already dissipated. If he didn't acknowledge a new master, there would be a risk of being forcibly refined. Saint Child has indeed subdued Li Xiaodao Yan. Although this result is not unexpected to me, I can't help but be amazed. It's like adding wings to a tiger. He has received the blessings of the great emperor and tamed such a strange fire. He has truly hit the jackpot. I think Li Xiaodao Yan is truly lucky. The previous master was the ancient great emperor, and today he acknowledges a new master, the Saint Child. The Saint Child is no less inferior to the ancient great emperor. Indeed, he truly has the potential to become an immortal emperor. Everyone looked at the young man in the sky, who seemed like a heavenly being. Their hearts were filled with excitement, and they discussed fervently. In the sky, Wei Yunzheng moved his mind, and the merit cauldron instantly imprinted itself in his divine consciousness. In an instant, he felt that his vision became clearer, as if the whole world had become more transparent. His soul suddenly became clear and distinct, and his body felt light, as if he had the illusion of ascending on the spot. This feeling came and went quickly, disappearing in an instant. Could this be the feeling of possessing luck? The merit cauldron could condense the luck of heaven and earth and nurture the merit qi. Wei Yunzheng murmured to himself, feeling secretly delighted. For him, possessing luck was not only about increasing the probability of obtaining treasures, but also about smoother cultivation. It meant being able to pray for blessings and avoid disasters, living a longer life. After all, this was a world of immortals and cultivators, where conflicts could arise at the drop of a hat, and dangers were everywhere with demons and monsters running rampant. Being able to pray for blessings and avoid disasters was the best news for him. Of course, if he knew the benefits of possessing the blessings of the great emperor, he would probably be grinning from ear to ear. Suppressing his inner joy, Wei Yunzheng looked at Li Xiaodao Yan. Although the fire Kailan had acknowledged him as its master, he still had a feeling that it wasn't wholehearted. It seemed like acknowledging him as its master was just a choice made after weighing the pros and cons. Wei Yunzheng thought for a moment and didn't mind. He would first subdue it and then slowly temper Li Xiaodao Yan's character. In that case, I will make a heavenly oath to acknowledge me as your master. For intelligent divine objects, a heavenly oath was the most stringent constraint. If violated, it meant going against the will of heaven and would be met with the backlash and suppression of heaven, resulting in damage to their origin and the erasure of their intelligence. In severe cases, they would be completely assimilated by heaven and earth. Hold on. The fire Kailan shook its head and didn't immediately agree to Wei Yunzhen's request. It calmly said, although I am willing to acknowledge you as my master, there are conditions. Then, it continued, speaking to itself, if you want to be my master, you must use the Dao Qi to nourish my origin every day, while also supplementing it with the Hongmeng Qi and the Merit Qi. If you can agree to this condition and make a heavenly oath, then I will acknowledge you as my master. Wei Yunzheng was instantly dumbfounded. He didn't expect Li Xiaodaoyan to suddenly come up with this condition. Nourishing its origin with the Dao Qi every day, and also supplementing it with the Hongmeng Qi and the Merit Qi? What kind of joke was this? Not to mention that the so-called Dao Qi and Hongmeng Qi came from anomalies, and he didn't know how to use them. The only thing he could control was the Merit Cauldron, which could nurture the Merit Qi. Even if he only used the Merit Qi to nourish its origin, it would still be enough to make him feel distressed. If the heavenly oath is made, it would be like finding a lifetime of trouble for oneself. No different from being a house slave in the previous life. Wei Yunzheng firmly refused. Impossible. Your conditions are too harsh, I won't accept them. The Fire Kylan seemed to have anticipated this result long ago, not discouraged at all, but instead spoke gently, don't rush to refuse. Although I proposed conditions, you can also make appropriate reductions. Let's discuss and find a mutually beneficial compromise, alright. Wei Yunzheng felt a few black lines appearing on his head, feeling a sense of a shrewd merchant. He was most afraid that once he mentioned an acceptable compromise, the other party would immediately clap their hands and say, I agree. The disciples present were all speechless at this scene. They never expected that the long-lasting drama would end up like this. Many female disciples criticized Li Xiaodaoyan one after another. I've never seen such shameless heavenly treasure. The word calculated is written all over his face. That's right, he's bullying our saint child Jigi. Why is he so arrogant? Zizai was also indignant and stomped her foot, shouting in a childish voice, Senior brother, don't negotiate with him. I can tell he's not a good person. Don't let him take advantage for nothing. Zhou Chaochu below gritted her teeth and stood on someone's shoulder, pleading, please don't stomp your foot. It hurts. Wei Yunzheng naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to haggle over the price. After considering for a moment, he said, Li Xiaodaoyan, at most, I can promise to nourish your origin with the Qi of merit. As for the number and frequency, you will know in the future. Also, I won't make a heavenly oath. The Fire Kylan became anxious upon hearing this, his aura becoming heavier. This was pure empty-handed extortion. He didn't even give a promise. With a humanized gesture, he shrugged, since you say so, then it's difficult. Difficult? FK. Then forget it. Perfected being Sheng Su, high in the sky, gave the most reasonable solution with a majestic presence. He waved the dust brush in his hand, turning it into countless long whiskers, carrying a terrifying majesty as they came from the void, surrounding the Fire Kylan. Damn it! Daring to be arrogant without a soul imprint? Wanting to extort my obedient disciple for nothing? The Fire Kylan was greatly shocked, feeling as if a mountain was pressing down on his heart. The intense sense of crisis hit him. This old guy wanted to assimilate him. Chu do ma di. Everything can be discussed. Alright, alright. Crazy thoughts filled his mind. Perfected being Sheng Su completely ignored the wailing of Li Xiaodaoyan and turned to ask, Disciple, do you want to assimilate him? It's up to you to decide. Wei Yunzheng fell into contemplation. The benefits of assimilation were that he would gain complete control over Li Xiaodaoyan. The downside was that his power would be weakened. After all, the current Li Xiaodaoyan had been nurtured by Gu Chen Great Emperor with the Qi of Great Emperor for a long time, giving birth to sentience. If assimilated, his sentience would be lost and his origin would be damaged. After thinking for a moment, he spoke, please have the master force him to make a heavenly oath of allegiance. No need for assimilation. Perfected being Sheng Su chuckled, and a strand of the dust brush in his hand turned into a braid, fiercely whipping the Fire Kylan's buttocks. The Fire Kylan cried out in pain. Haven't you heard my disciple's words? Hurry up and swear allegiance. As he spoke, he whipped a few more times. His eyes were filled with a perverse expression. He had mastered the correct use of the dust brush. Wei Yunzheng watched as perfected being Sheng Su became more and more excited, gradually descending into madness. He felt embarrassed to have such a master in front of a large audience. The disciples present also fell into silence. They felt embarrassed to have such a sect leader in front of a large audience. The hall masters covered their eyes and remained silent. They felt embarrassed to have such a senior brother in front of a large audience. Perfected being Yunqing's eyebrows furrowed as he looked at the wailing Lixiao Daoyan and the deranged smile of perfected being Sheng Su, sensing an inexplicable chill. Unpleasant memories flashed through his mind. He waved his hand and took out a shimmering immortal sword. The crisp sound of the sword echoed in the heavens and earth as it shot towards perfected being Sheng Su. Perfected being Sheng Su skillfully dodged to the side. That's enough, let Lixiao Daoyan acknowledge his master quickly. Perfected being Yunqing crossed his arms, abandoning his usual dignified demeanor. For some reason, he became angry. Perfected being Sheng Su smirked and the sound of the whip hitting the fire Kailan's body continued without stopping. I'm just helping Yunzheng discipline Lixiao Daoyan properly, so he won't cause trouble for Yunzheng in the future. The fire Kailan let out a hysterical roar, his facial expression completely distorted, filled with anger that he dared not show. Enough, Shu Daoshan. Perfected being Yunqing glanced at him and spoke calmly. Perfected being Sheng Su shrank back, all right. He then put away the small whip that had been lashing the fire Kailan, and solemnly warned. Lixiao Daoyan, I acknowledge that you have gained intelligence and that Yunzheng has pleaded for you, so I will temporarily exempt you from being refined. Although I have also punished you slightly, you must understand that I am doing this for your own good. As the saying goes, there are laws in the country and rules in the family. In the future, when you follow Yunzheng, you must not speak nonsense. Otherwise, you know what will happen. With that, he flicked his dusting cloth and released the imprisoned fire Kailan. The fire Kailan cried and sobbed, covering his buttocks and said, I understand, I understand. Perfected being Sheng Su nodded in satisfaction. He had never seen a problem that couldn't be solved with a beating. All right, make your oath. Oh! The fire Kailan responded and quickly swore with a serious expression, Heaven is my witness, I, Lixiao Daoyan, willingly acknowledge Extreme Emptiness Saint Child Wei Yunzheng as my master. If I violate this oath, may my divine form be destroyed, and all beings regard me as their enemy, to be exterminated by gods, humans, demons, and spirits. Boom! 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 After the golden light dissipated for a moment, the sky once again underwent a change. Congealed dark clouds produced violent gusts of wind. 9 consecutive muffled thunders resounded from deep within the clouds, as if responding to Lixiao Daoyan's oath. This Lixiao Daoyan's oath has been recognized by the heavens, and it has imposed constraints on him. Seeing that the oath was successful, Wei Yunzheng once again felt a strange sensation, establishing a connection with Lixiao Daoyan on a spiritual level. He beckoned. Lixiao Daoyan roared angrily towards the sky, then his entire body shrank, shedding the appearance of the fire Kailan and turning into a ball of light, diving into Wei Yunzhen's body. Master, from now on, I am your fire. Please treat me well. These words echoed in his mind. Wei Yunzheng chuckled. It was like dealing with a bullied little wife. He comforted, don't worry, I will. Lixiao Daoyan took advantage of the situation and said, since you've promised to treat me well, it wouldn't be too much to occasionally nourish me with some Dao Qi when you have free time, right? Wei Yunzheng originally wanted to chat with him a bit more and cultivate their relationship. But suddenly, I didn't feel like talking to him anymore. I cut off the telepathic communication with Lixiao Daoyan and withdrew the external visions back into my body. After a while, the sky completely cleared up, and all the strange phenomena disappeared, as if everything tonight was just a dream. Everyone woke up as if from a dream. They looked at Wei Yunzheng with complex expressions. The things that happened tonight were too astonishing. Every time they saw the Saint Child, it made them feel that this world was unreal and bizarre. The previous attainment of the Sword Immortal was already shocking enough. It's only been a few days, and now he's making another big splash. It's inexplicable how the existence of the Saint Child reminds everyone that they are worthless. Those who have joined the Extreme Emptiness, aren't they all geniuses? Some people exclaimed with excitement. The events that happened tonight would be enough to talk about for several days to come. Since the Saint Child came out of seclusion, the popularity and discussions about him have been high. He always brings something interesting. By the way, does the saint child and senior sister Mu Yao really have a child? Some people glanced at Mu Yao. At this moment, Mu Yao took out a small notebook and quickly recorded everything that happened. In a certain year and month, the saint child subdued Lixiao Dao Yan, enlightened his mortal heart, and made him willingly submit. At the same time, he taught the masses with profound words of truth, accumulated immeasurable merits, and the remnant soul of the ancient great emperor appeared under the guidance of the saint child, bowing down in admiration. Willingly becoming a stepping stone for the saint child, assisting him in forging the cauldron of merits, and bestowing blessings from the great emperor. Humph, the great emperor is nothing compared to the senior brother saint child. After this incident, the saint child broadened his mind and proposed to use the qi of the great Dao as the main source, supplemented by the qi of the primordial chaos and the qi of merits, to nurture the origin of Lixiao Dao Yan. Lixiao Dao Yan felt unworthy and thought that the saint child's idea was too much for him, so he repeatedly refused. The saint child didn't want to force him, so he had to give up on this proposal. The head of the Holy Void sect, Guan Lixiao, saw how sensible Lixiao Dao Yan was and gently caressed him with a dusting brush, expressing his affirmation. Under the shock and surprise, Lixiao Dao Yan burst into tears. As Mu Yao finished writing, she closed her little notebook and felt a strange sense of satisfaction. She suddenly felt that what she was doing was meaningful. Zizai blinked her eyes and looked at her senior brother, thinking that he looked very handsome today and deserved a few pieces of preserved fruit from her. Thinking of this, she jumped off Zhou Chaochu's shoulder, secretly opened her pocket, and found 5 pieces of preserved fruit inside. One for me and one for senior brother. 2 for senior brother and 2 for me. One left. Supporting her chubby cheeks, she thought for a moment, should she give one to her ugly senior brother? After all, he's also her senior brother. She turned her gaze to Zhou Chaochu, who was excitedly showing off to his companions, yes, I'm Zhou Chaochu, and the saint child is my senior brother. It seemed a bit embarrassing. I don't want to give it to him. My preserved fruit is not for just anyone to eat. Sister, do you want to try a piece of preserved fruit? Mu Yao caught sight of Zizai, who was acting sneakily, and her curiosity was piqued. She leaned over and discovered the preserved fruit in the pocket. She teased. Zizai hurriedly stuffed 3 pieces of preserved fruit into her mouth, folded the pocket neatly, and hid it in her embrace. Her chubby cheeks bulged, moving back and forth. She muttered. I won't give it to you. The remaining 2 pieces of preserved fruit are for my senior brother. Mu Yao chuckled. Zizai pouted slightly. She remembered that this senior sister had ill intentions towards her senior brother, so she won't give her any. Things have come to an end. The boiling extreme emptiness gradually returned to calm, and the disciples dispersed, spreading the news of what they had seen and heard today. After Wei Yunzheng respectfully bowed to perfected being Yunqing and the others, he took a step forward and stepped on the azure lotus, returning to vast righteousness peak. With the matter here settled, perfected being Sheng Su turned into a wisp of green smoke and quietly escaped before attracting the attention of perfected being Yunqing. In the sky, the divine senses of many powerful beings were withdrawn. The leaders of extreme emptiness turned a blind eye to this and tacitly accepted it, pretending not to know about this matter. If what happened today involved the secrets of extreme emptiness, it would naturally shield the investigation of various divine senses. At the same time, a hidden black light flashed across the sky, without attracting anyone's attention. Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. The Heavenly Mechanism Master sat on the mountaintop, his long beard fluttering, his eyes filled with indifference, as if devoid of any human emotions. Behind him, there were countless stars moving along chaotic trajectories, vast and diverse. Below the stars was the vast and boundless sea, with the surface of the sea displaying black and white colors, flowing and merging. After a while, the Heavenly Mechanism Master withdrew his gaze from the distant sea of clouds, and his eyes revealed a different gleam. Muttering to himself, he said, "Impressive, an extraordinary existence has emerged from the Daoist sect. In this world, someone has actually gained your recognition." The black and white surface of the sea instantly shattered, and a colossal creature emerged from the sea, causing towering waves. It was a giant turtle, its massive body seemingly capable of overwhelming mountains. The heavenly mechanism master smiled faintly, although there are not many people who can gain my recognition, there is indeed one more in this world. The giant turtle shook its head and yawned heavily, squinting its small eyes. Who is this person? The heavenly mechanism master stroked his beard. The son of the great Dao? The son of merit? The savior of all living beings? I cannot determine, but one thing is certain, he has the qualifications of an immortal emperor. Boring. The old turtle clearly wasn't interested in the heavenly mechanism master's vague answer. It turned its head and was about to sink back into the sea. The heavenly mechanism master ignored it, and with a flick of his finger, he shook his head and chuckled. It seems it's time to announce the rankings. A brilliant light bloomed between his eyebrows, shooting straight into the sky. Southern region. Deep within the 10,000 mountains, statues of monstrous creatures towered, emitting a crimson blood light. Crack! Suddenly, cracks appeared on the surface of the statues, rapidly expanding and spewing out turbid monster chi, obscuring the sky. The beast race was shocked, and the group of monsters trembled. The saint child is about to be born. Quick, continue the blood sacrifice. Bring 10,000 blood slaves. Terrifying great monsters dragged their massive bodies and soared into the air, spreading the command in the wind. Countless small monsters followed suit, bringing 10,000 blood slaves and mercilessly slaughtering them. With a crash, the dense blood energy gathered towards the statues, causing the cracks to widen. The great monsters stared at this scene with a stern expression, devoid of any joy. The saint child was born ahead of schedule, presumably sensing something that made him feel threatened. What could it be? Western Desert. In the vast desert, a temple stood abruptly, radiating golden light and resounding with Buddhist chants. Inside the Thunder Sound Temple, deep within the courtyard, a Buddha sat on a cushion, holding a Buddhist bead in his hand, reciting scriptures. Behind him, the shadow of the Buddha illuminated the heavens. Snap! Suddenly, the Buddhist bead in the Buddha's hand broke, falling to the ground, and the chanting stopped. The Buddha opened his eyes, without a hint of anger, silently gazing at the ground. Hands clasped together. Good, good. He looked towards the east, where there was Zhongzhou, an extreme emptiness. At this moment, there was a knocking sound at the door. Come in. The Buddha said indifferently. The one who entered was a bald young monk, with a devout and respectful expression. He said, Master, the disciple Wei Yunzheng has left the Thunder Sound Monastery and entered the secular world. Upon hearing this news, the Buddha seemed unsurprised and said, Let him go. The young monk was taken aback. Since he had already reported the matter, he was about to leave the courtyard. But he was stopped by the Buddha, who called out to him, Come here. The young monk didn't understand, a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes, but he still obediently approached. Bow your head. The Buddha's voice was magnetic and had a strange allure, making people instinctively want to obey his command. The young monk involuntarily lowered his head. Feeling anxious, he didn't know the deeper meaning behind the Buddha's actions. In the next second, he found out. Suddenly, the young monk smelled a strong odor entering his nostrils. When he opened his eyes, he saw a mouth full of sharp teeth, and then he instantly lost consciousness. Crunch, crunch. The Buddha shrugged his shoulders and made a terrifying chewing sound. After a while, he clasped his hands together again and said, Good, good. The next day, two major events occurred in Zhongzhou. The first event was naturally the resurfacing of Wei Yunzheng's name, which returned to the public's attention after a few days. The fall of the remnants of the great Emperor Gu Chen caused grief in the heavens and the earth, arousing the curiosity of everyone. After much investigation, they understood the cause and effect of the matter. Without surprise, Zhongzhou exploded once again. Countless young cultivators lamented, What kind of monster is this? Some people said that Extreme Emptiness had produced a true Kailan child. With this child, it was feared that he would unify the other four great saint lands of Zhongzhou in the future. There were even people who said that with Wei Yunzheng, Extreme Emptiness might be able to accomplish the great cause that the great Emperor Guchen had left unfinished and unify the entire Immortal Cultivation World. People's words became more and more exaggerated. They almost treated Wei Yunzheng as a deity. Of course, this was also due to the push from another major event. On this day, a golden list appeared, slowly unfolding, attracting the attention of everyone in Zhongzhou. The Zhongzhou Prodigy List. Countless people were shocked and looked at the contents of the list. Finally, it's out. Let me see how many hidden prodigies will appear on this list. Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is a bit slow this time. According to the rules, the list should have been released 3 days ago. The Zhongzhou Prodigy List was personally evaluated by the Lord of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, Tianji, and ranked the prodigies of Zhongzhou. It had considerable authority. It was released every 5 years, ranking the strongest prodigies of Zhongzhou in the past 5 years. People discussed it one after another. The 20th place is Lu Tao, the young master of the Feiyu sect. I've heard of this person before. He once killed a great monster. Wow, these ranks from 11 to 20 are all talented individuals. The top 10 must be even more extraordinary. Quick, look, young master, you're ranked 13th. You're really amazing. On the river, a girl dressed as a maid stopped rowing and shouted with joy to the young scholar on the boat. The young scholar shook his head, obviously indifferent to this, poured wine into a cup, and then fell asleep with his arm as a pillow. For everyone, this Zhongzhou Prodigy List had many unexpected faces and many hidden individuals. The most eye-catching were the rankings of the saint children of the 5 great saint lands. If it were in the past, the top 5 seats would definitely be occupied by disciples from the 5 great saint lands. However, the Central State Prodigy ranking this time has given a different answer. Among the top 5 seats, only disciples from 2 holy lands are included. Disciples from the Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land occupy 3 seats. Disciples from the Azure Cloud Sacred Land occupy 1 seat. The remaining 3 saint children from the Great Saint Lands have all been squeezed out of the top 5. This is truly astonishing. The Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land is truly a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Countless people are shocked by this, and the status of the Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land in their hearts has skyrocketed. Among the 5 holy lands in Central State, the Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land should be the leader. This statement is being sung by cultivators in Central State. The 3 individuals from the Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land who made it onto the ranking are Xiang Wencheng, who ranks 5th, with the pure yang sword intent enhancing his peerless sword body. This ranking is not surprising. Next is senior sister Mu Yao, who ranks 3rd. As the first seat of Jade Maiden Peak and possessing great luck, although she has never made a move, she frequently travels to dangerous places and returns unscathed, naturally indicating her unfathomable strength. As for the person who made it onto the ranking last, naturally, it is Wei Yunzheng, the saint child. Ranking 1st. No one has any objections to him topping the Central State Prodigy ranking, and this is also the result most people anticipated. Wei Yunzhen's various rumors have long made him the uncrowned king of the young generation in everyone's hearts. The ranking on the Central State Prodigy ranking is just a confirmation of this. In addition, the saint child of the Azure Cloud Sword Sect, Dugujian, ranks 4th. As the saint child of the Sword Sect, he naturally possesses outstanding talent in the way of the sword, and his unique Dugu 9 swords are famous in Central State. Different from Xiang Wencheng's pure yang sword intent, Dugujian's Dugu sword intent is self-created. It is precisely because of this reason that Dugujian can surpass Xiang Wencheng and rank 4th. As for Xiang Wencheng's peerless sword body, it is not a special point that can surpass Dugujian. According to rumors, Dugujian also possesses a special physique, but the specific details are unknown. Of course, the most surprising thing is the 2nd place on the Central State Prodigy ranking, which is second only to Wei Yunzheng. This person is named Xiao Yan, without a sect or faction, and is an independent cultivator. If it weren't for the exposure on the Prodigy ranking, no one would have known about such a person. This has aroused the curiosity of everyone, speculating about who Xiao Yan is and what means he possesses to surpass the heroes and rank 2nd. Moreover, as an independent cultivator without a sect to rely on, it is generally difficult for them to produce outstanding individuals. After all, cultivation not only relies on one's talent and comprehension but also on the resources for cultivation. Having resources makes cultivation much easier. Yet, as an independent cultivator, Xiao Yan has achieved this level. Xiao Yan is truly extraordinary. At the same time, in front of the three clear profound palace, in front of the three clear holy lands gate, a figure stands proudly. Wearing a black robe and carrying a huge object that looks like a blunt weapon on his back, he exudes an aura that keeps people at a distance, causing the disciples guarding the gate to look at him with curiosity. The man in the black robe takes a few steps forward and clasps his fists, saying, "I am Xiao Yan. I have come to the three clear holy land today to seek guidance from the three clear saint child. I kindly ask you to inform him." Upon hearing this, the disciples guarding the gate exchange glances, and waves of shock surge in their hearts. Their first reaction is that someone dares to come to the three clear holy land to challenge the saint child. This is unheard of. Then they feel that the name Xiao Yan sounds somewhat familiar. After thinking for a moment, they are even more shocked. This name. The person in front of them is actually the second ranked on the prodigy ranking? The independent cultivator rumored about? Xiao Yan, you are already second on the prodigy ranking. Our saint child ranks after you. Why do you want to seek guidance from him? The disciple guarding the gate shouted loudly, wanting to ask for an explanation. Xiao Yan did not give an answer, but repeated in a deep voice, "Please inform everyone." Seeing that he did not answer, the disciple guarding the gate did not pursue further and left one person to guard the gate, while the others turned and went up the mountain to spread the message. Xiao Yan waited quietly, watching the figure of the disciple guarding the gate disappear from his sight. Today is the first step for him to make a name for himself in Zhongzhou. There is no room for any mistakes. At this moment, an old voice sounded in Xiao Yan's mind, "Xiao Yan, you are acting so high profile this time, I suppose it's for that girl." Xiao Yan was stunned for a moment, not expecting Yao Lao to see through all his thoughts, and admitted frankly, "Yao Lao, your insight is as sharp as a torch. It is indeed for that girl." "Ah!" Yao Lao sighed, "Silly child, now that things have come to this point, be careful in everything." He didn't want Xiao Yan to expose himself so much. After all, the more attention Xiao Yan attracts, the greater the possibility of his exposure. "Yao Lao, rest assured, these saint children of the holy grounds are not to be feared. I know what I'm doing." Xiao Yan paused and added, "Except for the extreme emptiness saint child." The implication was that he probably wouldn't seek Yao Lao's help. "That's good, I hope so." After saying this, Yao Lao didn't say anything else and fell silent. Xiao Yan clenched his fist and rubbed the ring on his finger, deep in thought. He knew that his rash decision to challenge the 5 great saint children of Zhongzhou would displease Yao Lao. But for the sake of that girl in his heart, he couldn't care about that anymore. Speaking of that girl, Xiao Yan fell into a reverie. When he was still weak and powerless, in pursuit of strength, he ventured into a dangerous place and obtained the coveted heaven and earth strange fire. There, he faced numerous life-threatening crises and almost perished, with no trace of his remains. It was at the moment of his despair that Yao Lao had not yet come to his rescue. A fairy-like girl descended from the sky, appearing in his line of sight. The girl had a cold and elegant temperament, unparalleled beauty that could captivate anyone at first glance. Her cultivation was even more extraordinary. With just a little effort, she saved him from the water and fire. She had both beauty and strength, and she was his life-saver. Under the influence of various factors, Xiao Yan's heart, which had been wounded by his childhood sweetheart's broken engagement, rekindled, feeling that besides offering himself, there was nothing else he could do to repay her. Hopelessly, he fell in love with this girl. He had only spent a short time with the girl, and they were not particularly close, even a bit unfamiliar. He didn't even know her real name. Of course, this couldn't be blamed on Xiao Yan for not actively asking. It's just that the girl seemed to have a cold heart and a natural barrier between them, unwilling to reveal her name. Xiao Yan asked persistently. Finally, the girl warned that only if Xiaoyan could defeat the strongest young cultivators of the 5 great saint children and make a name for himself in Zhongzhou would he be qualified to know her name. This gave Xiaoyan the motivation to cultivate. In fact, he had always regarded this as his goal. At this moment, Xiaoyan felt that the time had come to take an important step towards his future happiness. Yunqing Holy Grounds. It would be the first stepping stone for him to make a name for himself. Thinking of this, an astonishing aura emanated from Xiaoyan's body, even the air became slightly heated. Dang dang dang! At this moment, the sound of a bell rang in the Yunqing Holy Grounds. Please, fellow Daoist Xiaoyan, come up the mountain for a discussion. A ethereal voice came. Xiaoyan's mouth curled into a smile, revealing a warrior-like expression. When the outside world was in an uproar because of the appearance of the Central Plains prodigy ranking, within the Extreme Emptiness, peace was restored early on. Even many disciples of the Extreme Emptiness sacred land, who were proud and arrogant for occupying 3 out of the top 5 positions on the prodigy ranking, had to suppress their joy and refrain from making too much noise. They could only communicate their emotions through their divine senses. The cause of this situation was related to perfected being Sheng Su, who had punished several noisy disciples by sending them to clean the latrines. Vast Righteousness Peak. Senior brother! Senior brother! Wake up! Why are you sleeping here? Wei Yunzheng felt his arm being shaken and heard concerned greetings as he opened his eyes in a daze. What he saw was a scruffy face, with eyebrows flying askew, swollen eye bags, a flat and wide nose, and thick sausage-like lips. Distinctive facial features were pieced together on one face, although they were in the correct positions, there was no sense of harmony. He looks really mischievous. Ah! So it's the ugly junior brother. Wei Yunzheng pushed the face that was almost within reach away, shook his head, and tried to clear his groggy mind. Since returning to Vast Righteousness Peak yesterday, Wei Yunzheng hadn't gone out again. Today, with nothing to do in the afternoon, he took a stroll on the mountain. The fragrance of grass and trees lingered in his nose, and he heard the calls of deer and the cries of cranes. Unconsciously, drowsiness overcame him. He found a grassy area, lay down in the shade of a tree, and fell asleep. Senior brother, the master and many elders are waiting for you in the Extreme Emptiness Palace. Zhou Chaochu explained the reason. Waiting for me? Wei Yunzheng was slightly surprised. He floated up from the grass and stood straight 3 zhang away. Well, it seems there is an important matter summoning senior brother. Wei Yunzheng frowned, pondered for a moment, but couldn't think of any reason why he would be summoned. Oh well. I'll find out when I get there. By the way, senior brother, junior sister was sent back to the Cliff of Reflection by the master yesterday. Before leaving, she asked me to find you and plead for her with the master. Ah, so Zizai has been caught again. Wei Yunzheng nodded and said, I understand. It would only take half an incense stick's worth of time. Wei Yunzheng arrived at the front of the Extreme Emptiness Hall. He walked quickly, but his steps were steady. His whole body seemed to be surrounded by a sense of emptiness, exuding an extraordinary temperament. He was handsome and elegant, like an immortal. Saint Child Wei Yunzheng requests an audience. In front of the hall, a disciple hesitated for a moment, then immediately transmitted the message inside. If it were an ordinary occasion, there would be no need to transmit the message, and he would be allowed to enter directly. But today, both the sect master and the head disciple were inside, so the proper rules and procedures still needed to be followed. Wei Yunzheng understood this. It was like when he was studying in his previous life. Even if the class monitor cursed the leaders behind their backs, they would still organize the students to warmly welcome them when they came to inspect. He entered the Extreme Emptiness Hall. He saw a group of elders with immortal-like appearances standing there with smiling faces, looking up and down at Wei Yunzheng with eyes filled with overflowing affection. Junior nephew Yunzheng has arrived. Junior nephew Yunzheng is truly handsome. This appearance, even if an ordinary person ate the immortal beauty pill, they wouldn't be able to compare. The immortal beauty pill was a legendary pill that could completely change a person's innate appearance, creating the most perfect face in the world. The formula for the pill had long been lost. Wei Yunzheng raised an eyebrow, thinking it was strange that everyone was praising his appearance as soon as he entered, really strange. Yunzheng, greetings to the master. Greetings to all the senior disciples. Bowing to the crowd, etiquette must not be lost, with behavior and demeanor exceptionally gentle, as refined as a scholar. The more the crowd looked, the more they liked. The elders looked at each other, exchanging glances that were full of satisfaction. Senior brother, Yunzheng is capable of taking on great responsibilities. There is no one more suitable than him. With Yunzheng here, why worry about extreme emptiness not prospering? Yunzheng will definitely accomplish what previous generations could not, I can tell just by looking. Wei Yunzheng was dumbfounded by the words of these old fellows. Great responsibilities. What great responsibilities? How did I become capable again? Perfected being Sheng Su stood before the crowd, with a proud expression, listening to his junior disciples' sincere praises, feeling delighted in his heart. But he couldn't lose his composure on the surface, so he only slightly revealed a smile and said, Yunzheng has the qualifications of an immortal emperor. If he can't do it, who can? That's right. If Yunzheng can't do it, no one can. Only Yunzheng can handle this matter. There was another round of agreement, and the way the crowd looked at Wei Yunzheng's eyes was not just admiration, but more like looking at a work of art. They wanted to appreciate it from top to bottom. Wei Yunzheng felt a chill all over his body from being stared at by these gazes, and his heart was in chaos. He didn't know what had happened, nor did he understand what the great responsibility these old fellows were talking about. But judging from the situation, it was obviously not a good thing. Wei Yunzheng decided to take the initiative and immediately shouted, thanks to the love and favor of the master and all the senior brothers, Yunzheng has been feeling unwell recently, encountering a bottleneck in cultivation, and has been burdened with internal conflicts. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to take on such a great responsibility. The crowd was stunned. They didn't expect Wei Yunzheng to start making excuses before the task was even clarified. Perfected being Sheng Su pretended to be angry and said, Yunzheng, this great responsibility is not something you can refuse. Don't push it away. Master, your disciple is dull-witted and has low cultivation. If I were to take on such a great responsibility, I would only ruin the important matters of extreme emptiness. Wei Yunzheng didn't bother pretending and directly used his cultivation as an excuse. The crowd fell into silence. You're telling me you're dull-witted and have low cultivation? You're telling me you can't do what you've done if you're dull-witted and have low cultivation? A group of elders silently mocked in their hearts. Perfected being Sheng Su cleared his throat and thought to himself, why is this kid still pretending to be a rookie? Yunzheng, don't underestimate yourself and make these jokes, he said with a heavy heart. If you're dull-witted, then aren't my disciples complete idiots? Yes, Yunzheng, you shouldn't be too modest. You'll end up with no friends. Young people should be a bit arrogant. Yunzheng, what you should say is not that you're dull-witted, but that you're the best in the world. The elders advised earnestly, suspecting that Wei Yunzheng's previous words were intentionally mocking them. If he were a normal person, how could he have such absurd thoughts? All right, all right. Perfected being Sheng Su interrupted and turned to Wei Yunzheng. Yunzheng, actually, the most important thing for this great responsibility is not how profound your cultivation is. What? Wei Yunzheng was stunned. What kind of task are they assigning to him that doesn't require profound cultivation? Various speculations flooded his mind for a moment, but he rejected them all. This is the world of cultivation where strength is respected. Any code of conduct is based on your strength. Without strength, you're nothing, unless you're like Wei Yunzheng, particularly good at showing off in front of others. Doesn't require strength, could it be that they need my physical body? I don't believe it at all. At this moment, seeing Wei Yunzheng's puzzled gaze, perfected being Sheng Su no longer played dumb and said with a light smile, uttering two words that left Wei Yunzheng dumbfounded. Marriage alliance. Wei Yunzheng stood still, feeling as if he was hearing things, unable to believe that these words came out of perfected being Sheng Su's mouth. Yes, Yunzheng, after discussing with the elders and the hall master, we have planned the ultimate goal for you, which is to enter into a marriage alliance. Perfected being Sheng Su said in a warm voice, full of anticipation and encouragement. What? As an immortal emperor, you actually want me to enter into a marriage alliance? How ridiculous! So, it's not about strength, but about physicality. I am the saint child of the Extreme Emptiness sacred land. With such an identity, do I still need to enter into a marriage alliance? Wei Yunzheng was dumbfounded, suddenly feeling disillusioned with the world. Seeing Wei Yunzheng's troubled expression, the elders spoke up one after another, trying to dispel his resistance. Yunzheng, Master Uncle knows that you may find it difficult to accept the idea of a marriage alliance for a while. You are still young and there are many things you don't know. Yes, Yunzheng, you are the pride of all of us in the Extreme Emptiness. Why would we harm you? Letting you enter into a marriage alliance is really for your own good. Besides, apart from you, no one else is qualified to do so. Well, let me tell you the truth, although Master Uncle believes that with your talent, you will eventually be able to stand at the pinnacle of this world. But this process is long. If you can enter into a marriage alliance, leaving aside other things, you will have everything you need for cultivation. It will save you many years of struggle. And, the Extreme Emptiness will also be able to firmly establish its position as the #1 sacred land in the central state. Everyone chimed in, bombarding Wei Yunzheng with their arguments. Looking at their kind and earnest faces, as well as their serious persuasion to enter into a marriage alliance, Wei Yunzheng began to doubt if he was still asleep. At this moment, perfected being Sheng Su, who had been silent all along, spoke up. You all can leave first. I will have a good talk with Yunzheng about this matter. Upon hearing this, the elders reluctantly fell silent and left one after another. The hall became quiet once again. Perfected being Sheng Su turned his back and said, Yunzheng, come with me. Wei Yunzheng followed perfected being Sheng Su to a side hall. The plaque on the door read Quiet Residence. This was where perfected being Sheng Su usually studied the art of painting. It was strictly forbidden for outsiders to enter, even Wei Yunzheng had only been here a few times before he went into seclusion. They walked in. A faint fragrance of ink filled the air, and there were scrolls scattered all over the desk, filled with paintings of white legs. Wei Yunzheng glanced at them discreetly, feeling indifferent and unsurprised. Perfected being Sheng Su took a few steps forward and came to a wall. On the wall hung a painting covered with black cloth, arousing Wei Yunzheng's curiosity. He had noticed this painting a long time ago. He was curious about its content. Yunzheng, have you ever heard of the Yaokai Immortal Realm? Perfected being Sheng Su stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the covered painting, his eyes filled with a hint of reminiscence. Yaokai Immortal Realm. Wei Yunzheng pondered for a moment, and information about these 4 words came to mind. Of course, I know. Immediately, he revealed everything he knew. The Yaokai Immortal Realm is located in the Eastern State and is one of the sacred places in the Eastern State. However, the Yaokai Immortal Realm's status is higher than the other great saint lands in the Eastern State. In fact, it is also equivalent to the status of our Extreme Emptiness sacred land in Zhongzhou, and can be considered the foremost sacred land. The Yaokai Fairyland only accepts female disciples and does not allow males to enter. It is a sect dominated by women. Perfected being Sheng Su listened quietly, shook his head gently, and continued to ask, so what do you think of Dongzhou compared to Zhongzhou? Wei Yunzheng continued to answer, Dongzhou is vast, but sparsely populated. Although Zhongzhou is half the size of Dongzhou, it is much richer in resources, with countless treasures of heaven and earth. In my opinion, Zhongzhou is superior to Dongzhou. Upon hearing this, perfected being Sheng Su sighed and turned to Wei Yunzheng, saying, Disciple, you are wrong. Wei Yunzheng listened attentively. Dongzhou is actually much stronger than Zhongzhou. What you said about Zhongzhou being richer in resources than Dongzhou is something that happened many years ago. And now, the richness of Dongzhou far surpasses Zhongzhou, not to mention that Dongzhou is larger in size. Moreover, unlike the relative peace in Zhongzhou, cultivators in Dongzhou are diverse in race and constantly engaged in conflicts, which has long cultivated stronger cultivators and Dao techniques. Finally, he sighed, Zhongzhou is far inferior to Dongzhou. The information revealed by perfected being Sheng Su's words contradicted Wei Yunzhen's understanding all along. He had always believed that Zhongzhou, as the central land of this world, was at the top level in terms of resources and the level of cultivators. Perfected being Sheng Su hesitated for a moment and continued, as for your evaluation of the Yaokai fairyland, it can be said to be correct, and it can also be said to be incorrect. Oh! Wei Yunzhen clasped his fists and said, please enlighten me, master. The Yaokai fairyland is indeed the foremost sacred land in Dongzhou. But what you don't know is that in fact, there is only the Yaokai fairyland as a true sacred land in Dongzhou. The others are just using the name of sacred land, they are vassals of the Yaokai fairyland. Wei Yunzhen took a cold breath, doubting the truthfulness of perfected being Sheng Su's words. Are all the sacred lands in Dongzhou vassals of the Yaokai fairyland? This is too exaggerated. Perfected being Sheng Su sighed, there is no need to doubt, what I said is true. The Yaokai fairyland has immeasurable heritage and has truly become the uncrowned king of Dongzhou. And the most terrifying thing is that the Yaokai fairyland is connected to the upper realm. The upper realm. Wei Yunzhen was stunned. He knew about the existence of the upper realm. It was rumored that the upper realm was inhabited by true immortals who had ascended. He didn't expect there to be a force connected to the upper realm. According to some ancient records, after ascending, one cannot return to this world and there is no way to establish any contact. No wonder. If the Yaokai fairyland is really connected to the upper realm, it is equivalent to having immortals from the upper realm backing them. Who would dare to provoke them? Perfected being Sheng Su continued, in addition, the techniques of the Yaokai fairyland are also passed down from the upper realm, surpassing this world by one level. In other words, the cultivators of the Yaokai fairyland are stronger than other cultivators of the same level. Nowadays, almost no one in Dongzhou dares to defy the orders of the Yaokai fairyland. And the reason why Dongzhou is richer and has more abundant treasures of heaven and earth than Zhongzhou is also closely related to the Yaokai fairyland. 1,000 years ago, the Yaokai fairyland ordered the various sects in Dongzhou to cultivate the treasures of heaven and earth in Zhongzhou and other places according to local conditions, and it has been quite effective. Upon hearing this, Wei Yunzhen was completely shocked. He had heard a famous saying in his previous life that women hold up half the sky. Now it seems that in this land of Dongzhou, the women of the Yaokai fairyland can cover the sky with one hand. He had really underestimated the power of the Yaokai fairyland. So, what master means by marrying into the family is to let me marry into the Yaokai immortal realm? Wei Yunzhen tentatively asked, already guessing the general idea in his heart. Perfected being Sheng Su nodded firmly. In a moment, he stroked his beard and sighed, although the term marrying into the family doesn't sound pleasant. But, Yunzhen, if you can marry into the Yaokai immortal realm, you will become the future lord of Yaokai. Who would dare to speak ill of you behind your back? The lord of Yaokai. Wei Yunzhen murmured, feeling that these 4 words were merely a consolation to him. Regarding marrying into the family, the first thing that came to his mind was men enduring humiliation, bearing oppression, becoming slaves and servants, being despised by their wives and mothers-in-law, and even being mocked by servants. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that there were some dragon kings and war gods who had to marry into the family for some special reasons. But the key point was that Wei Yunzhen would not be swayed. He spoke, Master, why deceive me? Those who marry into the family have no status, let alone becoming the lord of Yaokai. Upon hearing this, perfected being Sheng Su burst into laughter, then hugged Wei Yunzhen's shoulder and drew closer. Yunzhen, for me and many elders, the reason we want you to marry into the Yaokai immortal realm is not to let you be oppressed there. You know, in the Yaokai immortal realm, women are respected, and men are forbidden from entering the section. But they don't prohibit intermarriage between men and women. If an ordinary disciple marries someone, they will be expelled from Yaokai. But if you can marry into the Yaokai immortal realm and marry the holy maiden, regardless of your identity, you will become the divine child of the Yaokai immortal realm, the future lord of Yaokai. Even if it's the goddess, she will obey you in the future and will never contend for the position of the lord of Yaokai. Is there such a good thing? Wei Yunzhen became even more incredulous. This sounded too absurd. How could the prestigious Yaokai immortal realm simply hand itself over to someone who married into the family? This rule is too unbelievable, master. I doubt the truth of marrying into the family and becoming a divine child. If these words were spoken by Zhou Chaochu, Wei Yunzheng would definitely give him a knock on the head and advise him to stop talking nonsense. Perfected being Sheng Su seemed to anticipate Wei Yunzheng's thoughts and smiled faintly, then turned to look at the covered painting and explained, the rule that those who marry into the family can become the future lord of the Yaokai immortal realm was established by the previous lord of Yaokai, who had already ascended. She was confident that no man in the world could match the goddess of Yaokai, so she set this rule primarily to motivate the future generations of Yaokai. Then, perfected being Sheng Su waved his hand grandly and said, "But it is also an opportunity for us men to prove ourselves." Wei Yunzheng looked at his suddenly impassioned master and didn't know what to say for a moment. Instead, he asked, "Has there been any successful precedent for marrying into the family before?" He understood now that if he wanted to marry into the family, he had to be stronger than the goddess of Yaokai. Perfected being Sheng Su paused for a moment and shook his head, "No. To be honest, I was the closest person to marrying into the family. I had already received the recommendation from the entire Zhongzhou province. But unfortunately, I fell short in the end and couldn't defeat the goddess of Yaokai, who is now the current lord of Yaokai." Recommendation from the entire Zhongzhou province. Wei Yunzheng caught another keyword. This time, perfected being Sheng Su didn't explain and just laughed, "I will tell you about it in the future. Today, I just wanted to inform you about the possibility of marrying into the family." Then he pulled off the black cloth. "Yunzhen, take a look here." Looking over, it was a painting of a beautiful woman. The woman in the painting had eyebrows like emerald feathers, skin like white snow, and a complexion like condensed fat. Her eyes were bright and her teeth were white. She wore a flowing, floor-length robe with scattered narcissus flowers, and a thin veil of golden silk and green gauze draped over her. Her hair was pinned diagonally, like a lotus emerging from water. Her figure was graceful, standing tall and elegant, so beautiful that it made people lose their senses. Perfected being Sheng Su looked at the woman in the painting, lost in thought for a moment, then said to himself, "Yunzhen, this painting is my proudest work in this lifetime. The person in the painting is the current goddess of the Yaokai immortal realm and also my beloved." Ah! Wei Yunzhen looked at perfected being Sheng Su in astonishment, not expecting his master to be so frank and unexpectedly reveal his true love to him. Almost involuntarily, he asked, "What about senior brother Yunqing?" Perfected being Sheng Su fell silent. "Ahem. He is just a passing guest," perfected being Sheng Su replied. "Oh, I see." Wei Yunzhen suddenly realized that he had learned something. Perfected being Sheng Su immediately changed the subject. "Yunzhen, what do you think of my work?" "Master, I don't understand the art of painting." Wei Yunzhen expressed that he couldn't give an evaluation. Perfected being Sheng Su insisted, "Based on your feelings, compared to my previous works, give a simple comment." Wei Yunzhen pondered for a few seconds. He said resolutely, "To be honest, Master, this painting is indeed different from your usual style." "Oh! Why is that?" Perfected being Sheng Su raised an eyebrow, not expecting Wei Yunzhen to evaluate it from the perspective of painting style. It must be said that the painting style of this work is indeed different. In the past, his paintings focused more on realism, while this time it emphasized freehand brushwork, conveying the spiritual essence through the details within the work. Compared to the firm and beautiful temperament in the eyes of the Yaokai god. He listened attentively, waiting to hear what insights his disciple had. "In your previous works, there were never any clothed figures." Wei Yunzhen gave a concise comment. Perfected being Sheng Su. All right, let's get back on track." He changed the subject again. "I showed you this painting to tell you that whether it's the Yaokai god or the current Yaokai goddess, they are all top-notch beauties in the world. Marrying into their family would not be a loss. And considering everything, whether it's background, talent, or even just looks, the Yaokai goddess is a perfect match for you. Although marrying into may sound unpleasant, it is your best choice. Perfected being Sheng Su spoke with conviction, his expression sincere, and his tone filled with anticipation for his beloved disciple's future. Wei Yunzhen still looked troubled. Although he heard perfected being Sheng Su say so. Marrying into the Yaokai immortal realm, having a future and beautiful women, it seemed like all advantages. But if it were really that good to marry into the Yaokai immortal realm, it wouldn't still be a matriarchal society, but rather a society where sons-in-law were in power. There must be other conditions to consider. Like that recommendation seal from the entire province. And even if he really wanted to marry into the Yaokai immortal realm, he would have to be stronger than the Yaokai goddess. He knew his own abilities. As a mere weakling at the foundation building stage, he could only appear saintly in front of others. How could he compare with the Yaokai goddess? Furthermore, Wei Yunzhen felt that there was no need to marry into the Yaokai immortal realm at all. If he really wanted to find a powerful backer, junior sister Mu Yao, as the child of luck, might not be inferior to that goddess. Moreover, she was a little junior sister from the beast race with the luck attribute. Both of them were undisguised treasures, so why bother seeking something far away? Oh right! Wei Yunzhen slapped his forehead, only then remembering that he needed to plead for his junior sister. He almost forgot about this. Regarding the matter of marrying into the family, perfected being Sheng Su only briefly discussed it with Wei Yunzhen and did not delve into it further. Some things cannot be accomplished overnight, so let the disciple be mentally prepared for now. Master, although junior sister has been a bit mischievous, she has already been punished for her mistake, and she has sincerely repented. Please let her leave the cliff of reflection, Wei Yunzhen pleaded. Perfected being Sheng Su thought for a moment and felt that, based on Zai Zai's character and her sincere repentance, they were completely unrelated. In the end, out of respect for Wei Yunzhen, perfected being Sheng Su reluctantly agreed. The conversation came to an end. Wei Yunzhen felt slightly heavy-hearted. After leaving the Hall of Extreme Emptiness. After burning an incense stick. They arrived at the Cliff of Reflection. At the moment, Wei Yunzhen didn't have much to do, so he came alone to inform his junior sister that she could leave the Cliff of Reflection. The scenery along the way was magnificent, as if they had entered a real fairyland. Wisps of green smoke rose, and the sound of melodious music filled the air. Among the towering mountains, spiritual energy drifted back and forth. Under the sunlight, it reflected a dazzling array of colors, and celestial birds and beasts frolicked within it. Wei Yunzhen's mood also relaxed slightly. Greetings, Saint Child. It was the disciple who had secretly fed his junior sister. Junior brother Bai, the sect master has lifted Zai Zai's punishment of facing the wall for the next few days. I have come to take her away, Wei Yunzhen politely explained the purpose of his visit. I see. My junior sister usually stays by the small river behind the mountain. Saint Child can find her there. Thank you. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wei Yunzhen walked into the Cliff of Reflection, circled around, and arrived at the back of the mountain. There was a tranquil little river hidden within the deep grass on both sides, flowing down from the mountain. As he approached, he saw a small figure in the distance. Zai Zai was lying on the grass by the river, burying her head in the deep grass, staring intently at the small fish swimming in the river. Her bottom was raised, ready to pounce. Wei Yunzhen couldn't help but smile. Junior sister. Is she preparing to catch fish? Silently, he watched. Whoosh! It happened in an instant. Zai Zai's straight and fair legs pushed off the ground, her body shot forward like an arrow, and her hands quickly reached into the water. With a sudden scoop, she caught a lively silver fish from the river and held it in her hand. Wow! Zai Zai cheered happily. A brilliant smile bloomed on her adorable round face, making her almost puff up like a bun. Seeing this scene, Wei Yunzhen was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect his junior sister to have such fishing skills. It was truly eye-opening. Clap, clap, clap. He sincerely applauded for Zai Zai. Lost in the joy of her catch, Zai Zai completely didn't notice Wei Yunzhen's arrival. Suddenly, she heard the applause and was startled. Coincidentally, the silver fish in her hands, like a slippery little mischief, struggled and flicked its tail, slipping out of her grasp. During its fall, the fish's tail flicked across Zai Zai's face. Zai Zai instantly snapped back to reality, furious. In her haste, she tried to catch the fish in midair. But her feet slipped. Splash! She fell into the water. Water splashed everywhere. Wei Yunzheng covered his face, unable to bear looking. After a while, Wei Yunzheng arrived at the riverside and, facing Zai Zai's resentful gaze, reached out and pulled her up. Looking at the drenched junior sister, Wei Yunzheng avoided eye contact as if he had done something wrong. He walked around and picked up some dry firewood, lighting it to facilitate drying Zai Zai's clothes. "Senior brother, if it weren't for you, I would have caught that silver fish." Zai Zai grumbled unhappily, standing tall and raising her head, assuming a questioning posture. "It's senior brother's fault. It's senior brother's fault." Wei Yunzheng repeatedly admitted his mistake. "Then senior brother, you have to compensate me," Zai Zai confidently stated, standing up and turning in a small circle, trying to fully dry the wet areas of her body. Upon hearing the word compensate, Wei Yunzheng felt a headache coming on. He had learned from past experiences that Zai Zai's requests for compensation were always strange and peculiar. For example, she wanted Wei Yunzheng to secretly leave the mountain with her. Or she said she wanted to taste what it was like for their master to sit on that immortal crane. Considering the guilt he felt for causing his junior sister to lose the silver fish and get slapped by a fish tail, Wei Yunzheng reluctantly agreed to Zai Zai's request for compensation. "Compensation is fine, but it can't be too excessive." Wei Yunzheng couldn't help but remind her. Upon hearing this, Zai Zai's eyes sparkled. In the past, she had to coax and persuade Wei Yunzheng for a long time before he would agree to her conditions. Today, he was unexpectedly easy to negotiate with. Losing the silver fish wasn't in vain. Her eyes darted around, and she lowered her head in a pitiful manner, saying, "Ah, senior brother, Zai Zai is completely soaked. It's really uncomfortable." Hearing this, Wei Yunzheng felt sorry and said, "Just endure it a little longer. It's senior brother's fault. I'll roast them a bit more, and your clothes will dry quickly." Zai Zai pouted, looking at Wei Yunzheng with hopeful eyes. She placed her hands on her small cheeks and casually said, "Zai Zai still wants senior brother to agree to one more compensation, so that Zai Zai won't feel uncomfortable." Oh boy! She was waiting for this. Wei Yunzheng decisively refused, "No, I already agreed to one." "Ah! Senior brother, how can you be so stingy? You caused Zai Zai so much suffering, and you won't agree to give Zai Zai one more compensation." Sob sob sob, "Senior brother, you're so heartless." Zai Zai suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. She pretended to cry, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Senior brother, you don't care about Zai Zai at all." Saying that, in order to make it more convincing, Zai Zai delicately sniffled her small nose and blinked her eyes, trying to produce 2 teardrops. However, her eyes were unusually dry, and her emotions didn't quite reach the desired level. After squinting and winking for a moment, not a single tear was shed. Wei Yunzheng disdainfully chuckled, revealing that he had seen through her little act. Zai Zai panicked. A clever idea struck her. She turned her back, pretending to roast the wet area on her back, and secretly moistened her fingers with saliva, wiping it on the corner of her eye. Then she turned around, saying in a heartbroken manner, "Senior brother, Zai Zai is really sad. Please agree to Zai Zai." Wei Yunzhen's forehead was covered in black lines as he looked at the cute little girl who was trying so hard to act pitiful, her eyes filled with tears. He finally sighed helplessly. "Fine. But you can't take advantage anymore," he warned. "Okay." Zai Zai quickly wiped away the saliva she had applied to her eye corner, instantly changing her expression to a joyful one. "Hee hee. Senior brother agreed. 2 compensations, hey. Now there's something to play with. Great. I, Zai Zai, love senior brother the most." Wei Yunzheng turned his head helplessly. He really couldn't do anything with this little junior sister. At the same time, he silently wondered, with such a cute and harmless junior sister, what kind of demon could she possibly be? Speaking of which, if the junior sister grows up a bit, could she become a beast-eared girl one day? Wow! That would be so nice. The bonfire flickered. Zizé didn't know where she had found a flat stone slab to use as a stool. She held her wet little white boots in her hands and quietly roasted them by the fire. Her tender little feet were exposed to the air, perhaps out of boredom. Her lotus-like toes spread out one by one. Wei Yunzheng glanced at her discreetly. SSS. Wouldn't it be fitting to step on pickled vegetables with those feet? Sister, do you remember how long you've been on the mountain? Wei Yunzheng casually asked. Zizé shook her head and thought for a moment. It seems like it's been more than a year. All right. Wei Yunzheng calculated in his mind, planning to test his junior sister's specific beast race identity. He intended to chat casually for a while and then get to the point once she was in the right state of mind. Now that he thought about it, his junior sister seemed to be clueless and didn't need much preparation. Some demons had no defenses. Wei Yunzheng looked up at the leisurely white clouds floating in the sky and pretended to be melancholic. Junior sister, do you know, I've always envied you. Upon hearing these words, Zizé instantly perked up. What is there for me to envy? Compared to my senior brother, it seems like I only have a better appetite. Trying to probe, she spoke up, Senior brother, you don't have to envy me. As long as you eat more during meals, your appetite will gradually improve. Suddenly, Wei Yunzheng didn't feel like talking to this cute little junior sister anymore. Pausing for a moment, he said, Senior brother doesn't envy your appetite. What senior brother envies the most is your carefree nature, not having to think about anything. Upon hearing this, Zizé immediately became displeased and retorted loudly. Senior brother, it's not like that. Zizé has to think about many things every day too. Wei Yunzheng looked at Zizé's serious expression and asked with a smile, then, Zizé, what do you think about every day? Seeing his little junior sister's intense reaction, could it be that beneath her carefree appearance, she actually had to consider many things every day? Wei Yunzheng had some doubts in his mind. It made sense, though. As a demon, blending into the Holy Land, one had to prevent oneself from exposing their identity due to a small mistake. It must be quite exhausting. Furthermore, Zizé couldn't have come to the Holy Land for no reason. She probably had her own little secrets. Thinking about it, this little girl must be under tremendous pressure every day, hiding her endless thoughts beneath her carefree facade. In that case, his junior sister wasn't that simple. While Wei Yunzheng was wildly imagining, Zizé threw her little white boots on the ground, stuck her feet into the fire, and stood up. She said very seriously, every day when Zizé wakes up, she has to think about what to eat for 3 meals. And Zizé wants to have no repeated meals within 7 days, which is really difficult. She touched her hair, worrying about it makes Zizé lose a lot of hair every day. Wei Yunzheng pursed his lips, momentarily at a loss for words in the face of Zizé's worries. This is just terrible. I shouldn't have made you out to be so complicated. This answer is very much like my little junior sister. After a while, Wei Yunzheng spoke again, but compared to senior brother, junior sister has very few things to consider. In fact, sometimes, senior brother hopes to become a little demon, hiding in the mountains, carefree every day. Wouldn't that be nice? Hi. Upon hearing that senior brother wants to become a little demon, Zizé's eyes instantly lit up. She pretended to be puzzled and asked, what's so good about being a little demon? Senior brother, don't you dislike the beast race? In this cultivation world, talking about demons changing forms. The relationship between the beast race and the human race, although not irreconcilable, can be considered hostile. People's attitude towards demons has never been friendly. Even if some demons don't harm humans, they are still ostracized by the human race. Therefore, if a demon wants to enter human society, they can only hide in the shadows or transform into a human like Zizé. Wei Yunzheng touched his nose and pretended to be puzzled as he asked, why should we dislike the beast race? Zizé suppressed her inner excitement and blinked her eyes. But senior brother, isn't the beast race our enemy? Shouting. Her headless and brainless question showed that she understood how to ask from the human's perspective. He was afraid that she would blurt out, "Why should we fear the beast race?" Wei Yunzheng pretended to ponder for a moment, touched Zai's round head, and earnestly taught her, "Zai, let senior brother tell you, although it's true that the beast race is our enemy, not all beast race are our enemies. Although some demons eat humans and do all sorts of evil, and everyone should kill them, there are also some beast race who are kind-hearted and won't harm humans at all. These beast race are our friends, so we should treat them well. And, all things have spirits, all beings are equal. Even though we are human, we have no reason or qualification to despise those kind little monsters." At this moment, Zai's eyes seemed to sparkle with pink hearts. "Senior brother is really handsome. Even though I don't understand the profound principles, I don't dislike the beast race. That's great. I really want to ask senior brother if he minds dating kind little monsters." On the other side, Wei Yunzheng narrowed his eyes. "Heh! Little girls are so easily fooled. Senior brother, senior brother." Zai looked at Wei Yunzheng with anticipation and asked cheerfully, "What kind of little monster do you like? Oh, no, what kind of little animal do you like?" Wei Yunzheng thought for a moment. It was obvious that this was a tricky question. He needed to accurately state Zai's true form animal. But the problem was, he had no idea. "Zai, why don't you tell senior brother what kind of little animal you like? Play it safe first. Whatever Zai says, he will like it." Zai propped up her chin and didn't want to answer senior brother's question right now. She shook her head and said, "No, senior brother, I want to hear your answer." Wei Yunzheng looked at Zai's smiling face and saw that she wasn't going to let it go. He stopped worrying and began to guess. Zai is so cute, so her true form must be a cute little animal. A fox. Zai frowned. Wei Yunzheng corrected himself, "No, senior brother thinks little dogs are cute." Zai's eyebrows furrowed. "What's so cute about little dogs? That's the species Zai hates the most." Wei Yunzheng carefully observed Zai's changing facial expressions and knew he had said the wrong thing again. It seemed that Zai really disliked dogs. Actually, little mice are cute too." Zai looked at her senior brother in confusion. "Hi! Are they cute? Let's try again." "Snakes are not bad either." Zai pouted slightly. "Why is senior brother always liking these strange things? He likes what he shouldn't like." Wei Yunzheng observed Zai's expression. It's over. She's obviously unhappy. Actually, senior brother doesn't particularly like the ones I mentioned earlier. I want to hear what Zai likes." "No. Tell senior brother what you really like." Zai didn't budge. Wei Yunzheng rubbed his chin and began to ponder. "Zai is cute, she likes to sleep, and she wants to eat when she wakes up. Cute. Gluttonous. Sleepy. And today, she even caught a fish. Considering the animals mentioned earlier, she dislikes dogs the most. Combining all these clues," Wei Yunzheng tentatively said, "Actually, senior brother thinks cats are cute and very likable." Carefully observing, Zai's slightly unhappy expression instantly disappeared, her eyes curved into crescent moons, but she seemed to pretend not to care. "Cats, Zai likes them too. Senior brother and Zai like the same thing. Wow! Senior brother likes cats, which means he likes Zai, right? Even though Zai is not a little kitten, she's still the same. That's great." Wei Yunzheng looked at the cute girl who was unknowingly smiling, her round face chubby. He really wanted to reach out and pinch her. He sighed, "So Zai is actually a little kitten. Hee, this little kitten is not aloof at all, she's really cute to pinch." Perhaps it was the perfect breeze, mingling with the fragrance of flowers in full bloom. Zai and I waited by the river's edge next to the bonfire for a while, until our clothes were completely dry, ready to leave. During this time, Zai kept pestering her senior brother, casually mentioning but actually asking why her senior brother liked cats. Wei Yunzheng naturally understood the underlying meaning of her words, seeking praise. He spared no effort in flattering her. "Junior sister, the chosen one of the beast race, I, Wei Yunzheng, have firmly decided to support you. Zai Zai's face swelled up like a bun, occasionally turning her head to prevent Wei Yunzhen from noticing her uncontrollable smile. Wei Yunzhen sent a strand of true qi to extinguish the bonfire, suddenly remembering something and slapping his forehead. How foolish! He himself possessed the Lixiao Dao Yan, so he could directly use true qi to dry Zai Zai's clothes. There was no need for unnecessary actions. At this moment, gurgle. There was a rumbling in the stomach. Zai Zai shamelessly touched her little belly, looking at Wei Yunzhen with a pitiful expression. Senior brother, Zai Zai is hungry. To be honest, Wei Yunzhen had always been puzzled. Generally speaking, cultivators did not have strong desires for food and did not need to eat frequently. Why was his junior sister both greedy and easily hungry? Now the case was solved. Come, senior brother will take you to eat something delicious. Wei Yunzhen patted Zai Zai's head affectionately. Okay, okay. What does senior brother want to take Zai Zai to eat? You can choose whatever you want. Wei Yunzhen readily agreed. As the saint child, with a simple command, someone would naturally prepare what he wanted to eat. Hee. Is that so? Zai Zai grinned, raising her little hand. Senior brother. Zai Zai wants to eat 8 treasures chicken. Wei Yunzhen was taken aback, carefully examining this little junior sister. He felt that it was a mistake to plead for her to the master, clearly she needed to be disciplined for a few more days. Come on! Why did he not know why he was punished to the Sigu cliff? Just as he was relieved of the punishment, he wanted to make the same mistake again. A typical case of remembering to eat but forgetting to be disciplined. No. Wei Yunzhen waved his hand, rejecting without hesitation. Senior brother, it's okay, it's okay. Zai Zai instantly used her racial advantage, acting cute, hugging Wei Yunzhen's thigh and shaking it, looking up with pleading eyes. Wei Yunzhen looked at those big, watery eyes and shook his head resolutely. You can choose whatever you want to eat, but not 8 treasures chicken. Oh, senior brother is the best. Zai Zai continued to plead, not giving up. Wei Yunzhen turned his head, indicating that he was not falling for it. Zai Zai is useless at being cute, so she wants to act cheap. She releases her hands from holding onto Wei Yunzhen's thighs, sits on the ground, and starts throwing a tantrum. Wei Yunzhen acts quickly. Before she can throw herself onto the grass, he grabs her collar and lifts her up. Zai Zai flails her limbs in the air for a few times, then gives up resisting. You can't eat Beijing chicken. If you continue to act up, I will report you to master and accuse you of trying to steal Beijing chicken. Afterwards, I will send you back to the cliff of reflection. Wei Yunzhen threatens. Zai Zai turns her head, indicating that she doesn't listen at all. Wei Yunzhen sighs helplessly and starts walking back while carrying Zai Zai. Senior, I want to eat Beijing chicken. Ever since I ate it last time, Zai Zai has been craving it for a long time. No. Wei Yunzhen reiterates. I will use my compensation privilege. Wei Yunzhen stops in his tracks. Zai Zai's eyes show a rare cunning, and she smugly says, the first compensation Zai Zai wants is for senior to take me to eat Beijing chicken. Headache. Wei Yunzhen rubs his temples. He really can't handle this little glutton. Senior, you can't go back on your word. Zai Zai suddenly transforms into a clever college student, her eyes filled with innocence and pretense of being wronged. Fine. I will take you to catch a Beijing chicken, but only one. Wei Yunzhen finally compromises. After thinking about it, there are only a few Beijing chickens, scattered in various corners of extreme emptiness, with no one specifically taking care of them. As long as they are careful when catching the chicken and not discovered by anyone, there shouldn't be any major issues. After eating, they will destroy the bones. Only the heavens, the earth, and Zai Zai will know about this. As long as it's not spoken about, there won't be any problems. If someone discovers that one Beijing chicken is missing afterwards, just deny it 3 times. It wasn't me. It's not me. Don't talk nonsense. By the way, junior sister, how did master find out about you stealing the Beijing chicken? Wei Yunzhen curiously asks. Ah! Zai Zai recalls for a few seconds and indignantly says. That day, after I ate 3 Bajan chickens and couldn't eat any more because my stomach was too full, there were still 3 chicken butts left. I couldn't bear to waste such a delicious part, so I brought the remaining 3 chicken butts to Master. As a result, Master said that the chicken couldn't be eaten and scolded me for a while, then punished me to face the wall. It's really despicable. Not hitting you is already being lenient. Let's not even talk about the fact that Ba is prohibited from being consumed. Who in their right mind would serve someone else the chicken's butt? Wei Yunzheng complained in his heart. Where did you catch the Ba before? He inquired, preparing to take action once he found a good location. Although the Ba is free range, it's likely that if Zizai could catch 3 of them, there would probably be more. I forgot. Zizai scratched his head, chuckled a few times, and then slowly spoke. Although Zizai can't remember where he caught the chicken last time, he knows where it is nearby. This little brat is getting cocky. Well, let's go then. Wei Yunzheng decisively gave Zizai a mental smack. The silly and cute junior martial sister waved her fists in dissatisfaction. After burning an incense stick, Wei Yunzheng followed Zizai, who was skipping and hopping, and walked deep into the mountains behind Siguo Cliff. Oh, right. Zizai suddenly remembered something, turned around, and lowered his head to search. He took out a cloth bag and opened it to reveal 2 preserved fruits. However, after the recent baptism of the river water, the surface of the preserved fruits became sticky, which made Zizai slightly disappointed. What's wrong, junior martial sister? Senior brother? Zizai has been saving these 2 preserved fruits for you, but it seems like they can't be eaten anymore. It's okay. Wei Yunzheng rubbed Zizai's head and rewrapped the preserved fruits. Is Zizai trying to give something to senior brother? Zizai nodded. Well, in that case, when senior brother catches the Ba, leave a chicken leg for senior brother. That can be the gift Zizai gives to senior brother. Wei Yunzheng came up with a compromise. Upon hearing this, Zizai didn't hesitate and shook her head vigorously like a tambourine. Damn it! Wei Yunzheng was completely speechless. The matter of the preserved fruits was skipped, and the 2 continued to walk deeper into the mountains. Along the way, Zizai picked a few small flowers and made a flower crown to wear on her head. Doesn't it look good, senior brother? It looks good. Senior sister, where exactly is the Ba? It's not far ahead. Zizai saw it once before but it escaped. This time, with senior brother here, we will definitely succeed. After a while, Wei Yunzheng stopped in his tracks. They had now reached the deepest part of the mountain behind Siguo Cliff, and in front of them was a vertical stone tablet with the words "No Entry" written on it. This was the forbidden area of Siguo Cliff. It was also the place where the legendary unrivaled Demon Emperor was suppressed. Junior sister, this is the forbidden area ahead. We can't go any further. Wei Yunzheng held Zizai's small hand, stopping her from continuing forward. But we still haven't caught the 8 treasure chicken, Zizai said with dissatisfaction, her heart set on the 8 treasure chicken. But that's not possible either. Senior brother can take you to another place to catch it, Wei Yunzheng patiently tried to coax her. He thought to himself that as long as Zizai didn't listen, he would grab her by the back of her neck and walk back. Okay. Zizai was about to reluctantly turn back when suddenly her eyes lit up and she excitedly pointed ahead. Senior brother, look over there. Wei Yunzheng looked up and saw it. About 10 meters behind the stone tablet, a mysterious bird had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. It resembled a chicken but not quite, with a sleek and agile body similar to that of an eagle. Its neck was long and slender, quite extraordinary, but it had a bright red comb on its head. Its feathers were colorful, as if adorned with gorgeous tassels, shimmering and radiant. In the shining light, it seemed like a divine bird. Wei Yunzheng was stunned. 8 treasure chicken! Zizai shouted, rushing straight towards it, ready to catch the chicken. Without looking back, she rushed into the forbidden area. Wait! Wei Yunzheng shouted. Zizai paid no attention and pounced directly towards the 8 treasure chicken. Sensing the danger, the 8 treasure chicken flapped its wings and tried to escape. continuously making hoarse clucking sounds. In an instant, the illusion of the divine bird shattered. The 8 treasure chicken was just for show, with long and spread out wings, but it couldn't actually fly. Moreover, the sound it made was unpleasant, completely mismatched with its splendid appearance. There was no time to think about that now. Wei Yunzheng watched Zai Zai run into the forbidden area chasing after the 8 treasure chicken and quickly followed. Although Zai Zai was not tall and only had a pair of short legs, she ran as if the wind was beneath her feet, fast and agile. She quickly caught up to the 8 treasure chicken. Awu! A move resembling a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. She leaped directly, but at a critical moment, the 8 treasure chicken stopped and swiftly turned around. Ah! Zai Zai fell flat on her back. Wei Yunzheng, who was chasing after, happened to collide with the turning 8 treasure chicken. Quick eyes and quick hands. He grabbed the throat of fate and lifted the 8 treasure chicken. Got it! Wei Yunzheng waved the 8 treasure chicken in front of Zai Zai, who had just gotten up. She immediately smiled, forgetting the pain from the fall. At this moment, suddenly, the sky darkened, and the air became much colder. Zai Zai's smile faded, and she looked behind Wei Yunzheng, her eyes wide open. Senior brother, there's a big snake behind you. It seems like it wants to eat us. In front of Zai Zai, a giant snake appeared out of thin air. Its bean-sized eyes gleamed with a sinister and cold light, and its crimson snake tongue occasionally flickered. A foul smell filled the air as the snake appeared, instantly carrying a terrifying majesty that made people uneasy. Wei Yunzheng quickly turned around, following Zai Zai's gaze, and saw such a terrifying scene, his face darkening like water. How could there be traces of a demon in extreme emptiness? When did it appear? Such a huge creature, and yet he hadn't noticed it all along. Wei Yunzheng stopped his scattered thoughts and shouted to Zai Zai, "Come over here quickly." Zai Zai snapped out of it and quickly took 3 steps and hid behind Wei Yunzheng, poking her round head out to observe the snake. At the same time, she didn't forget to take the 8 treasure chicken that Wei Yunzheng was holding, tightly guarding it and saying, "Senior brother, Zai Zai will take care of the 8 treasure chicken. Don't worry about it." Zai Zai's thinking was simple. Although this suddenly appearing snake looked particularly terrifying and saw them as prey, she had senior brother by her side. She could trust anyone, but she could definitely trust senior brother. Senior brother would naturally deal with this snake. As his junior sister, her greatest help to senior brother was to take away the 8 treasure chicken, preventing him from being distracted in battle. Wei Yunzheng protected Zai Zai behind him like a mother hen protecting her chick, his face solemnly staring at the snake in front of him. The snake's body began to coil up, like a slowly bending bow, brewing an astonishing explosive force within its body. Its fierce gaze locked onto Wei Yunzheng, revealing a strong killing intent. Wei Yunzhen's heart sank, realizing the danger. Based on the aura emanating from the snake demon, it was obviously not some low-level creature. His foundation-building cultivation was simply not enough to deal with it. Although he didn't know where this demon came from, it was clear that an attack from it was inevitable. At this moment, the various anomalies in his divine sense were useless. The demon wouldn't be fooled by such anomalies. Currently, his only means were the diamond finger and the Li Xiao Dao Yan. The flying dragon cloud-piercing hand was automatically ignored. As for whether the diamond finger could harm this snake demon, Wei Yunzheng couldn't be sure. But the Li Xiao Dao Yan, which had intelligence, definitely had formidable combat power. However, it had been severely beaten by Yunqing, a perfected being, and their master before, so its true strength hadn't been revealed. Dealing with a suddenly appearing snake demon shouldn't be a big problem. Thinking of this, Wei Yunzheng felt slightly relieved. The snake's body coiled up again, slightly moving forward, closing the distance between it and Wei Yunzheng. It clearly wanted to launch an attack. "Zai Zai, don't be afraid. Senior brother will protect you," Wei Yunzheng said, worried that his junior sister would be scared. "With you here, Zai Zai isn't afraid at all." Saying that, Zai Zai, who was still hiding behind Wei Yunzheng, extended her arm and beckoned to the snake, "Come here." She acted as if she didn't care about the snake at all. Full of confidence. Wei Yunzhen suddenly wanted to push this little girl in front of him. Boom! A red light floated out from Wei Yunzhen's body, carrying a terrifying scorching sensation, instantly transforming into a majestic and domineering fire Kylin, opening its mouth and saying, "Master, with a strand of merit, I'll help you deal with this little snake for free." Li Xiao Daoyan had been lurking in Wei Yunzhen's divine sense, fully aware of what was happening in the outside world. It immediately spoke up to seek its own benefits. Wei Yunzhen was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this guy to be so cunning, well-versed in taking advantage of the situation, and deeply aware of his own previous mistakes. He shouldn't have kept this intelligent being. He should have let their master directly refine it. The sudden appearance of Li Xiao Daoyan made the snake feel a sense of crisis. It seems like its ferocity has been triggered. The mouth of the giant snake grew infinitely large, revealing a gaping maw filled with two long and sharp fangs, coated with venom, emitting a strong and pungent smell. With a swoosh, the giant snake suddenly lunged towards Wei Yunzhen, charging like a wild buffalo, crashing and rampaging. Raising its neck, opening its bloody mouth, it swayed back and forth, as if trying to confuse the judgment of its attackers. Zai said confidently. Seeing this scene, Wei Yunzhen was instantly scared and retreated behind Wei Yunzhen. Wei Yunzhen remained calm and composed. He raised his hand and shot a powerful finger strike. Li Xiao Daoyan was his trump card that required labor compensation. Should he use it now or save it for later? He decided to test the effectiveness of the finger strike first. Whoosh! A golden light flashed. As fast as lightning. The giant snake couldn't avoid it and felt something flash before its eyes, then it collided directly. And then, the giant snake stopped its charge and slowly closed its mouth, emitting a strong and pungent smell. It felt as if it suddenly became transparent, with a cool and light sensation, giving it an illusion that it didn't belong to itself. Li Xiao Daoyan looked at the giant snake with regret. He thought to himself that it was useless, unable to withstand even a single move. In the future, he could only find another opportunity to extort it. Thinking up to this point, he consciously transformed into a red light and returned to Wei Yunzhen's body. Wei Yunzhen looked at the giant snake. There was a hint of disbelief in his eyes. His finger strike was really powerful, it directly pierced a hole in the head of the giant snake. He had doubted his own strength before, but now it was confirmed. The effect was not something an ordinary foundation-building cultivator could achieve. Immediately after, before the giant snake could figure out what was happening, its consciousness was completely extinguished. Its entire body turned into dots of light, slowly dissipating into the sky, as if everything was just an illusion. Wow! Senior brother is really amazing. Zai emerged from behind Wei Yunzhen, clapping wildly, looking at his senior brother with an exploding handsomeness, feeling that he was at the age to fall in love. He knew that senior brother was unfathomable, easily dealing with this small snake demon. No, it was as easy as flicking a finger. Just a casual flick, and the giant snake was killed. When would Zai be as powerful as senior brother? Wei Yunzhen listened to Zai's praise, enjoying the admiration in her big, beautiful eyes. He waved his hand and said, "Haha, it's nothing. Hee." At this moment, although Wei Yunzhen was enjoying the joy of resolving the crisis and the adoration of his fan, he couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. He didn't know how the giant snake appeared just now. But he clearly saw how it disappeared. It was clearly a sentient entity, but after being killed, it turned into dots of light and dissipated. This scene was extremely unreasonable. What about the physical body of the giant snake? It didn't seem like it turned into ashes. Could it be that the giant snake wasn't a physical entity? Wei Yunzhen suddenly had this speculation. Wei Yunzhen hadn't had time to think it through when his thoughts were interrupted by Zai's words. "Senior brother! Senior brother! What kind of Dao technique did you just use? It looked so powerful." Zai blinked her eyes and stood in front of Wei Yunzhen, full of admiration, and asked. The previous fear had been thrown out of her mind, and her curiosity was focused on the golden light emitted by senior brother. It must be an unparalleled Dao technique. Originally, Wei Yunzheng felt a sense of satisfaction from the admiration in his little junior sister's eyes, but when he heard the question, he felt a bit deflated. After all, this was just a foundation-building Dao technique that was extremely common and lacked any prestige. If it were some extraordinary Dao technique, it would be fine to show off a bit. It's not that impressive. Wei Yunzheng coughed awkwardly, preparing to ignore this topic. It's really impressive. Senior brother, please tell me, let Zizai broaden her horizons. Zizai persisted and wanted to know the name of this Dao technique and had the intention to learn more. Why did she enter this human world? It was to study the mysterious Dao techniques of human cultivators and make up for the shortcomings of being a member of the beast race relying solely on racial talents. Secondly, it was to activate her so-called noble bloodline in extreme emptiness. Activating the bloodline was obviously a distant goal, and she didn't know what she needed to do. It's just that the prophet in her clan had predicted that extreme emptiness was the place where Zizai would awaken her bloodline, and there she would find her supreme source of blessings. As for other information, there was none. After the prophet's prophecy, he passed away due to the depletion of his life force and the severe depletion of his life essence. Therefore, in Zizai's mind, instead of thinking about how to awaken her bloodline without any clue, it was more practical to learn some Dao techniques from human cultivators. After years of persistent learning, she could proudly say, Zizai, at such a young age, has mastered 3 Dao techniques. One is the swift movement technique, which allows for swift movement and convenient pursuit. One is the pouncing tiger technique, which moves like a rabbit and is convenient for capturing. One is the fire control technique, which can control fire and is convenient for roasting. These 3 Dao techniques complement each other and have made an indelible contribution to Zizai's ability to taste the deliciousness of 8 treasure chicken. Now, Zizai has a new goal. The Dao technique that senior brother just used looks so profound and useful. If she could learn it, Zizai wouldn't have to chase and catch chickens anymore. With a flick, she could easily catch them. It would save her a lot of trouble. Zizai expressed her affirmation and decided to adopt this sudden idea, while also admiring her own intelligence and talent. Seeing Zizai's strong interest in the Dao technique he used, Wei Yunzheng didn't hide it anymore. This Dao technique is called the diamond finger. Diamond finger. Zizai's eyes lit up, and she said without blushing or skipping a beat, Senior brother, Zizai has read extensively since childhood and is obsessed with studying Dao techniques. Even though I have dabbled in all the Dao techniques of extreme emptiness, I have never heard of senior brother's unparalleled Dao technique. With a sweet smile, she revealed her 2 white tiger teeth. Senior brother, please teach Zizai, okay. Wei Yunzheng carefully examined his little junior sister and couldn't figure out what kind of mental state she was in to say these things. Read extensively? Obsessed with studying Dao techniques? Dabbled in all the Dao techniques of extreme emptiness? She's exaggerating so much. She's never heard of the entry-level foundation building Dao technique, diamond finger. Wei Yunzheng fell into silence. Seeing his senior brother not speaking, Zizai thought that Wei Yunzheng didn't want to and reached out her chicken-free hand, grabbing Wei Yunzheng's arm and shaking it. Senior brother, teach Zizai, senior brother is the best. Stop. Wei Yunzheng pulled his arm out of the small hand, guessing that if he didn't agree, this little junior sister would pester him for a long time. Besides, she just wanted to learn the golden finger technique. As an extreme emptiness sacred land disciple, he had learned countless techniques. It was nothing special. What he feared the most was Zizai wanting to learn the flying dragon cloud-piercing hand. Sigh. He discreetly glanced at the cute girl who hadn't fully developed yet, thinking that if there was a misunderstanding before, then he would be too cruel to himself. Alright, stop messing around. Senior brother agrees, and we'll teach you later. Woohoo! Zizai jumped up happily, vaguely seeing the days of carefree living with her daily finger technique approaching. Hey! Senior brother, is this supreme technique very difficult? She suddenly remembered that it took her quite a while to learn the 3 simple techniques before, and she was worried that she wouldn't be able to learn the golden finger. Wei Yunzheng thought for a moment and said, it's not too difficult. Then how long did senior brother learn it before? Zai asked eagerly. Not long, senior brother learned it at a glance. Wei Yunzhen stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the white clouds in the sky, and said lightly. At this moment, with an extraordinary and stunning temperament, coupled with those indifferent and slightly worried deep eyes, and the posture that only a master could have. In Zai's eyes, her senior brother was the kind of top genius who could master all the world's supreme techniques effortlessly, often lamenting the boredom of life because he couldn't find any challenges. Wow! Oh! Zai sighed deeply, unable to suppress the admiration in her eyes. She regretted not bringing pen and paper, otherwise she would have asked her senior brother for an autograph. Hee. Wei Yunzhen felt secretly pleased, rubbed the round head, and said lightly, for senior brother, it's nothing special. Zai nodded vigorously. Her senior brother was so amazing. The golden finger and other supreme techniques were nothing. He could learn them at a glance. So cool. Having gained a sense of admiration, Wei Yunzhen forced himself to break free from the low-level pleasure of showing off. He held Zai's small hand and was about to leave the forbidden area. At this moment, someone came flying in the sky and landed in front of the two. The person had a slender figure, white beard, and a look of vicissitudes in his eyebrows. He was dressed in the robes of an elder, exuding an aura of twilight. Greetings, elder. Wei Yunzhen saluted first. Zai was startled and wanted to follow Wei Yunzhen in bowing, but she was still holding the long-dead 8 treasures chicken in her hand, so she quickly hid behind her senior brother. The old man saw everything. After scanning Wei Yunzhen up and down, his eyes showed some satisfaction, and his face eased a bit. Do you know that this is a forbidden area? Naturally. Wei Yunzhen respectfully replied. Since you know it's a forbidden area, why did you trespass? Wei Yunzhen pondered for a moment and instantly came up with a plan. Elder, I accidentally came here and unexpectedly discovered traces of a snake demon with apparent consciousness but no physical form. In a moment of urgency, I broke into the forbidden area and killed it. I hope you can forgive me. Oh! The snake demon with consciousness but no physical form, the elder repeated in a low voice, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, tell me more about what you've witnessed regarding this demon. Wei Yunzhen's heart sank. It was already unusual to find traces of monsters within the extreme emptiness realm, and judging by the elder's reaction, it seemed that he had some knowledge of the matter. After considering for a moment, Wei Yunzhen truthfully recounted everything he had observed about the snake demon, emphasizing the aspects that he found peculiar. For example, the snake demon appearing out of thin air and dispersing into dots of light after being killed, leaving no trace of its existence. After listening to Wei Yunzhen's account, the elder's face darkened completely. His eyes flickered for a moment, as if contemplating something urgent. After a moment, he sighed and said, I already know about what you've said. Considering that you unintentionally trespassed into the forbidden area while hunting demons, I won't pursue your mistake for now. Wei Yunzhen bowed and said, thank you, senior. In that case, I will take my leave. He then held Zai's hand and prepared to leave. There's no rush. The elder stopped them at the exit. I'm curious about the 8 treasure chicken in the hands of the young girl behind you. What's the story behind it? Oh no. The elder brought up this matter after all. Senior, this chicken was killed by that snake demon. My senior brother and I arrived a step too late, and when we discovered it, the 8 treasure chicken was already dead. Zai suddenly spoke up, her little face filled with a determined expression. I see. The elder stroked his beard, not dwelling on this matter too much. It seemed that he only wanted an explanation. His deep gaze shifted to Zai, narrowing his eyes as if there were sparks of light flickering. Zai couldn't help but shiver, feeling a chill as if something was moving around her. Timidly, she glanced at the elder and instinctively retreated behind Wei Yunzhen. Wei Yunzhen also sensed something amiss. He secretly speculated. Could it be that the elder recognized Zai as a demon? Why did he suddenly seem to harbor a hint of hostility? Who is this little girl? Senior, this is my junior sister. She is now under the tutelage of perfected being Sheng Su, our sect's leader, Wei Yunzheng explained. He also mentioned the title of his own master. I see. The elder sighed, and the faint hostility in his eyes disappeared. Finally, he looked deeply at Zai Zai and said, "You may leave now, but you are not allowed to set foot in this place again in the future." "Thank you, Senior." Wei Yunzhen led his junior sister out of the forbidden area, under the elder's watchful gaze. On the way back, Wei Yunzhen remained silent, mechanically walking forward while his mind was filled with thoughts. As the Extreme Emptiness Saint Child, he had never met the elder before. It seemed that the elder didn't usually show himself. Wei Yunzhen also noticed that the elder exuded an aura of impending death, like a cultivator whose lifespan was about to end, about to return to the heavens and earth. It seemed that this person's seniority was probably higher than that of the sect leader and other senior martial brothers. Looking back at the thinking over cliff that seemed to pierce the sky with its sword-like shape, related rumors uncontrollably surfaced in Wei Yunzhen's mind. Could it be that the rumors were true? Under the thinking over cliff, a terrifying demon emperor was suppressed, and there was a guardian elder here. Demon elder. Wei Yunzhen fell into deep speculation. Suddenly, he felt a slight tingling on his arm. Wei Yunzhen snapped back to reality and saw his usually carefree junior sister gripping his arm nervously, her grip getting tighter and tighter. Zai Zai's little face was filled with seriousness, mixed with a hint of confusion. Her eyebrows furrowed as if deep in thought. The usual spiritual glow in her eyes has disappeared, replaced by fear. Younger martial sister. Younger martial sister. Wei Yunzhen frowned and asked, calling out twice before Zai Zai reacted. Ah! Senior martial brother. Are you feeling unwell? No. No. Zai Zai's eyes dodged, hesitated for a moment, then looked at her senior martial brother and asked. Senior martial brother, have you heard strange sounds? Wei Yunzhen shook his head, looking concerned at his junior martial sister. Zai Zai's question made him tense. Junior martial sister, did you hear any strange sounds? Zai Zai nodded, looking frightened. You heard what kind of sound? Zai Zai tried to recall, a scared expression appearing on her face. She stammered. At the moment when senior martial brother took me out of the forbidden area, I heard a voice scolding me, telling me not to go. That voice was sharp and eerie. Senior martial brother, Zai Zai is really scared now. She quickly hugged Wei Yunzhen's thigh, seemingly seeking a rare sense of safety and finding a reliable support. Wei Yunzhen was moved by her terrified appearance, feeling some pity for his junior martial sister. He protected Zai Zai and said, Senior martial brother is here. What kind of sound could it be that scared his junior martial sister like this? Don't go, it was telling his junior martial sister not to go alone. He didn't hear anything himself. Could it be that an unknown presence in the forbidden area had targeted his junior martial sister? This possibility was high. And, if this unknown presence was the rumored suppressed demon emperor? After all, his junior martial sister was also a demon. A cold light suddenly appeared in Wei Yunzhen's eyes. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the towering mountain peak below the clouds. All thoughts. Extreme Emptiness Hall. A side hall. Perfected being Sheng Su lay on a couch, flipping through books with relish. He had his legs crossed, his dignified robe open at the chest, exuding an indescribable air of debauchery. At this moment, a wisp of green smoke appeared, transforming into the figure of an elder. Perfected being Sheng Su glanced at him, turned his body to the side, and continued reading. This brat, ignoring me again. The elder scratched his head awkwardly and tried to find fault, saying, What are you reading here? Let your uncle take a look. Perfected being Sheng Su ignored him completely. The elder, with a thick-skinned face, approached and took a look, blushing and retreating. What a disaster! At such an old age, almost in the grave, he couldn't stand this kind of thing. I can't tolerate gambling and drugs. He inadvertently stole another glance. Speak, what's the matter? Perfected being Sheng Su asked indifferently. This old guy must have no good intentions. If it weren't for the fact that he had some use by guarding the cliff of reflection every day, and for the fact that he used to play with my little Kun when I was young, I would have buried him long ago. Humph. The elder composed himself and said seriously. Nephew, recently, the anomalies below the cliff have become more and more obvious. It has already affected the real world outside the cliff, manifesting as shallow illusions of demonic creatures. Upon hearing these words, the book in perfected being Sheng Su's hand instantly lost its appeal, and he stared at the elder with a particularly serious expression. Elder, this matter is not trivial. If what you say is true, then the seal of the Demon Emperor has loosened even more than I imagined. The elder nodded, his wrinkled face revealing a look of worry, and sighed. Ah, perhaps it is time for us to prepare for the worst. Perfected being Sheng Su's brows furrowed, remaining silent. The elder continued, Disciple, the elder knows that you have always held resentment towards me, and there are some things that cannot be explained. Although the elder cannot prove that your short lifespan and the elder's playing of the zither for you, Xiao Kun, are unrelated, the elder has always felt guilty about it. If the Demon Emperor truly breaks free from his seal this time, the elder will risk his life to do his utmost for extreme emptiness. Consider it the elder's way of atoning for the mistakes he made in his youth. The elder took 2 steps forward and held perfected being Sheng Su's hand, speaking earnestly with sincere eyes. He wanted to redeem himself for the sins of the past. Perfected being Sheng Su calmly withdrew his hand, completely unaffected by the elder's words, and said slowly, Remember what you said about atonement, but let's not discuss anything else. Upon hearing this, the elder puffed his beard and glared. Oh, I see. The elder let go of perfected being Sheng Su's hand, and his earnest expression disappeared in an instant. Being the sect leader was different, becoming harder and harder to please. In the past, playing the emotional card would at least elicit some response, but now he was completely indifferent. It was difficult to make any requests now. Perfected being Sheng Su snorted, familiar with his elder's true nature. He always put on a facade, but had a wicked heart. He didn't do anything useful when he was young. And he didn't act like a proper elder when he grew old. Every time, he would pretend to be remorseful and repentant. As soon as you let your guard down or show a little bit of emotion, he would start taking advantage. His requests became more and more outrageous. The most outrageous one was when he even suggested building a brothel under the Cliff of Reflection, claiming it was to solve the employment problem for the pretty girls in the villages around Extreme Emptiness sacred land. Ha! What a kind-hearted old man! Perfected being Sheng Su spread his hands and said, The matter of the Demon Emperor's seal loosening is of great importance. Recently, I will go with the Hall Master Qing Chen Jr. brother to reinforce the seal in the back mountain. Although it is only a temporary solution, it is the best we can do for now. Elder, please leave. He issued the order to dismiss the elder. Actually, the elder still has something to discuss with you. Hey, wait, don't push me. The elder wanted to bring up his request in a tactful manner, but perfected being Sheng Su violently interrupted him and pushed him out of the hall. He closed the door. The space became quiet again. Perfected being Sheng Su let out a sigh of relief, stood still for a moment, and closed his eyes in contemplation. The matter of the Demon Emperor weighed heavily on his mind. Reinforcing the seal was only a temporary solution. He had to find a way to resolve this problem. He calculated with his fingers, took a deep breath, and his eyes flickered. Ah! Master doesn't know if he's right or wrong. From now on, I won't bother about you stealing the 8 treasures chicken. I hope Master is betting on the right thing. After saying these words, perfected being Sheng Su shook his head, cleared his mind, and decided to continue lazing around on his couch. But he found that the book he had casually placed there had disappeared. He spat. This old dog. I will definitely play the zither for you in this lifetime. At the back mountain of vast Righteousness Peak. Smoke rose from the cooking fire. Zai Zai held a chicken leg in each hand, devouring them greedily, completely disregarding the mess he made while stuffing them into his mouth. The ground was littered with broken bones. Wei Yunzheng looked at his junior sister's eating appearance and couldn't help but laugh, inwardly sighing that only food could heal her wounded soul. It seemed that she had completely forgotten her previous fear. She really had no worries. That's good. Saves me the trouble. Wei Yunzhen flipped a piece of roasted meat into his mouth, the fragrance filling the air, and he felt like he was floating on clouds, savoring the lingering taste. Zai doesn't resent being punished, huh? Wei Yunzhen's eyes lit up as he exclaimed that the 8 treasure chicken lived up to its reputation, truly a delicious dish that was renowned throughout the world. He also faintly felt a rising heat in his stomach. This was a manifestation of the medicinal properties contained within the 8 treasure chicken being resolved within his body. Wei Yunzhen's index finger twitched, his appetite opened wide, and he was just about to have another piece when he realized that the roasted 8 treasure chicken on the shelf had been completely consumed. Wei Yunzhen. He really wanted to ask if everyone in this city ate so quickly and so much. Zai rubbed his slightly bulging belly and licked his lips, clearly not fully satisfied. Too little. As for me, I can eat 3 in a row. Senior brother, there's chicken butt here, do you want to eat it? Zai pointed to the only remaining part of the whole chicken and asked. Wei Yunzhen shook his head repeatedly. Even if the 8 treasure chicken was delicious, he didn't want to eat chicken butt. It's such a waste. Zai sighed. Yes. Wei Yunzhen nodded. Although it was chicken butt, it was still the chicken butt of the 8 treasure chicken. It would be a waste to throw it away. Some things. He definitely wouldn't eat them himself. Seeing others eat them made him happy. If others didn't eat them, it would be a waste. He himself wouldn't eat them, as it should be. Just like chicken butt. How about? I give it to your ugly senior brother. Wei Yunzhen suggested. As fellow disciples. Sharing good fortune and facing difficulties together. Both he and Zai had enjoyed the 8 treasure chicken, such a delicious dish. It would be unfair not to let Zhou Chaochu taste it. Zai's eyes lit up, thinking that senior brother's suggestion was very considerate, and immediately raised his hand in agreement. But it wouldn't look good to just directly give him a chicken butt. Wei Yunzhen thought for a moment. He picked up a piece of chicken leg bone that Zai had thrown on the ground, poked it into the chicken butt, and tidied it up a bit to make it look like a chicken leg. That would do. Wei Yunzhen held up the fake chicken leg, proudly waved it at Zai, and said, "Don't let it slip, we're giving Chaochu a chicken leg." Great! Their little junior sister's eyes sparkled. The two of them tidied up and buried the chicken bones they had made and the waste produced when processing the 8 treasure chicken in a small mound of soil. Especially the feathers they had plucked, Wei Yunzhen summoned a wisp of Lixiao Daoyan and burned them clean. When they found Zhou Chaochu, he was emerging from a small grove, looking refreshed, and had just tied his belt tightly. Lost in thought. The color wasn't right. It seemed like he had been getting angry recently. A chicken leg suddenly appeared in front of him. Junior brother, senior brother, eat the chicken leg. Wei Yunzhen didn't give Zhou Chaochu a chance to react, and directly stuffed it into his mouth. Zhou Chaochu was stunned and swallowed it. He licked his lips, his face full of surprise. How could this chicken leg be so delicious? It was infinitely memorable. Junior brother, this was specially left for you by me and Zai, is it delicious? It's delicious, it's even more delicious when senior brother leaves it for me. You like chicken legs, that's good. Senior brother, actually I prefer chicken butt. Ah! Wei Yunzhen instantly felt that he had gone too far and asked, Junior brother, how did you come to like chicken butt? Zhou Chaochu scratched his head. When I was a child, before I recognized my father, we lived in hardship and couldn't afford to eat chicken. Later, I had wealthy playmates who said I looked like a chrysanthemum, so they always saved a chicken butt for me. As I ate it, I grew to like it. Wei Yunzhen listened silently. He turned around silently. I really deserve to die. With a guilty heart, Wei Yunzhen patted Zhou Chaochu's shoulder and left without saying a word, covering his face. Zai followed closely behind, looking back at Chaochu with pity. He thought to himself, if only I had given those 3 chicken legs to second senior brother earlier. Leaving Zhou Chaochu alone in a mess. What's going on? He just gave me 1 chicken leg and left. Could it be that they can't accept the fact that I like to eat chicken legs? I don't understand, I don't understand. Turning around and leaving the mountain. In the following days, Wei Yunzheng fell into a rare state of laziness. He would take his junior sister out to catch fish when he had nothing else to do, but other than that, he rarely left his own quarters. During this time, Zhou Chaochu suddenly felt that his eldest senior brother had become mysterious. He didn't know what he was researching, but every time Chaochu approached, he would avoid him. This made Zhou Chaochu feel like an outsider. Elder senior brother. We are from the same sect, close and intimate. How can you hide things from me? Are you underestimating me, Zhou Chaochu? I am your most loyal fan. Zhou Chaochu lamented in his heart. He felt that he had fallen out of favor. But it's not Wei Yunzhen's fault. It's mainly because of himself, this junior brother. He's too talkative on ordinary days, spreading any gossip about himself throughout extreme emptiness in an instant. So, the letter inviting Mu Yao junior sister to come down the mountain for the upcoming Fairy Fate Festival must not be discovered by Zhou Chaochu. He. Wei Yunzhen neatly folded the letter, a faint smile hanging on his lips as he carefully calculated. Currently, he had only discovered 2 Lux children, and they were both his junior sisters. Not bad. The relationship is close, and they both have a good impression of me. As for the junior sister, there's no need to say more. In summary, she's a cute little monster without a brain. She's already obedient to her eldest senior brother and can be cultivated as my capable assistant in the future. He glanced at Zizai, who was busy eating. Although the aura examination technique showed that the junior sister was a Lux child of the beast race, I haven't found anything unusual about her for now. No, this judgment is a bit biased. The junior sister can eat more than ordinary people. As for Mu Yao junior sister, Wei Yunzhen rubbed his chin, and Mu Yao's stunning face instantly appeared in his mind. He. Mu Yao junior sister is just perfect. This is what a Lux child should be like. Upon careful consideration, both the aura examination technique and the Lixiao Dao Yan that I obtained are closely related to Mu Yao junior sister. Unlike the junior sister, I haven't seen any rare law treasures on her body. There is a difference among Lux children. He turned his head and gave a disdainful look at Zizai. And Mu Yao junior sister has always been extremely good to me, even if she accidentally took off her belly band, she didn't hold a grudge against me. Sigh. With Mu Yao junior sister treating me like this, I can only repay her with my body, but her dowry should be the entire Jade Maiden Peak. A boy's youth is only a few years, so he must ask for more. Ahem. I'm thinking too much. Unlike the junior sister, Mu Yao junior sister and I are not disciples from the same peak. We rarely see each other unless we deliberately arrange it. Emotions need to be maintained. The Fairy Fate Festival is an opportunity. When we go down the mountain together with Mu Yao, our relationship will surely become closer. We can then establish a deeper connection. I must return before it gets too late at night. A boy must protect himself when he's out. With that, his thoughts came to a stop. A smile appeared on Wei Yunzhen's lips, his eyes narrowed, revealing a perverted smile that only those in the know would understand. At the same time, the entire Zhongzhou fell into a state of great astonishment. Countless people were discussing fervently after their meals, their faces filled with disbelief and admiration. This kind of expression had frequently appeared when Wei Yunzhen inherited the position of Saint Child and subdued the Lixiao Dao Yan a few days ago. However, the protagonist of this discussion was no longer Wei Yunzhen, the Extreme Emptiness Saint Child. Instead, it was Xiao Yan, the second-ranked genius on the Zhongzhou talent ranking. What? This independent cultivator Xiao Yan is actually so powerful, consecutively challenging 3 holy grounds and remaining undefeated. Although his ranking is higher than these saint children, it is still unbelievable. Daring to wander around the holy grounds. He's a man. Now this Xiao Yan has truly become famous in Zhongzhou. Who could have imagined that just a few days ago, when the talent ranking had not yet appeared, he was still an unknown nobody. Truly rising to fame at a meteoric speed. Indeed. Someone who was not familiar with Xiao Yan's deeds suddenly became curious upon hearing everyone's discussions and asked, "Brother, what great achievements has Xiao Yan accomplished?" The person next to him glanced at him, thinking he was an ignorant person. You don't even know about this hot news? Even the children on the streets can talk about Xiao Yan's deeds. Impatiently, he asked, "Forgive me for being blunt, brother, do you never leave your house? You don't even know about Xiao Yan's deeds." Cough. "I am a gambling enthusiast. I have been killing it in the gambling dens these past few days, so I am not aware of what's happening in the outside world." "I see." The person next to him carefully scrutinized him. His forehead was dark, clearly having bad luck. "Ha! And he's still killing it in the gambling dens? How much did you lose?" Why should I tell you that I lost 5 million liang?" He remained silent. "It seems like quite a lot. Do you still have money?" "Tisk. Repay the debt? I have a girlfriend. Just let the creditors go after her for 20 million liang." He remained silent. Seeing that he had no interest in revealing anything, the person next to him awkwardly smiled and didn't say anything. Then he continued to answer the initial question. This Xiao Yan initially gained fame because of the appearance of the Zhongzhou talent ranking. He ranked second, only behind Wei Yunzheng, the Extreme Emptiness Saint Child. And later, Xiao Yan unexpectedly began challenging various holy grounds, starting with the Three Clearings Holy Ground, followed by the Good Fortune Sacred Land and the Yin Yang Sacred Land. The saint children of these holy grounds were all defeated by Xiao Yan in debates. Xiao Yan also publicly stated that he would visit the 5 great saint lands one by one. Judging by the time, he must already be in the Azure Cloud Sacred Land. After this person finished explaining, someone interjected, "Xiao Yan will likely encounter a big problem today. The Saint Child of Azure Cloud Sacred Land is ranked 4th on the talent ranking and is definitely not simple." "That's hard to say. Although the Extreme Emptiness Saint Child is ranked 1st, it doesn't necessarily mean he is stronger than Xiao Yan." The crowd once again began discussing fervently. At this moment, a loud voice resounded in the sky above Zhongzhou. "I am the Saint Child of Azure Cloud Sacred Land. I invite fellow Daoist Xiao Yan to the mountain for a debate." At this moment, Wei Yunzheng reluctantly pulled his arm out of Zai Zai's embrace. Why is this junior sister getting greedy again? Didn't she just finish eating? Suddenly, he heard a long-distance transmission from Azure Cloud Saint Child. His heart skipped a beat. Huh? Even the Saint Child of Azure Cloud Sacred Land has someone looking for him to discuss the Dao? How nice! Just like me before. When I got caught in the rain, I felt especially happy seeing others getting wet. Who is this Xiao Yan? So bold. Zai Zai grabbed Wei Yunzhen's arm, insisting on catching a fairy crane to taste. Wei Yunzheng continued to struggle and politely refuse, pushing aside thoughts related to Azure Cloud Sacred Land. "Xiao Yan? Love whoever you want. It's none of my business if others discuss the Dao. Are they going to find me too? Humph." Meanwhile, on the other side of Zhongzhou, Azure Cloud Sacred Land. On the sword testing field, countless Azure Cloud disciples stood with swords, their expressions solemn, their gazes focused on the 2 figures in the sky. These 2 people. They are truly terrifying. Our own Saint Child, of course, goes without saying. He is the strongest sword genius in history, even surpassing the sect master in his youth. But this Xiao Yan? Just an independent cultivator. Yet he is so strong. To be able to fight against the Saint Child to this extent is truly unimaginable. With this thought, countless disciples were shocked and pale. In the sky, Xiao Yan's body was covered in tiny broken holes, oozing traces of blood. He held a large blunt weapon resembling a ruler, like an invincible war god. He looked up at Azure Cloud Saint Child. His heart slowly sank. This Azure Cloud Saint Child is truly extraordinary. Since their battle began, he hasn't gained the slightest advantage. In terms of cultivation, they are evenly matched, evenly splitting the victory. The difficulty lies in Azure Cloud Saint Child's superb and exquisite swordsmanship, like a flying dragon and a startled swan, truly giving him a headache. After fighting fiercely until now, he was slightly tired. Xiao Yan raised his head, and Azure Cloud Saint Child's condition was not very good either. He no longer had the feeling of a floating sword immortal from the beginning. At this moment, he was already slightly out of breath, his white clothes in disarray, and even the hand holding the sword was trembling slightly. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and came up with a plan. It seems that Azure Cloud Saint Child, although strong, is currently lacking in true qi and showing signs of forcing himself. I need to end this quickly. Don't give him any chance to catch his breath. Launch a series of fierce attacks, making it impossible for him to continue the fight. Azure Cloud Saint Child looked down at Xiao Yan, his heart filled with mixed emotions. This is the genius ranked above me on the heavenly prodigy list? Indeed, he is not simple. To push me to this point. Previously, the only opponent in his heart was Wei Yunzheng, who was rumored to have the potential of an immortal emperor. No other heroes in the world were in his eyes. The current heavenly prodigy list in Zhongzhou. It dealt him a heavy blow. He is actually ranked 4th. It's really hard to accept. In his expectations, he should either be 1st or 2nd. But unexpectedly, besides Wei Yunzheng, there are 2 others surpassing him. He refuses to accept it. He wants to prove himself. This opportunity will come soon. Xiao Yan, who is ranked 2nd, is actually going to various sacred lands to discuss the Dao. Ridiculous. Dare to come to Azure Cloud Sacred Land. This saint child will send you to the bottom of the valley. Let the people of this world see that I, Azure Cloud Saint Child, am not just ranked 4th. Apart from Extreme Emptiness Saint Child Wei Yunzheng, who can compete with me. To prove this point, he even transmitted his secret technique to the entire Extreme Emptiness when Xiao Yan was about to climb the mountain. He wanted the world to witness this battle and to push himself to the limit. This battle cannot be lost. Thinking of this, the battle intent of Azure Cloud Saint Child became even more fervent. He knew his weaknesses and knew that he couldn't outlast Xiao Yan. The opponent wouldn't give him a chance to catch his breath. It would be better to directly attack. He had enough confidence in his swordsmanship and his trump cards. This idea coincided with Xiao Yan's. Both sides entered the stage of exchanging powerful moves. Azure Cloud Saint Child swung his sword, performing a beautiful sword dance. His gaze suddenly changed, as if there was a sharpness of a sword within it. A majestic and imposing aura burst forth from Azure Cloud Saint Child, like a river pouring out. The supreme sword intent also rose from him. Fellow Daoist Xiao, this is my self-created sword technique, the lone sword of the solitary 9 swords. Please enlighten me. The disciples were in an uproar. They didn't expect to witness their own saint child's ultimate skill so soon. The combination of the lone sword intent and the solitary 9 swords. Such self-created sword intent and sword techniques were the most compatible and powerful combination. In the eyes of everyone. At this moment, Azure Cloud Saint Child seemed like an immortal sword capable of breaking open the heavens. Countless sword intent soared into the sky, carrying a generous and lofty battle intent, breaking through the clouds and reaching the sky, illuminating the entire Azure Cloud sword sect. Many people felt the suffocating sword aura. This majesty, with a hint of arrogant loneliness, mixed with a sharp tearing sensation, made the spectators unconsciously feel a sense of fear. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes, his true qi surging wildly, and he clasped his fists. I have long heard of Azure Cloud Saint Child's lone sword technique. Today, I can die without regrets after witnessing it. As he finished speaking, rumbling, there was a fluctuation of flames slowly circulating within Xiao Yan's danshan. In the next second, 2 different colored flames burst forth from his body. On Xiao Yan's palms, 2 clusters of different colored flames appeared. I, Xiao, also have a self-created technique. Please enlighten me, Azure Cloud Saint Child. Everyone was shocked. Xiao Yan also had a self-created technique. This is the 2nd-ranked genius on the Heavenly Pride ranking? So terrifying. Hu. Xiao Yan fully activated the true qi in his body, shouted, and clasped his palms together. The 2 clusters of strange flames slowly integrated and finally formed a blue-white lotus shape. The fire lotus rotated slowly half an inch away from Xiao Yan's palms, as if it were made of jade, crystal clear and exceptionally beautiful. No one dared to underestimate this fire lotus. Everyone knew that beneath its appearance like a work of art, it contained terrifying power. Ha, I was forced to use this move. Xiao Yan whispered. Azure Cloud Saint Child's lone sword of the solitary 9 swords was already astonishing enough with its sword momentum. He didn't dare to underestimate it and immediately unleashed his ultimate move without hesitation. He shouted, "Blue-white fire lotus, go!" The fire lotus seemed to possess intelligence as it flew straight towards Azure Cloud Saint Child. Azure Cloud Saint Child's eyes flashed, and sword shadows flickered within his body. At this moment, he felt as if he had transformed into a sword, capable of cutting through everything. Buzz! Countless sword chi descended from the sky, rumbling like thunder. The sword intent on Azure Cloud Saint Child's body crazily condensed. He calmly watched the approaching fire lotus. Slowly raising the sword in his hand, in an instant, all the sword intent was drawn by his sword. He lightly shouted, "Slash!" The supreme sword might descended, and the sword intent surged like a sea. The void began to solidify as it slashed towards the lotus flower. Boom! 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 The sound of a violent explosion erupted instantly, as if it could shatter everyone's eardrums. The intense power of the explosion made the heavens and earth tremble madly. So terrifying! Everyone present widened their eyes and exclaimed in shock, completely stunned by the scene before them. Buzz! Buzz buzz! Countless sword lights surged in the void, cutting the space into terrifying fine black lines. The deafening sound of swords rose, and visible ripples spread like a storm, sweeping through the entire azure cloud. Following closely behind, blue and white flames swept through, emitting a terrifying heat energy that seemed capable of burning everything, even the heavens and earth. Countless people paled in shock, using true chi to create shields to prevent being accidentally injured by the aftermath of the explosion. Peng peng! 2 figures flew backwards, each retreating hundreds of jong. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Xiao Yan's clothes were torn, revealing a body covered in fragmented sword scars, blood flowing from the wounds, looking ferocious and terrifying. His face turned pale, his eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Since comprehending the self-created blue and white lotus fire, no one had been able to withstand his attack. As his last trump card, he had enough confidence. But the Azure Cloud Saint Child, who was panting heavily in the distance, announced that Xiao Yan's ultimate move had been blocked. What should I do? Xiao Yan ignored the pain all over his body and began to think about his next strategy. The blue and white fire lotus had already drained all of his true chi, and at this moment, Xiao Yan's body trembled slightly, as if he could collapse at any moment. The lone sword of the Dugu 9 swords is really powerful. I hope that the Azure Cloud Saint Child is also powerless to fight back like me now, otherwise, I'm afraid I will lose this battle. Xiao Yan thought bitterly in his heart, his expression still resolute. In the distance, the Azure Cloud Saint Child curled up, the sword in his hand hanging weakly, unable to lift it any more. Compared to Xiao Yan's miserable appearance, the Azure Cloud Saint Child seemed much better, but only he knew how heavy his injuries were. True chi in chaos. Endless sword energy rampaging inside his body. At the same time, there seemed to be a terrifying dark flame devouring his body, violently destroying his meridians and eroding his organs. The Azure Cloud Saint Child stared fiercely at Xiao Yan in the distance, taking a few deep breaths. Until now, the Dugu 9 swords, enhanced by the Dugu sword intent, had been forcefully broken for the first time. His sword intent was shattered in the form of energy release. Xiao Yan! Hehe! You really can't be underestimated. At this moment, when the two of them were secretly shocked, everyone present was shocked beyond measure. These two are really terrifying. What monsters they are! The destructive power they have caused makes me feel that they don't belong to our generation. So terrifying! So terrifying! Xiao Yan forced himself to remain calm, straightened his body, and tried his best to hide his weakness as he spoke. Azure Cloud Saint Child, this battle has come to this point. I believe you are also seriously injured. Do you still want to continue fighting? He took the initiative to speak, intending to reach a ceasefire agreement with the Azure Cloud Saint Child. Ending in a draw would be the best outcome Xiao Yan could hope for at this moment. If the Azure Cloud Saint Child was not as powerless as he had imagined, then he was destined to be defeated. The Azure Cloud Saint Child remained silent, his eyes flickering as he weighed the pros and cons. Although he no longer had the strength to fight at this point. But he still had one last trump card. He was considering whether or not to pay the price of his life for this battle. In today's Central Plains, all attention was focused on Azure Cloud. He personally attracted the attention of everyone in the world, but could not return in triumph. How ridiculous! Thoughts reached this point. The gaze of Azure Cloud Saint Child became resolute, as he slowly raised his head. His voice trembled slightly but could be clearly heard by everyone. The debate is not over yet, cough. Xiao Yan. Today, between you and me, there will be a defeat. After speaking, all the disciples of Azure Cloud burst into intense shouts. This is their saint child, who refuses to admit defeat even when pushed to the limit. Long live the saint child! Long live the saint child! A huge roar erupted from the crowd. Xiao Yan panicked. He didn't expect that Azure Cloud Saint Child would reject his proposal and continue to fight him. What should he do? Azure Cloud Saint Child raised his sword and said, Xiao Yan, I admit that you are strong, but you should not challenge me, let alone challenge the dignity of Azure Cloud. Today, you will be defeated. After saying these words, in front of everyone's eyes, Azure Cloud Saint Child's body suddenly straightened up. A surging vitality emanated from his whole body, emitting a green brilliance. The injuries on his body instantly healed. A transformation occurred. Azure Cloud Saint Child's ink-like long hair turned white in an instant, fluttering in the wind. Fine lines appeared at the corners of his eyes, and his face showed an abnormal flush. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his peak state again. This is. Xiao Yan looked at the changes in Azure Cloud Saint Child, feeling shocked and unable to understand why the other party could recover to his peak state in such a short time. This is unreasonable. Could it be? I am going to lose. At this moment, an old voice sounded in his ear, filled with surprise. It's actually the 3 lives of Heaven and Azure. Yao Lao, what is the 3 lives of Heaven and Azure? Xiao Yan hurriedly asked. Yao Lao explained, this is an innate constitution. Those who possess this constitution have 3 chances to return to their peak in a short time when they are on the verge of exhaustion. Of course, the price is to consume their own lifespan. This kind of consumption is irreversible, no matter how much their cultivation advances in the future, it cannot be compensated. After the 3 chances are used up, they will completely become useless. Tisk, Xiao Yan, this Azure Cloud Saint Child has gone all out to win against you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's heart trembled. He didn't expect that Azure Cloud Saint Child would be so ruthless, wasting 1 chance in this battle. He really wanted to win. Xiao Yan, next, I will still unleash the lone sword of the loner. If you don't want to perish under my sword, admit defeat early. Xiao Yan's heart shook. He knew that he couldn't withstand Azure Cloud Saint Child's lone sword of the loner on his own. His last hope lay with Yao Lao. Xiao Yan, surrender. There is no blame in losing this battle. Moreover, this person has already paid a great price to defeat you. Let it go. Yao Lao advised. He didn't want to waste his soul power in this meaningless battle. Originally, Xiao Yan's consecutive victories in the 5 great saint lands had already deviated from the path he had envisioned. Moreover, Xiao Yan had previously stated that he didn't need any help from him. Xiao Yan's brows furrowed. Azure Cloud Saint Child's ruthlessness exceeded his imagination. But he really didn't want to lose. He had already won 3 great saint lands in a row. With just 2 more steps, he could fulfill his promise to that girl and become famous in the Central Plains. Damn it! He was in a desperate situation. In Xiao Yan's eyes, there flickered a peculiar gleam as he looked at Azure Cloud Saint Child with his white hair fluttering. In his heart, an uncontrollable sense of resentment arose. Damn it! Why? He would rather deplete his own lifespan just to win against me. Why? We have no grievances or enmity between us, yet he must pay a great price to stop me from making a name for myself in Zhongzhou. Yao Lao seemed to sense that Xiao Yan's emotions were off and spoke to comfort him, "Child, why be so stubborn? If you lose, just let it go. Let it go." "How can I let it go? I'm only 2 steps away from success, and besides, I still have you. Shouldn't you help me?" Xiao Yan roared madly in his heart, but he didn't dare to say these words out loud. He wore a pained expression on his face and said to Yao Lao, "Master, disciple, is unwilling. Ah, child, failure is always a part of life. No one has smooth sailing all the way. Azure Cloud Saint Child is also an exceptional talent, and he has paid a great price as well. You've pushed him to this point, and it's only a difference in physique. Why be so concerned? Moreover, now in Zhongzhou, who doesn't know your name? You've already achieved your goal of making a name for yourself. Not enough. Master, it's still not enough." Xiao Yan said with a hint of pleading, "Master, I've never asked you for anything before. This time, when I came to the 5 great saint lands to compete, it was my own decision, but can you bear to see your disciple lose in front of everyone? To become a laughingstock in the eyes of everyone in Zhongzhou, and lose the courage to pursue my own happiness?" Xiao Yan's words came out in a rapid succession, hitting Yao Lao's face like a barrage. He's playing the family card now. Yao Lao was already very familiar with Xiao Yan's tactics. In various desperate situations before, every time Xiao Yan needed help, his address for Yao Lao would change to Master. Life and death were uncertain, and with just one call of Master. Yao Lao secretly felt a bit dissatisfied. He had previously warned Xiao Yan that every time he helped, it would consume his soul power. As a remnant soul power was equivalent to his lifespan. Why should I consume my lifespan because of your showing off? Moreover, when I advised you before, you were so confident and said you didn't need my help at all. Now you're faltering? You know to call me master? You're playing the emotional card now?" Yao Lao said indifferently, "Child, it's not that I won't help you. You know my situation, there's really no need to waste soul power on this matter." Xiao Yan's face darkened upon hearing this. It was clear that Yao Lao was unwilling to help him, and even willing to watch him lose to someone else. At this moment, Azure Cloud Saint Child, seeing Xiao Yan bowing his head in silence, his expression changing, and losing his patience, shouted loudly, "Xiao Yan, are you admitting defeat?" His voice was like thunder. It not only resounded throughout Azure Cloud Sacred Land, but also instantly spread throughout Zhongzhou. He could tell that Xiao Yan had already lost his fighting spirit. At this moment, he was just the last gasp of someone unwilling to admit defeat, unable to create any waves. In this battle, he had already stood undefeated. With the activation of his special physique ability, Azure Cloud Saint Child had returned to his peak state. He transmitted his voice throughout Zhongzhou once again using a secret technique. He wanted the world to know. He, Azure Cloud Saint Child, was about to become the ultimate victor. At this moment, Zhongzhou erupted once again because of Azure Cloud Saint Child's transmission. Azure Cloud Saint Child is actually going to win? The 4th-ranked prodigy is about to step on the 2nd-ranked prodigy's head. This Xiao Yan is nothing special. Encountering Azure Cloud Saint Child has exposed his true colors. It seems that his 2nd place ranking is not deserved. After this battle, he will probably fall to 4th place. Azure Cloud Saint Child is truly unfathomable. He can even handle someone as tough as Xiao Yan. Azure Cloud Sacred Land. All the disciples were also excited, as their saint child was about to win and trample this rising dark horse underfoot. This is not just a victory over Xiao Yan. It also means that their saint child can defeat the other 3 saint children, except for Extreme Emptiness. It's truly satisfying. Countless disciples witnessing this moment had their blood rushing to their heads, trembling all over with excitement and pride for their saint child. They all exclaimed, "Xiao Yan, are you admitting defeat? Xiao Yan, are you admitting defeat?" The voices converged and soared into the sky, shaking people's hearts. At this moment, Xiao Yan, who was being questioned by the crowd, buried his head deeply, feeling endless humiliation and his face turning red. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Azure Cloud Saint Child, you deserve to die. You deliberately chose to transmit your voice to the central state and ask if I admit defeat. Your intentions are wicked, simply malicious. You're clearly trying to make me fall from grace and become a laughingstock in the entire central state. All these Azure Cloud disciples are nothing but foolish pigs, following your psychologically dark saint child to humiliate me like this. I want to tear you apart. Xiao Yan roared in his heart, but his face buried deeper. His only hope to overcome this humiliating situation lay with Elder Yao. But this old man refuses to help me. Equally despicable. Although he thought so in his heart, Xiao Yan still suppressed his impending anger and whispered, "Master, they humiliated me like this, and you're unwilling to assist me." Elder Yao sighed bitterly, "Child, I'm doing this for your own good. Through experiencing failure, you can gain more. They humiliated you today, but with my guidance, you can repay them twice as much in the future. In the future, my A. In the future, my A. I don't care about the future." Xiao Yan's psychological defense was completely shattered by these two sentences. For the first time, he felt strong dissatisfaction towards Elder Yao. Using his last bit of reason, he suppressed his voice and said, "Master, if I don't win this battle, I'm afraid I'll develop a demonic obstacle in my heart, my cultivation will regress, and it will be difficult for me to become a great talent in the future. I will become a useless person. As for ascending to the upper realm and seeking revenge for you, it seems hopeless in this lifetime." When Elder Yao heard these two sentences, he couldn't help but think, wow, this is blatant blackmail, isn't it? His own disciple, whose wings hadn't even fully grown, was already threatening him? Recalling the obedient young boy from the small town who used to listen to him, Elder Yao suddenly found it difficult to accept. When did his disciple become so unreasonable? Sigh. Elder Yao sighed heavily in his heart. "All right, my disciple, I will help you this time. After you win, immediately use your escape technique to leave Azure Cloud Sacred Land. Remember, Azure Cloud Sacred Land has many experts. It's likely that someone will notice something abnormal if you stay for even a minute longer, and that will increase the danger for both of us. Do you understand?" "Understood, understood, understood." Xiao Yan answered eagerly, his eyes shining with hope, instantly smiling from ear to ear. This old guy actually agreed. Ah ha ha ha. Xiao Yan's heart was filled with joy as he looked at Azure Cloud Saint Child and smirked, "Impressive, Azure Cloud Saint Child, you've hidden it well." Although he possesses the three lives body, there has never been any news about it in the outside world. I imagine it must be quite uncomfortable to deplete one's lifespan. As soon as the words fell, the disciples of Azure Cloud gasped in shock. Their own saint child suddenly regained his combat power, his black hair turning white, undergoing a significant change that made them curious about the methods of the saint child, but no one knew. Now, Xiao Yan had pointed it out. This surprised them. Although most people knew that Azure Cloud Saint Child possessed a special physique, they did not know it was the legendary Three Lives body. At this moment, their own Saint Child's state and performance clearly indicated that he had already used one of his lives. Thinking of this, a look of astonishment and concern appeared on the faces of the Azure Cloud disciples, and many of them angrily scolded Xiao Yan, blaming him for wasting their Saint Child's opportunity. Azure Cloud Saint Child waved his hand, silencing the noisy voices. Surrounding him was an endless sharp sword aura. With his left hand holding a sword and his right hand lightly flicking his two fingers, he pointed at Xiao Yan, and instantly all the sword auras were directed at their target. "Xiao Yan, talking won't do you any good. Admit defeat and do not bring shame to Azure Cloud Sacred Land." He. Xiao Yan met Azure Cloud Saint Child's gaze, standing tall and straight. "Admit defeat? You dare? How audacious! Xiao Yan, you're courting death." The Azure Cloud disciples around them were infuriated by Xiao Yan's arrogance and began to angrily curse. Azure Cloud Saint Child frowned and coldly shouted, "Stubborn." Suddenly, a magnificent sword aura appeared on his body, once again bursting forth and forming an unparalleled sword momentum, carrying sword intent as it surged. Lone Sword 9 Styles. Xiao Yan's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at Azure Cloud Saint Child, roaring in his heart, "Yao Lao, help me." "All right." Yao Lao gave him a brief response. In the next moment, Xiao Yan felt a powerful energy surging within his body. Although this energy did not come from his own cultivation, he was able to control it without any conflict. "Ha ha ha!" Xiao Yan laughed twice. He swung the huge blunt weapon in his hand, causing a violent gust of wind that made even the void hum. A dazzling divine light burst forth from Xiao Yan's body, and he angrily shouted at Azure Cloud Saint Child, "Azure Cloud Saint Child, prepare to die." In an instant, the world changed. The huge blunt weapon swung, releasing a powerful energy that seemed capable of traversing through eternity, annihilating one's soul, and directly rushing towards the Lone Sword 9 Styles unleashed by Azure Cloud Saint Child. Boom! The two collided heavily, and the deafening roar echoed through the heavens and earth. Countless sword intents in midair were instantly shattered, turning into scattered rays of light that dissipated into the sky. "No!" Azure Cloud Saint Child shouted, his face twisted, looking at his sword intent being instantly annihilated with disbelief, his heart turning to ashes. Following closely, the violent energy was about to impact the white-haired Azure Cloud Saint Child. At this moment, Azure Cloud Saint Child's face turned pale, completely lacking the awareness to dodge or defend. In the next second, he would be reduced to ashes by the impact. Whoosh! A celestial sword flew over from the sky. Its speed was so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to catch even a trace of it. Only a flash of light could be seen as the energy column in front of Azure Cloud Saint Child was instantly cut into two, splitting it in half, perfectly avoiding the dumbfounded Saint Child. Indeed, he couldn't be killed. As Xiao Yan watched this scene, a fierce determination grew in his heart. Clearly, someone had intervened to save Azure Cloud Saint Child. This was not unexpected. How could the people of Azure Cloud Sacred Land just stand by and watch their own Saint Child perish on the spot? "Quick, let's go!" Yao Lao's urgent urging echoed in his mind. Just as Yao Lao had said before, by helping Xiao Yan at this moment, he must have attracted the attention of some people from Azure Cloud Sacred Land. If they did not leave immediately, disaster might befall them. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment. He did not immediately flee. Instead, he used Yao Lao's power to transmit a secret message throughout Zhongzhou, "Azure Cloud Saint Child, you have lost." The voice was like thunder, rolling through Zhongzhou. All the Zhongzhou cultivators who were waiting for the outcome of this battle were astonished. They never expected that Azure Cloud Saint Child, who had previously boasted of imminent victory, would end up being the loser. The reversal came so quickly. In the end, it was Xiao Yan who won. What happened? Wasn't Azure Cloud Saint Child supposed to win? Weird. 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 The cultivators began to discuss among themselves, trying to find out what had happened in this battle. Meanwhile, at Azure Cloud Sacred Land. At this moment, Yao Lao was completely shocked. "Xiao Yan, you..." He never expected that at this critical moment, Xiao Yan would choose to transmit a message to Zhongzhou instead of keeping his promise and leaving immediately. This was going to kill him. "Don't worry, Yao Lao, I will escape now," Xiao Yan said, but he had already started to perform an escape technique with his hands. "It's too late." Yao Lao's face showed bitterness. At the moment when Xiao Yan was delayed in transmitting the message, Yao Lao sensed several divine senses sweeping over. Obviously, his impulsive intervention had already attracted the attention of Azure Cloud Sacred Land. "Who dares to make a move?" A thunderous shout rang out. Xiao Yan's heart was pounding. This is bad. He immediately exerted all his strength to perform the escape technique. But he was still a little slow. Suddenly, a dazzling sword shadow appeared from a distant mountain, rushing towards Xiao Yan with a majestic momentum, tearing through the void like a flood dragon, as if it wanted to interrupt Xiao Yan's escape technique and force Yao Lao out. This was going to interrupt Xiao Yan's escape technique. The power contained in it was far beyond what Yao Lao's borrowed energy could resist. Xiao Yan was frightened by this terrifying sword shadow. In an instant, he felt like a white rabbit with a tiger's fangs pressed against his neck, completely unable to put up any resistance. He even forgot to continue performing the escape technique. Xiao Yan! Yao Lao's voice exploded in his mind. Continue performing the escape technique, I will stop this sword shadow. Xiao Yan instantly snapped back to his senses. Cold sweat broke out. Be careful, Yao Lao. Gritting his teeth to clear his mind, he continued to perform the escape technique. Yao Lao's heart was already covered in a gloomy shadow. At this point, there was no other way. This sword shadow was extremely powerful, and the person who released it was definitely not ordinary. It was probably a hidden powerhouse in the sacred land, or even the head of Azure Cloud's sacred land. He gritted his teeth and fully unleashed all the energy he had accumulated, as if a lion had awakened. Everyone present could feel an ancient energy overflowing from Xiao Yan's body, which was terrifying. Yao Lao exerted all his strength, gathering all the energy and fiercely colliding with the sword shadow. Boom! 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 The earth shook. The void trembled. Visible ripples spread like a storm, and the deafening roar echoed throughout the heavens and the earth, as if the end of the world had come. Countless disciples exclaimed. The protective shield formed by true qi was shattered by the aftermath, and they spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, Azure Cloud's sacred land was in chaos. The energy condensed by Elder Yao only managed to stop the sword shadow for an instant. After the earth-shattering explosion, the energy released by sword intent flickered. Elder Yao was shocked. He didn't expect the opponent's cultivation to be so powerful. At this moment, after Elder Yao unleashed his full strength, his aura rapidly weakened, clearly unable to stop the approaching sword shadow from afar. Just as Elder Yao's heart turned to ashes, Xiao Yan's surprised voice rang out, bringing him hope again. Shadow concealment technique. Success! At the last moment, Xiao Yan's concealment technique finally succeeded. Let's go! Elder Yao shouted. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan formed hand seals and instantly turned into faint, untraceable green smoke, narrowly teleporting thousands of miles away. At the moment of his disappearance, he even felt the suffocating pressure brought by the sword shadow being close at hand. Who? Xiao Yan, who successfully teleported, sat down on the ground, panting heavily, his whole body soaked in cold sweat. It was too dangerous. He almost couldn't escape. With hormones surging, this thrilling sensation gave Xiao Yan a sense of exhilaration. Ha ha ha! In the end, I, Xiao Yan, have the last laugh. Of the 5 great saint realms, only Extreme Emptiness remains. While he was laughing maniacally, a weak voice from Elder Yao came to his mind. Cough cough. Xiao Yan. Are you safe now? Elder Yao, I'm safe. I'm safe. Xiao Yan immediately responded and asked with concern, Elder Yao, are you okay? They were out of danger. He called me Elder Yao again? No longer calling me master? Although Elder Yao liked being called that by his disciple, he couldn't help but ask, Xiao Yan, didn't I tell you before, if we win, we should leave? Why didn't you listen? Do you know that because of your transmission to the central state, the 2 of us almost got trapped in the Azure Cloud sacred land forever? Upon hearing these reproaches, Xiao Yan knew he was in the wrong and didn't argue. He sincerely apologized, I'm sorry, Elder Yao, it was my mistake. That Azure Cloud saint child insulted me through the transmission to the central state, and I couldn't bear it. I wanted to retaliate in the same way. But I almost caused a disaster. I'm sorry, Elder Yao, I won't do it again in the future. Seeing Xiao Yan sincerely admitting his mistake, Elder Yao couldn't bring himself to get angry again. After thinking for a moment, who wasn't impulsive and hot-blooded when they were young? Xiao Yan couldn't help himself, and it was understandable. Finally, Elder Yao sighed heavily, Xiao Yan, you mustn't do this again, cough cough. Yes, yes. Xiao Yan nodded, and he also sensed the weakness in Elder Yao's tone. He continued to ask with concern, Elder Yao, how are you now? Elder Yao answered bitterly, Xiao Yan, that sword shadow just now was too terrifying. I'm afraid it was personally executed by the Azure Cloud Sword sect master. Xiao Yan's heart trembled as he recalled the despair he felt when facing that sword shadow. This time, in order to stop that sword shadow, I consumed too much soul power and injured my origin. I'm afraid I will fall into a deep sleep. What? Xiao Yan was stunned. He didn't expect that just a momentary delay would result in such serious consequences, and Elder Yao would fall into a deep sleep. You see, although Elder Yao doesn't usually take action, he is an important support for Xiao Yan to go to various sacred lands to discuss the Dao. Elder Yao can provide timely assistance in critical moments, allowing him to retreat unscathed. And now, Elder Yao is about to fall into a deep sleep. Doesn't that mean he will lose his greatest trump card and have to be cautious in his future actions, no longer able to act recklessly? Thinking of this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but speak up, Master Yao, is there any other way to nourish your origin without falling into a deep sleep? Master Yao smiled bitterly, there is, but it's too difficult. Master Yao, tell me, I'm willing to die for you. Idiot! Silly child! Seeing Xiao Yan's attitude, Master Yao's heart warmed, and his previous resentment for Xiao Yan's unauthorized communication without fleeing disappeared completely. In the end, he watched the child grow up. Although he made mistakes, his intentions were good, and he cared about his well-being. It's useless. Only the legendary aura of merit can nourish my origin and prevent me from falling into a deep sleep. But the aura of merit is hard to obtain, and it's a mysterious concept. With your current cultivation, it's simply impossible. Master Yao's words instantly dimmed Xiao Yan's eyes. It seems there really is no way. Xiao Yan, be careful in everything after I fall asleep. Yes, I understand, Xiao Yan promised. Very well. Master Yao thought for a moment, then continued, Xiao Yan, today's Azure Cloud Saint child may be ranked below you, but he is not to be underestimated. It shows that the saint children from various regions are hiding their true strength. As for the Extreme Emptiness Saint child, who can top the heavenly prodigy rankings, his strength must be extraordinary. Moreover, according to rumors, he has already achieved the Dao of Sword Immortal. Although I find it hard to believe, I'm afraid there might be such a monstrous talent. So, I suggest that you put aside the matter of challenging Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land for now. Focus on improving your cultivation or wait for me to awaken from my sleep and accompany you. Hearing Master Yao's words, Xiao Yan fell silent for a moment, his eyes flickering. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment before replying, Master Yao is right, I will listen to you. Good. After saying that, Master Yao felt the increasingly intense indulgence from his soul and couldn't help but worry, Xiao Yan, remember your promise, wait for me to awaken. Xiao Yan nodded. He didn't give any further response. Master Yao also fell into a deep sleep. A moment later, Xiao Yan stood up, gazing into the distance. His eyebrows furrowed, forming a character as he contemplated what to do next. Among the 5 great saint lands, only Extreme Emptiness remained. He was just one step away from truly making a name for himself. Azure Cloud Sacred Land had already been conquered. He almost lost his life there. Should he stop here at this moment? He couldn't accept it. But now that Master Yao was asleep, he had lost his greatest trump card. Regardless of whether he could retreat unscathed, the sacred land wouldn't deal with him normally in a fair challenge. What he feared was, he was no match for the Extreme Emptiness Saint child. Without Master Yao's assistance, he might truly be defeated. The Extreme Emptiness Saint child. The existence ranked first on the heavenly prodigy rankings. Xiao Yan didn't have a clear understanding of his achievements. And he was said to have the qualifications of an Immortal Emperor. Some even claimed that he was the reincarnation of an Immortal Emperor. Xiao Yan began to hesitate. Even the Azure Cloud Saint child, who ranked 4th and was not as famous as the Extreme Emptiness Saint child, almost tasted defeat. This Extreme Emptiness Saint child. He was probably not his match. A struggling expression appeared on Xiao Yan's face. He still couldn't accept it. He stood there for a full stick of incense, deep in thought. Xiao Yan made up his mind and smiled. He took a step forward, heading towards the direction of Extreme Emptiness. Extreme Emptiness, wait for me. Extreme Emptiness Hall. Wei Yunzheng pushed the snacks on the table in front of his junior sister to the side, then opened the I have a diamond finger in his hand and placed it on top. Junior sister, this is the secret manual of the diamond finger that you want to learn. The Supreme Dao Technique. Zai Zai's eyes instantly lit up, her cheeks puffed up like a hamster eating. Before she even swallowed the food in her mouth, she leaned over and started flipping through it. After flipping through a few pages in a row, she closed it silently. Senior brother, why aren't there any illustrated techniques in this book? Wei Yunzheng. Junior sister, the text in the book already provides a detailed explanation of the operation of the Dao technique, so there's no need for illustrations. Ah! Do you have any other questions? Wei Yunzheng asked. Zai Zai nodded. Speak. Senior brother. I can't recognize some of the characters in it. Ah, this. His junior sister is still illiterate. Wei Yunzheng reached out and pinched Zai Zai's delicate nose as a punishment. If there are characters you don't recognize, come and ask me. Remember to learn how to read properly in the future. Why so harsh? Zai Zai sniffled and reluctantly said, I understand. At this moment, Azure Cloud Saint Child, you have lost. A deep voice transmitted from the sky, clearly reaching the ears of the two. Wei Yunzheng raised his head. After pondering for a moment, he remembered the recent transmission. This is the result of the Dao competition. Then he raised his eyebrows in surprise. Azure Cloud Saint Child lost in the Dao competition. It's really unbelievable. Someone actually went to the Holy Land to compete in the Dao and returned victorious. Zai Zai perked up her ears and was also very interested. She curiously asked, Senior brother, do you know Xiao Yan? Hi. Wei Yunzheng looked at Zai Zai with a puzzled expression and said, I don't know him. Why is his junior sister asking about him? What's wrong? Is junior sister acquainted with this Xiao Yan? Wei Yunzheng asked. Zai Zai shook her head. With a serious expression, she said, of course not. When junior sister heard this name, she always felt that he was extraordinary. Moreover, he actually defeated Azure Cloud Saint Child. I think he must be an amazing person. Amazing people tend to know other amazing people. In Zai Zai's eyes, senior brother is the most amazing person, so I wanted to ask if senior brother knows this Xiao Yan. Oh, I see. Wei Yunzheng heard this and his eyes lit up. He sat there calmly, feeling a hint of joy rising uncontrollably in his heart. He carefully examined his junior sister for a few moments. She looked resolute. Obviously, what she just said came from the bottom of her heart. Cough. Wei Yunzheng waved his hand and sighed, I'm sorry to disappoint junior sister, but I only have a spiritual connection with brother Xiao. We don't have any substantial contact. What? Zai Zai was stunned for a moment. Her round brain started spinning, carefully searching her mental vocabulary. She widened her eyes and asked, what does spiritual connection mean, senior brother? His junior sister is clearly a native of the fantasy world. 9 years of compulsory education can't produce such a waste. Wei Yunzheng thought for a moment and explained without blushing or skipping a beat, simply put. It means that Xiao Yan has long admired senior brother and wanted to be brothers with him, but senior brother didn't give him that opportunity. Senior brother? Zai Zai asked in confusion, why didn't you give him the opportunity to be brothers with you? Wei Yunzheng showed a disdainful expression and said without looking up, what level is he? What status do I have? Wow! Zai Zai's eyes sparkled with pink hearts once again. She was shocked by her senior brother's words. Her senior brother's expression was so proud. The words he spoke were so domineering. So cool. Wei Yunzheng felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. The admiration from his junior sister plus 999. Hee. What did his junior sister just say? She felt that the name was not ordinary when she heard it. It's really interesting. I have to say that this name is quite common. Otherwise, why did I feel so familiar with it the first time I heard it? Xiao Yan. This inexplicable sense of familiarity is just like hearing the name Lu Yang. I keep muttering this name in my mouth. Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan? Sai. Xiao Yan? What the hell? Suddenly, 4 words popped into my mind. It's so terrifying. Then, a famous saying came to mind. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. I remember now. Wei Yunzheng slapped his forehead. I knew why this name sounded so familiar. The junior sister next to him saw her senior brother suddenly become excited, with a look of sudden realization, and asked curiously, "Senior brother, what's wrong with you?" Wei Yunzheng rubbed her head and sighed, "It's nothing. Senior brother suddenly feels like he can give Xiao Yan a chance to bow down and worship me in the future. Ahaha. This idea of mine is really twisted. But thinking about it feels great." At this moment, deng deng deng. Someone rushed in from outside. Wei Yunzheng looked in the direction of the sound and saw Zhou Chaochu, who had a look of extreme joy on his face. "Good news, good news. Senior brother, it's great news." Zhou Chaochu grabbed Wei Yunzheng's hand and couldn't contain his smile. His mouth almost reached the back of his head. "Congratulations, senior brother." "Huh?" Wei Yunzheng was dumbfounded. He asked, "Has our master passed away?" Zhou Chaochu was momentarily speechless. Wei Yunzheng saw this and sighed inwardly, "I thought I was going to inherit the position of the sect leader. Tell me, what's the good news?" Wei Yunzheng was a little impatient, thinking that there might be a surprising twist. Zhou Chaochu spoke with a low voice, "Senior brother, I'm sure you also know that Xiao Yan defeated Azure Cloud Saint Child." "I know. What does that have to do with me?" Wei Yunzheng was slightly dissatisfied and felt even more disappointed. Zhou Chaochu stared and said, "It has nothing to do with anyone else, but it has something to do with senior brother." "Huh?" Wei Yunzheng was completely confused. "Senior brother, Xiao Yan is destined to be the stepping stone for your reputation to resound throughout Zhongzhou again. Junior brother looks forward to seeing you display your might. Beat up Xiao Yan." Wei Yunzheng was completely bewildered. He reached out and touched Zhou Chaochu's forehead. "Why are you talking nonsense in broad daylight? I have no grievances or complaints with him in the past, and now he wants me to beat him up? At most, I'll just say it casually. That's Xiao Yan we're talking about. If I really meet him, I should just go the other way." Seeing Wei Yunzhen's serious expression, Zhou Chaochu thought he wasn't joking and wondered if senior brother didn't know that Xiao Yan was coming to Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land for a debate. Tentatively, he asked, "Senior brother, do you know that Xiao Yan is coming to Extreme Emptiness?" "Xiao Yan is coming to Extreme Emptiness." Wei Yunzheng was taken aback and asked repeatedly, "Why is he coming to Extreme Emptiness?" Zai Zai, who was next to him, instantly leaned over, hearing something extraordinary. "To debate here? With whom?" Zai Zai asked curiously. "With senior brother." Wei Yunzhen's face turned pale instantly. "What the hell? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Wei Yunzheng let out a cry of despair in his heart, grabbing Zhou Chaochu's shoulder, his emotions slightly out of control. "Really? You're saying Xiao Yan wants to challenge me?" "Ah?" Zhou Chaochu was startled by the sudden change in his senior brother's emotions, his face uneasy as he said, "Yes, he definitely wants to challenge you next." Wei Yunzheng tried to control his emotions and asked, "What exactly happened? I want to know the cause and effect." Zhou Chaochu was on the verge of tears, realizing that his senior brother really didn't know anything. He swallowed his saliva and slowly said, "Senior brother, a few days ago, the Central Plains talent ranking was revealed, and Xiao Yan ranked second. That's when his name started to become known to the public." Central Plains talent ranking. Wei Yunzheng couldn't help but interrupt, "How come I didn't know about this? Ugly, if you encounter such a big event in the future, you must tell your senior brother." Zhou Chaochu looked aggrieved. "Senior brother, the Central Plains talent ranking is directly manifested at the top of the sky. Everyone can notice it. Ugly didn't expect you to be unaware of it." Wei Yunzheng fell into contemplation. What was he doing at that time? Was he catching rare chickens with Zizai in the back mountain? Didn't pay attention? Or was he just loafing around in the hall these past few days, not going out, so he missed this big event? He shook his head. It's pointless to dwell on these things. He turned his gaze to Zhou Chaochu and said, "Junior brother, continue." "Oh, okay." On the day the Central Plains talent ranking was revealed, Xiao Yan suddenly went to the 3 clear sacred grounds and challenged the 3 clear saint child, and he won. After that, he publicly stated that he would gradually visit the 5 great sacred grounds and challenge the saint children of each place. Wow! Xiao Yan really lives up to his name. He's a ruthless person. So now, Azure Cloud Sacred Land and the 3 clear sacred grounds saint child have both been defeated? Wei Yunzheng asked. He only knew that Xiao Yan had been to these 2 sacred grounds. Zhou Chaochu shook his head, his tone becoming more serious. Except for the Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land, he has been to the other 4 great sacred grounds. And, the saint children of the 4 great sacred grounds, all lost. Damn! Wei Yunzheng widened his eyes in disbelief. He couldn't remember how many times he had vomited his national essence. So, Xiao Yan's next step is to come and challenge me. Although he already knew the cause and effect in his heart, Wei Yunzheng still wanted to confirm it. Zhou Chaochu nodded. Wei Yunzheng let go of Zhou Chaochu's shoulder and sat on the cushion in a daze. This is bad. This is really bad. This position of saint child is causing trouble. Why is there someone coming to challenge me again? Isn't there any police to handle this? If someone keeps coming to challenge me for no reason, I might have to extort people. By the way, Wei Yunzheng asked again, "Junior brother, since this Xiao Yan has already visited several sacred grounds in a row, his methods must have been spread, right?" Wei Yunzheng wanted to confirm what kind of person Xiao Yan really was. Is he related to the person he had in mind? Zhou Chaochu thought for a moment and carefully said, "There have been some rumors. It is said that Xiao Yan uses a blunt weapon shaped like a ruler, and he possesses a strange fire." Upon hearing this, Wei Yunzheng completely lost his spirit. It's over. Barbecue. It's time to end with a flower shower. Seeing that his senior brother's face was somewhat gloomy and his eyes lost focus, as if he was a little afraid, Zhou Chaochu couldn't understand and asked, "Senior brother, what's wrong with you? Xiao Yan is just second on the Central Plains talent ranking, and you are the first. Isn't it easy for you to deal with him?" Wei Yunzheng moved. "Hi. I'm the first on the Central Plains talent ranking? I am worthy. Change of mind. What's the use? Yay!" Zizai seemed to be unaware of her senior brother's abnormality and applauded, "I knew that senior brother would surpass everyone and win the championship." Wei Yunzheng glanced at her. Very surprised. This little illiterate actually said 2 idioms in a row just now? Zhou Chaochu continued to speak, with a slightly annoyed expression, "Senior brother, today junior brother dares to say a few words to you. Every time, you are always too modest and too low-key. Now even liking to boost others' morale and extinguish your own prestige. Last time when I heard Xiang Wencheng discussing with you, it was the same. And it's the same this time. For senior brother, Xiang Wencheng is no different from this Xiao Yan, just someone to be crushed. Senior brother, please be more confident. You represent the entire extreme emptiness now." Wei Yunzheng was stunned. Looking at Zhou Chaochu's gaze, it seemed to carry a sense of resentment and dissatisfaction. He thought, "If I were as powerful as you think, that would be great." At this moment, Zizai noticed that Zhou Chaochu seemed to have a tendency to lecture their senior brother, and instantly became dissatisfied, retorting, "What do you know? What gives you the right to talk about senior brother?" Seeing her junior sister pouting, Zhou Chaochu, obviously dissatisfied with his actions, explained, "I'm doing this for senior brother's own good. I really don't want senior brother to boost others' morale and extinguish his own prestige." Zizai coldly snorted. "You don't understand senior brother at all. Do you know that Xiao Yan has long been interested in senior brother, but senior brother doesn't give him a chance? Ah! And there's this matter." Zizai saw that Zhou Chaochu was clueless, obviously unaware of the insider information between Xiao Yan and their senior brother, yet she was lecturing their senior brother for no reason. Her anger grew stronger. You don't know anything yourself, yet you're spouting nonsense. Do you know how senior brother evaluated the matter of Xiao Yan being interested in him? How did he evaluate it? Zhou Chaochu hurriedly asked. Zai Zai leaped onto the table, looking down at Zhou Chaochu as if it would increase her authority. Word by word, she said, senior brother said. What is his identity? What is my status? Does he even deserve it? Wei Yunzheng felt an endless sense of shame in his heart. He had just pretended to be someone he wasn't, and now it had been spread around. How embarrassing! It was like a teenager being caught by their parents doing something in slow motion. Suddenly coming back to his senses, he couldn't believe what he heard. How did his junior sister add fuel to the fire again? When did I say he wasn't deserving? At the same time, Zhou Chaochu listened to Zai Zai's words. He stood still as if struck by lightning. Just now, he was emotionally charged and lectured his senior brother, but it seemed that he had misunderstood his senior brother. Before he arrived, his senior brother's evaluation of Xiao Yan had no suspicion of boosting others' morale and extinguishing his own prestige. He was clearly looking down on Xiao Yan. How domineering! Then why did his senior brother suddenly become emotionally gloomy and somewhat lost after hearing that Xiao Yan wanted to discuss with him? Zhou Chaochu turned his gaze to Wei Yunzheng, who looked helpless because of his junior sister's exaggeration. He thought for a moment. Suddenly enlightened. He clasped his fists and said, Senior brother, I'm sorry. I went too far just now and didn't really understand your true thoughts. I made conclusions without knowing the truth and spoke rudely to you. Ah! Wei Yunzheng was dumbfounded again. What's wrong with this child again? What are my true thoughts? After my junior sister's reminder, I realized that senior brother is not afraid of a fight, but rather angry that Xiao Yan dares to come and discuss with him in extreme emptiness. After all, what is his identity and what is senior brother's status? How can Xiao Yan, who is he and what is he capable of, dare to come and challenge senior brother? I guess senior brother lost his composure earlier because he felt that he was lowering his status by discussing with this person, and he felt dissatisfied and even unable to accept it. Oh my god! Wei Yunzheng looked at Zhou Chaochu, who had a serious expression on his face, and for a moment, he couldn't say anything. Impressive. Slowly raise his hand to give a thumbs up. Your thinking is so flexible, you can associate anything. Just say whatever you want, I'm tired. Seeing Wei Yunzhen's gesture, Zhou Chaochu instantly perked up, like a praised puppy, raising his proud head. I guessed it right. Those who know the senior brother are ugly. After a while, Wei Yunzheng waved his hand and said to Zhou Chaochu, I already understand the matter of the Dao. You can go down with Zai Zai first, I want some quiet time. Zai Zai pricked up his ears and looked at his senior brother with resentment. Wei Yunzhen sighed and said, Don't ask me who quiet time is. That old joke is not interesting. Zai Zai was shocked. How did his senior brother know what he was thinking? It's really strange. A flash of inspiration in his mind gave him a reasonable explanation. I, Zai Zai, and my senior brother have a telepathic connection, a true match made in heaven. That's why my senior brother knows what I'm thinking. It must be like this. But who is quiet time exactly? Let's go, little junior sister. Zhou Chaochu pulled Zai Zai, who was lost in thought, to leave. Wei Yunzhen spoke up, Wait, junior brother. What's wrong, senior brother? You know what to say and what not to say. Wei Yunzhen stared at his junior brother, suddenly remembering his big mouth. If he were to spread today's outrageous words and Xiao Yan found out, wouldn't he be beaten to death? Just thinking about it is terrifying. He must give some instructions. Zhou Chaochu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, patting his chest and saying, Senior brother, rest assured, junior brother understands. That's good. After Zhou Chaochu and Zai Zai left, in the quiet hall, only Wei Yunzhen, who was in a panic, remained. He slumped down. A face full of distress. This is bad. I should pack up and run away. How can I handle this? Xiao Yan, ah. Just by listening, he's definitely the protagonist. If this were a novel, wouldn't I be the antagonist standing against the protagonist? But I can't really be considered an antagonist. Given my level. And my looks. As long as I don't do anything wrong and don't randomly flirt or provoke girls. Most likely, I'm one of those elegant gentlemen in the Holy Land, appearing only as a stepping stone before Xiao Yan becomes famous. Rather than being beaten to death by Xiao Yan as an antagonist. Phew. The most urgent matter is to avoid developing into an antagonist. I must not have any conflicts or clashes with Xiao Yan. This is the way to save my life. As for the subsequent Dao discussion, if all else fails, I'll admit defeat when faced with extraordinary phenomena. Sigh. I can only do this. Wei Yunzheng carefully pondered for a moment and decided to continue being lazy in the Extreme Emptiness Hall for the time being. As long as he doesn't go out, he won't make any mistakes that would provoke Xiao Yan. Oh, right. Those words just now. Wei Yunzheng suddenly remembered that it was the only thing that could cause a misunderstanding between him and Xiao Yan. He thought about it. Luckily, he settled his junior brother. And he also made a promise. He definitely won't speak recklessly. Immediately after that, there was another round of self-pua. Gradually, my heart settled down. Meanwhile, Zhou Chaochu and Zizai did not return to their own side halls, but walked down the vast righteousness peak. Senior brother Chaochu, where are we going? I still want to go back and have some snacks. Zizai protested unhappily. Going down the mountain. Zhou Chaochu replied. Usually, Zizai couldn't be bothered to take a few extra steps unless it was related to better food. Upon hearing that they were going down the mountain, Zizai's little face instantly drooped. She stood with her hands on her hips, turned her head, and looked like a resentful little wife. I'm not going. Young junior sister, Zhou Chaochu immediately approached and coaxed, didn't you hear what senior brother just said? We're going to help senior brother with something now. We can't be so lazy. Huh? Help senior brother with something. Thinking of their handsome senior brother, she seemed to gain some motivation. Confused, she asked, but I didn't hear senior brother ask us to do anything just now. Zhou Chaochu glared at Zizai. Young junior sister, you really don't understand senior brother. I spend every day with him and I already understand what he means. Zizai was completely bewildered, her round face filled with confusion. What does this have to do with anything? At this moment, Zhou Chaochu asked, young junior sister, did senior brother tell me to know what to say and what not to say? Yes, yes. Zizai nodded. This was something she naturally knew. Do you know what senior brother means? Zhou Chaochu blinked, a hint of cunning in his expression. He asked as if he wanted to test his little junior sister. Huh? What does senior brother's words mean? Isn't it just the literal meaning? Zizai shook her head, unable to make sense of it at all. Seeing this, Zhou Chaochu laughed, self-satisfied. Young junior sister, as I said before, you are far behind me in understanding senior brother. Zizai was not convinced. Just tell me what senior brother meant. Cough cough. Zhou Chaochu cleared his throat and put on a proud look as if he was about to reveal the answer. Senior brother's last words were actually conveying a message to me. He whispered, it's time to create a sensation. Huh? Zizai was puzzled. Zhou Chaochu laughed when he saw this. My foolish little junior sister, even though my appearance rate has plummeted since you appeared, you can never replace me. Because I am the one who understands senior brother the most. He continued, senior brother has already made his attitude towards Xiao Yan clear, and he has also expressed his opinion on Xiao Yan seeking him out for a discussion. Yes, it's about his identity and my status. Xiao Yan is not worthy. The last thing he instructed me was to spread the words he said, so that all the disciples of Extreme Emptiness would know how extraordinary senior brother is. At the same time, create a sensation and establish senior brother's invincible prestige before the discussion even begins. After finishing speaking, Zhou Chaochu sighed with a sense of regret. Ah, senior brother really doesn't understand me. He even asked me specifically if I knew what to say and what not to say. Even if he didn't instruct me, I would still do my best to spread the words he said today and let the world know about my senior brother's grandeur. Wow! Zai Zai listened to Zhou Chaochu's endless theories. Although she didn't understand it very well, she still thought it was impressive. Second senior brother wasn't as unbearable as Zai Zai had previously thought. He could actually understand the meaning behind senior brother's words. She tilted her head in self-blame, wondering why she couldn't figure it out. After explaining, Zai Zai no longer resisted going down the mountain. The two of them arrived at the foot of the mountain. Zhou Chaochu confidently sat at the outdoor table that belonged to him, which was where he usually registered the disciples entering and leaving vast Righteousness Peak. He clapped his hands. Many laboring disciples put down their work and gathered around. Everyone, put down what you're doing and come to me. Zhou Chaochu shouted again. More and more disciples gathered. Boss, have some tea. Someone handed over water. Immediately, Zhou Chaochu stretched out his leg and placed it on the table. Two lackeys bent down and started massaging his legs. Ah, so refreshing. Zhou Chaochu once again felt like a winner in life. He looked up and pointed at Zai Zai, introducing her, "This is my junior sister." Oh! I knew this little fairy was so ethereal and devoid of any worldly aura. Turns out she's the boss's junior sister. She's truly a goddess among mortals. When she grows up, she'll definitely cause chaos and calamity. Many people flattered Zai Zai, while some observant lackeys quickly brought chairs and served tea. Zai Zai had never experienced such a scene before. Instantly, she blushed and lowered her head, avoiding everyone's gaze, feeling shy and awkward. For so many years, she tried to avoid leaving the mountain as much as possible, and she didn't have much interaction with her second senior brother. Who would have known that these disciples below the mountain would adore her second senior brother so much? Listening to the constant flattery around her, her heart was in chaos. She didn't expect these disciples to have such good taste. Although she was still a little girl, she was already considered naturally beautiful. They could even see that I have the potential to become a beauty. Her head shook. Yes, that lackey was right. When I grow up, I'll definitely cause chaos and calamity. And I'll be super cute. Suddenly, an untimely flattery sounded. The moment I saw this little fairy, I knew she was the boss's junior sister. Look, she has a nose and a mouth, just like the boss. The boss is extraordinary, and his junior sister is also beautiful. Zai Zai glanced at Zhou Chaochu, who was enjoying himself with a wide-open mouth. She gave a disdainful look at the lackey who was flattering. How could they look alike? If you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all. At this moment, Zhou Chaochu, who had calmly accepted a round of flattery, smacked his lips, cleared his throat twice, and instantly quieted down. He looked around with satisfaction. Then, with a serious expression, he said, "I called everyone here today to announce an important matter." All the disciples became alert and gathered closer. But before that, everyone should report on the current public opinion of Extreme Emptiness. Knock, knock. Zhou Chaochu dismissed the two-leg massagers, sat up straight, pressed his elbows on the table, and tapped the tabletop, preparing to listen to the work reports from these disciples. A clever lackey immediately stepped forward. "Boss, according to our recent investigations in various places, the discussion about Saint Child is mainly concentrated in Jade Maiden Peak and Sword Peak. The discussions about Saint Child in Jade Maiden Peak have always been intense, but they are mostly favorable comments. The only downside is that it may tarnish Saint Child's innocence." Oh! Zhou Chaochu's eyes widened. "Tell me more." Jade Maiden Peak's female disciples are all shipping Saint Child with senior sister Mu Yao. Besides that, there are also many female disciples who have ulterior motives for Saint Child and want to bear his children. After listening, Zhou Chaochu shouted, "Nonsense!" Meanwhile, Zai Zai shouted, "Damn it!" Zhou Chaochu glanced at his indignant junior sister and then pondered for a moment before giving instructions. The public opinion on Jade Maiden Peak is not good. Regarding the CP between Saint Child and senior sister Mu Yao, everyone should ignore it. It is the official pairing. But for those female disciples who have ill intentions towards Saint Child, you should subtly influence them in their thoughts. When cleaning, intentionally or unintentionally, reveal that only senior sister Mu Yao is worthy of being paired with Saint Child, and that no one else is suitable. If you say it enough times, they will gradually doubt themselves, feel ashamed, and dispel any inappropriate thoughts. Zhou Chaochu provided a solution. Great! Boss, great! A string of curses followed. Zai, sitting on the side, was furious. How could this second senior brother say that the official pairing is between the senior brother and that Mu Yao? I am the one. What's the situation on Sword Peak? Zhou Chaochu continued to ask. A disciple leaned forward and said, since Xiang Wenqing's defeat and the Sword Hall Master's enlightenment as a sword immortal, the public opinion among Sword Peak disciples regarding Saint Child is divided into two factions. One faction believes that Saint Child has the qualifications of an Immortal Emperor and has assisted the Sword Hall Master in achieving the Dao of the Sword Immortal. They hold admiration and support for Saint Child. Correct, Zhou Chaochu nodded. What about the other faction? The other faction believes that at the previous sect meeting, Xiang Wenqing's defeat and their own Hall Master's guidance from Saint Child were the reasons they were able to achieve the Dao of the Sword Immortal, which made them feel ashamed. They believe that as disciples of Sword Hall, Saint Child has made them unable to hold their heads up in front of other Hall disciples. Therefore, they hold a hostile attitude towards Saint Child and often privately criticize him. Zhou Chaochu listened and showed disdain. Just clowns. He then said, these disciples don't need to be concerned about. Soon, they will realize their ignorance. With a wave of his hand, he said, brothers, you have done well. Saint Child's reputation shines throughout the entire Extreme Emptiness because of you. You are not ordinary disciples, you are Saint Child's personal guards. Above the position of true transmission. After Saint Child ascends to become the sect master, you will have supreme glory. Strive for the honor of Saint Child for a lifetime. A disciple took the lead and shouted. Instantly, there was a resounding response. All right, all right. Zhou Chaochu knocked on the table again, suppressing the excitement of the crowd, and said. Today, I have something to announce that requires everyone's efforts to promote. This matter is of great importance and can further enhance Saint Child's reputation. We will follow boss's orders. Zhou Chaochu nodded in satisfaction, scanned the crowd, and saw their curiosity. He beckoned, come closer, everyone, and listen to me. In an instant, all the disciples were full of energy, eager to hear every word, their faces filled with curiosity. Everyone knows that not long ago, the Central Plains prodigy ranking appeared, and there was a guy ranked second. Yes, it's called Xiao Yan. After a stick of incense. Do you know what to do? We know. Zhou Chaochu raised his head proudly, good. Waving his hand, he said, everyone, disperse. All the disciples scattered, looking excited and even a little thrilled. Zhou Chaochu watched their departing figures, his expression trance-like as he murmured, gentlemen, Saint Child's reputation depends on all of you. During the previous sect meeting, when Zhou Chaochu was watching the battle, there were many people who mocked and made derogatory remarks when Wei Yunzheng mentioned the sword duel. This made Zhou Chaochu find it difficult to accept. He couldn't believe that even his godlike senior brother would be subjected to such hurtful words. After thinking it through, Zhou Chaochu decided to do something for his senior brother. His gaze fell on the numerous disciples. These disciples often moved between the peaks for cleaning tasks, making them the best candidates for gathering information and influencing public opinion. And so, Zhou Chaochu established a public relations and monitoring team exclusively for Wei Yunzheng. The next day, after the public relations team's promotion and propaganda, there is no doubt that the name of Saint Child Wei Yunzheng is mentioned in every corner of Extreme Emptiness. Not only Wei Yunzheng, but Xiao Yan's popularity has also skyrocketed. As an independent cultivator who rose from obscurity, being able to rank second on the list has aroused the curiosity of many disciples of Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land. Moreover, he has defeated the 4 great saint realms without any opponents. He is about to come to Extreme Emptiness to discuss with Saint Child, which has aroused great anticipation among the disciples of Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land. Some people have inquired about the detailed inside story of Xiao Yan's discussion, and sighed with regret. Except for Azure Cloud Saint Child, the other three saint children are no match for Xiao Yan. This child possesses unparalleled power, and even the supreme figures admire his achievements and admire Xiao Yan. In this environment, the disciples of Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land began to feel anxious. After all, the person who will discuss is someone who speaks with actual combat achievements. No one dares to say that Wei Yunzheng will definitely defeat Xiao Yan. Moreover, this battle is of great significance. The saint children of the four great saint realms have all been defeated. As the leader of the sacred land, Extreme Emptiness must set an example. 4 independent cultivators. Defeating all the saint children of the central state sacred land. Where does this leave the face of the sacred land? Just when everyone was worried, a strong heart-strengthening medicine was brutally injected into the hearts of all the disciples of Extreme Emptiness. Disciples from various peaks spread rumors freely. Saint Child said, "What is Xiao Yan's identity? What is his status? Is he worthy to challenge him?" Don't worry, with the qualifications of Saint Child Immortal Emperor, he doesn't even care about Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, just a jumping clown. Various comments were mixed together. Soon, not only the disciples, but all the disciples began to spread the words spread by Zhou Chaochu. Ha ha ha! Do you all know? Xiao Yan's visit to Extreme Emptiness to discuss is nothing to worry about. Saint Child has already spoken. With Xiao Yan's identity, he is not worthy to challenge Saint Child. Moreover, Saint Child called him a clown. Is it true? His Saint Child's aura can swallow the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. He really looks down on Xiao Yan. This is not just arrogance, it is a blatant disregard for Xiao Yan. I didn't expect that even though Xiao Yan defeated the 4 great saint realms and has exceptional talent, he is not valued by Saint Child. Everyone. I'm thinking, how far has Saint Child reached? Is he really invincible in the world? The discussion was intense, and the rumors grew stronger. On every peak, no matter where you went, it seemed that you could hear the words Saint Child and Wei Yunzheng. In this situation, it's not just the many disciples of Extreme Emptiness. Even the elders from various places have heard the news. They joined the heated discussion. In the Kangdao pavilion, Elderly snatched the Daoist scriptures from his disciple's hand and threw them aside, looking at his personally transmitted disciple with a frustrated expression. He scolded, "How many times have I told you, even though you have reached the nascent soul stage, you must not aim too high. Remember, the Great Way is simple. You must comprehend the essence of the Great Way from the most basic exercises. Why don't you listen no matter how many times I say it?" Sigh. Saint Child can understand such simple principles on his own, but you don't listen even when I teach you. The scolded disciple mumbled a few times and finally fell silent. Which nascent soul cultivator still looks at foundation building exercises every day? Sigh. Elderly sighed heavily when he saw that his disciple showed no signs of remorse. Finally, he said, "Forget it, after all, the Saint Child is a rare genius, beyond the reach of ordinary people. It's unbelievable. Although the Saint Child is young, he can endure loneliness and be patient. He disregards the opinions of others and focuses on studying the foundation building Dao. If you talk about his lack of sharpness, he is too rebellious and arrogant. He underestimates heroes from all over the world and doesn't even care about Xiao Yan, who defeated the 4 great saint lands. It's really perfect and boring." Sword Hall. Perfected being Dao Yuan stood on the mountaintop, the sword following his heart, swirling around. He said, "The Saint Child can become a sword immortal because, in addition to his terrifying talent in swordsmanship, his disdain for the world is an indispensable factor in his view of the sword path as a smooth journey." Ha ha ha, what identity does Xiao Yan have to be worthy? This statement is really quick. Pill Hall. Zhou Chaochu stood nervously in the center of the hall. It's strange. Dad usually doesn't even look at me, but why did he call me over today? Perfected being Yun Dan arrived quickly and asked, "Chaochu, do you know the saint child's opinion of Xiao Yan's challenge? I know. Zhou Chaochu repeated it again. After hearing it, perfected being Yun Dan's eyes flickered. This Yunzheng nephew is truly outstanding. He is usually low-key and humble, but at critical moments, he has a majestic aura and doesn't lose face in front of extreme emptiness. Very well. Zhou Chaochu, upon hearing that his father was praising his senior brother, couldn't help but feel proud. Perfected being Yun Dan glanced at him and thought to himself that he had worked hard to arrange this rebellious child to study under the saint child, but he hadn't seen any progress. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His hand trembled, and he held a chicken feather duster. Cliff of reflection. Perfected being Sheng Su sat cross-legged at the bottom of the cliff, surrounded by mysterious formations that emitted a fascinating glow. Although he was at the bottom of the cliff, he could still hear the discussions from all over extreme emptiness. Hehe, this disciple of mine is really troublesome. In the past, he always thought that his disciples were too low-key and humble, but today he caused such a commotion, letting all the disciples of extreme emptiness sacred land know his belief in victory. Although he was too ostentatious, but it can be considered as showing his invincible aura, at least he's not hiding it anymore. With this thought, he felt greatly relieved. At the same time, Xiao Yan, wearing a black robe, arrived at a village near extreme emptiness sacred land and found an inn to rest for a while. Waiter, bring me some wine. Coming, sir. Soon, a plate of peanuts, a plate of beef jerky, and a jar of strong liquor were placed on the table in front of Xiao Yan. After tasting the strong liquor, he began to ponder. The village he was in was only an hour's walk from the gate of extreme emptiness sacred land. If he flew there, he would arrive in no time. However, traveling overnight was too tiring, so he decided to rest for a night and visit extreme emptiness tomorrow. Xiao Yan didn't think too much and was disturbed by the noisy voices around him. Many customers were busy on the table. They were arguing. Upon closer listening, he realized that his name was being mentioned. Old Zhang, I have to say, the extreme emptiness saint child is right. Look at the things he has done. Every one of them is earth-shattering. Although Xiao Yan is powerful, he is not worthy of being in the saint child's eyes. Moreover, can the saint child of the other four great saint lands be on the same level as our extreme emptiness saint child? Xiao Yan has nothing to boast about. The person called Old Zhang nodded and sighed. As for the outcome, there is no doubt that Xiao Yan will definitely lose. I just didn't expect the saint child to be so domineering, openly saying that Xiao Yan is not worthy of challenging him. It's really youthful arrogance, not giving the other party any face. Xiao Yan heard these words. He was about to lose the lychee. He tried to endure and listened carefully for a moment, but he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart any longer. His eyes almost seemed to spew flames. Crack! The wine glass in his hand shattered, and his expression was on the verge of exploding. Damn it! How dare extreme emptiness saint child say that I'm not worthy? And he said something about my identity. What position does he have? So what if I come from an independent cultivator background? Why does he have the right to belittle me like this? What made it even more difficult for him to accept was that almost all the customers in the inn were discussing this matter. Without exception, they all belittled him, and no one believed that extreme emptiness saint child would be defeated by him, even though he had an impressive record. In the eyes of these people, he seemed to have nothing extraordinary about him. Xiao Yan struggled to control his emotions, trembling all over, and the wine glass was crushed into powder. The surrounding customers looked at him. Do you need any help, brother? There's a clinic nearby. Old Zhang came forward enthusiastically, thinking that Xiao Yan's current state was due to a sudden illness. Xiao Yan waved his hand and said in a low voice, "It's nothing, thank you for your concern, brother. I heard earlier that you were discussing the matter of Xiao Yan and Extreme Emptiness Saint Child's debate. You believe that Extreme Emptiness Saint Child will win. I want to say that Xiao Yan also has a great reputation. Isn't there even a slight possibility of winning?" Old Zhang stroked his stubble and asserted, "Absolutely impossible. Although Xiao Yan is stunning, you have to understand the value of Extreme Emptiness Saint Child's qualifications as an Immortal Emperor. He won't lose. Xiao Yan fell silent completely. He looked around and saw that everyone had expressions of agreement with old Zhang's words. He felt a kind of indescribable oppression in his heart. He couldn't stay in this place any longer. He stood up, disappeared in a puff of smoke in front of everyone's eyes. The customers were shocked. They didn't expect such a surprising event to happen, and they started talking excitedly. This person is really strange. Wearing a black robe, carrying a heavy weapon, and being able to disappear on the spot. He must be a cultivator. At this moment, the waiter ran over. He cursed, "Damn it, he didn't even pay," and he smashed the glass. What bad luck! Not far away, Xiao Yan appeared on a rarely traveled path in the woods. Lost in thought. Although the attitude of the many customers had made him angry, when he calmed down, he became more and more shocked. To what extent has this Extreme Emptiness Saint Child reached that he can make everyone so odd? Even though he had a great reputation, no one believed that he could win. The strength of Extreme Emptiness Saint Child can be seen from this. Could it be that he has reached an unbeatable level? Xiao Yan murmured, his expression dazed. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for him. With the loss of Yao Lao, his biggest trump card, if he wanted to win, he could only rely on himself. But then he thought again. If he couldn't even defeat Azure Cloud Saint Child, how could he talk about Extreme Emptiness Saint Child? It seems that I am not a match for Extreme Emptiness Saint Child. If I want to win, I can only adopt a roundabout strategy. Xiao Yan's face showed bitterness, and he sighed heavily. Let's stick to the original plan. There's no need to harbor any illusions. This person cannot be confronted head-on. Extreme Emptiness Hall. Zhou Chaochu limped and pushed open the door of the hall. It was really unfortunate. He didn't know what his father was thinking and called him over for no reason, only to beat him up. Sigh, it's so painful in his heart. He really doubts if he's his biological son. Entering the hall, Zhou Chaochu collected his thoughts. He came here to report good news and invite his senior brother to share the credit. He had successfully completed the mission. Senior brother! Senior brother! Zhou Chaochu called out twice before Wei Yunzheng finally snapped out of his half-asleep state. Yesterday was too anxious, causing insomnia. After pondering all night for a solution. Now he has completely calmed down. Giving up. No solution. When facing Xiang Wencheng before, he could win with words, but Xiao Yan doesn't play by those rules. He can only accept it. When the time comes, everything will be revealed. Let's see what happens. But the only good news is that he and Xiao Yan don't have any grudges, at least he can save his life. It's good that he's not the antagonist. Wei Yunzheng let out a long sigh. What's wrong, junior brother? He asked. Zhou Chaochu had a mysterious look on his face and approached, pretending to be mysterious. Senior brother, I have already done everything you instructed. Don't worry, the effect will be explosive, it will help senior brother establish an invincible mindset. Huh? Wei Yunzheng was dumbfounded. He couldn't figure out what he had instructed Zhou Chaochu to do. He didn't know why. A sense of unease faintly arose in his heart. What did I instruct you to do? It's better to ask directly. Zhou Chaochu blinked and thought to himself why senior brother's memory was so poor. He said, I have already said what needed to be said according to your instructions. Huh? Seeing that his senior brother still had a look of confusion, Zhou Chaochu decided to be straightforward. Senior brother, I have spread your evaluation of Xiao Yan. What evaluation? The ominous feeling grew stronger. It's about Xiao Yan's identity and senior brother's status. He is not worthy of challenging you. Boom! Wei Yunzheng felt as if a thunderbolt had struck his head. He stood there as if he had been electrocuted. Damn it! I remember now. Didn't I tell him not to say it? How did he still blurt it out? If Xiao Yan finds out, won't I be completely on the opposite side? Then I would truly become the antagonist. Zhou Chaochu continued to speak to himself, Senior brother, you can rest assured. Within the entire Extreme Emptiness, I dare say that everyone knows about senior brother's evaluation of Xiao Yan. It's not that I'm boasting, but when it comes to the tasks entrusted to me by senior brother, I always take them very seriously. The effect is definitely extraordinary. And also, senior brother. The more Wei Yunzheng listened, the heavier his expression became. His face turned as black as Bao Gong's, and finally, he shook his head helplessly. Rubbing his temples, he took a deep breath. He reached out and covered Zhou Chaochu's non-stop mouth, and asked in distress, "Didn't you say you know what to say and what not to say?" "Yes, I know." Zhou Chaochu nodded confidently. "So, do you think those words should be said?" Zhou Chaochu retorted, "Shouldn't they be? Damn it! All right, you can go now." Zhou Chaochu seemed to sense something and asked anxiously, "Senior brother, did I misunderstand something?" Wei Yunzheng waved his hand. "It's nothing." "Oh, okay." Zhou Chaochu shrank his head and left with a lack of enthusiasm. Why didn't he get credit? Did he say something wrong? Strange. The next day, the morning glow scattered in every corner of extreme emptiness, cranes hovered among the clouds, and birds chirped and flapped their wings. The continuous mountain ranges were shrouded in clouds and mist, as if wrapped in a thin veil. The tranquility of extreme emptiness was soon shattered by the loud sound of a bell. Dong! 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 This was the sound of a bell announcing the arrival of a guest. Only to hear the outer disciples shouting one after another, and soon more and more people became restless. The news quickly spread throughout extreme emptiness. Xiao Yan is here. Today is the day. He has already arrived at the outer gate of the sacred land. We have finally been waiting for this moment. The battle between dragons and tigers is about to begin. I'm so excited. Although the saint child is bound to win, today's battle will also reveal the gap between me and the young generation's top experts. I hope it won't be too despairing. Many people immediately set off from their residences and headed towards crowded places, making a lot of noise. Slap! A disciple was slapped awake by his senior brothers, and after being dazed for 2 or 3 seconds, he instantly became furious and was about to greet them with some friendly words. "Let's go! Xiao Yan is here!" The words that were about to come out of his mouth were swallowed back, and he immediately got up, found his clothes, and shouted, "Damn it, wake me up earlier!" Just as the whole extreme emptiness was gradually boiling. Outside the extreme emptiness sacred land, Xiao Yan stood silently, his back towering like a spear piercing the sky. Carrying a huge blunt weapon shaped like a ruler on his back added a touch of dominance. His whole body was covered in a black robe, seemingly hiding some secret colors of spirit partitioning. He looked at the majestic mountain gate in front of him. "Extreme emptiness, here I come." Suddenly, an endless passion surged in his chest. This majestic extreme emptiness, stepping on it, what a grandeur it would be! Inside the mountain gate, many outer disciples had already gathered, their gazes all focused on Xiao Yan. There was curiosity, astonishment, and even a hint of admiration in their eyes. Xiao Yan collected his thoughts and slowly spoke. "I am Xiao Yan, and I have come to Extreme Emptiness today to have a discussion with Extreme Emptiness Saint Child Wei Yunzheng and exchange insights on cultivation." His voice was still calm and composed, but the content was slightly different from before. In the past, he would directly mention the words pointing out the Dao, but this time he chose a more indirect expression, only saying that he came to exchange insights, without revealing any trace of arrogance. Soon, a voice came from the clouds, like a bell ringing, "Please, fellow Daoist, enter extreme emptiness." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan flicked his sleeve and walked in with his head held high. From the moment he entered the mountain gate, he walked step by step, his gaze straight ahead, his steps firm, showing no trace of timidity. Along the way, more and more disciples of the extreme emptiness sacred land gathered on both sides, watching Xiao Yan, making him feel an invisible pressure. Gradually, in less than half an hour, with intentional guidance, Xiao Yan arrived directly below the extreme emptiness hall. It was a spacious area, the same place where Wei Yunzheng and Xiang Wencheng had their discussion before. In the sky, swords flew like shuttles. More and more disciples gathered. Countless gazes were drawn to Xiao Yan, who stood at the center. The outstanding disciples secretly marveled at Xiao Yan, feeling a sense of awe. He truly deserves to be ranked second on the heavenly genius list. Just by standing still, he gives people an indescribable sense of oppression. From his gaze, resolute and unyielding, to the wildness emanating from his entire being, it is clear that he possesses a temperament that we lack. He truly belongs to the independent cultivators. No wonder he has gained such great fame. We must not underestimate him. The crowd was abuzz with discussions, and the female disciples were pointing and whispering to each other about Xiao Yan. On a normal day, if they encountered a man like Xiao Yan, who may not be particularly handsome but possessed a unique aura, they would definitely steal a few more glances at him. Some bold ones might even go up and strike up a conversation. But today was different. Xiao Yan was here to challenge their beloved saint child, Wei Yunzheng. Since Xiao Yan had positioned himself as their opponent, there was no need for restraint or consideration in their words. "Hey, is this Xiao Yan? He looks average. I wonder where he got the courage to challenge our saint child. He really doesn't know his place. That's right. He's even wearing a black robe, trying to appear unique. I think he's just an ordinary nobody. Could it be? Jaime, do you think he's intentionally trying to attract our attention with his attire? It's hard to say. Let's ignore him. He's just a clown, not worthy of challenging our saint child. Our saint child is handsome and has a bright future. Xiao Yan is just an independent cultivator. Despite his fame, he's probably someone who can't even earn 100,000 taels of silver a month. No, he's probably disabled." The harsh voices rushed into Xiao Yan's ears one after another. Initially, he had heard the discussions among the male disciples and was feeling quite pleased with himself. But now, the comments from the female disciples broke through his defenses. "Why do these female disciples harbor such animosity towards me? Hardly anyone is speaking fairly. Their words are filled with attacks against me." Xiao Yan couldn't understand. He clenched his teeth, trying his best to suppress his anger. Anyone would find it difficult to accept being surrounded by tens of thousands of people, all mocking and belittling them. Not to mention someone like Xiao Yan, who had a strong sense of self-esteem. At this moment, silence. A loud voice rang out, drowning out all the discussions in extreme emptiness. It was the voice of an elder maintaining order, indirectly relieving Xiao Yan. In just a short period of time, cold sweat had already formed on Xiao Yan's forehead. He wiped it away. Looking up, he asked, "Where is Saint Child Wei Yunzheng? If you wish to discuss with Saint Child, you must first pass my test." A voice as thunderous as lightning came from afar, followed by the sound of swords clashing. Xiang Wencheng arrived on his sword, exuding a terrifying sword intent. At this moment, he was radiant, as if he had been reborn. The despondency he had shown after his previous defeat had disappeared, replaced by a vibrant spirit and a more solid sword intent. The crowd was shocked. They didn't expect Xiang Wencheng to become even more formidable after his reappearance. Xiang Wencheng already possessed astonishing comprehension in the way of the sword. Although he had been severely injured and his Dao heart shattered by Wei Yunzheng's blow, he quickly recovered under the guidance of the sword hall's master. Moreover, he benefited from the misfortune, and after reshaping his Dao heart, his sword intent reached a higher level. At this moment, he was even stronger than before. Upon hearing the news of Xiao Yan's arrival, he had long been eager to test his skills and be the first to step forward before Wei Yunzheng appeared. Xiao Yan stared at Xiang Wencheng, his heart sinking. This was a formidable opponent. "May I ask for your name, sir?" "Xiang Wencheng." After a moment of thought, Xiao Yan realized that the person before him was ranked 5th on the Heavenly Pride list. Shaking his head, he refused, "I have already defeated the 4th-ranked Heavenly Pride, Azure Cloud Saint Child. Since you are ranked below Azure Cloud Saint Child, you should challenge him first. If you win, then you will have the qualification to challenge me." Xiang Wencheng frowned upon hearing this, not expecting Xiao Yan to refuse him based on rankings. At this moment, a cold voice resounded from the heavens and the earth. "As the 3rd-ranked Heavenly Pride, I invite Xiao Yan to enlighten me. This sound. How can it be so familiar? It's like appearing in my dreams countless times. Xiao Yan instantly lost focus and quickly looked towards the sound, his eyes filled with confusion. In the sky, a figure of a stunning beauty appeared above the clouds. Ethereal and proud, like a fairy descending to the mortal realm, making it impossible for anyone to look directly at her. Dressed in a flowing purple robe, with long hair cascading down, she was as beautiful as a flower, her long sword shining like snow, exuding an indescribable elegance and nobility. Mu Yao's beautiful eyes gazed into the distance, her gaze falling upon Xiao Yan, and she gracefully descended from the clouds. Her figure was light, like a gentle breeze brushing against willows. For a moment, silence fell upon the world, and everyone stared at Mu Yao, entranced and lost in their thoughts. Xiao Yan's emotions were so stirred up that he couldn't control himself, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. His eyes radiated a captivating brilliance, and a smile unconsciously formed on his lips, making him look like an infatuated fool. In the next moment, Mu Yao landed steadily on the ground, her expression cold, and she pointed her sword at Xiao Yan, saying, "Please enlighten me." Mu Yao had heard about Xiao Yan challenging senior brother Saint Child by chance from the idle chatter of the female disciples of Jade Maiden Peak. Originally, she didn't intend to intervene. After all, Xiao Yan had specifically named senior brother Saint Child as his opponent, so she had no reason to interfere. But when she heard that Xiao Yan had refused Xiang Wenqing's challenge based on rankings, a flash of inspiration struck her. Wasn't this the reason for her to challenge Xiao Yan? The third challenge, the second one. It was only natural. It just so happened that she could help senior brother Saint Child assess Xiao Yan's strength. Mu Yao stood with her sword, her whole body devoid of any true qi fluctuations, but no one dared to underestimate her, and no one dared to underestimate her sword. Everyone held their breath. Could it be that a battle between dragons and tigers would take place before senior brother Saint Child even appeared? Although senior sister Mu Yao rarely takes action, there is no doubt about her strength. She must be superior to Xiao Yan. Senior sister, go for it. Senior sister will surely win. Now it was the male disciples who were getting excited, all shouting and cheering for Mu Yao, creating a deafening noise. Silence. The elders had to intervene and speak up. Mu Yao was not affected by the outside world at all. Her body was slightly tense, and the majestic true qi within her slowly circulated. As long as Xiao Yan nodded to accept the challenge, she would immediately launch a fierce attack like a torrential rain. Xiao Yan didn't respond at all, his whole body trembling slightly. After waiting for a moment, Mu Yao's impatience showed on her face. Why is this person so indecisive? At least give a definite answer. At this moment, a voice slowly sounded. I finally know your name. So your name is Mu Yao, you're ranked third on the Heavenly Pride list. Do you still remember me? Xiao Yan's voice was hoarse and trembling. He slowly took off the hat covering his face, revealing his entire face. His eyes were already filled with tears. After so many years, he finally found her. He finally knew the girl's name. Years of hard cultivation. Years of life and death adventures. It was all worth it at this moment. Mu Yao carefully examined that familiar face, furrowing her brows as she recalled for a moment. Her whole body trembled, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She remembered. In a desperate situation, she had saved a weak and stubborn young boy. The boy's eyes were filled with determination, although there was still a hint of youthfulness between his eyebrows, he had the belief to become stronger and an unyielding will. The face from her memories intersected with the present. The boy from back then had shed his youthfulness, gaining a few traces of vicissitudes and the unyielding spirit unique to a man. I didn't expect that you are Xiao Yan. Mu Yao's expression was complex, and a strange feeling arose in her heart. The once weak young man had unexpectedly become the second-ranked genius on the Heavenly Pride list. I didn't expect to meet you in this situation. Xiao Yan took a few steps forward, closing the distance between him and Mu Yao. The eagerness in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Why did you challenge the Saint Child? Mu Yao asked, puzzled. Although she had only had brief contact with Xiao Yan in the past, she still had some understanding of him. According to Xiao Yan's cautious personality, he wouldn't do something as high profile as challenging the saint child one after another. Xiao Yan's face showed a bitter smile. In reality, he was overjoyed. It was time to show off. He pretended to be struggling and said, "You warned me back then that if I wanted to know your name, I had to defeat the strongest cultivator among the 5 great saint lands in Zhongzhou and become famous in Zhongzhou. So, He abruptly stopped, leaving everything unsaid. Upon hearing this, Mu Yao unconsciously took 2 steps back. She didn't expect that Xiao Yan would actually make consecutive challenges to the saint child of the 5 great saint lands because of her words. Looking at his face, which seemed even more weathered than before, her thoughts became chaotic. Was it really necessary just to know her name? Was it worth it? As if understanding what Mu Yao was thinking, Xiao Yan lowered his head, avoiding her gaze for a moment, and then pretended to be casual. "In fact, it's nothing. As long as I can know your name, anything is worth it." Mu Yao's heart trembled. The weak young man from back then had transformed into the second-ranked genius on the Heavenly Pride list today. This journey must have been extremely difficult. There was a hint of indescribable emotion in her eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Yan felt extremely delighted. Years of effort had finally paid off. Not only did he get to see the girl who haunted his dreams again today, but she also felt his fervent determination. He was about to take another step forward and close the distance with Mu Yao once again when suddenly, a figure rushed over from a distance. Standing behind a group of disciples, the figure looked up and shouted, "We respectfully welcome the saint child." All the disciples turned their heads, shifting their gazes from Xiao Yan and Mu Yao to the figure at the back, Zhou Chaochu. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Zhou Chaochu, seeing that the others hadn't reacted yet, paused for a moment and shouted again, "We respectfully invite the saint child." Still no response. The saint child was coming? The disciples exchanged glances, their expressions filled with confusion. Zhou Chaochu gasped for breath. He had arrived a bit late. After receiving a call from his senior brother when Xiao Yan arrived at the Holy Land, he was called over. The task assigned to him was to clear the way here. To guide the emotions of the senior brothers and sisters from various peaks, create momentum for his senior brother, and lead the chant. Moreover, his senior brother had specially taught him a phrase, which he was waiting to put into practice. "We respectfully welcome the saint child." Zhou Chaochu felt no embarrassment at all as he shouted for the last time. This time, the female disciples were the first to follow and shouted, "We respectfully welcome the saint child." The other disciples also snapped back to their senses. One voice after another rang out. "We respectfully welcome the saint child. We respectfully welcome the saint child. We respectfully welcome the saint child." The shouts shook the heavens. All the gazes of the geniuses gathered and converged on one point, projecting onto vast righteousness peak. There. It is the place where the saint child resides. In the eyes of everyone's anticipation, the palace gate opened. A figure slowly walked out. The young face was beautiful, untainted by dust, like an immortal descending from the heavens, elegant and extraordinary, with a pair of eyes seemingly containing the rotation of the sun, moon, and stars. He stood there, bathed in the morning sun, making it impossible to look directly at him, afraid of defiling the majesty of the immortal. Wei Yunzheng looked into the distance, as if he could overlook the entire extreme emptiness. His chin lifted slightly, revealing an indescribable aloof temperament. The bustling extreme emptiness fell completely silent. Everyone was shocked into silence. How could someone be so ethereal and stunning? It's as if an immortal has descended. Indescribable with words. Mu Yao stared blankly at Wei Yunzheng. His appearance alone attracted everyone's attention. Even without speaking, he could captivate everyone's souls. The little deer bumped around uncontrollably. Among the crowd, many female disciples had a look of infatuation, tears streaming down their cheeks, unable to control their thoughts. Xiao Yan widened his eyes. Although he had heard rumors of Wei Yunzheng's ethereal beauty, he was momentarily stunned upon seeing him. unbelievable. There really is someone so ethereal and perfect. The corner of his eye caught a glimpse of Mu Yao, who seemed a bit out of sorts. His pupils trembled slightly, then quickly returned to normal. He himself was shocked by the other's ethereal face, let alone Mu Yao as a woman. Looking around, all the female disciples were just like Mu Yao, obviously completely captivated by Wei Yunzheng. Xiao Yan swallowed his saliva. Then a thought came to his mind. If only I had this appearance, how good would it be? Wei Yunzheng stood with his hands behind his back. Silent, just quietly gazing into the distance, seemingly immersed in the beauty of the morning sun. Everyone remained silent, as if watching a beautiful painting. After a moment, a voice broke the silence of the heavens and earth. Report. Independent cultivator Xiao Yan, who has come from afar today, wishes to discuss the Dao with the Saint Child. Please, Saint Child, draw your sword. It was Zhou Chaochu. He leaped up, hovering in the air, bowing respectfully. Under the gaze of everyone, Zhou Chaochu behaved neither humble nor arrogant, composed and calm. Xiao Yan frowned, suddenly feeling cued. What really annoyed him was, he's too ostentatious. This extreme emptiness Saint Child is too ostentatious. At this moment, it seemed as if he himself was an insignificant ant, attempting to challenge the dignity of an immortal. In the eyes of everyone's anticipation, Wei Yunzheng withdrew his gaze from the distance, then indifferently swept over all the extreme emptiness sacred land disciples present, his gaze finally lingering on Mu Yao and Xiao Yan. Finally, his pupils contracted, locking onto Xiao Yan. Very easy to recognize. A black robe plus that iconic blunt weapon. Then he calmly asked, "You want me to draw my sword?" His voice was plain, without a breathtaking momentum or thunderous sound, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Everyone held their breath and pondered. What does the Saint Child mean by this? Is he asking a question? Or is he affirming something? Xiao Yan tightly furrowed his brows. He sensed a hint of disdain in those words, and an unnamed flame rose in his heart. And since the other party has already spoken, shouldn't he also make a statement? Xiao Yan instinctively wanted to consult Yao Lao's opinion, but suddenly remembered that Yao Lao had fallen into a deep sleep. Finally, he shifted his gaze and wanted to ask Mu Yao if she knew the meaning behind the extreme emptiness Saint Child's words, but he found that Mu Yao's gaze was still fixated on Wei Yunzheng. Is he really that good looking? She's been looking for so long and still can't get enough. A hint of jealousy rose in his heart. Just as he was about to communicate with Mu Yao through voice transmission, a sigh sounded from the sky. Ah! A heavy sigh. Resounding in everyone's hearts. Everyone's eyes were filled with confusion. I don't know what Saint Child means. Since his appearance, he has only asked one question, "Please let me draw my sword," and has not made any other movements. And this sigh seems to contain helplessness. Why is he helpless? Is it because he wants to draw his sword? Or is it because Xiao Yan is not worthy of him drawing his sword? At this moment, Wei Yunzheng finally moved. He raised his hand, drew his sword, and stared at the blade with a melancholy expression. He sighed. The sword immortal in the sky, 3 million. To see me, one must lower their head. Boom! In an instant, sword intent roared out, the sound of swords resounded in the sky, entangling the hearts and minds of everyone. As if stimulated by an external force. There was a purple light coming from the east. Spreading for 10,000 miles. Enveloping extreme emptiness. The sound of the Dao resounded between heaven and earth, the aura of the great Dao permeated the air, and the azure lotus, which covered the sky and blocked the sun, unfolded in the void, expounding the principles of all things in the three realms. The azure lotus phenomenon triggered the question of the Dao. At this moment, the entire central continent fell into turmoil once again. Inside extreme emptiness, all the disciples fell silent. Not only were they attracted by the phenomenon between heaven and earth, but they were also shocked by those two declarations. The sword immortal in the sky, 3 million. To see me, one must lower their head. What a domineering statement! Has the Saint Child's aura reached the point where he doesn't even care about sword immortals anymore? Why? Such rebellious words, spoken from the mouth of the saint child, surprisingly do not contradict. Mu Yao's beautiful eyes radiated a charming light, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It's a familiar senior brother. It's a familiar feeling. Usually humble and gentle, but at critical moments, he can overshadow everyone when he appears, and his words can be earth-shattering. Xiao Yan was also shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How dare he say such words? The sword immortal in the sky must also lower their head. Is this person extremely arrogant? Or has he reached an unimaginable level? Was his sigh because I am not worthy of him drawing his sword? On the peak of Sword Hall, the gaze of the perfected being Dao Yuan pierced through the dazzling phenomenon and fell on Wei Yunzheng, who seemed like a god. He murmured those two sentences. His expression became solemn and respectful. Such aura is beyond my imagination. Could it be that my nephew's sword path does not stop at becoming a sword immortal? Perfected being Sheng Su disappeared into the sky, sitting cross-legged on the clouds. Although he is confident in Wei Yunzheng, Xiao Yan's consecutive victories over the saint children of the four great saint lands naturally made him worried about the outcome of this battle. He didn't expect that his disciple would create such momentum without even making a move. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He reached down and scooped up a handful of the aura of the great Dao from below, sniffed it, and said, "Good stuff, basking in the glory of my disciple." Ha ha ha. At this moment, seeing that the atmosphere was about to reach its climax, Zhou Chaochu bowed again, representing all the disciples at this moment. "Please, Saint Child, strengthen our extreme emptiness." In an instant, everyone seemed to find an outlet for their shock. They shouted excitedly. "Please, Saint Child, strengthen our extreme emptiness. Please, Saint Child, strengthen our extreme emptiness. Please, Saint Child, strengthen our extreme emptiness." The sound waves surged like roaring waves, echoing in the sky above the entire extreme emptiness. Xiao Yan felt as if his divine sense was being constantly bombarded by the continuous shouting. A heavy oppression rose in his heart. It seemed like he was about to suffocate. Wei Yunzheng held his sword, standing on the mountaintop, surrounded by the fervent shouts. Looking down at the crowd, all he saw were adoring gazes. In this moment, he was like a god receiving worship from everyone. "Please, Saint Child, strengthen my extreme emptiness." The sound echoed endlessly. Wei Yunzheng secretly delighted in his heart. All of this was intentionally designed by him to achieve this effect. First, he gave Xiao Yan endless pressure from his mind. It must be said that the phrase "strengthen my extreme emptiness" is really effective, perfectly consolidating the cohesion of the sect onto himself, shaping himself as the spokesperson of extreme emptiness. After a moment, Wei Yunzheng saw the waves of sound gradually diminishing. He waved his hand, and the voices abruptly ceased. Commanding and awe-inspiring. He didn't say a word. Extending his leg, he reached out into the air and landed steadily on the azure lotus. He raised his head, puffed out his chest, and descended from the mountaintop. The gentle breeze blew, causing his robe to flutter. His 3,000 strands of hair were wild and unruly, like a carefree and unruly peerless sword immortal descending from the heavens. The female disciples couldn't contain their excitement any longer. They shouted in excitement. "Saint Child! Ah! Save me! I'm going to die!" The male disciples were also infected, but they managed to maintain some restraint, occasionally letting out a few howls from those who had reverted to their ancestral state. Zhou Chaochu felt the boiling atmosphere and showed a satisfied expression. "This is exactly the scene I imagined when my senior brother appeared." "Wait a minute." Her pupils contracted, and her ears perked up. "What did that man just shout? Who needs you to give birth to monkeys for my senior brother? Do you eat oil cakes?" In mid-air, Wei Yunzheng was not satisfied with the current situation. His divine sense sank. All the anomalies unfolded. One buff after another stacked up. The Enlightenment Tree, the Fire Phoenix and Auspicious Dragon, and the 8 trigrams plate all appeared. The sky was filled with radiant light, and the sound of phoenix cries surrounded the air. All the disciples of the Extreme Emptiness sacred land were completely stirred up. Although they had seen the saint child with all the anomalies before, it was still shocking every time. Truly like a god descending to earth. Xiao Yan looked up, his eyes filled with disbelief. Too eye-catching. Too unexpected. Too heart-stirring. The qualifications of an immortal emperor. Is this what they call the qualifications of an immortal emperor? Xiao Yan's mind was completely in chaos, and a bitter feeling rose within him. He looked back on the years he had spent. Born into a border aristocratic family, it was like heaven and earth compared to the extreme emptiness. He even suffered the humiliation of a broken engagement and left home with nothing but Yao Lao. Through life and death crises, through painful cultivation, he finally reached this step, in order to make a name for himself in the entire Central Plains for the girl he liked. At some point, he felt that he was already outstanding enough. He could proudly say that he was not inferior to any genius. But now, he suddenly realized. His previous thoughts seemed somewhat laughable. Compared to Wei Yunzheng, it seemed like he had nothing to show. In terms of family background, there was no comparison. In terms of appearance, it didn't need to be mentioned. In terms of talent, the other party was said to have the qualifications of an immortal emperor and ranked above him. In terms of aura, he admitted that he didn't have the courage to ignore the existence of a sword immortal. Thinking it over, he was completely crushed from every angle by the other party. Unconsciously, Xiao Yan's brows furrowed into a character, and his previously unstoppable momentum seemed to have disappeared. His eyes shrank in fear, and he no longer looked at the figure descending from the sky. The moment Wei Yunzheng landed, his gaze fell on Xiao Yan. Boom! My divine consciousness suddenly trembled, and when I regained my senses, Xiao Yan was surrounded by a strong purple aura, even stronger than Mu Yao. The child of luck. Or rather, he is the chosen one. Wei Yunzhen's heart sank. Although he had a premonition when he first heard the name Xiao Yan, it was now confirmed. After all, he was currently on the opposite side of Xiao Yan, and couldn't help but feel a bit weak, but he didn't show any signs of fear on the surface. At this moment, "Senior brother!" Mu Yao called out softly, her voice filled with joy, and a radiant smile blossomed on her beautiful face, outshining everything else. From being a cold and glamorous goddess when she first appeared, she had transformed into a gentle and beautiful girl next door. She ran a few steps and came to Wei Yunzhen's side, her eyes filled with overflowing admiration. "Junior sister!" Wei Yunzhen smiled and greeted her. This scene caused a huge commotion among the onlookers. He really is the saint child. The icy beauty couldn't escape the palm of the saint child. Someone with a broad mind said, "Mu Yao and the saint child are truly a perfect match, it's enviable." Various discussions reached Xiao Yan's ears, thundering in his divine consciousness, especially when he saw the smiling conversation between the two. He couldn't believe his eyes. Mu Yao, who had always been cold and noble, was now smiling and talking affectionately with another man. During their brief interactions before, she had never been one to smile easily. She always seemed unapproachable, like an iceberg, although she occasionally had emotional fluctuations, they were not intense. Even when facing life-threatening situations, she wouldn't show much change in her expression. But now she appeared like a little girl. How could he bear this? Coupled with the various rumors that reached his ears, Xiao Yan's defenses immediately shattered, and his heart screamed. "Why? Ah!" His face darkened, jealousy burning within him, wishing to immediately trample Wei Yunzhen under his feet. Wei Yunzhen also sensed something was amiss. He glanced at Xiao Yan and noticed a hint of anger in his eyes, secretly alarmed. "What's wrong with this guy? I just applied a little pressure, and he's already like this?" After a moment of thought, he noticed Xiao Yan's intentional or unintentional gaze on Mu Yao, and made a guess. Could it be? Could it be that Xiao Yan likes Mu Yao, his junior sister? Could this be the destined pairing of the child of luck and the child of destiny? Does that mean I am now seen as a rival by Xiao Yan? Damn! Being a rival to the child of destiny doesn't end well. Thinking of this, Wei Yunzhen's heart pounded, and he instinctively held Mu Yao's delicate hand, seeking some comfort. "Heh heh! Feels good." Mu Yao was taken aback for a moment, In front of everyone, her senior brother was actually holding her hand. Is this an official announcement? Her face quickly turned rosy, but there was no sign of trying to break free. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan could no longer hold back. He was about to lose his temper, his fist clenched tightly, and veins appeared on his forehead. You son of a bch! I want you dead! His true qi was about to burst, on the verge of erupting. Wei Yunzheng saw this scene and instinctively leaned closer to Mu Yao. Brother, listen to me, I didn't mean it. It's just that my spirit is weak. The atmosphere instantly became tense, suffocating. Xiao Yan's whole body trembled, gritting his teeth to restrain his anger, and strands of true qi unconsciously overflowed. Mu Yao also sensed that something was wrong. Looking back, her beautiful eyes were full of confusion. What's wrong with Xiao Yan? Suddenly, it seems like there's a risk of losing control. His entire body's true qi is restless and agitated. Judging from his expression, this is already the result of his utmost restraint. Could it be? Did something go wrong in his cultivation all of a sudden? Did he go astray? A sudden surge of demonic energy? A trace of surprise flashed across her exquisite face, followed by a concerned question, Xiao Yan, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Xiao Yan shook his head. Hearing Mu Yao's greeting, he felt slightly relieved. She still cares about me. Mu Yao furrowed her eyebrows lightly, continuing to advise Xiao Yan, if you feel unwell, just tell me honestly. Extreme Emptiness has Pill Hall and Medicine Hall, both of which can lend you a hand. Especially if you sense any signs of going astray, don't force yourself. Don't you know? Suppressing demonic energy forcefully, even a slight mistake can cause the true qi to reverse, meridians to rupture, and in severe cases, instant death with the body exploding. As she said this, Mu Yao's tone already carried a hint of reproach. The more she observed Xiao Yan, the more she felt that he resembled the rumored state of going astray. It wasn't just the restlessness of his true qi, but also the hint of hostility in his eyes that was alarming. Little did she know that this was only directed at Wei Yunzheng. Xiao Yan listened to Mu Yao's reproach. But his heart grew warmer and warmer. She really cares about me. She's concerned about me. Otherwise, she wouldn't get angry because I don't care about my own body. At this moment, the more anxious she became, the more it showed how important I am in her heart. A gleam of light reappeared in Xiao Yan's eyes, and the hostility slowly dissipated. Perhaps he was just momentarily angry and didn't ask Mu Yao about her relationship with Extreme Emptiness Saint Child. This Extreme Emptiness Saint Child relied on his identity and appearance to harass Mu Yao, openly holding her hand. Mu Yao probably didn't want this. This can only be considered as being coerced. Disregarding women's wishes. The more Xiao Yan thought about it, the more it made sense. Indeed. This Extreme Emptiness Saint Child appears decent on the surface, but he doesn't do anything. Now, I must keep Mu Yao away from him. In an instant, Xiao Yan's thoughts expanded infinitely. He completely ignored Mu Yao, who was being held by the hand without any resistance or impatient expression. He just felt that Mu Yao was being forced by Wei Yunzheng, and he, himself, was the most important person in Mu Yao's heart. Taking 2 steps forward, he prepared to separate the two and save the coerced Mu Yao. But the next second, he stopped in his tracks. Now that you are so close to Saint Child senior brother, if you were to explode due to going astray, it would harm Saint Child. Mu Yao's icy words turned into icy arrows, piercing Xiao Yan's cold heart. Crack! It was the sound of a broken heart. Xiao Yan instantly froze in place, feeling a heart-wrenching pain, trembling all over, his mind dizzy, as if struck by lightning on a clear day. How heartless! What does it mean that if I were to explode, it would harm Saint Child? I can't believe it. How could a mouth that was 37 degrees warm utter such cold words? All the things I imagined before turned out to be so ridiculous. Damn it! Impressive! This directly caused real harm. Upon hearing his junior sister's words, Wei Yunzheng instantly straightened up, glancing at Xiao Yan, who seemed to have lost his soul in an instant, and a boundless sympathy rose in his heart. What a bloody battlefield this is. The girl I like is holding hands with another guy. It's so hard to exchange a few caring words. It turns out it's still because of consideration for that man. Really? Pain. Too painful. Wei Yunzhen's face showed grief and indignation, and his heart strongly condemned Mu Yao. It was really too much. How could she treat Xiao Yanjigi like this? At least he is your official partner. One cannot be so malicious. Mu Yao. Bad. Too bad. Without saying a word, Wei Yunzhen forcefully pulled Mu Yao behind him, and then spoke deeply, "Junior sister, don't be afraid, lean on me. If he does anything unexpected, I will protect you." After speaking, he gave Xiao Yan a provocative look. The sudden concern made Mu Yao stiffen all over, allowing Wei Yunzhen to manipulate her, hiding behind him and subconsciously leaning closer. Her eyes were full of shyness. Ah! Xiao Yan, who saw this scene, completely turned red. He couldn't deceive himself anymore. He saw all of Mu Yao's shyness and joy. Even an idiot could see something. For the girl he liked, years of hard cultivation seemed like a joke at this moment. Meeting again, the girl already had a tendency to become someone's wife. How could he accept this? Boom! Xiao Yan transformed into an enraged boiling sheep, releasing his true qi, as if possessed by a deity, with an aura that could penetrate mountains and rocks. The disciples present were all shocked and lost their color. How could Saint Child explode in just a moment? Xiao Yan suddenly erupted. The two didn't even exchange any words. The female disciples widened their eyes in anger. On one hand, they were stimulated by the sight of their own Jiggy and Mu Yao holding hands, seemingly in love. On the other hand, they felt that Xiao Yan had the tendency to take advantage of their Saint Child's unpreparedness and attack directly. Shouts and curses rang out. No sportsmanship. Sneak attack. I advise you to back off. Wei Yunzhen was startled by Xiao Yan's outburst. Although it was something he expected and something he caused, he still felt a tremor in his heart. Instinctively, he wanted to hide behind Mu Yao. Before he could make a move, Mu Yao had already stepped forward. In the moment she saw Xiao Yan lose control, she returned to her cold and frosty state. Xiao Yan, what are you doing? Do you want to sneak attack the Saint Child? Xiao Yan remained silent, his teeth grinding loudly, clearly hating Wei Yunzhen. Wei Yunzhen felt the bone-chilling gaze and shivered all over. Although the situation had developed to this point, completely deviating from his initial plan, he had clearly offended Xiao Yan. But it wasn't entirely a bad thing. After all, this was extreme emptiness. His territory. As long as it wasn't a one-on-one battle between men. Xiao Yan? So what if he was the chosen one? So when Wei Yunzhen keenly noticed Xiao Yan's special affection for Mu Yao, he didn't shrink back because the other party was the chosen one. On the contrary, he had a sudden inspiration and chose to provoke Xiao Yan. As long as Xiao Yan dared to make a move directly, he would be invincible. Discuss the Dao? Go discuss it with ghosts. You little brat! Look around, which one of the onlookers isn't someone I can handle? When you're out in the world, you don't have any background or power. What's the use of just knowing how to fight? Thinking of this, Wei Yunzhen's eyes lit up, and in an instant, he put on an arrogant posture, intending to further provoke the enraged Xiao Yan. He grabbed Mu Yao's slender waist and pretended to be frivolous, saying, "Junior sister, why worry? Just Xiao Yan? He's not worthy of me drawing my sword." The words fell into Xiao Yan's ears like an angry catalyst. Endless anger rose from the bottom of his heart, his eyes widened, his facial features twisted together, his whole face turned red. He actually despises me so much. He doesn't even consider me. Even if you are strong, am I not worthy of fighting you? Arrogant! How dare you insult me? Bang! Xiao Yan's palms suddenly revealed two brilliant flames, and in an instant, the temperature in the surrounding space skyrocketed, producing a visible heat wave. Seeing this scene, Mu Yao's eyes revealed some dissatisfaction and disgust, and she couldn't understand Xiao Yan's actions. What is he doing? Suddenly wanting to attack senior brother Saint Child? Even if you want to discuss the Dao, you still need to explain your intentions face to face, nod in agreement, and then compete. What is this? No manners or rules at all. Moreover, senior brother and him have no grievances in the past, no enmity recently, and today is the first time they meet, yet Xiao Yan acts like this? Humph. I really misjudged him before. Mu Yao's pretty face was covered in frost, and she said with a cold face, Xiao Yan, for the sake of our past relationship, I advise you to think twice before acting. If you behave improperly, Saint Child doesn't need to take action, I will also punish you. Upon hearing these two warnings, Xiao Yan forcefully suppressed his anger and stared at Wei Yunzheng. Gritting his teeth. Damn it! Take your dirty hands off. At the same time, he carefully filtered Mu Yao's words in his mind. Indeed. At this moment, he wished he could tear Wei Yunzheng into pieces. But whether he could defeat Wei Yunzheng is still unknown. He had thought about this question before. At that time, he felt that his chances of winning were not great. After seeing Wei Yunzheng calmly analyzing, he became more and more convinced that he was not Wei Yunzheng's match. Since the other party appeared until now, Wei Yunzheng has given him enough shock, whether it's his aura or the various anomalies. Gnashing teeth. He said, I'm not worthy of fighting him. Is it possible that it's a statement of fact? Xiao Yan gradually regained some clarity. On the other hand, Wei Yunzheng's heart was already filled with joy. Yes, yes, yes. Get angry. Erupt. The 3-year deadline has arrived. Hurry. Looking at Xiao Yan's raging anger, a wicked smile appeared on Wei Yunzheng's lips. This smile was particularly piercing in Xiao Yan's eyes. But it was like pouring cold water on him, extinguishing much of his anger. Why is he smiling? Is it because I showed the intention to attack him? Could it be that I took advantage of his intentions by attacking him? Upon careful consideration, the provocative gaze of Extreme Emptiness Saint Child just now was clearly aimed at declaring Mu Yao's sovereignty over me. He must have seen my feelings for Mu Yao. And he has a way to defeat me. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so calm, even hoping that I would make the first move. Yes. As long as I make a move, he will have a reason to kill me without considering Mu Yao's feelings. Turning his gaze to Mu Yao, Xiao Yan sensed a hint of disgust in her eyes. His fists clenched tightly. Unconsciously, he left a bad impression on Mu Yao, and almost fell into the path of Extreme Emptiness Saint Child. Humph! You want me to make a move? Impossible. Today, I will definitely make you lose face. Xiao Yan thought to himself. His originally fierce expression gradually returned to calm, his face showing no joy or sorrow. The strange fire in his palm retracted into his body, his momentum dissipated, appearing just like an ordinary person. I'm sorry, there was a problem with the true qi in my body just now, and I lost control. He bowed to Mu Yao. Nonsense. Sincerely apologizing. Mu Yao furrowed her brows, naturally able to see that Xiao Yan had casually made up an excuse. But she chose not to pursue why Xiao Yan had acted out earlier and didn't continue to investigate. After all, Xiao Yan and she had a history. Even the reason why he came to Extreme Emptiness was because of a casual remark she made back then. If they were to fight each other, Mu Yao would also feel uncomfortable. It would be best to resolve it peacefully. She didn't take matters into her own hands, simply nodded and looked at Wei Yunzheng beside her, waiting quietly for the situation to develop. Whether to forgive or not, let Saint Child decide for himself. Seeing Xiao Yan take the initiative to apologize, Wei Yunzheng was stunned in place. What's going on? This kid was like a ticking time bomb just now, and now he suddenly calmed down. You can't play like this. A sense of disappointment surged up from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Yan was just one step away from overcoming this crisis. Xiao Yan calmly observed Wei Yunzheng's expression. Seeing a hint of disappointment on his face, he secretly felt relieved. It seems that what I thought was right, the other party wanted to take advantage of the situation and get rid of me. How cunning! Well, it's all right. I can see that Brother Xiao is a sincere and honest person. What happened earlier was unintentional. Wei Yunzhen emphasized the words sincere and honest. Xiao Yan was not angry either. Looking at Wei Yunzhen, he calmly said, I've heard of Extreme Emptiness Saint Child's reputation for a long time. Today, seeing you in person, your reputation is well deserved. Polite, Wei Yunzhen coughed dryly, trying to hide his embarrassment. He knew his own position very well. Only now did the two of them formally greet each other, and the tense atmosphere dissipated. Xiao Yan came today to exchange insights on cultivation with the Saint Child. I hope the Saint Child can grant me guidance. Here it comes. Hearing this, Wei Yunzhen felt a hint of bitterness in his heart. In the end, he couldn't avoid this situation. However, his expression suddenly became serious, and his demeanor changed dramatically. With his hands behind his back, he appeared like a transcendent figure. He asked, Do you want me to draw my sword? Before Xiao Yan could speak, Mu Yao on the side interjected, Xiao Yan, the Saint Child's cultivation is unfathomable, far beyond what you can imagine. I advise you to give up, you won't win. Upon hearing this, what a good junior sister! She gave him a favorable assist. According to the original plan, from the beginning to the series of actions before leaving the mountain, Wei Yunzhen's goal was to create immense pressure on Xiao Yan and shape his invincible image. As long as Xiao Yan was sufficiently shocked, he would develop a fear of fighting, and then there would be hope of avoiding a confrontation between the two. That was his initial plan. If he hadn't suddenly discovered Xiao Yan's affection for Mu Yao, he would have continued to rely on the manifestation of his saintly aura in front of others, and then deliver a few more impassioned words to intimidate them. He hoped to shock Xiao Yan to the core. In his calculations, it was clear that the pressure on Xiao Yan had not reached its peak yet, but the lines he had prepared were no longer suitable to be spoken. Mu Yao's words also served as an assist for him. Give up on the confrontation. Xiao Yan. That way, we can still be good brothers. Just as Wei Yunzhen was filled with anticipation, Xiao Yan looked up and said firmly, No, I want to have a confrontation with the Saint Child. Damn it! The previous 13 moves were wasted. Wei Yunzhen cursed in his heart. Complete idiot. Well, Xiao Yan wasn't scared at all. If we really fight, I should prepare some paper money for Zhou Chaochu's funeral in advance, but it seems that this world doesn't have this custom. At this moment, Xiao Yan's gloomy expression changed, and a smile like a dragon king appeared at the corner of his mouth as he spoke. But I won't compete with you in terms of cultivation, but in alchemy. There was a hint of cunning in his eyes, with a taste of a successful conspiracy. This was the strategy he had planned before coming to Extreme Emptiness. Who said that the Dao can only be compared in terms of cultivation? I will compare whichever aspect I am stronger in. The onlookers all showed surprised expressions on their faces. They didn't expect things to develop in this direction. Then they all reacted. They angrily shouted. Shameless! Why is Xiao Yan like this? Even the Saint Child has never practiced alchemy, he must be doing it on purpose. It's obvious that he thinks he's stronger than the Saint Child in terms of cultivation, so he's playing these dirty tricks. Saint Child, you must not agree to him. Mu Yao's expression froze as she deeply looked at Xiao Yan. She had always thought that he was strong and upright, but she didn't expect him to propose such a disgusting request just to win against the Saint Child. Really? I misjudged you before. While many disciples were indignant on behalf of their Saint Child, Wei Yunzhen was already delighted. Is there such a good thing? It's like finding a bed when you're sleepy and discovering that there's someone sleeping under the blanket. He. It seems that the previous actions were not completely ineffective, otherwise Xiao Yan would have really fought against him now. Xiao Yan, you despicable person! The Saint Child must teach this person a lesson. The surrounding discussions grew louder, mixed with many insults towards Xiao Yan. But Xiao Yan ignored them. There was no other way. To win, he could only resort to this strategy. Just mere insults. He could endure it. Wei Yunzhen looked at Xiao Yan, who was being pointed at by everyone, and felt that it was time for him to make his appearance. Clang! He sheathed his sword in an extremely handsome posture. Everyone was stunned. After all eyes gathered on him again, Wei Yunzhen sighed, "Xiao Yan, although we haven't truly fought each other, you have already lost. You are already afraid of me, you no longer have an invincible heart, and you even choose to use alchemy to evade this Dao discussion. To be honest, I have never regarded you highly. My sword can make all immortals bow their heads. Even if there is an immortal emperor in front of me, I dare to strike him down with a single sword." Then he said with a pained expression, "Those who cultivate the Dao go against the heavens, seize the fortunes of heaven and earth, and strengthen themselves. Therefore, they must have an unwavering will, rather breaking than bending. And you surrender before even fighting. You are not worthy of being called someone who cultivates the Dao, let alone someone who can discuss the Dao with me." Wei Yunzhen stood on the moral high ground, pointing and belittling Xiao Yan, while establishing his own towering image that was completely different from Xiao Yan's. The disciples around spontaneously applauded and praised. "Indeed, he is the saint child. Every word is like a precious pearl. Those who cultivate the Dao should have an unwavering will to contend with heaven and earth. The saint child has such courage, he even dares to say that he can strike down an immortal emperor with a sword. Wow! Amazing!" Following that, Xiao Yan continued to be the target of ridicule, and the images of the two were perfectly formed in everyone's minds. One high, one low. Naturally, one praised, one belittled. Tisk, what a joke to be ranked second on the heavenly genius list, he's just a coward. Does he even deserve it? He still has the face to come to Extreme Emptiness. Coming here to embarrass himself. I'm thinking, when he defeated the other four great saints before, did he also choose to discuss the Dao through alchemy? Brother, the way you say it, it seems highly possible. The sound of mocking chatter filled the air. Even though Xiao Yan was prepared, his face couldn't help but turn pale and green. His fists clenched tightly, his teeth grinding loudly. He was publicly humiliated by Wei Yunzhen and insulted to the point of being ridiculed. He couldn't bear it anymore. It's too insulting. If that's the case, I'll risk my life and have a good fight with him. But suddenly, an urgent voice interrupted the mockery of the crowd. Wei Yunzhen caught a glimpse of Xiao Yan's pale face, seemingly hesitating and struggling with something. He felt a sense of unease in his heart, afraid that this stubborn youth would suddenly lose control due to the mockery. He quickly spoke up, "I agree to your request, and we shall compete in alchemy." As soon as these words were spoken, a commotion broke out. "Are you crazy? I've never heard of the saint child practicing alchemy. Do you guys from Pill Hall know if the saint child practices alchemy?" "I don't know. It seems like the saint child has been to the alchemy room once." Everyone stared at Xiao Yan with wide eyes, showing confusion. They couldn't figure out why Wei Yunzhen agreed to the other party's request. Xiao Yan's face was filled with joy. The unexpected opportunity came so suddenly, he didn't expect that the Extreme Emptiness saint child would actually agree. The chance to redeem himself has arrived. I'm sure to win. Mu Yao looked at her senior brother's flawless profile and asked in a low voice, "Senior brother, can you practice alchemy?" Wei Yunzhen thought for a moment. According to what Yundan's senior disciple, Su Cai, said before, if it weren't for the insufficient quality of the flame, he would have succeeded in his first attempt at alchemy. In that case, I can do a little bit. Upon hearing this, Mu Yao felt relieved. Her senior brother never spoke without reason, and he was particularly modest and low-key. When he said a little bit, it probably meant a lot. It seems that even if Xiao Yan wants to focus on alchemy as the basis of the competition, he probably won't be able to escape the fate of failure. Since you agreed, you can't go back on your word. Xiao Yan said anxiously. Naturally. As long as I don't make a move, you can compare whatever you want. Wei Yunzhen suggested, shall we move to the alchemy room for the competition? There, not only are there alchemy furnaces, but also various medicinal materials. Xiao Yan waved his hand, no need. Then, he took out an ancient-looking alchemy furnace from his storage ring. It was dark green all over, with rust marks on the surface, showing the traces of time. Wei Yunzhen's eyes lit up. As everyone knows, the things belonging to the chosen one are good things, especially those that have aged. It might be a great opportunity. Then, one by one, medicinal herbs appeared out of thin air, arranged neatly in the air, floating in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan said, Wei Yunzheng, in this alchemy competition, we will only compare the quality and color of the pills. As for what kind of pill we each want to refine, why not choose our own specialties? Wei Yunzheng nodded. This proposal couldn't be better. He had only tried refining one kind of pill, the yin-yang fusion pill, and he had already memorized the recipe. If they were to specify the same kind of pill, he would probably have to study the recipe first. Of course, if you want us to refine the same kind of pill, even if it's unfair to me, I can agree. Xiao Yan pretended to be magnanimous. In his opinion, he already had the winning hand, so he could put on a shallow act. Wei Yunzheng shook his head. No need. Although I have only refined a pill once, since it's a competition of skills, you don't need to go easy on me. I, Wei, have always acted with integrity and sincerity. Even if I lose, I will lose with dignity. UTM. Xiao Yan couldn't say a word when it reached his mouth. He was suddenly attacked with sarcasm, making him clench his fists in anger. The loyal fans who were watching naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. They started to fiercely criticize and mock him. Xiao Yan once again received a barrage of attacks. At the same time, Zhou Chaochu squeezed through the crowd and ran to Wei Yunzheng. They exchanged a few words in a whisper before Zhou Chaochu left. Not long after, Zhou Chaochu returned with several disciples from the pill hall. They performed a technique and brought over 2 tall pill furnaces. Thud! The ground trembled. Not only did they bring the pill furnaces, but they also brought the pills needed to refine the yin-yang fusion pill. Now that everything is ready, let's begin. Xiao Yan was getting impatient. The victory that was within reach made him eager, and he urged repeatedly. No rush. Wei Yunzheng calmly approached the 2 tall pill furnaces. He stood still, his face calm and composed, as he pondered the process of alchemy. Only then did he feel a little relieved. Although winning or losing didn't matter much to him, he couldn't afford to lose too badly. After all, as the saint child, he represented the face of extreme emptiness. All right. We can begin. With Wei Yunzheng's words. Under Zhou Chaochu's organization, the disciples who were watching scattered and retreated, leaving ample space for the 2 of them to refine the pills and reducing the external interference. The world fell silent once again. Everyone focused their attention on this unexpected alchemy competition. At the same time, perfected being Sheng Su, who was hidden in the clouds, sat calmly. Yun Dan perfected being had somehow appeared and was sitting cross-legged beside him. Why did you rush over as soon as you heard about this alchemy competition? Yun Dan perfected being smiled lightly, isn't it just in my field of expertise? How could I not come and take a look? Do you know Yunzheng's level of alchemy? Perfected being Sheng Su turned his head and asked, filled with curiosity. How did this brat agree to an alchemy competition with the other party? Could it be that he has another trick up his sleeve? Don't ask me, I don't know either. Yun Dan perfected being spoke and didn't intend to say anything else. Let's just watch. At this moment, the alchemy competition between the 2 inside the arena had already begun. Wei Yunzheng cast a spell, lifting the lid of the pill furnace. Then, using true qi as a medium, he mobilized the void sky Dao fire within his body into the pill furnace. In an instant, the pill fire burned fiercely, producing a scorching sensation. Wei Yunzheng automatically blocked the cries of the void sky Dao fire for merit in his mind, and then focused on controlling the fire. After a moment, he proceeded to the next step. Following his memory, he put the prepared pills into the furnace one by one in order. His technique was simple and unadorned, as if it was done casually. On the other side, Xiao Yan appeared much more professional, and it was evident that he had a strong technical skill. Unlike Wei Yunzheng, he didn't follow the conventional method of putting each medicinal ingredient into the furnace. Instead, while manipulating the pill fire, he separated a strand of flame and enveloped all the suspended flames in front of him, seemingly refining them out of thin air. This scene caught the attention of everyone present. They started whispering and discussing in low voices. What is Xiao Yan doing? It looks impressive. I don't know, but it's definitely impressive. Compared to the Saint Child, he's clearly falling behind. Saint Child's ability to perform basic alchemy is already quite impressive, far surpassing Xiao Yan. Someone brought a disciple from Pill Hall and asked, "Brother, I don't understand alchemy either. In your opinion, how skilled is Xiao Yan in alchemy?" The disciple from Pill Hall had a serious expression and said, "I have been immersed in the path of alchemy for many years and have never seen anyone like Xiao Yan. He controls the flames and refines them before even putting the medicinal materials into the pill furnace. So, how skilled is he?" "It's hard to say," the Pill Hall disciple shook his head and then said seriously, "It could be nonsense, or it could be reckless." Tisk. Everyone gave him a disdainful look. "But when it comes to controlling the pill fire, I can feel that Xiao Yan is indeed very strong, stronger than the Saint Child." At this point, the atmosphere became solemn, everyone worried about their own Saint Child, hoping for a miracle to happen. At the same time, a smile like that of a Dragon King appeared on Xiao Yan's lips. This time, the method he used to refine the pill was not difficult, but he excelled in proficiency. After countless refinements, he had become so skilled that he could even produce a furnace of supreme-grade pills with his eyes closed. A lion pouncing on a rabbit must use all its strength. Even though in his eyes, Extreme Emptiness Saint Child was far behind him in terms of alchemy skills, he did not slack off. He used the exclusive alchemy technique taught to him by Yao Lao, called the Ascension Art, to improve the quality of the finished pill. Pills were divided into upper, middle, and lower third-grade levels based on their quality and the level of their medicinal power and divinity. After 9th grade, they were considered sacred pills, and beyond that were immortal pills. Based on the current level of alchemy, the top alchemists could only refine third-grade pills. As for sacred pills, there were only a few people in the world who could do it, such as the head of the Good Fortune Sacred Land, who was famous for alchemy. Even a perfected being like Yundan could only have a chance to refine a saint-grade pill once. As for immortal-grade pills, they were legendary. Not to mention obtaining them, they had never even been seen. The highest grade pill that Xiao Yan had previously refined was a 7th grade pill, which was already something to be proud of. This time, using the exclusive technique taught by Yao Lao, he aimed to refine an 8th grade pill, so that he could stand undefeated. Even if the Good Fortune Sacred Land Saint Child came to compete with him in alchemy, they would at most be evenly matched. No. They could only compare their cultivation, not alchemy. That's what Xiao Yan thought. When the timing was right, Xiao Yan focused all his attention and cancelled the Ascension Art. The suspended medicinal materials in front of him had completely changed. Not only were they shimmering, but their weight had also noticeably decreased. The disciples present were shocked by this scene. Can alchemy be done like this? The transformation of the medicinal materials was also quite miraculous. In the sky, even Yundan perfected being was shocked. He had been closely watching Xiao Yan's refining process from beginning to end, not missing a single step. This technique. Could it be the legendary Ascension Art? He couldn't help but be filled with doubt. Perfected being Sheng Su frowned, sensing something amiss from Yundan's words, and asked, "Is this Ascension Art extraordinary?" "It's more than extraordinary. The Ascension Art is a unique alchemy method created by an ancient alchemy master. It can enhance the quality and even the grade of pills. It has been lost for a long time. I also happened to come across records of this technique in ancient texts. I never expected to witness it today." Perfected being Sheng Su grumbled discontentedly. "So, how skilled is Xiao Yan in alchemy?" "He is a rising star among the younger generation." Yundan perfected being gave a high evaluation. "What about my disciple? He will be a rising star among the younger generation in the future." Perfected being Sheng Su's face darkened. In an extremely short period of time, the Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land disciples were all shocked by Xiao Yan's alchemy technique, causing their confidence in their own Saint Child to plummet. Xiao Yan did not slack off in the slightest. Steadily outputting his energy, he immersed himself completely in the process of alchemy. With one hand controlling the pill fire, the other hand formed a seal. Merge. Suddenly, all the suspended medicinal herbs began to merge in the air, forming various mystical scenes. The colors on the surface intertwined and radiated with brilliance. Finally, a bright light burst forth, like a crystal born under the scorching sun. Finally, Xiao Yan flicked his sleeve, striking an extremely ostentatious pose. The medicinal herbs slowly fell into the pill furnace. In an extremely short period of time, a strong medicinal fragrance permeated from the pill furnace. Those who smelled it felt a tremor throughout their bodies, feeling much more refreshed and comfortable. They couldn't help but take a few more sniffs. Everyone was shocked. This was too astonishing. The pill hadn't even formed yet, but there was already such a strong medicinal fragrance, and it was intoxicating. On the other hand, Wei Yunzhen's side. He threw the last medicinal herb into the furnace. There was nothing special about it at all. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell that Wei Yunzheng was an inexperienced novice in alchemy. Moreover, a disciple from the pill hall couldn't help but furrow his brow and say, "Doesn't the saint child know how to do alchemy? How can he use the herbs like this? Is there something wrong with the saint child's technique?" Someone immediately asked with concern. The proportions of the medicinal herbs needed for alchemy are fixed, it's impossible for them all to be thrown in randomly. Didn't you notice that the saint child just threw all the herbs in without any control over the proportions or the amount of each herb? This is pure nonsense. Hearing this, everyone carefully recalled and realized that it was true. From beginning to end, they saw Wei Yunzhen controlling the fire while throwing in the herbs, completely disregarding the proportions and amounts of the various herbs. He just threw them all in. Now, all the disciples who had hoped that Wei Yunzhen could create a miracle were all disheartened and felt hopeless. On the other hand, a confident smile appeared on Xiao Yan's face. He could already feel it. With the blessing of the ascension technique, the quality of the pill he was refining in this furnace would definitely have a great leap. The corner of his eye glanced at Wei Yunzhen. He almost burst out laughing at his alchemy technique. This extreme emptiness saint child was clearly an ignorant novice in alchemy. Who refines pills like this? Aren't they afraid of exploding the furnace? Ha ha ha! I've won! Since the moment Wei Yunzhen started alchemy, he suddenly realized a problem. Damn it! He only remembered the order of alchemy in the prescription, but forgot the amount of each herb to be used. Last time, Su Cai had already prepared the amounts needed for each herb, so Wei Yunzhen only needed to put them in according to the order and the corresponding time. But this time, Zhou Chaochu didn't provide the amounts. He carefully recalled for a moment, but couldn't remember the amounts of the herbs. But he was already at the point of no return, so he had to proceed. In the end, he could only put them all in according to the order. It had come to this. Wei Yunzhen calmed his mindset. For him, he never expected to win in this alchemy competition from the beginning. He just wanted to successfully refine the pill and not lose too badly. Now it seemed that there was little possibility of success. Might as well go with the flow. With this in mind, Wei Yunzhen controlled the pill fire, which instantly erupted and soared. The fire power was much stronger than before. His idea was simple. The pills thrown into the alchemy this time are all measured in units of plants, while there weren't as many in the previous alchemy. Therefore, the fire control cannot be based on the standards of the previous alchemy. We must increase the fire power. Wei Yunzhen seemed a little uneasy. The void sky dao fire in his hand became thicker, and the alchemy furnace, which was as tall as 2 people, was completely surrounded by flames, resembling a spewing small volcano from a distance. All the disciples around also noticed this scene. They had never seen anyone alchemize like this before. The crowd dispersed a bit to prevent themselves from being accidentally injured by the burning flames. Xiao Yan's expression changed, and he looked at Wei Yunzhen suspiciously. This guy probably thinks he's going to lose and wants to intentionally explode the furnace, thereby destroying my pills as well. He's really up to no good. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He quickly controlled his true qi and, without affecting the alchemy, flew into the sky with the alchemy furnace, stopping at a height of less than 100 meters. Now it's safe. Mu Yao saw everything happening on the field and heard all the whispers around her. Contrary to many of the Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land disciples, she did not lose confidence in Wei Yunzheng. Instead, she remained full of anticipation. She quickly took out a notebook and recorded everything that was happening at the moment. The alchemy had reached a critical point, and all the disciples present had already sensed the extraordinary nature of the pills being alchemized by the Saint Child. They were discussing and expressing their awe and admiration for the Saint Child. Xiao Yan was shocked by the Saint Child's alchemy technique and felt that he was far behind. To avoid breaking his Dao heart, he flew into the sky and dared not look at the Saint Child's alchemy technique again. In the clouds, perfected being Sheng Su was greatly relieved and laughed, "I knew it. My disciple, Immortal Emperor, has his reasons and confidence to agree to the alchemy competition. That Xiao Yan is just alchemizing some medicinal materials in advance, and you're hyping it up. In my opinion, he's far inferior to my disciple. My disciple can even alchemize the furnace for you. How impressive!" Yundan perfected being's forehead showed a few black lines. "You really don't understand alchemy. Your disciple is clearly fooling around. Such a huge flame. It would be fortunate if he could alchemize a batch of medicinal dregs. I'm afraid the furnace will explode without leaving even a trace of ash. In my opinion, Xiao Yan's defeat in this competition is already certain. My disciple will win." Yundan perfected being. "Oh, right, right." Time passed. After a while, the alchemy was nearing its end. Wei Yunzheng was sweating profusely, not because he had exhausted himself by controlling such a massive amount of strange fire true qi, but because it was hot. "It should be almost over, right? I remember the last time it took about this long. Should I extinguish the fire now? Or should I continue alchemizing? After all, I haven't used up many medicinal materials." While he hesitated, a commotion broke out. In the sky, a dazzling glow burst forth, dyeing the surrounding area red. Xiao Yan's pill is almost finished. This is the pill glow released during the final step of pill formation. This pill must be extraordinary. It's unbelievable. Xiao Yan actually alchemized a pill that can attract pill glow. This pill is at least 6th grade. No, it's 7th grade. Countless people were shocked. They could tell from Xiao Yan's technique that he was well versed in the path of alchemy, but they didn't dare to imagine that he could alchemize a 7th grade pill. You see, even among the younger generation of pill hall, no one can alchemize a 7th grade pill. It shows how astonishing Xiao Yan's talent is in the path of alchemy. Xiao Yan's face was filled with a triumphant expression as he excitedly looked at the glowing furnace in front of him. He could feel that this would be another peak in his alchemy journey. Soon, the radiance gradually subsided, and faintly, there were condensed pill-like substances inside the furnace. A rich and substantial pill fragrance wafted out from the furnace. Even though it was nearly 100 meters above the ground, all the disciples could still smell it clearly. "It smells amazing. This pill is incredible." The pill fragrance is condensed and not dispersed, indicating its astonishing medicinal power. It must be a 7th grade pill, impossible for it to be 6th grade. A pill hall disciple patted his chest and said. The faces of many female disciples turned even more gloomy, accepting the outcome of their own Saint Child's failure in alchemy. Suddenly, the dangxia in the sky seemed like floating pink silk. It was taken back. Instead, there was a drizzle falling, dripping onto everyone and instantly disappearing. "What the f***ck? Dan rain!" The pill hall disciples shouted in disbelief. Only they knew what this meant. The other disciples also sensed something unusual. Setting aside the sudden rain, the raindrops falling on them had extraordinary characteristics. They could clearly feel that no matter how the raindrops fell, there was no trace of wetness on their clothes. The moment the raindrops landed on their clothes, they turned into medicinal qi and were absorbed by their bodies, giving them a warm and comfortable feeling. Just like soaking in a pleasant hot bath. "Quick, tell us, what does this Dan rain mean?" Many female disciples, disregarding the comfort their bodies felt, grabbed the pill hall disciples next to them, their eyebrows furrowed, and sternly questioned. The pill hall disciples had not yet recovered and instinctively explained, Dan Rain, only an 8th grade pill can cause Dan Rain. 8th grade. Xiao Yan has refined an 8th grade pill. Instantly, everyone was in an uproar, their faces showing shock. This is too astonishing. What the **ck? The moment the Dan Rain fell, even Yun Dan perfected being, who always emphasized cultivation, couldn't help but curse. Is this still human? He has refined an 8th grade pill at such a young age? That saint child from good fortune sacred land hasn't done it either. No one can match him in alchemy talent. Unable to help himself, he gave a high evaluation. Perfected being Sheng Su narrowed his eyes. He glanced at Wei Yunzheng, who was still fully focused on alchemy, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. He didn't expect Xiao Yan to be so formidable. His precious disciple won't lose, right? Ha ha ha. Xiao Yan's face was filled with a wild and triumphant expression as he laughed towards the sky, his whole body trembling with excitement. Today, not only did he surpass Wei Yunzheng in front of Mu Yao, but more importantly, he refined an 8th grade pill, placing himself among the strongest group of alchemists. He looked down at Mu Yao. Take a good look. My alchemy talent is astonishing. I can already refine an 8th grade pill. Throughout the central state, all sects and factions will have to treat me with respect. His heart burned even hotter, and in a daze, he saw Mu Yao returning to his side, begging to become his Dao companion. The dignitaries of various sects and factions around them all congratulated, "Congratulations, Master Xiao, on finding your true love." The previously gloomy faces of the many Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land disciples had turned completely lifeless at this moment. An 8th grade pill. This is too despairing. The saint child is going to lose. Suddenly. Boom. Boom. Thunderous sounds shook the world. In the sky. At some unknown time, dark clouds pressed down, strong winds blew, emitting a coarse whistling sound. Layers of clouds piled up like a thick quilt in the high altitude. Silver lights rolled and collided in the sea of clouds, as if containing the power to destroy the world, making people feel suffocated. Xiao Yan looked up at the sky, his face full of astonishment. In the blink of an eye, a strong arc formed at the corners of his mouth. This is Dan Thunder. Ha ha ha. 9th grade. I have refined 9th grade. My heart is filled with joy. Could it be that 8th grade was not my limit? I actually refined 9th grade pills. From now on, I am the Grand Master of pill cultivation. All the disciples are dumbfounded, completely stunned. They can't even say a word, their faces looking as if they have been watching Kun You're So Beautiful for 24 hours straight, silently staring at Xiao Yan. Yun Dan perfected being has completely lost control. Standing up from the clouds, feeling the surrounding pill thunder, my heart is filled with mixed emotions. This Xiao Yan, in the path of pill cultivation, is probably qualified to be called a pill emperor. I can't believe it. Immersed in pill cultivation for hundreds of years, I have been caught up by a junior in his 20s. It would be great if this child is a disciple of the Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land. In mid-air. To avoid accidental injury, Xiao Yan slightly distances himself from the pill furnace. The important role of pill thunder is to strike the forming 9th grade pill with the power of thunder, giving the pill divine power while helping the 9th grade pill to completely condense. Therefore, this thunder will strike the pill furnace. Wei Yunzheng looked up at the surging sea of thunder, listening to the screams of the 9th grade around him, feeling shocked. Is this thing so powerful? Refined 9th grade. Turning his head to look at his own pill furnace, there is no reaction on the surface, not even a hint of pill fragrance. At this moment, his pill fire has been withdrawn, it is the time to open the furnace. He couldn't help but feel discouraged. No matter whether his pill refinement is successful or not, he is going to lose badly. There's no way. Xiao Yan's performance today is too amazing. It can be seen in comparison. Look. The sea of thunder has stopped surging. The thunder dragon has appeared. This is going to strike the pill. Upon hearing this, not only Wei Yunzheng, but all the disciples quickly looked up, not wanting to miss this rare scene. Xiao Yan laughed wildly, looking up at the sky. His gaze is intense. His long hair fluttering in the wind. His robe rustling. Pointing to the sky and sighing, "Heaven did not give birth to me, Xiao Yan. The path of pill cultivation is like a long night for eternity." His voice fell into the ears of all the Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land disciples present. They were all stunned. Then they angrily cursed, "This shameless guy is plagiarizing. Changing the lines of the saint child." Wei Yunzheng was also dumbfounded, looking at Xiao Yan, who was so pretentious and immature. He fell into contemplation. Is this guy really the chosen one? Looking at his not-so-intelligent appearance. Then he disdainfully clicked his tongue. No taste. Xiao Yan completely disregarded the gazes of everyone. He felt that he was about to reach the peak of his life. Maintaining the posture of pointing to the sky, his eyes flashed with a radiant brilliance, looking up at the sky, waiting for the thunder dragon to emerge from the sea of clouds and strike the pill. He shouted loudly, "Let the thunder come!" Boom! An overwhelming majesty emerged, making everyone present feel their insignificance and a great sense of fear in their hearts. The thunder dragon descended violently, falling straight from the sky. In the instant the thunder dragon descended, Xiao Yan withdrew his finger, slightly raised his head, looking down on everyone. His palms naturally spread out, as if he was enjoying it, seemingly accepting the worship and cheers of everyone. His aura was fully unleashed. His posture was perfect. Boom! The thunder dragon, with its world-destroying power, descended and passed by Xiao Yan's pill furnace. Finally, it brushed past the furnace, continuing to fall, and struck another pill furnace. What the f***ck? Countless people burst out with curses. Selective quoting, "Come and argue if you dare." Hee. Suddenly I thought, will someone send me razor blades? Hee. Everyone present fell into a state of stupor. For a moment, apart from the simple and intuitive language like WTF, no other expression of heartfelt emotions could be thought of. The reversal came too suddenly. Suddenly, it exceeded the expectations of everyone present. Everyone's mouth could fit an egg, standing dumbfounded, as if their brains had been taken away, looking rather unintelligent. The scene fell completely silent. Only the sound of thunder could be heard. Everyone looked at Wei Yunzheng with incredulous eyes. In mid-air, Xiao Yan, who struck a victorious pose as if accepting worship, was completely embarrassed. What the hell? I've been set up. At the last moment, I realized that this setup wasn't meant for me. What's going on? Could it be a lightning strike? Xiao Yan felt unwilling, thinking that the situation was too suspicious. Subconsciously, he didn't believe that the thunder pill was caused by Wei Yunzhen's alchemy. Mu Yao's beautiful eyes rippled with waves. At the critical moment, did the saint child bring about another shocking reversal? Zhou Chaochu clenched his fists. That's right. It's just right. This feeling. My senior brother always likes to turn the tide at the last moment. Ha ha ha. In the sky, perfected being Sheng Su trembled all over, stood up excitedly, and stroked his beard as he laughed heartily. I knew it. I knew my disciple wouldn't lose. This thunder pill was attracted by Yunzheng. Ha ha ha. Yun Dan perfected being beside him was speechless. He quickly rubbed his eyes, doubting if he had seen it wrong. How could someone almost blow up the furnace while refining pills, throwing in medicinal herbs one by one, and even attracting thunder pill? He was more inclined to believe that Xiao Yan attracted the thunder pill, but it went off course. Although this phenomenon was extremely rare and impossible to occur, it wasn't because he favored Xiao Yan. It was just that he felt that if Wei Yunzheng could refine 9th grade pills using his alchemy method, it would be too ridiculous to attract thunder pill. He had wasted his life refining pills. His Adam's apple rolled. He swallowed his saliva. The focus of everyone's gaze. Wei Yunzheng also stood there dumbfounded, almost being struck by the thunder dragon, sweating profusely in shock. Originally, he had the mindset of broadening his horizons, looking up to witness the moment when the 9th grade pill, which was praised to the heavens, took shape. During this time, he was also disgusted by Xiao Yan's sudden showboating. Who knew? He watched as the thunder dragon struck, and finally headed straight for him. At this moment, he had a feeling of surviving a disaster, panting heavily, unable to recover for a while. All the disciples of Extreme Emptiness looked at Wei Yunzheng, and soon their gazes shifted back and forth between Xiao Yan and Wei Yunzheng. Someone whispered, "Can someone tell me what's going on now?" The 9th grade pill was refined by the Saint Child. Hush! The thunder pill struck the pill refined by the Saint Child, so it should be the 9th grade pill refined by the Saint Child, but we still can't be sure. What? Why? Mainly because the alchemy process of the Saint Child, no matter the steps or the procedure, doesn't seem like it can refine 9th grade pills. Wait until the dust settles. Stay calm. Soon. After another thunder dragon descended from the thick dark clouds in the sky and slowly dissipated, as if it had never appeared before. Xiao Yan felt a bit at a loss. He didn't know how to end this situation. Suddenly, the radiance of the pill furnace in front of him completely converged, condensing on the central pearl-like pill. The fragrance of medicine surged, shaking the hearts and minds of those who smelled it. Compared to Wei Yunzhen's still pill furnace, this scene instantly caught everyone's attention. The pill is formed. The time to reveal the answer has come. Xiao Yan, under the gaze of everyone, quickly took out the pill and held it in his hand. After observing it for a moment, he took 2 steps back. The pill in his hand. It's an 8th grade pill. Although he has already broken his own record in pill refining, reaching the highest level, it can be considered as reaching the pinnacle. An 8th grade pill master in his 20s is enough to make one proud. But Xiao Yan still found it difficult to accept for a moment. He had a lost and bewildered expression. This means the previous pill mist and pill rain were indeed caused by him, but the final pill thunder had nothing to do with him. Is it the Extreme Emptiness Saint Child? It really is him. Xiao Yan completely couldn't accept it. His heart let out a cry like a groundhog. No. At this moment, it seemed as if a snowy white snow was floating in his heart, the north wind was howling, and the sound of a flute slowly rang out. Snowflakes fluttering, the north wind whistling. The world is vast. Seeing Xiao Yan's expression of disbelief, everyone's hearts were filled with bold speculations. Damn! Did that FG Saint Child really refine a 9th grade pill? Instantly, there was a clamor. It was as if the suppressed anticipation for the result had been released all at once, and the crowd was completely boiling. The entire Extreme Emptiness fell into a great commotion. Saint Child! Saint Child has refined a 9th grade pill. It's truly unbelievable. I thought Saint Child was going to lose, and it was Xiao Yan who attracted the pill thunder. Sob sob sob. The huge contrast made some female disciples cry tears of joy. Who said it wasn't? Jaime, I also almost thought that Saint Child was going to lose. It's all because of those pill hall disciples who pretended to know everything, making us worry for nothing. That's right, if they hadn't been constantly praising Xiao Yan's pill refining technique as if it was going to reach the heavens, I wouldn't have doubted that Saint Child would win. Let's beat them. Right. Several pill hall disciples were at a loss for words. No. This is unreasonable. They hugged their heads and scurried away in frustration. The discussions continued to boil. Saint Child really keeps challenging my worldview. How can someone be so strong? Omnipotent, truly omnipotent. At this age, being able to refine a 9th grade pill, Saint Child might be able to create history. The talent of an immortal emperor, terrifying. At this moment, Yundan perfected being felt his scalp go numb from being shocked. The result he least wanted to accept was the final truth. He fell into deep self-doubt. Could it be? I've been refining pills wrong my whole life. Should I throw the medicinal materials in one by one? Should the pill fire be so strong that it can refine the pill furnace? Perfected being Sheng Su had long been laughing so much that he couldn't close his mouth. He glanced at the dumbfounded Yundan perfected being and thought to himself that he really had no knowledge. What's there to be so surprised about? My disciple. The talent of an immortal emperor. Just casually refining a 9th grade pill. Is it really that rare? Ah! Wei Yunzheng was in the most central part of the crowd, surrounded by the suffocating sound of discussions, and there were fanatical gazes from all directions. The atmosphere was once again heightened here. It's hard to end without putting on a show. After Wei Yunzheng looked around, he stood with one hand behind his back and pointed at the sky, ready to speak and show off in front of everyone. He even struck a pose. But after a while, he was speechless. In the end, he could only sigh. Damn it, Xiao Yan! All the lines were taken in advance. For a moment, I didn't know what to say to show off in front of everyone. Just as the entire extreme emptiness was immersed in boundless boiling shock, something unexpected happened. Everyone, look at the pill furnace. There was a sound of astonishment. Everyone turned their gaze towards the pill furnace. They saw that the pill furnace, which had always been motionless, began to change slowly. A hazy purple gas overflowed from the surroundings of the furnace lid and gradually increased. Soon, endless purple gas gushed out from inside the pill furnace. At the same time, it seemed as if there was a reaction between heaven and earth. The purple gas came from the east, enveloping a radius of 3,000 miles. Buzzing! Buzzing! A violent trembling sound came from inside the pill furnace, as if there were divine objects about to break out of the furnace. In an instant, the sun dimmed, and the purple gas soared into the sky. Colorful clouds floated and descended densely in the sky above extreme emptiness. Immediately, a beam of light pierced through the heavens and the earth, descending from the sky and shining on the pill furnace. Accompanied by the wonderful sound of heaven and earth, it contained profound truths and famous sayings of the great Dao. Following that, countless intertwined runes appeared on the pill furnace, strange and extraordinary, giving people a sense of profoundness and heaviness. A fragrance of pills diffused out, with a light and elegant scent that was not stunning at first smell, but when sniffed carefully, it made people willingly indulge in it, giving a feeling of floating into the realm of immortals. Boom! Suddenly, the furnace lid was shaken open. An extremely dazzling light shot out from the furnace mouth, gradually transforming into yin and yang, black and white, rotating slowly, as if demonstrating the mysteries of the interaction between yin and yang. Seeing this scene, countless people were shocked, sniffing the fragrance of the pills while observing the changes in the heavenly and earthly phenomena. One event followed another, and in the end, there was even such a change. It was truly unbelievable. The disciples of Pill Hall were pale, their whole bodies trembling, and their trembling fingers pointed at the pill furnace. This is the phenomenon that can only occur when a 9th grade pill is born. After speaking, they sat on the ground in a daze. For them, encountering such a phenomenon was like a fervent believer meeting the true God. It was worth it in this lifetime. After all, the sacred pill was a legendary existence, almost extinct in the world, let alone being able to witness it in person. At this moment, Wei Yunzhen's position in the hearts of the disciples of Pill Hall rose steadily, almost surpassing their mentor. Saint Child, Grand Master of Pill Dao. Xiao Yan's eyes were lifeless as he watched everything happening before him, unmoved, his soul wandering outside the world, feeling that life was disillusioned. Whether it was the birth of a sacred pill or an immortal pill, it didn't matter to him anymore. At this moment, he doubted whether he was still not awake. Didn't Extreme Emptiness Saint Child refine a pill before? Did he deceive me? Impossible. Everything in front of me is fake. I won't lose. Wake me up. Yun Dan perfected being completely lost control of his expression, looking as if he had seen a ghost. He was no longer suspecting that he had made a mistake in refining the pill, but now he was suspecting that he had entered the wrong channel. What kind of great pleasure is this? Can you refine an extraordinary pill by refining it blindly? And it's starting with a sacred pill. The phenomenon continued for the duration of an incense stick, pushing the emotions of everyone present to a climax, looking at the instigator with incomparable admiration. Wei Yunzheng remained calm. His mind was indeed filled with various thoughts. He never expected that refining a pill would cause such a sensation. From this perspective, shouldn't my pill be considered successful? He had a slight doubt. After all, he knew that he really didn't remember the dosage of the medicinal ingredients and just threw them in one by one, without his own method and understanding of pill refining. In other words, the possibility of the pill being successful was infinitely small. Not to mention refining the so-called sacred pill or immortal pill. At this moment, all the phenomena in the entire world began to slowly rotate, with the purple gas carrying colorful clouds, rotating in a positive direction. Around the only beam of light between heaven and earth, the colors gradually mixed, as if a rainbow dominated by purple was slowly unfolding. Everyone was so amazed by this scene that they were speechless. It is simply indescribable in words, the unique magnificence of this scene. Gradually, the colors become deeper and deeper, eventually transforming into distinct black and white, representing the opposition of yin and yang, elucidating the profound meaning of the Dao. At the same time, a cluster of light floats out from the furnace. In an instant, the black and white in the sky find their place, turning into flowing light and spiraling into the cluster of light. Whoosh! A strong wind blows. Wei Yunzheng takes several steps back. Although the scene before him is magnificent and magical, everything is still unknown, and if there is any danger, he will be the first to face it. Soon, the black and white completely merge into the cluster of light, and the world returns to its original state. Everyone looks at each other, as if they have just experienced a fantastical dream. Crack! The cluster of light shatters. A dense and mysterious aura sweeps through extreme emptiness. This aura is transcendental and profound, causing everyone present to change their expressions. They clearly perceive that the speed of true qi circulation in their bodies suddenly increases, and even their cultivation seems to have improved. What the f***ck? Immortal qi! Perfected being Sheng Su exclaims. As one of the peak cultivators in Zhongzhou, perfected being Sheng Su has a far greater understanding of the immortal world than ordinary people, and instantly recognizes the source of this aura. This is Immortal Pill. Perfected being Sheng Su says in a daze. Beside him, several figures appear instantly, and all the elders of Extreme Emptiness gather together. They are also excited by this aura. Their faces flush, and their eyes shine. An immortal pill. A legendary object. To actually refine it in Extreme Emptiness today. To witness it with their own eyes, this life is not in vain. On the field. After everything settles, 2 pills are exposed to everyone's sight, one black and one white, slowly rising into the air. Oh my god, 2 pills were actually refined. Are they holy pills or immortal pills? Yes, it's truly unbelievable. What we have seen today will be unforgettable for a lifetime. At this moment, the perfected being of Extreme Emptiness stands above the clouds, stroking his beard and smiling. Today, the saint child refines pills and discusses the Dao, obtaining the peerless immortal pill, bringing glory to our mighty Extreme Emptiness, great virtue. The crowd erupts in commotion once again. It's actually an immortal pill. Everyone stares with wide eyes, squeezing their way forward, wanting to observe the legendary immortal pill up close. Wei Yunzheng is stunned. Hey! I actually refined an immortal pill. He falls into contemplation. Is this how pill refinement works? Looking at the 2 pills slowly rising, he feels something. The so-called fusion of yin and yang pills actually doesn't refer to a single pill. One black and one white, presumably corresponding to the words yin and yang. But what does fusion mean? Wei Yunzheng is completely puzzled. Deng deng deng! Zhou Chaochu quickly runs to Wei Yunzheng's side. Congratulations, senior brother, on refining the immortal pill. Senior brother, let me fetch the pill for you. He is burning with envy, wanting to be the first to touch the immortal pill, perhaps leaving his name in history. Alright. Zhou Chaochu is overjoyed at the words, leaping up and about to grab the immortal pill. Suddenly, he sees another pair of hands reaching for it. Zhou Chaochu subconsciously looked up and met Xiao Yan's complex gaze, which contained struggle and madness. An elixir. In this world, there has never been a precedent for the appearance of an elixir. This is an extraordinary opportunity. Xiao Yan looked at the slowly rising elixir and couldn't help himself. The only remaining thought in his mind told him that doing this might lead to extreme emptiness. But as the elixir got closer to him, greed ultimately overcame caution. He made a move. He was about to snatch the elixir. Zhou Chaochu was momentarily stunned in mid-air, but quickly reacted. This damn guy wants to snatch the elixir. He became furious. His nascent soul cultivation erupted, forming an invisible storm around him. He fearlessly charged up, vowing to protect his senior brother's elixir. Although Zhou Chaochu never engaged in fights and his cultivation didn't attract much attention, he was still one of the 3 disciples of vast righteousness peak. Naturally, he couldn't be underestimated. Xiao Yan's eyes widened as he felt the cold wind, as cold as a mountain stream, rushing towards him. He didn't expect this small nascent soul cultivator in front of him to suddenly erupt with such power. You underestimate me. Xiao Yan disdainfully said, but in reality, he had already unleashed his full strength. Like a falling meteor, he charged straight towards the elixir. Boom! Zhou Chaochu and Xiao Yan collided at the location of the elixir. The tremendous impact and the sound of the collision brought everyone's attention back. Everything happened too suddenly. In the blink of an eye, the two of them collided. Many people didn't even realize what had happened. Whoosh! Only a figure, like a bird with broken wings, fell weakly from the sky, tracing a tragic arc. Wei Yunzheng was greatly shocked. After seeing the person's face clearly, "Junior brother!" He hurriedly ran towards the place where Zhou Chaochu fell. With his arms open, he estimated the landing spot and paced back and forth. Thump! A dull sound rang out. Wei Yunzheng retracted his outstretched arms, took a step forward, and squatted down. He said with a pained expression, "I'm sorry, junior brother." Senior brother miscalculated and missed a step. Blood overflowed from Zhou Chaochu's mouth. His mischievous face was filled with pain. He tightly clenched one hand and tremblingly grabbed Wei Yunzhen's hand with the other. "Senior brother! No need to say anything, junior brother. Rest assured, senior brother will take care of you." Zhou Chaochu was dumbfounded. Gurgle. A trace of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth again. At this moment, everyone realized what had happened. They were all furious. In an instant, countless true qi erupted, and the crowd was filled with indignation. They were about to rush forward and challenge Xiao Yan. The smile on perfected being Sheng Su's face froze. Suddenly, his beard stood up, and his angry shout resounded through the heavens and earth. "How dare you!" Endless majesty surged out of him recklessly. A giant hand, covering the sky and sun, appeared in the sky. The fluctuation of true qi emitted from it was extremely terrifying. The giant hand reached down towards Xiao Yan. It was like grabbing a tiny ant. Xiao Yan's face changed drastically. Endless fear rose from the depths of his soul, and he couldn't muster any fighting spirit. This giant hand could even affect a person's emotions. "Stop! Otherwise, I'll crush this elixir!" Xiao Yan shouted loudly. Between his two fingers, a black object attracted everyone's attention. It was one of the elixirs. The giant hand that seemed capable of overturning the entire world came to a sudden halt. Perfected being Sheng Su gritted his teeth, squinted his eyes, and was actually threatened by a junior in public. Wei Yunzheng looked at the ever-changing situation on the field. Doubts arose in his heart. Where is Bai Dan? Senior brother? Zhou Chaochu and Wei Yunzhen's arms straightened up, as if he had something to say. Wei Yunzheng frowned and immediately covered Zhou Chaochu's mouth. "Junior brother, don't speak. If you speak, you'll lose your breath. It's better to leave later." Whoosh! Above the sky, countless flying swords gathered from all directions, and in a short period of time, Xiao Yan became the target, surrounded on all sides. Perfected being Sheng Su stood in the clouds, indifferently speaking with endless coldness in his tone. "Speak. What conditions can make you give me the elixir?" Xiao Yan sensed that he was being locked onto by countless auras. Only then did he calm down a bit. Although he hadn't snatched the two elixirs, he still had some bargaining chips in his hands. At least it hadn't reached the point of no return yet. He remained calm on the surface. But his heart was screaming madly. "Elder Yao! Master, it's Xiao Yan! Can you hear me?" The sound transmission was like a drop in the ocean. No response at all. This is bad. Xiao Yan's heart became heavy. It seemed that he couldn't rely on Elder Yao anymore. He remained calm and bowed, his voice like a bell. Junior, I greet the head of Extreme Emptiness. Don't talk nonsense. Let's talk conditions. I don't have much patience. Perfected being Sheng Su said straightforwardly, not even bothering to put on a facade. Xiao Yan was stunned. He didn't expect the head of Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land to be so quick and straightforward in his speech, lacking any elegance or refinement. Although he had snatched the elixirs himself. He extended a finger, one condition. Let me go, and I will naturally return the elixirs to you. No. The head cannot agree to this thief's condition. The whole scene erupted in an instant. Many disciples of Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land shouted in anger. They had witnessed Xiao Yan injuring their fellow disciple and taking the elixirs. If they let him leave like this, what face would Extreme Emptiness have in the future? Mu Yao's eyebrows furrowed as she looked at Xiao Yan, her eyes filled with coldness. She didn't expect that in just a few years, the young man from before had turned into what he was now. Putting aside his cultivation level, his character had completely deteriorated. He had become selfish, competitive, and resorted to despicable and shameless means. He had a beastly heart, engaged in all sorts of evil deeds, and had lost all sense of morality. The list of his wrongdoings was too long to write down. He was cunning and treacherous. Mu Yao gritted her teeth. All right. Perfected being Sheng Su didn't hesitate at all and immediately agreed to Xiao Yan's condition. As long as you return the elixirs, you will be able to leave Extreme Emptiness unharmed. Is this true? Xiao Yan didn't expect perfected being Sheng Su to agree so readily. As the head, my words are as solid as gold. Naturally, I mean it. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's gaze flickered, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, and he said, Good. I need someone to be my hostage. As long as I leave Extreme Emptiness, the hostage and the elixirs will be returned together. Very well. Perfected being Sheng Su didn't even think about it, agreeing without any hesitation. In his eyes, Xiao Yan was already a dead man. Heh! Little guy! I only promised to let you leave Extreme Emptiness alive. As for how long you can live after leaving Extreme Emptiness, it depends on my mood. I want him to be my hostage. Xiao Yan pointed at Zhou Chaochu, who was weak in Wei Yunzhen's arms, and said. As soon as these words were spoken, it stirred up anger once again. Is he still human? He injured someone so severely, yet he still wants that person to be his hostage. If the gazes of the disciples of Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land could kill, Xiao Yan would have long been sent back to reincarnation. Wei Yunzhen looked at the dying Zhou Chaochu in his arms, and a wave of pain surged in his heart. Junior brother, is the heavens treating you so unfairly that you have to make a final contribution to Extreme Emptiness before you die? Perfected being Sheng Su glanced at Zhou Chaochu, who seemed as if he could leave this world at any moment, and his face darkened completely. This is too much. He actually wants Zhou Chaochu to be his hostage. After all, Zhou Chaochu is his disciple. How can he bear to watch his critically ill disciple fall into someone else's hands again? There was already a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Fine. We agree. Perfected being Sheng Su turned his head and looked at Yun Dan perfected being in astonishment. Yun Dan perfected being said firmly, Senior brother, our son can be reborn, but this elixir is the only one. As the saying goes, if my child doesn't go to hell, who will? On the ground. Ha ha ha. Zhou Chaochu trembled violently, his eyes filled with disbelief, and he mumbled unclearly with his mouth covered by Wei Yunzhen. The hand holding Wei Yunzhen's hand trembled even more. Wei Yunzhen showed a pained expression and said, Junior brother, don't worry, senior brother won't let anything happen to you. Then, after thinking for a moment, he looked at Xiao Yan with anger and resentment, and then said to Zhou Chaochu. If anything happens to you, if you sacrifice yourself heroically, senior brother will offer incense to you every year. What? Are you sure you're not seeking revenge for me? Zhou Chaochu thought so. At this moment. Now that you have all agreed, I will take Zhou Chaochu away. Xiao Yan slowly descended from the sky, firmly landing on the ground, and walked towards Wei Yunzhen. He forced, Saint Child, Please hand over this fellow deist to me. Wei Yunzhen stood up, supporting Zhou Chaochu and looking at his pitiful expression, he couldn't bear it and protected him behind him. Calmly, he said, why don't I accompany you on this journey? Xiao Yan shook his head, anyone can be a hostage, but not you, Saint Child. I'm afraid that our roles will be reversed, and I will become your hostage. In fact, I'm quite useless. I'm even inferior to my junior brother, and my status is very high, making me the most suitable hostage. Wei Yunzhen explained seriously. His eyes were sincere and earnest. Xiao Yan was stunned for a moment, then pointed at his own face, do I look like a fool to you? There's no point in discussing further. Give him to him, Yunzheng. My son and I share the same bloodline, and I am the closest person to him. I believe I am the most qualified to make decisions for him. Yun Dan perfected being's words fell clearly into Wei Yunzhen's ears. Wei Yunzhen's expression kept changing. Xiao Yan took a few steps closer. Give him to me, or I will crush this elixir immediately. Wei Yunzhen remained silent and continued to protect Zhou Chaochu. Although he didn't want his junior brother to suffer such a calamity. But it seems that there is no other way now. Xiao Yan approached closer and closer. Hand him over quickly. He shouted twice in a row. At this moment, Wei Yunzhen looked at the black elixir in his hand. A flash of inspiration. You can crush it. I won't hand my junior brother over to you. If the elixir is gone, it's gone. I can always refine another one. He had been stuck in a mental deadlock before. Isn't it just an elixir? Can't I refine another one? It's just that no one has seen the elixir before, so they attach too much importance to it, thinking it's a peerless treasure. But Wei Yunzhen can refine it again. Why should he be threatened like this? Isn't a pill refined by his junior brother more important? It seems so. There is, right. At this moment, Wei Yunzhen suddenly felt Zhou Chaochu, who was protected behind him, poking his waist. He turned his head to look. Zhou Chaochu had blood stains all over his mouth, and a hideous smile appeared on his face. His father was going to hand him over, but his senior brother wouldn't. The hand that had been tightly clenched, stretched out, opened. Inside, there was a white elixir. It was he who risked his life to protect his senior brother. Worth it. Wei Yunzhen was stunned, only paying attention to the black pill being taken by Xiao Yan, and didn't realize that the white pill was still on Zhou Chaochu. Why didn't you say it was in your hands earlier? He couldn't help but reproach. Zhou Chaochu opened his mouth, wanting to say that it was because Wei Yunzhen never let him speak. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind sounded. The moment Xiao Yan saw the white pill, he was like a ferocious tiger seeing its prey, his eyes filled with terrifying red light, immediately wanting to snatch the pill. Although he could use the black pill as a bargaining chip at this moment. But he knew clearly. His life was still not in his own hands. His actions today in extreme emptiness had completely offended this formidable entity, with no room for turning back. Moreover, the promise made by the head of extreme emptiness was too easily given. He wouldn't let himself off so easily. To survive, he must obtain another elixir. Although he didn't know the wonders of the elixir. But since it belonged to the immortal world, presumably, by borrowing the power of the elixir, perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope. He could only place all his bets on this. All in. All in. All in. All in, it's a kind of wisdom. Xiao Yan thought so. At this moment, Xiao Yan seemed to have transformed into a human-killing machine, his true qi forming a bone-corroding gust of wind around him. Two flames appeared in his palms, instantly integrating into a blue-white fire lotus, thrown towards Wei Yunzhen. Extreme emptiness Saint Child, he couldn't afford to be careless. He made his move with a powerful attack. As long as he could catch extreme emptiness Saint Child off guard and take the white pill, he could change his fate. At the moment when Xiao Yan erupted, Wei Yunzhen instantly sensed something. In an instant, he saw the crystal-clear blue-white fire lotus floating towards him and Zhou Chaochu, with Xiao Yan behind them like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. They were too close. Xiao Yan had unknowingly closed the distance between them. Wei Yunzhen's eyelids twitched. Others didn't know what that beautiful fire lotus was. But did he not know? Beneath its beautiful appearance was a terrifying explosive force. But he couldn't retreat any further. Behind him, Zhou Chaochu was barely hanging on. Damn it! Wei Yunzhen cursed, already in a desperate situation with no possibility of escape. A trapped beast will still fight. At this critical moment, Wei Yunzhen took a step forward, completely shielding Zhou Chaochu behind him, gripping the hilt of his sword with one hand, his eyes flashing with a fierce light, showing no signs of retreat. The long sword in his hand instantly moved, drawing a perfect arc, creating an extremely sharp sword aura storm that shook the void. Xiao Yan, who was diving forward, only felt as if he was locked in by a majestic sword aura that could cut through heaven and earth, containing the aura of the great Dao. In front of him was an endless sea of sword light, as if it could illuminate the entire world. Boom! The blue-white fire lotus was annihilated within the sword aura, creating a violent energy fluctuation that spread in all directions, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Xiao Yan felt all his bones creaking, countless piercing explosions ringing in his ears, and only that shocking sword remained in his mind. Is this the sword of extreme emptiness, Saint Child? Truly so terrifying. All the gusts of wind around his body turned into a shield. His body was full of wounds. With a thought, he shouted, "Shadow escape technique!" The next second, Xiao Yan, dragging his broken body, appeared out of thin air behind the weakened Zhou Chaochu, grabbing Zhou Chaochu's arm. Zhou Chaochu felt a strong pulling sensation on her shoulders, and the next second she was dragged by Xiao Yan and flew backwards, creating distance between her and Wei Yunzhen. Wei Yunzhen was startled by the power of his own sword, and the sound of breaking through the air brought his attention back. The sword pointed at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan hid behind Zhou Chaochu, a nearly insane and wild smile appearing on his face. Since the pill snatching began, every step was like walking on thin ice. The consequence of failure would be complete destruction. Now, he finally succeeded, capturing Zhou Chaochu, who held the white pill, and winning a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, Xiao Yan felt a sharp pain deep in his soul, his consciousness violently shook, his eyes rolled back, as if he was about to become dumb. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. Humph! Yao Lao's voice suddenly resounded in his consciousness, like a wake-up spell, instantly restoring Xiao Yan to normal. In that brief moment, Xiao Yan felt as if he had just passed through the gates of hell. He almost died on the spot. He was drenched in cold sweat. "Yao Lao!" Xiao Yan exclaimed in surprise. "What happened? Someone attacked your consciousness with great power." Yao Lao's voice was filled with astonishment and seriousness. He had just awakened from his slumber a few days ago, only to be rudely awakened by an attack on his consciousness, further damaging his already weakened origin. Putting aside everything else, if he hadn't blocked the previous attack on Xiao Yan's consciousness, his disciple, who he had finally found, would have already gone to the afterlife without anyone knowing. Xiao Yan gritted his teeth and said, "Yao Lao, at this moment, I am in extreme emptiness." Then he briefly and concisely explained the general situation, letting Yao Lao understand the current situation. Didn't you promise to wait for me to wake up before doing anything?" Yao Lao activated his true qi and felt like Xiao Yan was going to kill him. Xiao Yan remained silent. In the sky, perfected being Sheng Su looked puzzled. Xiao Yan actually survived his attack on his consciousness, which was truly unexpected. When Xiao Yan held the black pill earlier, he was afraid that if he made a mistake, Xiao Yan, who was under the attack of his consciousness, would unintentionally crush the black pill. And at the moment Xiao Yan made his move, the black pill was stored in his personal storage ring, giving perfected being Sheng Su the opportunity to attack. But he truly didn't expect that Xiao Yan could survive his attack on his consciousness. His eyes narrowed, this kid had secrets in his consciousness. Xiao Yan didn't have time to pay attention to the shocked and angry Yao Lao. His situation was extremely dangerous now. Someone powerful had already targeted him. If it weren't for Yao Lao, he would have lost his life. If it happened again, he really wouldn't have the chance to meet his ancestors. With determination in his heart, the black pill appeared out of thin air and was swallowed. You brat! He actually swallowed the elixir. The disciple of Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land was shocked by this scene. He didn't expect Xiao Yan to do such a thing. Zhou Chaochu, who was close by, watched as Xiao Yan swallowed the black pill. Her mind went blank. He swallowed the pill. Now, only the white pill in my hand is left. In her eyes, Xiao Yan's fierce face reflected the image of a desperate gambler going all in. Success meant seizing a glimmer of hope with the power of the elixir. Failure meant death. The next second, Xiao Yan reached out to snatch the white pill. Zhou Chaochu anticipated his intention to snatch the pill and knew that she couldn't protect the white pill no matter what. She raised her hand and was about to swallow the white pill. I won't let you benefit from it. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with rage. One palm strikes Zhou Chaochu's head. In the next second, Xiao Yan's palm had not yet struck, but in his mind, he heard Yao Lao's heart-wrenching roar, ah! It's another spiritual attack. Yao Lao could withstand one spiritual attack from perfected being Sheng Su, but not the second. Instantly, he became dispirited, as if his soul was about to scatter. Even though Yao Lao had already endured perfected being Sheng Su's spiritual attack, the aftermath still caused Xiao Yan extreme pain. A majestic roar echoed in his mind. Xiao Yan's body went limp like a noodle, trembling uncontrollably, and fell to the ground. He witnessed Zhou Chaochu swallowing the white pill. Die! Perfected being Sheng Su shouted coldly. Raising his hand and striking down from above, it was like a divine punishment descending from the sky, with a magnificent pressure that left no room for resistance. Wei Yunzheng acted swiftly. In the instant Xiao Yan collapsed to the ground, he moved and brought the heavily injured Zhou Chaochu back to his side. At the same time, without hesitation, he slashed towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan quickly comprehended the situation. After recognizing the power of Wei Yunzhen's sword, he was momentarily stunned, not even having time to feel joy. His mind was completely focused on the ever-changing situation. At this moment, Xiao Yan had no ability to resist. Clearly, he was in a hopeless situation. But he still chose to strike back with a sword. After all, the chosen one of destiny never reasoned. Surviving against all odds was commonplace for them. He had to be cautious. Xiao Yan was in the center of the storm, able to keenly feel the deadly crisis enveloping him. The intense sense of danger made his heart race. Is this the end? In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's will to live emerged. He had no means left, and Yao Lao's consciousness was also dispirited, with no response at all, not even knowing if he was alive or dead. He could sense it. The sound of the wind breaking continuously filled the air. Before him was an endless sword intent as fast as a shooting star, and it felt as if the entire sky was pressing down on him. In the next second, he would turn into dust. Suddenly, Xiao Yan heard the sound of a drum. Time seemed to stand still. Dong dong dong! It was his heartbeat. A strong and domineering wave erupted from within him, boundless energy filled Xiao Yan's organs, and his body instantly emitted a terrifying black light. Xiao Yan was overjoyed. The swallowed elixir was taking effect. The endless black light seemed capable of devouring everything, causing a tremor deep in the souls of the onlookers. At this moment, Xiao Yan felt as if he was possessed by a war god. Profound aura surged around his body, and countless runes circulated on him, forming a smile on his face like that of a dragon king. The black light shot up, piercing through the giant palm, and then soared into the sky, shattering even the clouds. Wei Yunzhen's sword intent dissipated silently the moment it touched Xiao Yan, without causing any ripples. Ha ha ha! The heavens are helping me! Xiao Yan looked up and let out a long roar. The power of this elixir was unexpectedly terrifying. Although he hadn't swallowed the white pill, it should be enough for him to survive the extreme emptiness. At the same time, an immeasurable white light burst forth from Zhou Chaochu's body, facing Xiao Yan in a contrasting manner. The radiance flowed all over his body, and all his injuries were instantly healed. Senior brother! After shouting towards Wei Yunzheng, Zhou Chaochu could no longer speak. He was completely submerged in the white light, as if he had been hidden inside a sphere of light, not knowing what would happen. The same was true for Xiao Yan. Two spheres of light, one black and one white, floated in mid-air, attracting the attention of everyone present. No one knew what changes would occur after the two of them swallowed the elixir. Gradually, there were signs of anomaly in the world, with lightning and thunder as if there was divine punishment. All things sensed something unusual. Extreme emptiness, above and below. Everyone was on high alert. They were constantly monitoring the changes in the light clusters where Xiao Yan and Zhou Chaochu were located, vowing to execute Xiao Yan today. The expression on perfected being Sheng Su's face was serious, showing neither sadness nor joy. He gave off a sense of imposing without anger. He had failed to kill Xiao Yan multiple times, which left him frustrated. He always felt like the other party was standing on the side of fate, able to escape death every time for unknown reasons. Wei Yunzheng was also secretly shocked. The Son of Destiny was indeed not easy to kill. Unexpected events still occurred at the critical moment. He didn't know the effect of the fusion of yin and yang pill. When he first held it, it was just a tattered prescription. And at this moment, Xiao Yan and Zhou Chaochu each swallowed one, not a complete pill. He really didn't know what would happen. Hopefully, Chaochu will be fine. Wei Yunzheng thought to himself. The wind rustled. A strong wind rose. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Look! The light clusters seem to be about to break. A disciple exclaimed. Under the gaze of everyone, the black and white light clusters began to shatter from the inside out. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the earth-shaking energy shook the heavens and the earth. Countless rays of light scattered, and thick smoke billowed, making it impossible to see the situation inside. Ha ha ha! So this is the immortal pill. It's so amazing. This feeling. I want 10. Voices came from deep within the thick smoke, and everyone was on edge. It was Xiao Yan. So arrogant. Get him. But then they all frowned, extremely dissatisfied with Xiao Yan, and at this moment, everyone present had a strange feeling they couldn't describe. Senior brother. It was Zhou Chaochu's voice. I'm here. Wei Yunzheng replied, his eyes fixed on the slowly dissipating thick smoke, fully focused. At this moment, someone rushed out first. Zhou Chaochu's face was flushed, as if he had endless strength. He moved with great speed and heat radiated from his body. He arrived next to Wei Yunzheng in 3 steps and 2 steps. Wei Yunzheng examined him up and down, and apart from his flushed face, there didn't seem to be any other changes. He repeatedly asked, Junior brother, how do you feel now? I feel great, senior brother, just a little hot. Zhou Chaochu replied. Before Wei Yunzheng could ask more questions, the figure of Yundan perfected being instantly appeared in front of the two, grabbing Zhou Chaochu's shoulders and anxiously asking, My child, do you feel anything else, such as a surge in cultivation or a transformation of your physique, etc.? Zhou Chaochu's eyes flickered, and after careful contemplation, he said, My injuries are completely healed, but my cultivation hasn't surged. However, I feel full of energy now, as if I'm very powerful. Yundan perfected being circled around Zhou Chaochu. He pursed his lips and fell into deep thought. What exactly is the effect of this immortal pill? At the same time, Xiao Yan's panicked voice sounded, What's going on? Why hasn't my cultivation improved? He couldn't believe it as he mobilized the true qi in his body. At this moment, he could feel that he was full of strength, but his cultivation hadn't improved at all. What should he do? Without an improvement in cultivation, it meant that today's situation was more dangerous than auspicious. Xiao Yan panicked. Completely different from his arrogance just a moment ago, while the thick smoke hadn't completely dissipated, he decisively wanted to use the escape technique. Shadow escape technique. Xiao Yan formed a hand seal, praying not to be intercepted. Perfected being Sheng Su raised his eyelids. He sensed the spatial fluctuations below, similar to the fluctuations caused by Xiao Yan controlling Zhou Chaochu earlier. With a wave of his hand, the entire space was completely locked. Xiao Yan's face changed drastically, he had been discovered. Elder Yao! Elder Yao! Do you sense any hidden effects of this elixir? Otherwise, we will all die here. His spiritual sense anxiously called out several times, but Elder Yao did not give him any feedback, which completely panicked Xiao Yan. Could it be that Elder Yao was gone? At this moment, the thick smoke slowly dissipated. Xiao Yan, in a panic, was exposed to everyone's sight. What the F***ck? What the F***ck? A series of gasps sounded, countless people widened their eyes and looked at Xiao Yan, the scene in front of them amazed them. What the F***ck? Wei Yunzheng also cursed. In disbelief, he said. A cross-dresser. They saw that Xiao Yan, who was originally a tough young man, at this moment, had become a lot shorter, with a rounder figure, and even the lines of his face had softened, clearly turning into a woman. Xiao Yan noticed the strange gazes of the crowd and asked anxiously, "What are you all looking at?" No one answered, everyone looked at him as if he were a rare creature. What the hell happened? Someone tell me. Xiao Yan was shocked and angry, fear arose from the depths of his heart, and he shouted at the crowd. Then he noticed something was wrong. My voice. Why is it so high-pitched? He looked down and couldn't see his own feet. A great panic rose in his heart, he couldn't accept it, shaking his head repeatedly, no no no. It can't be. He reached out to feel. The kun disappeared. He sat dejectedly on the ground, his eyes lifeless, his pupils dilated, unable to accept it for a while. What kind of elixir is this? Why did I become a woman? Listening to Xiao Yan's questioning, everyone turned their gaze to Wei Yunzheng, their eyes full of inquiry. What kind of elixir did Saint Child refine this time? It actually turned a man into a woman. This is too perverted. Wei Yunzheng covered his face, never dreaming that something like this would happen. At this moment, perfected being Sheng Su descended on a cloud. With a thought, a rope flew in the wind and firmly bound Xiao Yan, who was lost and confused. Only then did Xiao Yan come back to his senses. He felt that the true qi in his body was stagnant and unable to circulate, there was simply no possibility of breaking free, and the brute force generated after swallowing the elixir was also useless. This elixir? Could it only turn men into women? There wasn't even anything extraordinary about brute force. Completely hopeless. Perfected being Sheng Su and Yun Dan perfected being joined together and surrounded Xiao Yan, pointing and observing him carefully. In their eyes, Xiao Yan was like a rare species being studied. Wei Yunzheng suddenly noticed that Zhou Chaochu nudged him. He turned his head. Zhou Chaochu's face turned even redder, panting heavily, like an old ox after plowing the fields, his eyes bloodshot. Senior brother, I'm so hot, so uncomfortable. Wei Yunzheng reached out and touched Zhou Chaochu's forehead, which was scorching hot, like touching a kettle filled with boiling water. Junior brother, where are you uncomfortable? Swollen, my whole body is swollen. Zhou Chaochu slowly curled up his body, his face somewhat distorted, as if he was trying his best to restrain something, his eyes were about to burst into flames. It's really, so uncomfortable. One head, two big ones. Wei Yunzhen's face gradually stiffened as he witnessed this scene, eventually becoming dull. Things seemed to be developing in an increasingly strange direction. Zhou Chaochu grabbed Wei Yunzhen's sleeve, leaving deep wrinkles, and half crouched down, desperately suppressing a dry roar in his throat. It was too uncomfortable. Like being thrown into a furnace. He began to tear off his clothes recklessly, trying to find some relief. What the hell? The more Wei Yunzheng thought about it, the more something felt wrong. He swallowed the comforting words he had prepared and quickly withdrew his arm. Master, senior uncle, come and see Chaochu. Upon hearing this, Extreme Emptiness perfected being's gaze shifted from Xiao Yan's chest, where he couldn't see his toes, and he expressed surprise. Only then did he become concerned about his second disciple. As Zhou Chaochu's father, Yun Dan perfected being quickly checked Zhou Chaochu's condition and was startled. His eyes flickered with a sharp light. Could it be demonic possession? It doesn't seem like it, and there's no true qi fluctuation. He frowned, puzzled. Then he infused a strand of true qi. He let out a sigh of relief. The true qi is stable, so it's not demonic possession. Then he became puzzled again. Could it be that the elixir is poisonous? Yunzhen, haven't you asked what kind of elixir he was refining? Senior uncle, it's the yin-yang fusion pill. His Yundan perfected being pondered for a moment and had no impression of this pill. It seems that Chaochu might be experiencing side effects from swallowing the elixir. Just endure it for a while. Could Xiao Yan be any worse? Elixirs don't harm people. At this moment, perfected being Sheng Su became furious. Endure it? Chaochu will suffocate. This is clearly an aphrodisiac. Now even a wooden stick would make him rub against it. Upon hearing this, Yundan perfected being extended his arm and carefully felt it for a moment. He noticed that Zhou Chaochu wriggled up and down a couple of times and was frightened, quickly distancing himself from his own son. In disbelief, he asked, "How did you know?" "I can tell with just one look." Perfected being Sheng Su said proudly. He's even proud of this. Wei Yunzhen was stunned. He didn't expect it to really be an aphrodisiac. He suddenly understood the meaning of the yin-yang fusion pill. One yin and one yang. And then they merge. Isn't this just an aphrodisiac? Such a high-sounding name, and it turns out to have this effect. He glanced at the wriggling Zhou Chaochu and discreetly moved further away. "It's okay." Yundan perfected being waved his hand. "I have the tranquil mind pill here, which can suppress his desires." As he spoke, he approached Zhou Chaochu and stuffed a pill into his mouth. Zhou Chaochu seemed to have completely lost his sanity now. His eyes were bloodshot, and he wanted to attack anyone he saw, even his own father. Yundan perfected being held Zhou Chaochu's face, who was trying to get closer, and kicked him away. Plop! All the disciples present looked at Zhou Chaochu in confusion, not understanding why he suddenly turned into this. Soon, someone noticed something. But they weren't sure. After a moment, Yundan perfected being carefully observed Zhou Chaochu and exclaimed, "It seems that the tranquil mind pill doesn't work." Perfected being Sheng Su's expression became solemn. The immortal grade spring pill is probably not simple either. Chaochu might explode and die without releasing the fire. Zhou Chaochu had completely transformed into a red-faced monster, his eyes filled with lustful desires. His upper body was completely naked, resembling a wild beast. The female disciples present covered their faces and turned away. The male disciples clicked their tongues in astonishment. Perfected being Sheng Su's eyes widened, and he said seriously, "It's too indecent in such a public place. Let's talk somewhere else." With a wave of his sleeves, Wei Yunzhen felt a momentary dizziness. When he opened his eyes, he was already inside the Extreme Emptiness hall. Around him, Yundan perfected being was controlling Zhou Chaochu, who was trying to attack again, as well as perfected being Sheng Su and the tightly bound Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's face was now ashen. He lowered his head and remained silent. I can vaguely see saliva uncontrollably flowing from his eyes. "Senior brother, what should we do? This kid has completely lost his sanity." Yundan perfected being's voice was urgent, with a hint of embarrassment. Anyone who was being fiercely attacked by their own son in front of others would feel utterly ashamed. Perfected being Sheng Su's gaze became focused, as if he had made a determined decision. "Well then, just find another girlfriend, the disciple's life is more important." He sighed and said, "It's all right, wait for me a moment." After speaking, he walked towards a side hall and returned with a lively fish in his hand. His eyes were filled with reluctance. "It should be suitable, take it for your son." "Damn it!" Wei Yunzhen watched this scene and felt like he had learned some strange knowledge again. "What's the use of this?" Yundan perfected being became angry, feeling like he was being mocked. Perfected being Sheng Su held the fish and complained, "This is a good thing, you old man better recognize its value. The size and dimensions were carefully selected by me." Yundan perfected being was stunned for a moment, then finally reacted. His face was filled with astonishment as he gave perfected being Sheng Su a thumbs up. "It has to be you." He quickly took the fish and handed it to Zhou Chaochu. The crazed Zhou Chaochu didn't even spare a glance and threw the fish aside. Perfected being Sheng Su was so angry that he almost went berserk on the spot. Damn it! After so many years, Daoya had always treated this fish gently, and you come and treat it so roughly. He kicked Zhou Chaochu far away. Coincidentally, Zhou Chaochu flew to Xiao Yan's side. Soon after, Xiao Yan's whole body trembled. He suddenly felt a pair of hands grabbing onto his body, as if an electric current was passing through him. When he turned his head, he saw Zhou Chaochu pouncing on him like a starving tiger. He was so scared that he almost died on the spot. Immediately, Xiao Yan was pressed down by Zhou Chaochu, completely stunned. In an instant, he regained his senses and had a direct understanding of the current situation. His face changed drastically. Smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. Damn it! He wished he could immediately mobilize his true chi to blast Zhou Chaochu into pieces, but he was tightly bound by the ropes on his body, completely powerless to resist. Damn it! Wei Yunzheng was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that things had developed to this point. Looking at Xiao Yan, who was struggling but unable to do anything, he felt a twinge of guilt in his heart. Perfected being Sheng Su watched with great interest, unable to conceal his excitement in his eyes. Yun Dan perfected being covered his face and said with reluctance, "Let's go, we shouldn't stay here any longer. It's too unbearable to witness." Ignoring perfected being Sheng Su's objections, he dragged him away from this place. Wei Yunzhen followed behind the two of them. Finally, he turned back and took a last look. He noticed Xiao Yan's humiliated gaze and the shimmering tears. He shook his head slightly. It really turned into a fire extinguisher. No! Help! Xiao Yan let out a panicked scream. A pair of rough hands climbed onto his. Premium content, he he he. That day, the screams of Extreme Emptiness Hall lasted for 5 hours. When Wei Yunzhen and the others entered again, Zhou Chaochu was completely unconscious, lying on the ground with a blissful smile on his face. There were scattered and broken clothes all around. Xiao Yan's eyes were vacant as he stared blankly at the sky, his pupils not focusing at all, like a vegetable with its brainstem removed. He lay on the cold ground, naked, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes, expressionless, filled with a sense of death. There's no way to live. I can't hold my head up in this lifetime. Perfected being Sheng Su glanced over and felt thunderstruck. Damn it! Just no kun. I thought I had completely turned into a woman. He clicked his tongue. Covering his face, he couldn't bear to look at the white, blooming red date steamed bun. He waved his hand and draped a robe over Xiao Yan. Wei Yunzhen felt as if the sky had fallen. This is even harder for him to accept than Xiao Yan completely turning into a woman. Suddenly, he thought of a Thai ladyboy wiggling their butt. An unpleasant image appeared in his mind. Xiao Yan wiggled his hips, clasped his hands together, and said, "Sawei di ka." Then he made a peace sign and shook his head, singing, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't bully the poor young man. His goosebumps rose all over his body. Just at that moment, Wei Yunzhen suddenly shook violently, feeling a vague and indescribable sensation in his mind, with runes flowing in his eyes. In his eyes, the lost and soulless Xiao Yan underwent another change at this moment. The dense purple aura representing luck originally suddenly contracted, as if it had weakened by more than half. At the same time, the merit cauldron in Wei Yunzhen's divine consciousness emitted a divine radiance, as if it had intelligence, forcefully pulling the luck that had shrunk by more than half from Xiao Yan's body. In an instant, he felt his chi completely filled, and a gold core formed as if it were a natural result, giving him a feeling that he could split mountains and rivers with his fists. Perfected being Sheng Su and Yun Dan perfected being both turned to look at Wei Yunzhen. In their eyes, Wei Yunzhen seemed to have entered a transcendent state in an instant, emitting a faint pressure all over his body, causing both of them to be stunned. This is enlightenment. Ha ha ha. My disciple has the potential to become an immortal emperor. Perfected being Sheng Su stroked his beard and sighed, looking at his beloved disciple with admiration in his eyes. Yun Dan perfected being was dumbfounded. Looking around, scratching his head, he couldn't figure out what could have caused Wei Yunzhen's enlightenment here. You see, enlightenment also requires specific scenes. Some people can enter an enlightened state when they see plants and trees. Some people can enter an enlightened state when they see vast rivers and mountains. Some people can enter an enlightened state when they see the setting sun and the full moon. But no one has ever entered an enlightened state by looking at a blooming red date steamed bun. Yundan perfected being said. I don't understand the world of geniuses. At this moment, Xiao Yan lifted his eyelids, feeling an indescribable emotion as if he had lost something important. Then he returned to his state of being like a living dead. Whatever. There is nothing left to lose. What should be lost and what shouldn't have been lost have all been lost. The pain of the blooming jujube flowers and the big steamed buns is like a burning sensation, and tears of helplessness flow from the corners of the eyes once again. But it was just a momentary thing. Wei Yunzhen's eyes returned to clarity, tightly clenched his fists, and suddenly he stepped into the gold core stage. From now on, he could disdain every foundation-building cultivator equally. Ah ha ha ha! The joy quickly disappeared, and Wei Yunzhen fell into contemplation, vaguely feeling that he had discovered something. Before the sex grand meeting, he had discovered that although he was only at the foundation-building stage, his diamond finger could violently break through the killing formation set by the Hall Master. He had already doubted his own strength. He had easily shattered Xiao Yan's King Bai Fire Lotus with a casual sword strike. This made Wei Yunzhen realize the extraordinariness of his foundation-building cultivation. Considering his actual situation, before breaking through to the gold core stage, he had absorbed nearly as much earth core marrow elixir as could support 50 nascent soul cultivators, just barely filling his chi-si. This was clearly abnormal. His chi-si was probably many times larger than that of an ordinary foundation-building cultivator. It was probably because of this reason that he could unleash astonishing combat power with his foundation-building cultivation. In addition to this, the sudden condensation of the gold core this time was truly extraordinary. After plundering some of Xiao Yan's luck with the merit cauldron, it seemed to be able to transform into cultivation resources for his breakthrough. Yes. Wei Yunzhen carefully recalled the function of the merit cauldron. First, it could nourish the merit qi, which was the nemesis of evil spirits. Secondly, it could condense the luck of heaven and earth for the host, while also strengthening oneself. Thinking like this, everything became clear. Wei Yunzhen smacked his lips and glanced at Xiao Yan on the ground. At this moment, Xiao Yan in his eyes was no longer a fallen man who had lost his chastity, but a walking cultivation resource. I didn't expect that. I thought I was just ordinary, just handsome. The only gold finger was the manifestation of the saint in front of others. Now it seems that I actually have the tendency to develop into a major antagonist. Wei Yunzhen calculated in his heart, wondering if he could plunder some of Mu Yao's cultivation if she lost her chastity. He. At this moment, perfected being Sheng Su pointed at Xiao Yan and said, "How should we deal with Xiao Yan? Yunzhen, you decide." If it were before, perfected being Sheng Su would definitely have killed Xiao Yan out of anger. But seeing Xiao Yan, who was already numb and indifferent, perfected being Sheng Su no longer had the desire to kill him. Instead, he threw this problem to Wei Yunzhen. Wei Yunzhen's eyes flickered a few times, and he already had a plan in mind. "Master, let's spare Xiao Yan's life for now and imprison him. Your disciple will find a use for him later." He planned to keep Xiao Yan and experiment with how to plunder his luck again. How wonderful! Thinking about the abnormality of the Son of Heaven's destiny, Wei Yunzhen said with concern, "Please assign someone to guard Xiao Yan so that he won't escape." "I will remember." Perfected being Sheng Su said so, but he didn't pay too much attention to it in his heart. The rope that bound Xiao Yan was not simple. Named the Immortal Binding Rope, it was one of the rare law treasures. Not to mention that Xiao Yan couldn't break free from its bondage with his cultivation level alone. Furthermore, once the Immortal Binding Rope successfully bound someone, it would seal off all the true qi in their body, making it impossible to operate. Based on Xiao Yan's current half-dead appearance, there was simply no possibility of escape. "All right, Yunzhen, you take Ugly to rest. I will take Xiao Yan to the prison. I will follow your orders." Perfected being Sheng Su walked up to Xiao Yan, took a glance, and murmured, "You have such a big mouth, I'm afraid you like to interrupt." Extra. Latest news from the Extreme Emptiness debate, Xiao Yan returns in defeat. Soon after, various rumors about Xiao Yan's participation in the Extreme Emptiness debate spread throughout the entire central state. Countless people were fixated on the outcome of this debate. After all, both individuals had extraordinary reputations. The intense competition between the top two on the central state's prodigy list was enough to capture everyone's attention. In the instant the results were announced, the national discussion reached its peak. Some slapped their thighs, exclaiming that their predictions were spot on, while others wore regretful expressions, wondering why Xiao Yan was so disappointing. Some underground gambling houses had already opened bets on the outcome of the debate, attracting a crowd of gamblers eager to place their bets. "Ha ha ha, I won! I bet my entire fortune on Extreme Emptiness Saint Child. Although the odds weren't high, I placed a lot of bets. It feels great. The reputation of an Immortal Emperor is well deserved. Damn it, Xiao Yan is so disappointing. I lost all my hard-earned money. He's so arrogant, challenging the 5 great saint lands. He would have been defeated if he had encountered Extreme Emptiness Saint Child. Brother, in my opinion, Xiao Yan is already impressive enough. The main issue is that Extreme Emptiness Saint Child is just too exceptional. That's the truth." As the events of this debate gradually unfolded, it once again shocked everyone. No one had expected that these two individuals would compete in alchemy during the debate. If one didn't know any better, they would have thought it was an internal conflict within the Good Fortune Sacred Land. Initially, when people heard about this, they lost interest. Firstly, Xiao Yan and Wei Yunzheng didn't have a direct confrontation, which disappointed them. Secondly, they didn't have any expectations for the alchemy skills of these two individuals. Not a single person had heard of them practicing alchemy. Let's not even mention how exceptional Extreme Emptiness Saint Child was. Just talking about Xiao Yan, if he truly had exceptional alchemy skills, why didn't he showcase them during the debate at the Good Fortune Sacred Land? If he had been able to defeat the Good Fortune Saint Child in alchemy during the debate, wouldn't that have been an even more remarkable story? Why compare cultivation with the Good Fortune Saint Child and alchemy with Extreme Emptiness Saint Child? For a moment, everyone was speculating. Perhaps Extreme Emptiness Saint Child and Xiao Yan had reached some kind of agreement privately. Instead of a real battle, they simulated an alchemy debate, with the final result being Extreme Emptiness Saint Child's victory. Thinking about it this way, the outcome of this matter was infinitely advantageous for Extreme Emptiness Saint Child. Xiao Yan, as the challenger, suffered a miserable defeat, further boosting Wei Yunzheng's reputation. Many disgruntled gamblers began to complain. Extreme Emptiness Saint Child manipulated the outcome. It's unfair, he must have bribed someone. Xiao Yan, you scoundrel, this is a rigged match. In the end, they all crowded at the entrance of the gambling house, shouting, "RNM! Give us our money back!" The owner of the gambling house was dumbfounded. He closed the door and said, "There's no way we can refund your money." Soon after, the process of the alchemy debate gradually spread. The accusations of bribery and rigged matches disappeared into thin air. Countless people were shocked beyond belief. What? Xiao Yan actually refined an 8th-grade pill. This is unbelievable. I've been refining pills for 80 years, and I can only refine 3rd-grade pills. How is it possible for someone as young as him to do it? I don't believe it. What? You're asking me what qualifications I have to compare myself to Xiao Yan. You're right, I'm truly overestimating myself. An 8th-grade pill was too astonishing. Hardly anyone at Xiao Yan's age had been able to refine one, not even the Good Fortune Sacred Land Saint Child. Xiao Yan lost even though he refined an 8th-grade pill. That means Extreme Emptiness Saint Child must be even more monstrous. 9th grade. Many people speculated. But soon, someone refuted it. How is it possible to refine a 9th-grade pill? Don't make Extreme Emptiness Saint Child out to be too mythical. How many people in this world can refine a 9th-grade pill? I guess the pills refined by Extreme Emptiness Saint Child are also 8th grade, but the quality is even better than Xiao Yan's. Tisk. I don't think so. Although Extreme Emptiness Saint Child was recently titled, what has he done that is insignificant? What has he done that doesn't amaze people? It wouldn't be difficult to accept if he refines a 9th grade pill. Ha! Do you really think being a Grandmaster of Pill Deo is that simple? Shouldn't it be much harder than becoming a sword immortal? Someone choked. After a while, they said fiercely, if this Extreme Emptiness Saint Child really refines a 9th grade pill, I'll change my last name. Before this wave of speculation and discussion subsided, news of Wei Yunzheng refining an immortal pill spread, causing a huge uproar and leaving countless people dumbfounded. No one believed it at all. They treated it as an outrageous rumor and laughed it off. But gradually, many people began to come forward to corroborate the matter. It's absolutely true. Extreme Emptiness Saint Child has indeed refined an immortal pill. My cousin is a menial disciple in Extreme Emptiness, and he assured me of it. There's nothing more true than this. My sister's friend's ex-boyfriend's younger brother lives next door to me. His name is Lao Wang, and he often frequents the vicinity of Extreme Emptiness. He overheard the discussions among the disciples of Extreme Emptiness Sacred Land. Yes, yes. I've heard it from many people around me. This Extreme Emptiness Saint Child is truly amazing. I heard he looks as handsome as Pan and has captivated all the fairies of Extreme Emptiness. Really? If you say that,